To get rid, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get rid, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get rid, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk.
See the stack levitate like dynamo. I keep it low key, I don't like to show. Corridor is real, a man like to steal, so I don't watch face and I mind my own. But it's a minor though, I flex really, I ain't that type of bloke. I like getting paid over the limelight still, man, no I ain't in a them type of show. This ain't new to me, matter of fact, man, started a while ago. I just wanna live a life where the choice how to spend my time is mine and mine alone. Blood, you best try to know, I want a yard work and spend my time alone. We ain't gonna get there overnight, but in the meantime, there's still some time to go.
Take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war. My you, yeah, take my fall. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. My you, yeah, take my fall.
Imagine that when it's time to get rid, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get rid, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get rid, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get rid, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صدق.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Way I live You've got some things going through mine. Why can't this be all the time? You at the top of your class, you changed the gym to a splash. The way that you laugh, I just hope that it lasts. I just hope that it lasts. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, on my mind, all the time. All the time. If I come meet you, baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also, how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday?
A very good morning. Today is the first day of Riyadh Masters here at the Esports World Cup. In our opening show, we're going to talk about teams, about the format, of course, because we're in a three-phaser this time around. We're going to talk about clubs. Keys already mentioned. We're going to talk about a hydraulic press. And, of course, we're going to talk about everything Dota-related you can think of here, together with Effie and Kazu. Kazu, good morning. How are you doing today?
You know, doing pretty good. It's been a while since I've done some Dotes. You know, I've been watching it online, but now being here, it's always better. So, happy.
Doing good, Effie?
Yeah, pretty good. Just excited for the best teams in the world to play against each other. It feels like every time there's some downtime between these big tournaments, us as Dota fans are just in despair mode.
Despair mode, but this was a good time to grind some Dota too. I think that was very much appreciated by a lot of people. The Dota has been top tier. We can't wait to see what the pros have done with the current stage of Dota, but that's getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, because I first want to touch upon the fact that this is the second Riyadh Masters, and of course the last year was our first Riyadh Masters, and we are going to relive some moments of it.
'Cause I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Baby, I know that you got something in mind. Ba
soon.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Now that wasn't last year. I was wrong on that. But what was last year, there was another club championship last year. This year, it is there as well. It's just bigger. It is massive. Let me tell you that. $7 million prize pool, Kezu.
Yeah, that's a lot of money and a good reason for many orgs to to pick up more teams.
Yeah.
Because if let's say I was an org owner, I would pick up every team I could.
Yes.
I want some of the $7 million.
Yeah, because typically within esports, you don't really celebrate teams as organizations so much as you do individual players playing for certain games. So a chance like this is to see what kind of organizations have the ability to pick the best teams and create the best teams. And this kind of tells you about what kind of team environment is present within organizations and the values that they spread. So it is very interesting.
It's very interesting. There's one keynote though, because you are mentioning that you want to get the best teams in every organization, and that makes sense because there's a point divide every rank you get in every tournament there is. But if you don't get first in any one of your different games, then you are not eligible to win the #1 prize. You have to come first at least once.
Yeah, you need a couple of good teams at least. You need the other ones that maybe like, okay, we're filling this slot, but then you need some of the teams that have very good teams and very good players.
Yeah, very good players. I believe we've already just seen the explainer video, so we know that there's a lot of games out there. There's 20 games, guys. And I do want to highlight a couple of Dota 2 teams as well that just have a lot of games that they have teams in. And I think, Effie, the main team here to mention is Falcons.
I would say so, because as you mentioned, in order to be eligible to actually win the club championship, you need a team that can take first place in any title. And Team Falcons, while they're a new addition to the esports world, they have picked up a lot of teams for a lot of games. I believe in this tournament they have 10 participating teams.
14, I believe.
14.
14, yes.
My girls went shopping.
Yeah, they've got 14 teams playing out of 20 titles, and it is very, very likely that their Dota 2 team could be the team to pick up that first place. Because Falcons have been dominating the entire year, so all their other teams, they just have to get 3rd place or 4th place consistently, and they would have a really solid chance.
Yeah, they have a really solid chance. Just to give a little bit of comparison also, Team Liquid has 8 teams, Gaming Gladiators has 7 teams. Those are some of the other highest here in Riyadh Masters here at the Esports World Cup. Now, there's another thing you should be aware of, not just the club championships, but also what the players are playing for. And I don't mean the gigantic amount of prize money, because that's there too. But what I do mean are the keys. Let us explain it for you.
World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the club championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
And there it is, the hydraulic press, everybody. I didn't think I was going to be talking about hydraulic presses on the Dota 2 esports show, but here we are, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, it's a type of new way to put more things, I guess.
Yeah.
Like more. I feel like it's kind of cool that at the end you get to choose keys that you personalize it a bit more, but yeah, I'm all for it. It looks kind of cool.
Yeah, maybe you get to see some personal rivalries, or maybe some, petty behavior coming in from players who have issues with each other from pubs or previous tournaments.
Yeah, it is also important to note that that's real gold, by the way.
More money.
That are the keys, the real gold. So that is pretty insane. Also pretty insane is a $5 million prize pool. The split, I'm quite happy with the split. I feel like obviously lion's share goes to the #1 place, but everybody gets something, and it's definitely, I feel like it's a good split.
Yeah, this is a very, very generous way for teams that didn't get that first or second place to also go home with a significant amount in their pockets and potentially more motivation to play even better the next year. I think the kinds of tournaments where they're way too top-heavy encourage an environment where players potentially become more demotivated for future tournaments. So that doesn't exist here.
Yeah. Nope. I also think that we're taking a good step. Like I feel like more and more tournaments are starting to look this way, where it's just, I would say, more fair and not like 50% to top one and then it kind of dies off. I think this is way better. Like if you said, it promotes kind of a healthier environment. It's better for everyone, really.
It is better. It is also, it is it's still a very large chunk for the #1 prize, and it should be, because you gotta put a lot of effort into getting first here, because the road is really, really long. We are here for 3 weeks. There is a 3-phase event happening. 20 teams are here, Effie. That's a lot. Actually, before we talk more about the format, let's explain it properly to you.
We're back in Riyadh for another year, and this year, things are a bit different. It's time to see who will dare to triumph at the Esports World Cup. We have the 20 best teams in the world who will participate on land for a chance of their share of the $5 million prize pool. The Riyadh Masters competitive format will feature 3 stages: a play-in stage, a group stage, and playoffs. The event will start with the winners of our qualifiers in the play-in stage. 3 teams from China, 2 teams from Western Europe, Southeast Asia, and South America, and 1 team from MENA, Eastern Europe, and North America. These 12 teams will battle it out in 2 seeded groups in a round-robin 2-game series format, with the top 3 from each group automatically advancing to the next stage. The 4th placing team will face the 5th placing team from the opposite group to play a single best-of-3, with the winner qualifying to the next stage. These 8 advancing play-in teams will enter the group stage. Here, they'll meet our 8 EPT leaderboard teams who all qualified through the points earned from the EPT events throughout the year. The 16 group stage teams will play in 2 seeded groups and play in a 2-game series round-robin format. The top 6 teams from each group will make it to the playoff stage, with the top 4 teams moving to the upper bracket and the 5th and 6th place teams proceeding to the lower bracket. The playoffs are a 12-team double elimination bracket. All matches are best-of-3 except the grand finals, which is a best-of-5.
A lot of Dota is coming your way. Of course, we'll have a few days here and there where we give the teams a little bit of a break. But overall, Kezu, this is a plethora of Dota 2 coming our way.
I mean, this is, it's just a lot. And also the teams that aren't here, right? The teams that are already in the group stage and the playoffs, like, you are watching the teams in the play-ins already. Like, there's new stuff happening in Dota all the time. You have your eyes on it. There's going to be a meta developing here. It's probably going to transit into the next stage. So everyone is playing, but even the ones that aren't playing, can tell you that they're watching what's happening.
Yeah, for sure. And what I do like about this format actually is the play-in format, because this is reminiscent to what the wild card format of forward tiers would be, with more of a chance for these teams, because you've got 6 teams in each group. and 4 are advancing. So it's not like, oh, just the top 2 of each group. 8 teams will be moving to the group stages, and they came in through the qualifiers. So not only did they have to battle their way to get here, but they actually have a fighting chance.
Yes, and we'll see how much of a fighting chance they have based on which group they're in, because it's always a little bit of a thing to check, you know, which teams go into which group. Now, these are the 8 teams, 12 teams that we have here for the play-in seed. These are all qualified, and they got here via those qualifiers, which were very, very tough in some cases. But it's a lot of teams, and I also would say, Kezu, that it's a widespread in terms of what kind of expectations we can put to these names.
Yeah, I think it's also really hard, because like when you go through these qualifiers, like obviously these teams have played a lot, and I would say that they're maybe less consistent than like the invited teams. Like if you make 2 groups with the invited teams, I think it's maybe easier to say, oh, maybe this is a bit stronger than the other one. But I think all of these teams are like very hot or cold. If they hit the right day, they can even beat their best teams. So I don't know if there's one group that's better than the other. I'm sure they're all happy to be here. They're warmed up.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to ask you, because that Group A does look a little bit stronger than Group B.
Give me 3 teams that are in Group A, because I don't remember any.
G2IG, and Virtus.pro. I think those 3 teams are incredibly strong in terms of individual skill.
Yeah.
And you are right that a lot of teams have been running hot or cold. But I do think that Group A has more of an edge in terms of results this year.
I think maybe Entity are ones that I'm looking at quite a lot. At least I looked at them in the qualifiers. I think they have good players. Also, you know, they have like a newer-ish coach. I feel like their drafting has looked better. So, yeah, you know, maybe you're onto something with Group A.
Very promising, but Kezu, recency bias maybe getting to you a little bit, because they are one of the teams that you saw last, right? Because they played in those TI qualifiers, and those were literally the last TI qualifiers that were there. So that's the team you saw most recent. Now, this is the schedule for today on this stream. Gotta clarify, there are 3 streams going on at the same time. So you are watching right now the schedule for, if you're sticking on this channel, Aurora versus Nouns in our last series. No, that's not the last series of the day. Wait a second. These times are confusing a little bit.
It's still the last match, just with the wrong time, I think.
Okay, right? It's still the last match with the wrong time. That makes a lot more sense. And then VP Entity before that. Aurora versus Azure Ray before that one. And of course, we're going to start the day with our ALJ match of the day, because we get to highlight one match that we think is the best. And you might think, oh, but that's the game that they're covering, so of course they're going to pick the first one. No. We actually normally try to highlight games that we don't cover, so that we can talk about more games. But this one, Epi, we had to say, because Entity versus G2IG, this is the match to watch today.
It really is, Jeever. And for me, when you look at these 2 teams, like you mentioned, there is a little bit of recency bias going into Entity, but they are the first place team from the TI qualifiers, and they have been looking a lot better recently. Whereas the G2IG, there are 3 Chinese teams currently in this play-in bracket, and out of all 3 of them, Azure Ray, G2IG, and LGD, I think G2IG are probably the strongest in terms of their recent performances and in terms of team synergy, because the other 2 teams, people have expected a lot out of them, but they've been consistently falling short, whereas G2IG have been on that steady climb.
Yeah, I feel like they've been steadily improving. Like all the tournaments that they go to, from like Birmingham to Wallachia, like always a steady like improvement, just what they're doing. So I think when it comes to the matches today, this is just the one to watch. And I think it will already like set the tone for both of these teams, because they're 2 of the stronger teams, at least in my mind, going into the play-ins.
Yeah, it's basically going to give a little bit of a baseline for us, because we have high expectations of these teams. And it's the question, are they going to show up? Are they going to deliver what we are expecting they will? We don't know yet. And obviously, we don't have any information about how the scrims have looked. You know, there's been a lot of games that the teams have played since the qualifiers. And speaking of those, and I meant the qualifiers not just for Riyadh Masters here at the Esports World Cup, but also for TI, which is the most recent data we can grab from. And with that in mind, Entity is the team that is, most exposed. Kezu, is that a thing?
I mean, yeah, maybe a little bit, but there's also like so much is changing in Dota that I feel like even if you're the most exposed, you can most likely just play more pubs, come up with new stuff, and I feel like they have shown that to me already.
And let's not forget the ladder patch that came out recently. That does change a few things here and there.
It really does. On our screen, we got G2IG, of course, one of the two teams here playing their first match in our opening series. And when you're looking at this squad, is there any player in particular, Effie, that you always gravitate towards, that you want to watch and want to do well, and that you assume is going to take the team on his back to carry?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at G2IG, there's one player, Shiver, that just stands out in terms of this is their X factor, this is their it player, and that's our boy JT.
Yep.
JT really is the story of every team that he plays on. He has that explosive, fun energy within Dota games that can either completely oppress the enemies or completely oppress his own team.
The thing for him, he just has it in both ways, right? He's either going to go 10-0, 0-10. You never know. I mean, there's a reason he's in the center point, right in the photo shoot. They know what's up, because for me, he's also the one that I'm looking at. Because depending on how his game goes, or a lot of times I even feel like they make his game really hard. He's the only one that can go in. Like Boboka plays some whatever, some range dude. He's going to buy Midas, Daedalus, Gleipnir. They're just chilling. Whereas he's just the only one that can go in, but even then he has 10-0 performances and he slaps.
But I will say, even though JT has that explosive X factor that sometimes is hard to control, he has consistently been the rock for his team in a lot of performances. Like when we watched Birmingham, I remember IG played some extremely long games, and JT looked like one of the most stable players on that team, so he definitely can deliver.
No, if we're looking at delivering on the side of Entity, I think I want to highlight no one. I feel like we obviously, so if you've been around the Dota esports scene for a little while, you remember no one from his Virtus.pro days, and he was on fire. He was like one of the best mid laners out there. And then he took a bit of a break, and I feel like most recently, I've seen him in a different form. He is in a good form. Don't get me wrong, but it feels like he took that break, and it feels like no one 2.0 in the best way possible.
Yeah, it's hard to say until we see him truly tested, but it does look like he has been playing a lot better. A lot of OG Dota fans will look back at Noan's performance from the VP roster of 2018 and say, oh my goodness, I miss that guy. I miss how he would completely crush his enemies. But how often have we seen him versus the new generation mid laners of Mallory and Lorinov and Squadix? These are very young and very talented players. So how is he going to fare against them? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see him back, right? Because as we all said, the OGs, the people who have watched, they all know how good this guy can be or has been. So now he was like off the radar for a long time. Now he's back. He kind of has to prove himself again. But like we've been saying, I feel like they're on a steady up. And not just as a team, but also all 5 of them individually.
And I want to actually, especially for Entity, make that an all 6 of them. True. Because if you listen to the team talk after they do interviews after they win, they talk very highly of their coach Astini. Their in-game communication, even though all of them are from Eastern Europe, their in-game communication is English. And mostly, obviously, to help Astini also understand team dynamics. And we've heard the players talk very highly of the structure Kezu Astini's been able to bring to the squad.
I mean, I think it just helps a lot. Like, you have all these individually skilled players, but sometimes maybe you don't have the best problem resolving. How do you want your strategy? Can you go for a certain pick, or does it really make your draft kind of fall flat? I think it seems like he's tying it all together. And even if they speak English for him when that's not their main language, just to help him understand, so they can help. So he can help them after the game. I think that says a lot. Yeah,
and I would also think, I mean, the squad has been around for a long time, and it only slowly, they put no one in just after last TI, right? And before that, it was always an English-speaking team because not all their players were from Eastern Europe. So maybe that just stuck as well. So that could also be part of that reason. Now, what we are going to do is we're going to head to a little bit of a break. I want you guys to know that currently we are waiting for the Dubai servers to be fully operational, and we're testing them to make sure that we can get the highest competitive quality out there here for Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. So we're testing them to make sure there's no issues whatsoever once we do go into the game, but it will take a little bit of time to test them to make sure that they are delivering that quality. So we appreciate the patience, and stick with us. We'll be back with more Dota 2. Welcome back. We're one step closer to getting the match on the way. Not quite there yet, but we figured we'd dive a little bit deeper into the two teams we are gonna watch on the stage in just a little bit. I want to talk about the year these two teams have had because it's vastly different for both of them. Because if we look at G2IG, last year Riyadh Masters, they weren't there. As in, the whole org hasn't been around for like longer than 7 months, 8 months?
Yeah, I mean, IG still was around, just with different players, right?
Yes.
But this iteration of players is very new, as you mentioned, and they honestly did not look as good as a lot of people were expecting, because if you look at the individual players on this team, these are some superstar players. These are TI veterans, extremely skilled players. And yes, they have been doing better towards the end of this year, especially with Birmingham in mind, ESL won Birmingham. They had a pretty good run, some really incredible main stage games. But before that, they were not looking too hot, Kazu.
Yeah, I think that honestly they were actually very disappointing when you look at the caliber of players that they have. But over the last couple of months, of course, they have improved. So we need to see if are they bringing the same type of improvement here. Because if they're not, I could easily see them kind of like relapse, maybe something isn't working out, and they kind of go into a weaker form. Hopefully not, because I feel like this team with these type of players, they should be performing at like the highest level.
Yeah, I want to just also try to paint the picture of how this team is done, because they entered the scene, they came top 6 in ESL Kuala Lumpur, which we thought, you know, there were higher expectations placed on them, but it's not a terrible result. But then they didn't go to BB Daisha, didn't qualify for that. And then Dream League Season 22 rolled around and they came 15th, 16th, which is really bad. That's really, like, that's just bad for the expectations placed upon them, especially. But then slowly, Elite League 7-8. We got ESL 1 Birmingham, top 6. We got the first season of Wallachia, 4th.
Yep.
That's the last thing they played, because they did not end up qualifying for Dream League Season 23. But that does mean that this is a team that can adapt, because that's what we're looking for, right? That their first results were disappointing, especially based on the caliber of players. That happens, but we want to see the ability to improve.
Yeah, and I think they have been showing that to us. But also with this team, I'm not sure if this is just my theory, but from what I've seen, when the patch gets more figured out and the meta becomes more clear, and the ability to kind of innovate entirely and guess what's good doesn't exist so much, they do incredibly well. Like at Birmingham, when the meta was almost figured out to a T with the heroes that were consistently being picked, they looked really solid. And I think we are at that point, even though there is a letter patch recently, people know what the good heroes are, and IG have been playing those heroes to a very, very high quality of play.
Yeah, I think it's also something that the Chinese teams have kind of adapted with over the time. Like I think both LGD, Xstream, and also G2IG have done a lot better at, you know, adapting, not just sticking to what is happening in their region, but internationally. What is the Western scene doing? So just like understanding that, okay, we can't just do what we want, let's implement some other stuff and just do it better.
Yeah, and as we look towards Entity, they have almost an opposite story, because they were at Riyadh Masters in 2023, came top 20, was a very different roster. The same thing for the TI and the Dream League before that. But then, so no one joined as the last player to join. He joined in November together with DM.
Yep.
And they didn't qualify for anything apart from Elite League. They came top 12 and they didn't qualify for anything else. But then, big change. End of May, Astini joined, and we heard no one say it in an interview that when Astini joined, he brought structure to the team, and it showed. The team started doing well in qualifiers. They still didn't qualify for anything apart from, I think, let's be real, the two most important tournaments of the year. They qualified for Riyadh Masters right here, and they managed to qualify for the international, Kazu. So this team, it seems to be heading towards peaking at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, he came in clutch with this little time to change the team from something that didn't look so good to qualify to the two most important tournaments with the most competition. I mean, yeah, we'll have to see if it comes in the drafts too, but looks like this guy's a clutch man.
It looks like he is helping his team step up, and I'm very excited to have the match started. But I'm going to repeat what I said earlier, is that we are still testing the Dubai servers to make sure that we have the highest competitive quality that we can here at Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. And that just requires us to make sure that that server does its work properly, no issues whatsoever, and the testing has to be extensive, and unfortunately it's not up to the quality we wanted yet. So we're going to take another break. We will be back with hopefully Dota to start soon.
Don't believe what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you say you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, no, but you wish, babe. words on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake. We are not the same, so go take your lies. It's plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once. Sneaking through the back door of my heart, what you close it for? I can't tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right, and it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Myself, I can't let go of the girl I know got me. I keep it on the low. baby. Cause you make me.
Welcome back. You are watching Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, where we are still waiting for the Dubai servers to have a proper quality and stability that we want out of our Dota 2 servers. But while we wait, we wanted to take a little bit of time to talk some more about the teams we have here in Riyadh, or we are still getting here in Riyadh, because not everybody is here yet. As you heard earlier, this is a 3-phase tournament, and we are starting it all with the play-ins, followed by group stages, followed by a playoff bracket. But with the play-ins, we got ourselves 12 teams here in Riyadh, Effie, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about a potential group of deaths. So let's divide these groups a little bit. Everybody on the top line is in Group A. Everybody on the bottom line is in Group B. So that is our divide that we see here. And I know you already said that you thought there was a little bit of a group of death potentially, Effie, here in Group A. But could it be that is just a top-heavy group, and therefore Group B might be the spicier one?
You know, there is always a chance for a spicier group, especially when there are teams that people still don't have a great read on, such as Nouns, such as PSG Quest, who are capable of a lot, and of course Aurora. You can never forget this team. But to me, when I look at both groups, Aurora looks like the only very, very strong team coming out of Group B, whereas Group A, there are 3 teams that are quite scary. There is a little bit of recency bias in regards to Entity, but maybe they've just been getting better because of the addition of Coach Estini. We already talked about G2IG and their individually terrifying veterans on that team. And of course, Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro, you cannot forget about this team, even though the results aren't there. This is a dark horse team 100%, because if you look at individual skill, these are all top 20 leaderboards players. With the exception of Antars, who has switched in recently, every player on this team is considered very, very individually skilled, very mechanically gifted, and we've seen VP pop off in the past.
Yeah, I think even like historically speaking, if you look at any team that has FNG as a captain and they're also coached by G, I feel like, I don't know what it is with these two, but they always put together like teams that people maybe they don't respect them enough, but if you do exactly that, they're just going to slap you in like one game. Maybe they even beat you in a series. So I think there's like at least a lot of wildcards when I look at all the teams. When I look at Group B, I think Aurora, they should be the strongest. I mean, if we think of the last Riyadh Masters when they played under the Talon roster, they got what, like top 4? They were doing really well there too. I think Azure Ray, to me, they've been definitely on a decline. They were very close to even just being like invited via points. I think they were quite close, or like kind of on the cutoff. So I hope that they can figure stuff out. And then the other 4 teams in Group B with Heroic, PSG Quest, Nouns, and Mouse, I feel like to me they're all wild cards. I could see 1 or 2 of them pop off, and the other 2 just really bombing out like early on. So when it comes to those 4 teams, I have as close to a non-read as possible, I think.
I will say that for me, a team that I'm going to look closely at is a team that has not been able to make it to a single EPT event this entire year. And every time they played in the qualifiers, every qualifier was basically a 3-2 against Shopify Rebellion. I'm talking about Nouns, because Nouns, obviously, they qualified here for Riyadh Masters. They also qualified now for the International as well. This is a team that was not able to qualify for things for the longest time. They were gate-kept, Effie, in their region, and now they are able to spread their wings a little bit more. But I feel like they have been on an up, because they finally were able to beat those qualifiers. They finally were able to come here.
Yeah.
Does that mean that we have a little bit higher expectations of them, or are we waiting to see what they bring?
I'm definitely waiting and seeing here, but there is so much potential that could come out of this team. And I like that you mentioned they were gate-kept, because they truly were. They were gate-kept by Shopify Rebellion within their region. But guess what? For the 2 most important tournaments of the year, that's when they clutched it and they pulled through. But this team has a lot of players that have been around for a long time. You know, in terms of Gunner, we've seen a lot of his players very creative. He's always been on the cusp of making it to these Tier 1 events. And he's finally here. And then, of course, you have the veteran in Fly, who I expect a lot out of in terms of leadership.
Yeah, same.
Like, for me, Nouns is still a little weird. I think people underrate them, and I'm probably about to do the same, because I'm still not sure how good they are. I feel like right now, they did qualify for these 2 events, but I would also say that these 2 events had Shopify at their weakest form ever. that I've seen the best NA team. Like at least that's what they were kind
Yeah,
of labeled
quote,
as.
yes.
Like, so I think they did make it here, which is great for them. But I'm still not sure what they will show me. I think they will show me more than I expect, and it's mostly the same for I think a lot of the viewers.
With that in mind, we look at. You mentioned that those are the teams that are kind of like the wild cards.
Yeah.
The biggest wild card for me, and the biggest maybe potentially dark horse if they end up doing well in this, is MOUZ. I want to talk about MOUZ because you won't see them at the international, and you were not supposed to see them in Wallachia, which is where you might have seen them before. They were not qualified to attend that, but they came as not the first team to replace someone else, but as the second team to replace someone else. So we did see them perform there, and I think they did do well. They definitely probably surpassed expectations, as you know, that as far as expectations that you have for a team that was the third team to be able to replace a different team. But it's still a big wildcard. This is an incredibly young team, Kazu.
Yeah, I think they're all like very young players, like kind of the players that you're trying to help, like reach or like breach into the scene. They have Immortal Faith as a coach, and I would say that they've showed me some very cool ideas. In Wallachia, they were the first ones to run, I think, Bristle carry against Enigma. I've seen Olnet try some Underlord carry in pubs right now. I don't know if that's good, but I'm just saying that they're a new team with a kind of experienced coach, and they're trying like new ideas.
Yeah.
I just hope that they don't overdo it, because I feel like if they find a good day, they can actually beat most of the teams, at least in the playing stage.
Yeah, this team, I'm not so familiar with their current playstyle, but I do remember watching a lot of Allnets and a lot of Supreme during the DPC Division 2 a couple of years ago. And these players were on the rise. They looked incredibly good within that division, but then there was kind of a fizzle out, in particular for Supreme, who did join a couple of Tier 1 teams. I believe it was Alliance and 2. Did he stand in for...
I'm trying to think what else he was.
There's a team that he stood in for, but I can't remember what. And it felt like this wasn't the confident player we saw within that Division 2 once he did dabble in that Division 1. But that's looked very different from what I have seen. I did manage to watch a couple of highlight videos of him, and it feels like he's regained his footing and his confidence within himself.
Yeah, he's probably like at the best form he has, but I think he's also like 13k MMR, or like within like, I would say top 30, top 40. And I think another cool story about this team is that Olnet used to be like a private coaching student of Immortal Faith back when he was like 4k, 5k. My bro is now like 13k MMR playing in Tier 1 tournaments. So I think this is like some real bromance going on.
You want to know another story that ties into exactly that? Because Immortal Faith had this team, and then they found MOUZ as a sponsor, right? You want to know how that happened?
That was him?
Years and years ago. Once upon a time. No, once upon a time, the owner of MOUZ, who is a big Dota fan, plays Dota with his mates. Not the highest tier Dota player, but just a very he plays. And you know, he plays with his mates, and he thought his mates were not that good at playing Dota. So he, for a birthday present, decided to gift his mate, or one of his mates, coaching lessons. And he found this guy on Reddit.
That's hilarious.
And it's Immortal Faith. And he's like, coach my friend, please. And they end up coaching. And then owner of MOUZ is like, well, you know, I also wouldn't mind some coaching. And they became friends. And then Immortal Faith is like, hey, you want a Dota team?
Damn.
And then and at that point, MOUZ was open to suggestions for teams. So that's how that happened. I thought that was really really cool to hear. It's like it's weird that Immortal Faith coaching is just like, that's how he got on it.
I mean, it's similar. Like, I'm not sure how Entity, for instance, maybe found Astini. I think people maybe have seen. I think last year he worked maybe the Lima Major. He was on a panel, or maybe people heard some ideas, because that's also like maybe not the easiest connection to make.
It's a weird mix. Yeah. Because they're not the same region. It's not so like they're playing together.
You never really know how these things work, but life finds a way.
It does.
Astini was coaching Nouns last year.
He was, yes.
So he was coaching Nouns, and he was active for a while. And then he did come as an analyst during the Lima Major, but he still was actively coaching Nouns. I'm not sure when he left them exactly, but
no, you're right.
Yeah, he definitely had a lot of ideas.
But did Astini then also coach them at TI? Because Nouns came top 8 at TI, so it might be that they met there.
That helps a lot.
But I mean, Astini only joined this May, right?
I believe he was coaching at TI. And Immortal Faith, no stranger to coaching.
No.
Right? We saw him coach Viking, which kind of became Team Tickles, which
became
the Gaming Gladiators,
Yes.
like completely crushed everybody last year. But actually, he was not coaching Gaming Gladiators when they were the dominant iteration of last year. That was when Coach CY came in.
Yeah.
But still, they had some very solid results as
They did.
Viking into Team Tickles, while Immortal Faith was still coaching.
Yeah, they did. I'm very curious to see how Mouse will do here at Riyadh Masters because we just have no idea.
Yeah, we don't know anything.
No, the only thing we know is that they fell flat a little bit at the TI qualifiers, but that's already like what 3-4 weeks ago by now.
Yep.
So who knows what happens? And everybody can have a bad day. Perhaps they had like bad days during. Yeah, we don't know. You know, I don't want to make excuses or anything like that. Also, competition is obviously very strong, especially in the region they play in Western Europe. So. Very curious to watch this team play. I will say, the play-in seeds is nice. You know, it's nice if you're able to climb out of that.
Yeah.
You know, there's 12 teams. It's gonna be, people are gonna be really happy to get out of that. 4 teams will go home out of those 12 teams. But then, you're not yet there, guys. You go into the group stages, and I want to talk about that as well, because there's 8 teams that don't have to worry about the play-ins. No, they secured their top 8 EPT spot already by doing well the whole year around, because the story of the 12 teams that we see here have one thing in common: they didn't do well this whole year round, because otherwise you don't have to go to play-in seeds. Now the 8 teams that we're gonna watch, I want to talk a little bit about them because they are already split into 2 groups of 4, and they are already just waiting for their other 4 teams to join, right? And we don't have a graphic of that yet, but I can tell you, because you know that's the power of research and just looking online.
The internet.
The internet. So, in Group A, there are 4 teams there. I would like to also just establish if there is a group of death that you get seeded into or not, if that is even possible with only 4 teams in it. But Gaming Gladiators, OG, Team Falcons, Team Spirit. This is definitely the group of death. What am I talking about? That has to be the group of death.
Wait, is that actually they're pre-seeded?
That is all Group A.
Good luck.
It's poor OG at that point.
I mean, I was already worried for OG a little bit because I don't think they have looked as strong.
Yeah.
Of course, there's other things that went into it, like congratulations to Seb, right? There's other things going on in his life that will make the team maybe like play worse because things are going on. But yeah, so what? You have Gaimin, Falcon, Spirit.
Yeah.
They would be probably my top 3, or at least 3 of the top 4 of the 8 teams you have in that pool. So yeah, this seems nasty.
And it's terrifying, but Group B is no joke either.
No,
Sheaves.
it's BB team. We got Team Liquid, we got Tundra, and we got, I'm gonna say this proper, wbg.xg.
That was probably good.
Right? Or wbg.xg, which
WBXG.
definitely doesn't roll off the tongue as well. So
I'm going to say XG.
Sounds safe. Sounds safe and fair.
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, Group B, while looking a tad bit weaker, is still incredibly strong within their own rights. Because you look at BB team, and this team is a team that everybody's expected to take at least 1 first place finish this year. It hasn't happened yet, but still incredibly
They're waiting for the right moment, guys.
Yeah, if I had $1 for every time someone said this is gonna be BB1, you know, BB team, they're gonna take 1 first place, I'd have double-digit dollars right now, for sure.
I wonder how many, this is completely out of context, I wonder how many games BB team is in that are here, because they need to take first place in 1 if they want to have a chance of the
It may not be the
championship, the club championships. But so far this team consistently sabotages themselves, Effie. That's just the way that I can see it.
Yeah, there definitely some tilt factor going on. I feel like BB team, when you look at the players, people have always talked about the tilt historically associated with some of the people on that team, but it did seem like they reeled it in. They reeled it in towards the end of last year, going into this year as well. It felt like it was under control, but towards the end of the last Dream League, there seemed to be a little bit of issues going on. But I do have faith in this team's ability to bounce back as individuals, because Are they the highest average MMR team, or is that Team Falcons? It's between one of them.
Yeah, I feel like it might even change like on the daily. I know that GPK is really high ranked, like maybe top 2 or top 3, maybe Nightfall's always very high.
And so is Save, and so is Nightfall.
So honestly, they might just be the highest rated team.
I think they might be the highest rated right now with those 3 players, just in the top 10 position at the moment.
Now, I will say this team definitely had some struggles, and they were open about their struggles. They started during Wallachia, where they didn't have their coach with them, and then they transitioned into the Dream League that followed after that, and they still didn't have their coach with them. And they were honest about it, but then also the patch dropped during that Dream League, and that seemed to completely, I don't know, like solve their issues, I almost want to say.
Well, sometimes you get lucky. You know, sometimes you have to work out the problems yourself, and sometimes Gaben just hands you the patch that somehow maybe, you know, things just click. Everyone gets to play the heroes they want, some combos work out, you make some rotations, it feels good. Hopefully that is still the case for them. Because, I think Mira mentioned they have done a lot better with the tilt factor, and I agree. But it's still like, I think it's deeply rooted within them, where something, it can just trigger it in the moment.
Yeah, that being said about this team, you can never count them out. And even if they don't ever win, they've had incredible placements throughout the year, you know, top 4 at the very least. The issue with this team, though, is that you look at them and you're like, what is going wrong here? Because they're incredibly strong at lanes. They always find the correct heroes to play within the patch, but something falls short, you know, and there's some talk about maybe they don't play as aggressively as they should in certain situations, right? Like their carry in Nightfall is, you know, he's lauded as one of the best carries in the world in terms of stats. But how often does having a perfect game actually transition to winning as a carry? Sometimes you just have to do the Duraccio and die.
Yeah. No, I would think that something people maybe underestimate and don't look at enough is what is like your impact to net worth ratio. I think there's a lot of carries who have a shit ton of gold, and they can't really translate it all that well into their gameplay, which I think might be the case for Nightfall, whereas other carriers like maybe some, you know, some, at least Yotoro, some Ame, I would say they do that better. But overall, it's a team game. They need to figure it out together, right? How do you incorporate your players? When do we fight? Because, I would agree. Their early game, their lanes is just so good. Then they always have a lead, but they need to be better at, like, just using it.
They really do. And a team that is good at using it, because I do want to talk about Extreme for a little bit as well, because I think, you know, we mentioned the 3 teams in Group A that we expect to be in the top 3, but if we would add a 4th there, that has to be Extreme Gaming, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, Extreme Gaming have had quite the year. When you look at their performances, actually, which I've looked at recently, it felt like they've had more than one top place finish, but that wasn't the case. They actually only got their first finish at the Elite League Season 1.
The reason why you think that is because I believe this squad, the core of them, won Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, that's very true. So the triple X's of Extreme Gaming, the 3 X players in XXS, XM, and Zinq, they were on the Azure Ray iteration that won. Okay, that is why. But these players have been performing consistently well. It feels like out of all the Chinese teams, they have the strongest sense of identity, the strongest sense of how they want to play, how they want to approach the map, and they're not too bothered by what other teams are doing. It feels like they'd never stray too far from their own ideas, which you always need a balance of in Dota. You need a balance of sticking to your guns, but also adapting to the meta.
I think that's most likely my favorite point. I think about Extreme is like they seem very open, like, you know, Zinq doing his Monkey King stuff, running around, just killing couriers, playing a different game. Ame bringing out like Klink's carry during Birmingham. Like, they're just very open, and you need that. Like, Dota is such a complex and open game. Like, so many things can work if you know how to do it, how to pair it, what are your timings. So I feel like that is like one of the things that maybe separates them from the other Chinese teams. Because, I mean, they're just the world class.
They are world class, but you do talk about, you know, some heroes that we've seen them play, and we're not there yet, guys. We're not yet ready for the games. But before we do anything next, I want to talk a little bit about the Dota that we can expect. There is very little data about what the team's been doing because everybody's just been practicing. Some teams have been taking breaks. The only thing that we can really look at is TI qualifiers that happened a month ago, and since then there has been a new balance patch as well. So we don't really know, and that's why I got these 2 here, and they're going to tell us which heroes we can expect, which heroes you should try out in your pubs to raise MMR, because they're going to tell you exactly how to do that. How am I going to raise MMR?
How are you going to raise MMR, Shiver?
Pick good heroes.
I will tell you about one hero that got nerfed in the letter patch, but still is first pick in every pub.
Okay.
Darkseer.
No, this hero's a banger.
This hero, you want to raise MMR? Just Darkseer. That is the way. That hero is just too good at everything right now.
Yeah, he has good fastness, he has good innates, he has good laning, he builds good items. You pop an Iron Shell, you used to not be able to fight people back. Now you just hit them. It's that easy. Pick Darkseer, use Iron Shell, hit your enemy. Plus 50 or more, instantly.
The win rate of Darkseer on Dota 2 Pro Tracker in 8K plus pubs right now is 55.2%. 55 in the letter patch.
Insane.
So after the nerfs that were done to him, and not just that, you have to factor in the 55% win rate on a hero that's getting first phase picked, so the other team doesn't get it. A hero that gets first phase picked in pubs with that high of a win rate, this is the hero to look at for this tournament.
That's crazy, actually. I did not know the number was that high. I knew it was high overall, but not specifically high for high MMR pub as well, because 55. Is there any other hero that comes close to that percentage?
You've got Treant Protector sitting at a 54.2% win rate, which is very high. You've got actually their significant high win rate here. It's 54.3% win rate on Enigma, and this is the letter patch, so not the B patch. This is not affecting the stats. You've got a 53.8% win rate on Tiny, and Broodmother is seeing a re-emergence at 52%, which is not as high, but this is a very niche hero with players that have practiced it. So we could very well be caught off guard with some brood games being thrown into the mix here.
Yeah, I've seen some of these carry broods, which first of all the laning looks really good, and what people do as well, I think it should be a facet. Yeah, it's a facet where your webs...
They put the net in the mid?
Exactly. They put net in like mid or then later around the map because it lowers like your HP region, which is... It really shows on a lot of matchup, like your bottle region, your tango region, whatever it is, and the hero looks very good. So that's one of the heroes that is in most of the pubs as well I'm playing. Then you have other heroes like Shadow Fiend looks really good. I think the Staple Man in ET, like both offlane and support, has looked very good. And I think the patch is still so open that we'll see. I mean, we could list half the heroes and the other half might just pop up.
That's very true.
And when you say Shadow Fiend, is that mid or carry? Because I've seen both varieties.
I mean, you can do both, but I think the mid SF just looks the best, even though he also did get nerfed in the letter patch. But you can go, like, I've seen different builds with Yules into Blink, or maybe some Yasha Kaya Blink into the Axe later with a BKB. Just like the old meme SF that just one-shots you, but it's really strong.
Yeah, it did go down in win rate, though, in the letter patch, but it is one of the most played heroes. Actually, so I'm looking at the Dota Pro Tracker. The only hero with more games of the high win rate heroes than SF is Tiny with 8.3k games so far, but SF is sitting on 6,700 games with a 51% win rate, which I believe in the B patch it was at 53.
I know it was definitely higher.
It's been tempered for sure. But we didn't talk about Ember Spirit, actually, that hero. He's got 5.2k games played with 54% win rate as well.
That's crazy. Why is that so high? What's his facet? What gets him that high at the moment?
He has two facets, right? He has the one that gives you more damage on your slight, and he has one that gives you more chains. But I think everyone's taking the slight damage. It's just a very strong tanky hero. You have the passive Flame Guard, which does a lot. It's very active, very good at dealing with a lot of the pesky heroes at this patch, and it builds, good items.
Yeah, I think anytime Ember gets like a little bit, like he's a very, I would say, like a fringy type of hero. If it's easy for him to lose his lane, his game might just be over, like the Huskars and whatever, but I feel like he got a little bit of buffs. Other heroes like Huskar probably got nerfed a little bit too. He has good build-ups with some, maybe you want to go Mage Slayer, maybe you want to tank up into like more hybrid, you can go Maelstrom Gleipnir. So I think overall it's just a feels good hero, and I think a lot of the players that are playing it, like Quinn, they're making it work, which will make other people try it, and yeah, it just looks good.
I think I do have to ask the question about the team that people are thinking is going to go really far. What about the Malvarine and Amar heroes? I feel like just for reference, how are they doing?
Razor is still good.
Yeah,
I know that.
Do you want the pub stats or just in general for them? Because one thing about those two players is they will pick those heroes if they want to play them.
Yeah, I personally think it's... Sure, you can call it like their type of heroes, but I actually think that they're so good with the heroes they play that they think it's irrelevant what patch they're on to be playing them.
Okay, so we're going to see them either way. Now, my other question about the state of Dota right now. All the heroes that you mentioned, bar one, were all cores. Now, you mentioned Tree and Protector doing very high. What's up with the support meta right now?
The support meta, I feel, is not that different from the B patch, even though a lot of the support darlings did get nerfed, particularly Dark Willow. She got pretty severe nerfs.
Yes.
But regardless of that, I think that hero is still very viable. It's still very pickable, and it's at a 51% win rate right now, which is incredibly solid given how much he
I
was
think
nerfed.
it goes to show you how busted the hero was before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Bedlam should have ever been usable on an ally, because I still think, like you're saying, the hero's good. It has good spells, it has good team fighting. I think other supports like Treant is good. I think I've seen some more ET. I think Phoenix always looks good. There's some Snapfire. I think Oracle is maybe a little bit underrated. I also played it the other day, and GPK didn't. Like, when you're the teammate of Oracle, you can click Oracle yourself. So it tells you where the next rune is. He was like, yo, bro, you need to click it more. Until I was telling him, bro, you can also just do it yourself.
I think it's very valuable.
Yeah,
it
that
should be
seems
very
very
valuable in competitive play. But I think we'll see a lot of Treant Protector, a lot of Hoodwink, a lot of Elder Titan paired with other heroes. Like, these heroes do look solid, but in terms of the support meta, it doesn't feel as one-sided as it was in the B patch, where you had to pick Willow. You had to pick Hoodwink. It's not the case in Weaver. We haven't talked about Weaver. Weaver is got nerfed in the ladder patch, but still popping off in almost every game.
And
like,
every role as well?
Every role. Except mid, obviously, but like every role.
Yeah, okay, so there's a lot of heroes to watch out for. Now, is there, because you're saying, Kazu, that there's still a lot possible, a lot hasn't been figured out yet. What's the cheese potential? Like how many weird heroes are we going to see mid, for example?
I think quite a few. I feel like mid also nowadays has a lot of experimental players. You have Thompson, who's at this tournament, who I feel like is always on the top of my list. You have, I think BZM's a bit quirky. Then there's Malrine. Like, I've seen him dabble with Huskar a little bit in pubs. I don't know what Thompson's up to, but I know he was playing mid Rubik. I think with some of the changes to this hero, that can also work. So I think it's free real estate for the players. If they want to try something, I mean, go crazy.
Yeah. I think for the mid lane, the top 3 picks that we're going to be seeing are Ember Spirit, Shadow Fiend, and Tiny. Tiny is just a pretty crazy hero right now as well. With his toss it, you can play. You play him mid for the extra damage coming out of toss, but also you play him 4, and he does a significant amount of damage too. And that's a flex pick that you can bring early into your draft. But those are the top 3 heroes I predict to see. But like Kazu said, there's a lot of room for experimentation, because in a patch where Ember is this good, the Huskar players are going to look to Huskar, the Ember player. Right? In a patch where Spirit heroes are good in general, you're going to see a lot of pucks coming out. When you have players like Thompson and BZM on OG, those are Earth Spirit mid players. And that hero may have died as a support, but the niche Earth Spirit players are still owning with him from the mid lane.
Yeah, I think the core Earth Spirit still looks like quite good, at least when, I mean, I've seen like both performances, like it seems very polarizing in terms of at least what can happen. And I think there's maybe some other heroes that are more untouched. I've seen it more in my pubs, like some DP. It has a level 10 attack speed talent. Maybe you can go some Witchblade Ags, or maybe if there's more melees pop up, you can see Necrophos. I think this hero's still maybe undertouched a little bit. So it's just, we'll have to see how that meta develops, and then other heroes creep up, and then, you know, the usual cycle of those. We always go in some circle.
Now, one last question. And that's a very selfish question. Then we've been talking about what we've been doing the last month and stuff. I've been playing a lot of Dota. I gained 800 MMR.
Good job.
Only playing Ancient Deprivation. How good is he in Dota Pro Checker? Because I didn't check. In the pro games, because obviously I know it works for my pubs, but it's very different.
I think he might be straight up 50%.
I'm searching for this hero.
With the exposure facet, of course.
So I have played it once as a 5, and I felt that I couldn't do anything in my lane.
What do you mean? In your lane?
Yeah. Like, no, the thing, I don't know exactly what I laned with, but I feel like if you can't combo your cold feed in high MMR pubs, most offlaners, they will just feed off of you.
What's your skill build?
I'm pretty sure I go EQ into max W.
That's different now.
I have found him, Sheever.
My bad. 50%.
What do you got? What do you
49.
Yeah, he's garbage.
Oh my god, okay, don't play,
the
guys.
facets that are being taken, I gotta scroll a little bit here.
The exposure one should be better.
It's gotta be exposure.
It's actually not showing on my mobile. There. Bone Chill is at a 63% pick rate.
That's why his win rate is that
with a
not that high.
50% win rate, actually.
To be honest, I used to take that as well until I saw some post somewhere saying, wait, why is like the description on the facet is not proper? It should be this. And I'm like, wait a second, I got AoE cold feet from level 6 onwards.
Yeah.
Please.
Hang on, Sheaves. 48% win rate on the other facet.
Maybe we have to keep waiting for people to realize, right?
Yes, this is a trickle-up effect.
Right, exactly.
Trickle-down effect. Doesn't matter. It was a selfish question. I got experts, to ask questions too. So, I take advantage of that. But You guys, I know you're very clever. You can read time very well. You do know that we're now way past starting time. We're over an hour delayed at this point. And I just want to remind people as to why that is the case. It's because we cannot yet guarantee proper servers because the Dubai servers are not cooperating with us at the moment. And that is what we are waiting for. So we aim to have the highest competitive quality, which means we need those servers to work properly. Like properly, and that means we do extensive testing. We just need those servers to work properly and good so that we can play the Dota that we want to see. Now that's taking time, and it's taking a lot of time. We do appreciate all the patience you've been showing, as I'm sure that a lot of people had a very different way in mind to be spending this time right now, rather than listening to us three wonderful people, of course. But you'd rather want to see, you know, your favorite teams play some Dota 2, and that's not happening yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to take another break, and we're going to hope that we're one step closer to getting our Dota ready for you, but we don't have an ETA at this point, and we're trying. Like, there's people working really hard right now to see what they can do, to do whatever they can to fix the issue, but at the moment there's no fix just yet. So we're waiting for the servers. We will get it ready at some point, but we don't know yet when. So stick with us. Thank you for your patience, and we'll be back.
If all that it's saying is true, it's all over for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
life without reason is no life at all. We are taking over. We can change it all. 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 This is
Okay, welcome back for like the third or fourth time today. I'm not keeping count, but we have found a solution to our Dubai Dota 2 servers.
Let's go.
It's an alternative that will allow us to start the games finally. So we're like a couple minutes. No, actually, we're just like maybe 1 minute actually away from the draft kicking off. I just want to reiterate for people that thought they were an hour late and turned out to be right on time. We are going to watch our first series of the day, G2IG taking on Entity. This match as well is chosen as our ALJ match of the day because these two teams in the playing seeds, Kezu, these two teams, also Effie, Kezu, yes.
We're still here. We're still here.
We are expecting the world from these two.
I mean, we just think that they're some of the, I would say, maybe the hottest teams coming into the event, at least from what we've seen. Into the planes, yes. Exactly. But what do we really know? It's just from what we've seen, so we think that this should be a good match, an exciting match, maybe a very even one. And yeah, when it starts, of course.
Yeah. I mean, on paper, it looks like the most even match of today. Is it the most exciting one, though?
Okay, maybe not.
Are these teams famous for playing super exciting in Dota? Dota, maybe. With my boy J2, anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Here we have them, the teams. They're actually face-to-face. Actually, no, they can't see each other because of that screen. But they're basically face-to-face against each other. Entity has had a pretty tough year, if I can say that, until Astini joined them as coach. And we are seeing here, we're going to see if they can continue their track record of doing well. Obviously, they did qualify for the international. Obviously, they qualified here for Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, and they are looking to see where their limit lies. And they are up against a very tough opponent because we do have G2IG as their opponents today. And this is a team that just consistently, Effie, has been doing a little bit better every time.
Yeah, they really have. And we've mentioned time and time again, but this team is full of veteran Dota players. These players have been around the block and then some. These are TI veterans, and the world can be expected from them when they are ready. And when they are prepared for the meta, and based on their recent performances, it feels like they're getting there. They're almost there.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you just look at the players, right, nothing to say. You have X-Nova, like, you have LGD players, you have TI finalists, you have Monet. He got, like, also top 3, top 4 at TIs, countless times with, like, Aster. Boboka as well, like, back in the day, people compared him to, like, Jarex. So, I mean, that was also, like, his idol.
Yep.
And, like, you just have, like, all these players in this team that are just, like, so skilled, and they are doing better. So I just hope that they can kind of show us the same thing, like a similar thing coming into the event, that there's also new stuff that they figured out. Because, like we said, a lot of these teams had quite a lot of days to, like, cook up some new stuff.
They really did. Let's see what they cooked up. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We made it to the draft here at Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. It's underway. Game number 1, Entity, G2IG. It is a 2-game series. By the way, both of these teams are in Group A. And today we have 3 streams going on at the same time. Everything in the first line is in Group A. And then there's 4 series total on each stream. So this is just the beginning of it. Now, we did mention, we had a whole stint where we talked about all the Dota heroes before we went on our most recent break. And a couple of heroes that popped up were the Darkseer, were the Shadow Fiend, and now we see that added with the Monkey King, which I've been told is, I know that Owen has been winning quite a bit of MMR with that recently, so I would imagine he's doing pretty good in the higher brackets as well. And then we got Dragon Knight and Enchantress removed from the pool as well.
Yeah, the Monkey King in particular, we didn't get a chance to talk about, but this hero has gone up in stocks in terms of its position for a gameplay as well. So when you look at this Monkey King, it's not just a carry or a mid laner that you can pick to counter a melee offlaner or a melee mid laner, but also a roaming support, a support that provides vision and can be picked up in the draft very early on.
It's also like this facet, I think it's called Simian Stride, where you have no cooldown if you're above 90%. Like, this hero's mobility was also already incredibly high. Like, now it's even more, and the fact that you can flex this hero, I mean, yeah, I think we will just see it be banned out in a lot of games.
And even the other Monkey King facet that keeps the Wukong arena alive, that one is very situational, but can still be very good. If you're playing against displacement, like a Vengeful Spirit swap out of arena, a Skewer out of arena, you can opt to go for that facet if you are a core and still have impact in fights.
Yeah, I think it's just cool, like, they added a lot of things where heroes can play into multiple situations, even if they're quote-unquote countered. But we talked about the Tiny before, a very good hero. Mira mentioned it can be flexed. We've seen it 2, we've seen it 4. I've even seen it like 3 in some pubs as well. I don't know if people are going to dabble with it as a carry. And then G2XIG, they go with the Pango. Also, I would say kind of an open hero. I know JT likes to play it on the offlane. It's also very good mid. So I think both teams should be, I mean, just pretty comfortable with their first picks in the draft.
Yeah. Pretty happy. One thing that we saw pop up just now is that it was Entity that had prio in terms of the side and pick selection, and they picked first pick, which makes sense, but that also means the G2IG picked Dire, and I kind of thought that Radiant was the more preferred side at the moment. So what could be their reasoning for that? The only thing I know about Dire is that they have an easier time stacking their jungle, and that's it.
I'm honestly not too sure. I know that I saw some Spirit Yatoro video where they asked him Radiant or Dire. He said Dire. So I can't give you the explanation. But if my boy Yatoro says Dire is better, I'll take his word for it.
Every carry player, I think, will say Dire.
Because
of the mighty mines, or is that what? So the top side jungle for Dire gives you HP regeneration,
and the bottom side mana. And so you prefer the HP.
Yeah. So if you're a carry getting kicked out of your lane early on, and you're a carry player like Monet, who will often pick maybe more late game scaling type heroes, the Dire jungle is way better for you if you're losing the lane. The Radiant jungle, the Wishing Wells or the
Wishing Wells.
Wishing Well, I forget what it's called exactly, but that one is only very useful for heroes that use their mana to farm early on, like Naga Siren, like Medusa. But for the most part, Dire is better for those camps.
Yeah, oh dear. Are we going to see a jungle pudge? I know that was coming up during the qualifiers, specifically on Radiant side because of those mines.
Some OG special, might have to wait a bit for that. But yeah, we have some more of the, I think, very similar heroes. I think Rubik, we've seen a lot. This hero is very good. Of course, when you steal spells, you also get the added benefits of the fast sets. It's really good against Tiny. Stealing both Toss or Avalanche is just incredible. I do like that Entity are going like very aggressive. Like Rubik 4 is not traditionally the strongest laner. He hates when he gets swamped in the lane. So I think both ET and CK are very good when it comes to the laning matchup.
I think Rubik is a very interesting hero this patch because this is the most patch that he's been viable as a mid laner. Like I've seen him quite often in high MMR pubs being played mid with the Phylactery build-up, with all of the heroes that are currently popular in this meta, all having very good spells to steal. I mean, even if you look at this game, it's not the ideal Rubik game, but you have Tiny. You're very easily stealing Avalanche or Toss here. You've got CK whose stun you can steal, and the ET, while it's not that vulnerable, it's still having this Rubik covers for it.
Yeah, I feel like it's just, the hero scales a lot better, and I think it's an overall, like, a feels good hero. I feel like unless you kind of get owned early, so I could see it. They're also second pick, they can wait until later. But for now, I definitely feel like CK, when this hero gets out of hand, this hero will just take over the game. So if you're G2IG, they need to think, okay, is our Pango going offlane, and then we just use his team fight later, or are we putting him to mid? We want a new offlaner. So there's some questions that need answers right now.
Yeah, CK is very ridiculous. Of all the heroes of the B patch that were dominating, this hero got touched the least in the C patch.
Yeah, they tickled him. I don't know why.
barely nerfed. I mean, this hero is ridiculous in terms of its laning, it's ridiculous in terms of its farming, its ability to fight mid-game, its itemization. It's just good at everything.
Yeah, he also builds great items, right? Like, you're a strength hero, you just go Treads Armlet, you can go on Orchid afterwards. But okay, I like what G2IG are doing here at least. I think Brew has always been a very good answer to CK. You build Radiance, of course, when you split, your Air Panda, the Purge, deals like, I think it's 2k damage, maybe slightly more. So it's just a good answer. But of course, the laning stage is something you have to get through.
Yeah, but Brew did get a pretty significant nerf in the C patch, which is with the Shard, the Aghanim split duration goes from 12 seconds to 8 seconds, which is really huge when you're looking at Brew macro gameplay. Like, a lot of Brews will approach games that are more difficult to team fight as split pushers, and this really limits Brew's ability to. It also got the Cinder Brew a little bit nerfed in terms of damage, I believe, early on, but it's still a really good hero in regards to playing versus CK.
Well, we got a Grimstroke picked up by Entity, so that it now confirms that the Tiny is a core, and it offers the counter towards the Pangolier, so they can deal with that.
Yeah, I love this draft by Entity, actually. Just if you look at the raw HP on the side of Entity's heroes, they've got this Tiny, they've got this CK, they've got this ET, who if it has a good game and gets that Aghanim's becomes a problem, there's not much damage coming out of Radiant's draft. Who's going to be dealing the damage? They have the control of Pango, they have the control of the Muerta and the calling facet, they have this Rubik who's going to provide team fight, but who's going to dish out the DPS here?
Yeah, like what I like from Entity, what they did with the Scrimstroke pick, what I was looking for them is you kind of need a condition, I think, to burst either the Brew or the Pango at the start of the fight. I think now with what it looks like, you have a mid-Tiny who's going to have an ET Spirit to buff up, a potential Inkswell going in as well. Like, if they can start the fight like that, I think they already have, like, a very nice condition when it comes to the type of mid-game, so I really like their closing pick.
And if you look at the synergy between both supports on Entity, they cover for each other. Grimstroke provides ranged DPS, it provides control, and it provides wave clear, which ET doesn't do, but ET is a melee hero that provides scouting and is another body that you can throw in. Whereas on the side of G2IG, they've just got 2 range supports that are going to sit back and spellcast.
Yeah, I think G2IG need to, I mean, luckily for them, they have last pick, because I'm also with the idea that when we see these 4 picks, I think Entity have very nice answers right now to G2IG. So I think Entity need to like play it, I mean, not necessarily safe, but take an offlaner that is going to be solid. You can't be counterpicked too hard, because kind of what I'm getting at, I think G2IG's last pick has to really hit.
Could this be a carry Muerta? Because Chen just got banned out by Entity. Like, how do you feel about a carry Muerta here? It does provide damage, which they do lack.
I guess you have a lot of frontline with the Brew Pango, but I feel like you generally don't want to play against too many heroes that get on top of you. So, yeah, I feel like you don't want to play Muerta carry. Or if you if you do, you must think that, my lord, you're gonna outplay them left, right, and center.
Yeah, and this Centaur pick provides another tanky hero. They've identified that there's just no damage coming out of G2IG, and they do try to mend this with this Sven pick. It provides the God Strength DPS, it provides teamfight, flash farming, and stun, which maybe they needed a little bit more of that to fight. But it does seem like Entity's picks are just going to roll over G2IG, honestly.
Yeah, I like the pivot with the Sven, because I feel like they needed explosive damage. It's also like a old counter to Centaur. You need overwhelming damage against these strength heroes. If G2IG have a good early game, like their mid-game team fighting can be fine, but I feel like Entity's early to mid-game with how they can go together with their heroes, honestly, I would give a slight edge to Entity, but I can see G2IG kind of fight back.
I think if Rubik pulls off some pretty nice steals, like there's really good steals coming out of Grimstroke, coming out of Tiny, and if he can take Stampede in a fight, all of a sudden things do change, because they're going to have the initiation of Pango, they're going to have the Brewmaster split that's going to be difficult to deal with, and the damage of Sven. But in terms of laning and just raw run at you potential, Entity have got that covered. I mean, if G2IG slip up even a little bit on lanes, it's going to be very difficult, because you're looking at Grimstroke playing with all of these initiators, all of these blink carriers, all of these heroes that want to go in.
It seems like Entity has maybe a little bit more easy to execute draft, but G2IG has the tools to deal with it if they execute properly. Whether they can or not, we're going to, of course, find out in our opening match here at Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. And for that, we're heading over to our commentary duo of Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Shiva, yes, we're getting ready here for this game 1 to start off. Entity up against G2IG. Fogged, the picks have come in. We heard from the panel, very much feeling that, like, from the side of Entity, it's a lot of beef, it's a lot of brawn. These are some tanky heroes, some difficult to bring down heroes. G2IG maybe lacking in the damage outside of the God Strength, right? Because with that last pick, at least from Monet, he pops out, he could on paper be able to clean them up. The question is he going to be able to do it here?
That is a good question. I think they're quite cooldown reliant. That's the one thing I would look at IG, where it's, yes, if they can come out of the lanes and it's kind of even and they're able to get these good levels on this Pango, on this Brewmaster in particular, these are going to be the 2 that allow them to fight early on to deal with that super strong early time that Entity has. Because Entity, they're kind of playing with no downtime when you do look at these heroes. It's incredibly aggressive. Pretty much no cooldowns, really. It's Phantasm and Stampede are the 2 and more throughout the TI. Actually, I think like Katomi, once he plays it like once or twice, he really loves to start playing, and it combos really well when you have all 3 of these tanky cores.
I mean, yeah, this is the thing, right? On paper, again, as the panel said, you know, Entity's lineup, it just looks easier to play. Everybody's kind of got a stun, a setup, whereas, you know, on G2IG, it feels like they're trying to do kind of like the big brain 5-head stuff. You know, they got to support Rubik, support Muerta, ready to come in with the plays, but sometimes those plays aren't always there. You know, it's going to be a lot of fun to see if G2IG can do it with this lineup, but a misplay here or there could cost them the game.
Yeah, misplay early, especially in the laning phase, if things just snowball out of control, and then a misplay on ultimates. Because, yeah, I'm looking at these Pango rolls and these primal splits early have to be pretty successful, at least to slow down the pace that Enti should be able to set. And, of course, we have to talk about, you know, Watson in particular playing his CK. He's had some unbelievable performances on this hero. Kind of everybody has, but he had some like 25-2 performances and stuff like that versus several counter heroes. So this game, he is versus quite a bit of counter matchups you could look at versus the Pango, the Brew, the Sven, and stuff like that. But I've seen this hero endure.
Absolutely. That's the crazy thing as well. He's only gold tier on the Dota Plus levels. You know, imagine how good this lad's going to be when he gets up to platinum, gets up to the master tier.
Now you're doing a delayed smoke, so we've seen a bit of these as well, trying to get an advantage off of the laning phase right away.
I mean, they've absolutely got first blood potential right again. Talking about all these stuns that they can use. If they walk into a hero alone, they're pretty much guaranteed to get first blood here, Entity.
And, it's Nova.
I mean, he's dead. This will be the first blood. Who's going to be the one to take it? They'll try and maybe give it to the mid. It's actually going to be Watson. There we go, easy. Actually, I guess they didn't have the mid with them at that point. He'd already stepped back. So, yeah, easy first blood for Watson. No one's like, you can have that one, bro.
Yep. Great start for the CK for that laning phase. They're going to check to see if the ward is there. It is not at the moment, so they do get that information. Trying to get their runes and looking at some interesting facet stuff here. As Watson's actually getting a little bit of pressure. They're actually going to try to go for the kill.
Oh, they might actually have a good chance of this. Indeed, Watson.
They got him.
Underestimating their chance to get them off, but Boca will lose his life for it, but at least G2IG able to get themselves a kill on the board. Still, though, Entity, of course, happier with the opening play here, getting 2-1, including that first blood. And how are we looking on the bounties? And every single bounty.
One. Yeah.
So, Entity, they won't mind that they lost a kill amongst all of that.
And I'm seeing this more and more now, actually, from the 5 ETs. So they're not taking deconstruction anymore in a lot of them. Especially Fishman, he's been doing this in his pubs. He's been taking the momentum. So you're just able to trade super effectively. Rather than have to rely on standing on top of the natural order, you just get much more benefit because of your attack speed and you get to go win lace, etc. and stuff. The ET players know these kind of tricks. So now skilling the Spirit at level 1, it feels a bit better. Still not the biggest fan of it, but can help him trade versus these heroes to get a Watson space.
Any of the particular lanes that you feel could go one way pretty severely early on?
Not sure, to be honest. I'm just not sure how Sven lanes anymore, to be honest with you. That's probably, I guess top is the one that I'm looking at mostly. Grim and Centaur have been, Centaur in particular has been very impressive versus most melee heroes. So I'm just curious to see how Monet is going to be able to stand versus it, because I haven't seen that much Sven still. I'm still uncertain how strong this facet is and everything too. I've seen it in the Rise in the pubs and all that, but I'm wondering how it deals with this very strong pressure lane.
Do you think, sort of as the panel was talking about as well, so the Sven pick is also down to the fact that they did get their die as side as they wanted, and it's one of those carries for sure, right, that if you do get forced out of the lane, you do have the mechanism to farm up in the jungle, and this is the side of the map, whereas the panel's mentioning it's beneficial to because of the mines and the regen.
I'm imagining it has to be something like that. These carry players just really like having that mighty mines.
Yeah.
So, yeah, probably something like that. And, of course, Sven just loves to go to jungle pretty early anyway. So, yeah, that's a good shout. So maybe not going to care too much if he gets pressured that much in the early game here. Mid, this one also could maybe be a bit difficult just because, honestly, this spell is just, honestly, Owen, this is nonsense. I don't know why Toss does so much damage now.
No, it's crazy.
It really is absurd.
Yeah. And no one, he's always been a fantastic tiny player. And, yeah, so far in the lane, 13-2 against the... we're giving those two creeps there, pretty much 9-1 that he's going to be able to pick up on those first few waves. So a decent wave advantage of last hits here for no one in the mid matchup so far.
Yeah, just easy for, look at that. He just tosses a creep, one hit on the range creep, he guarantees it, and it puts good harassment. And if he gets lucky in some situation, he can toss and catch the Pango mid-shield crash. Not too likely to happen with this matchup, but hey, anything's possible.
We'll see if we get any early involvement from any of the supports around mid, because there's absolute kill potential.
Definitely.
With the combo that no one can lay down.
And either of them can go pretty easily. Fishman can just, honestly, Fishman can just throw a Spirit, and it's just the amp up from the natural order that can be enough. And we'll have to see how much that amp up honestly does with just the crash landing itself. Looking at both carries, Watson is slowed down a little, but yeah, Monet is really slow. 6 CS. He's got
that's rough.
A couple coming in under him, but that's already slowing, showing that this lane is very, very oppressive that Entity has gone for.
I mean, it's early days, but it's maybe feeling like it might be again one of those stories where they look to JT to carry them.
I feel like that's the case a lot of the times for IG. JT does have some explosive games, and he does have a very good hero this game in particular. Yes, there's silences that can disrupt him from the Grim, but he can be that really hard kind of carry to dissuade versus a CK. You'll have to get that, of course, that wind dispel, his radiance, etc.
Yeah, he's having a good lane.
He is having one.
17 and 4, having a very good time farming down there. So JT set to get the good timings on his Brewmaster, which is absolutely going to be required for G2IG after having a bit of a rougher start on their other cores in comparison to that of Entities.
Xnova.
I mean, they could go for a kill opportunity here. And he's going to try and lift back DM, but the Inkswell and the Stroke of Fate still connects, and Entity will find themselves a kill. So this lane that Monet is already struggling in, it's not going to get any easier, especially with this duo picking up support kills.
No, they love this lane combo, and anytime you're giving a Grimstroke a little bit of an advantage too, he is playing versus these matchups. That's fantastic if he gets a good start. That Soulbind's going to be very relevant this game. Getting off to that one. Yeah, triple bracer finished up. Centaur no longer going to get punished out of the lane. And he has actually higher base damage even versus something like Sven, who gets the benefit out of these bracers too.
Yeah, should be able to indeed continue to just have that last hit advantage. You've got a nice juicy wave coming in under the tower as well, DM.
Yep.
So we'll be able to stay that step ahead.
And always the big thing that we have to mention is that, yeah, CK is a little bit slowed down, but CK has innate built-in regen because he just lifesteals, so he always is going to be able to stay in this lane now at this point. They can't really push him out. While Monet, he's pushed out. He's got jungle, but yeah, he is going to be slowed down a bit here.
Definitely not ideal circumstances for G2IG off the laning stages.
No, but to be expected, right? With the way that NT set themselves up with this draft, like it was, unless IG outplays in the laning phase pretty hard, they should be a little bit behind in that start, so. See what happens on those power rooms, though. No one tries to get the toss during the shield crash just off the mark. Katomi's in the area. Next toss in 5 seconds. Careful on TS.
Yeah, it's got the Soul Ring and the 9-1 charges, so would have mana to play with it. No one if he wants to go.
Yeah, this is that new, I say new, but I mean pretty much since Crash Landing has gotten figured out, everyone's just buying Soul Ring because it's just incredible. You one-shot these creep waves, especially once you hit 6. And yeah, we're seeing double support rotations coming in for that power rune. Fishman will give respect, though, to the rotation for the Boca. Now he's running in anyway, actually. Might end up dying for that.
They'll certainly go for him. Rolling Thunder out for nothing to say. And caught against the cliff, but
nope.
Shield Crash jump up to the high ground. He will, tries to deny to the neutrals, but Boca are able to get that last hit in to take Fishman down. So they get a kill around the power room, but of course, as you saw, Entity, they're the ones that get lucky with the spawn, as no one's able to pick up an Invis Arena. Actually might be able to use that straight away to set up onto the 2, and then see if the Inkswell and the Stroke of Fate combo, it's not quite enough to take nothing to say down immediately. He's able to get the Shield Crash off. They'll try and turn towards Baboka. See if Baboka's able to run away from this. Good fear to push back no one. And a deny to the neutrals. Very, very, very swiftly done there. Nothing to say, though. He gets caught after it all, though. In the river, Watson's able to swing across from bottom lane. They don't get the support, but they do kill the mid.
Sneaky moves from both supports. Xnova's going for a steal. Fishman's also going for one. JT, he'll contest. Same thing for DM.
Let's see who's able to interrupt too between the telekinesis and the hoof stomps. DM's going to have backup, so
DM's got this.
We'll be able to not only secure the Wisdom Rune here for the team, but also manage to set up to take Xnova down.
Can they punish Fishman? They've got a blood grenade. Do they have a pushback? They should from the shot. They should.
Yeah. They've got the slow and the angle. And Fishman
taking quite a bit.
He's going to have the...
He's taking quite a lot.
I guess the stomp off.
But he's going down.
Yeah, Watson considers, but feels that at this stage just doesn't quite have the damage to be able to try and fight those two. So we'll back off with the Phantasm.
Fishman, 2 deaths now. I mean, that first one was very avoidable. This secondary one, probably not after he commits for that Wisdom Rune. Giving up a little bit there, though. IG will take that.
I can see overall, though, indeed, on the net worth. All 3 cores of Entity coming out favorably here on the first 7 minutes.
And a pretty significant margin, got to be honest, between that CK and the Sven. It's 1,200 gold difference. Monet, as we said, yeah, he can go back to jungle to farm it up, and he, of course, is on the dire side for that extra regen, but yeah, CK with this type of start, he can stay in his lane the whole time. He can come back and just keep pressuring while Sven is going to have difficulty always showing up in that lane.
Power in spawn once again favors Entity. They'll be able to pick it up at the top.
Of course.
Smoke. It's going to come out for G2IG, see if they can make something happen, potentially towards the bottom. We'll see where Nothing to Say wants to go with this Rolling Thunder.
This is an interesting adaptation. He's going Spirit Vessel because he's playing versus the 3 strength cores, I guess, on Nothing to Say. Not something you see always, but...
It's kind of it's sort of a bit of all in then on the item build, right? If you're not getting action, getting kills, it's going to feel pretty rough.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back in the mid, another setup here, as no one's able to step up, burst through Xnova.
It might be one of those situations where he feels like he has to get a good Spirit Vessel timing and get a good kind of snowball going to deal with the pressure that's going to come from Entity's draft. Because as we see already, it is going to start quickly accelerating with their timings as they have great heroes to get these blinks and they have good heroes to back it up with it, with the ET and the Grim to just amp up. You know, no one. He's going to have Tread, Soul Ring, and Blink within the next 3 minutes or so. Very likely, unless IG is able to slow things down.
Yeah, Nothing to Say, I guess. With the core setup that they have, right, he knows that JT and Mono, they're going to be incredibly greedy, right? These guys, they don't want to show up for a long time, so getting something like the Vessel, because he knows he will be involved in every single fight. There won't be any move that he is avoiding, so he's always going to be stuck in and really riding on the fact that they'll be able to get the kills here and there and start to at least slow down some of the snowball from Entities. And they jump in on the mid, they get the silence into the stomp.
He's looking pretty dead.
And they've also managed to link up the 2 of them. Doesn't matter though, Xnova steps away, but indeed Nothing to Say, dead again. It's going to be really hard for him to try and get that tempo on this Pango with how Entity are shutting him down.
They're just playing around no one at this point now. There's Centaurs, DM can be left alone, fine. Watson's free farming, so they're like, okay, we can just play around this Tiny and get kills to anybody who steps up. I mean, Xnova, that's dangerous.
I mean, yeah, again, not respecting the Tiny plus the 2 support backup that Entity are rocking here in the mid lane. Xnova, he's gone.
Hemorrhaging tons of kills here pre-10 minutes, 3K leader.
They're bringing the numbers in. JT's also turned up now. They're going to look towards Fishman, but he knows he can TP out.
Oh boy.
Nothing to be able to put a stop to that one. So this time Fishman able to live. And Entity, they continue to get away with those moves around the mid. They're actually going to make a very quick move now towards the top. Because they know with all those numbers from G2IG turning up in the mid lane, it's going to be difficult for G2IG to respond to this sort of play elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, he's half HP as well. He's just instantly dead as soon as they catch him. It feels like...
Oh,
wow.
Oh, that was heads up. I don't know what sort of information you got from the map. Probably the lack of the fact that they didn't see anything. Monet knew to get out.
Duelist gloves. I think he saw that he got extra attack speed. Because they were within 1200.
We'll give him that. We'll give him that. There you go.
There's no other indicator unless he like just
the spiders. It could be the spiders. It sounds cooler indeed.
I'll say the duelist gloves.
He picked it up on the duelist.
I'll give him the credit for it.
Does that even show though if the enemies are in fog?
You'll feel the attack speed.
Yeah, it's true.
You know,
that's true. I think he did.
I don't know.
We'll give him that.
I'd have to like literally just look back at it. But either way, heads up play. Monet gets out half HP and he works on what? I think it was a double or triple ancient. Catches back up here. Yep. No one. His blink is coming on Courier. Nothing to Say does have his Vessel finished up, but he's a bit fragile unless he gets this shield run off. Has to have the backup of his teammates. How the support levels looking. Still level 5 on the Rubik. Xnova's is the more important one. Muerta's not so important. Got one. Find himself a nice juicy stack. Quickly cleared away.
Oh. Maboka, Nothing to Say, starting to crawl closer towards the 2 of them. No one's in.
The roll's already out though, and the Vessel's on him.
TPs are coming in. They're going to look to try and turn this around. There is a Stampede to try and assist No One in his retreat. JT TP's over, indeed, with the Stampede. That's going to be enough for No One to get away. Fishman's going to get left behind, caught in the river.
Good leash.
At the least, he should die. They'll get another shot in. No One's going to jump forward again, trying to help out. In fact, it's going to allow Fishman to stay alive. Fishman's able to get up to the high ground, get away. It bursts through JT. The Brewmaster's gone. They've even managed to lay down the silence on the Nothing to Say. He'll get the shield crash off, slide to the side with the swashbuckle. See if he can live with the bottle regen. Toss forward though. Watson comes crashing down on top of him. Baboka will get Pierce the Veil off to provide some sort of safety from Watson. But the stun's back up and he's able to take him down through it. Xnova on the retreat.
Another toss.
It's there again. No one able to help DM close the gap in onto the Rubik. The TPs are coming in. DM one more right click or two to take this down. He's going to be careful and in fact might be punished. But Monet TPs in. Xnova does kill himself there, I think, on the last attack.
Mail.
On the blade mail, yeah, indeed. So they'll lose DM at the end of it, but of course, overall, Entity very happy with that play. 12-4, 4K lead now. Just when it comes to fights, and great jump really at the start there from No One. It looked like Fishman was dead, but he gets in there, saves Fishman, and then the whole turnaround begins where G2IG, they lose heroes one by one by one.
Yeah, Soulbind's actually back up, so it's been 70 seconds. A great little play there from Katomi to get the catch on them for no one to jump in afterwards. And he survives, and then he kills DM. He throws in his buddy, kills him. They get the kill, of course, out of it, but maybe not the most necessary. Gets punished, 12-4. Great plays that they're doing here, Anthony. As we said, not cooldown reliant. They're just able to play super fast early game.
Yep.
And that's allowing now Watson, he's going to have this Orchid at a crazy fast timing with Soulbind, so potentially double Orchids. And of course, as we know, he's playing versus the Brew. He's playing versus the Pango, which JT, or IG in particular, they need to get these ultis off to have success in
we're
fights.
seeing already now the pressure that Entity's been putting on this early. We'll actually catch the replay once again.
It's beautiful.
The Fishman looking as good as dead. A great jump from Nolan, and that frustration there, right, where you weren't quite able to kill off the ET and you lose your Brew. I mean, JT, he got free farm early, but with this amount of pressure that he's been putting on around the mid, we're seeing him feel forced to turn up, and he's not able to turn up and get these splits off. He's getting punished each and every time, so they can kill him again before he can get it off. This time he might have a chance. Indeed, he'll survive the efforts this time round. They'll take down Katsuomi, and with the Rolling Thunder, nothing to say. Not quite able to catch on to no one with the rolling. So then with the shield crash and the swashbuckle, but we get tossed back and into the avalanche.
He's vesseled again.
He's surrounded by the four of them. Surely they're able to finally bring down this tiny. JT closes in, and no one will fall. So a good strike back from G2IG.
JT was so ready there. He actually got the Cinder Brew off, and he was on his Earth Brawler, so he had,
they couldn't kill him.
50% magic resistant enhanced or something like that. So tanked right through the combo. Didn't even get him below half HP.
They will have another silence to throw in the mix now. With the Orchid online for Watson.
But a comeback nice to the left here. Which G2IG, they need to have any of these in the early game to try to get the Sven back online. So a small one, but one that they do need because it's now at least the Relic finished up, if I'm not mistaken, on JT. Should be coming out in the Courier. So the lineup does take a little bit more time to get online. The Radiance plus that Sven, of course, to take some time. But Entities, they're hitting all these timings as well. They've got the Blink now on the Centaur, so they can keep making these aggressive moves. Is that Katomi? Katomi now has the Shard on the Grim, which is a massive timing also for him. So right now, Entity could look to snowball things, especially with this amp damage too on no one. See how G2IG reacts. Monet won't react, but it's the rest of them who kind of have to. Because he is still getting that good farm on the Sven. Almost matched with the CK now.
Radiant are scanning.
Patience from nothing to say.
I mean, as soon as he shows, they will not be afraid of diving a tier 2 to go for him.
But Boca's in a really good position right now.
There he goes, he shows it's immediate. No one's in with the jump combo. Is it enough burst to bring down the Pango? It's close, but nothing to say. He's trying to remove the silence. Gets another shield crash off.
He's alive.
He's going to be able to survive. Monet comes in, finishes up the kill. Like the splitters there, he won't survive. But it does cost no one his life. G2IG showing that now, when it takes that long to bring someone down, they can turn things around. We're seeing Entity still hovering around the area.
JT
Split's going to come out. See the jump in from DM, but the Split's already off. JT focusing down Katsuomi. Entity, I think it's in their best interest to just get out of here. As Katsuomi left behind, G2IG, they're going to be able to find another kill out of this. So this time round, Entity maybe forcing it a little too much and not respecting the fact that G2IG, they were ready with their TPs and killing off the nothing to say under tier 2. They weren't going to let you get away with that.
No. They don't commit, though, into these ults. So that's the one thing, is the Brew Split and the God Strength. Let's use God Strength 1000 point, but Brew Split, pretty important. So Entity, when they respawn, could look to just go again. They do have pretty much everything available except for that Stampede. But G2IG, slightly striking back. In good position, but Boca, he knew this play was coming. He was the reason that they were able to at least protect nothing to say long enough with his Atos plus calling to get at least some type of trade-offs here. And now Sven for Monet, so he's looking to get involved in these fights now early on as well. Feeling like he probably needs to. So Blink on him, Blink on the Pango. Primal Split, as we said, cooldown for 80.
Well, they're hunting, though, again. Entity. They know how strong Watson is. If they can get him in on the front lines, get him in with the catch.
If no Primal Split, go fight.
And G2IG split up once again. JT starting to catch back up in farm off the back of that last fight.
Sure is. No one still lingering in the area to maybe try to pressure him. JT's ready for it. Immediately brews himself up just in case. Oh, I actually didn't talk about that. I didn't notice that he took the Drunken Master. Sorry about that one. So not the most common one, but I've seen more people take this one now lately.
Dire are scanning.
Right in the mid. Power into spawn. Nothing to say. He's able to jump in and grab it. Nice stream for the Pango.
It's a good denial rune. Honestly, maybe not the most incredible rune on a Pango, but taking that one away from a Tiny is pretty huge in fights. They're going to smoke. That means Primal Split probably coming back up. Yeah, 15 seconds.
And they know that with the way that they've managed to slow down Entity a bit, and G2IG, indeed, when they have their ults, they're in a pretty good spot to take this sort of fight.
As long as they can get as long as they can cast those ultimates.
They just go straight for DM. He's able to get the Stampede off. Nothing to say. Chasing him down with the Rolling Thunder.
He's got him.
And indeed they will. The kills there.
Ooh, and he gave Stampede. So that's actually a pretty big deal. Wasn't able to cast a secondary spell.
That's a very nice steal, and not one that you get every day.
No, that's pretty huge, to be honest with you. Could save and could even set up for some kills. We see X-Nova, he actually went for Mech also quite early. This is pretty cool to just survive versus these big burst combos, protect his allies.
Yeah, having the Stampede basically nullifies the vulnerability you're going to have when this God Strength is down right for the team. It's like you can just dodge the fights until the next ult's up. So, yeah, very big steal. Making it harder for Entity to really abuse these aggressive timings, the early timings that they were getting away with at the start of the game. And it's beginning to slow down, and G2IG, that's very much what they were going to be hoping for when they're running this, Monet, Sven, JT on the brew.
Yep.
They're happy to sit back and farm things up.
We'll just have to see how the clashes go. It's going to be a lot of these initiations, if they get the brew splits off, if they get the Pango split, because there's a lot of soulbinds, silences, etc. from Entity that could just stop those from getting. So yeah, initiation is going to be huge. And yeah, we'll also have to see that matchup, of course, is how ridiculous is CK, right? Like, he really is just that ridiculous of a hero. He's gotten pretty much every timing for Watson. He's got his Mantha, even though he's playing versus lots of counter matchups.
Oh, no one's in. Stampede is there. Is it going to allow him to get away? He's getting away and getting the silence off. Shield crash and a slide away with a swashbuckle. They won't be able to continue to chase him. So there we go indeed. The power of having that Stampede stolen gets what would have been quite the valuable kill taken away from Entity. They don't get it.
He also did a good job of making sure he killed the bug. If he doesn't kill that bug, the latch, the brain damage was going to kill him. So did a great job at that one to protect it. We're seeing the Wisdom runes. They're actually setting up for it again. Looking at Baboka. He's going for the snatch. And Monet is on the side to pick up theirs. X-Nova. He's been found. No one's on him. He's got some backup. But Entity's got more backup.
Oh, they're straight in. It's just the one support, though.
Probably wanted to try to get a little more since they used Stampede there.
G2IG will not be concerned at all about that sort of play being made by Entity. As you can see, with each passing moment, the net worth difference, it's closing. As G2IG stabilizing the game, Baboka able to grab the double wisdom.
Baboka is farming quite a bit too. That's kind of where that difference is starting to shrink down. Besides the Sven catching up, look at the difference between him and the Grimstroke. He's got 1,600 gold difference, so.
Yeah, he's going to scale. This is what Baboka likes to do.
It's true. No one, another great toss back. Do they have enough?
Going to bounce around a bit, and he's able to jump out. Silence is removed. So indeed, back to the high ground, safety for nothing to say. Again, another sort of play that they're trying to make Entity. It's just not quite working out. G2IG considering starting something themselves. As the smoke's there.
They're ready for no one if he shows, but he's just going to use the toss because it one-shots the creep waves, of course. Playing maybe for Power Rune, though. They might look to surprise him on it.
I see who surprises who. Smoke up from both sides. No one. Smoke's going to dispel. He's straight onto X-Nova. So they can come with the counter play. And Monet's going to jump in onto the backlines with the BK in the God Strength. Takes down Katomi. Now turns over towards Fishman. It's Fishman on the run. Sleep to hold back JT for now. No one.
He's in trouble.
Him back, but indeed a couple more swipes will bring him down. He's able to turn with the avalanche. Hold back the Sven.
Can he get out?
Have they got any more damage to throw down on him? They do. Monet jumps in. Same to his head for nothing to say. They get him with the shield crack. The split is going to be over JT. He gets the split off just in time. They weren't able to kill off the brew. And now they're going to potentially lose more. I mean, Watson, okay,
he's fighting them.
He's killed Monet out through the midst of it all, but he will die. I mean, Watson will take that. He's hey, I did my job. I killed the enemy carry. Overall, the Entity again losing these fights. Now the G2IG are, I mean, they're playing to their timings perfectly.
And they're playing that was a beautiful wraparound. They knew that they're going to go for this rune. You saw the two of them, the Brew and the Sven, go on the south side and wrap to get the catch. That was really well prepared. They do lose Monet, though, at the end there, so that's And it's still positive for them, of course, but you know, Watson will be like, okay, a 1v3 in the middle of a split, and he's able to get a kill. Pretty cool.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Of course, thanks for Fishman Stomp, but
yeah, the lead is you know,
shrunk. It's gone.
It's gone. It's pretty much dead even. You can only imagine one more team fight. As we've been seeing, it's going to push G2IG in advantage.
Oh, and now I've been seeing people talk about this. I don't think I've seen it in official, but I see JT. He's got the Aghanims queued up. So,
okay, yep, nice and early with the build. Radiant straight into it.
And the thing about before, you know, people who don't know what this Aghanim is because not many people buy it, the reason it got wasn't really so good before is it had to be near you. That penalty is gone. So you can use this thing to split push. You can use it to do quite a bit here. So pretty interesting.
Maybe some mind games as well, right? You kind of show it somewhere and they're like the Bruise there, but he isn't. He could be anywhere else.
Yep. You can use it to farm. You can use it to split. You can do so much with it. So I'm glad to see it get picked up. We'll see how good it actually is once he does finish that one.
Time to take the Tormentor. That's going to be Shard for Xnova.
Great Shard. Good spells to steal. If he's able to ever steal that Inkswell, then he's going to have that, of course, Shard component built into it as well now. Yeah, just going straight Greaves. So just having that extra little bit of aura for his team, too. And yeah, we're seeing the difference in the support net worth really start to grow.
Yeah, that little bit can definitely make the difference in the team fights when it comes to keeping your cores alive with the Greaves, right? You've got these two cores, the Brew and the Pango. It's all down to if they can get their ults off before they burst.
And now they are. The ult is back up.
Yep.
That whole downtime when Primal Split was down, wasn't able to see Entity make any type of move to take advantage of it. So G2IG ready to fight. Level 18 also on Monet. I believe he also has a small crit, so his damage has highly spiked in these last few moments. Well, on the side of Entity, Watson's actually very close to BKB, so that might be the timing that they look to go for a fight, because they're going to have double BKB themselves to at least deal with the Pango split and versus the Brewmaster.
Oh, no one. It's going to look to play around the vision that they've got set up top.
Xnova
to show, they know that Xnova's in the trees, but Xnova does have a lot of backup. Entity, they're aware of it. They don't go in fully aggressive. They know that there's going to be a lot of heroes here ready to play.
No one's thinking about it.
I mean, now they've got a bit more information. They've seen a few heroes pass by the warding, but now G2IG, they're going to know that they know. No one's going to try and punish. He gets him with the jump onto Xnova. Straight away the burst through the Rubik. Immediate buyback, though, from Xnova. He's ready to reach on the fight, and indeed no one dies on the front lines into the damage from Monet. They'll turn now over towards Katomi. He's trying to escape, but JT's got him.
He didn't BKB. He got clipped by the initial stun, got hit by the follow-up stun, and he's just 100 to 0'd. Probably could have seen something different there if he does get BKB.
That's risky, and going for that sort of play around there, if you're jumping a support, it's pretty much guaranteed they're going to buy back and TP back over immediately. It's exactly what happened from Xnova. They do not mind at all no one jumping the Rubik. If anything, no one just sort of took the bait there.
Yeah. That's, I think, 3 times now we're seeing G2IG prepared for the move that's going to happen from Entity just a little bit more. They're set up with the heroes, and they get that better fight. We saw the dive from mid. We saw this one. And we saw one other one as well, too. So Aghanims is now finished. And that was, Watson didn't use BKB, neither did no one. But
no,
yeah,
they backed out. Right,
they just had to run.
But DJ, no one, not getting the chance to. Gets caught off that jump.
And Monet is getting real big here. About to be level 20, about to have a Daedalus as well, too, to be able to rip through that CK Phantasm. And so far, Watson having a little bit of a quiet one, even though he did have that, you know, kills versus 3 heroes.
Sure, he got a kill in the midst of it. But Boca, he's going to get jumped.
He's going down.
We can take him out, no problem. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on your screen, we have got that new bit of tech here. We're going to be keeping track of the Aegis power play, of what exactly a team is able to get accomplished during their Aegis holding. So I believe at the end of this timer, we'll get to sort of see how the gold has changed and how much progress G2IG's made, or how much progress they didn't make. We'll see how efficient they were with the moments that they were holding the Aegis.
Yep, definitely. Right now, they're obviously downtime a bit here for the Primal Split. In that meantime, it means Entity, they're really still trying to hunt. Even though it is versus an Aegis, they do want to still catch some of these heroes because Primal is that important still. But unable to find anybody. 5 heroes just swinging across the map to try to find a pick-off and to, of course, take away this Wisdom Rune. G2IG now setting up. They've got Split. They've got their spells ready. And they'll be able to take that Wisdom Rune themselves. JT. Wanted to try to do some type of deny play there, but it's not quite able to. I'm going to try to keep track of this little panda quite a bit here.
Yeah, see what JT's doing around the map with it.
Watch what he does to mid tower. I mean, this is why I was saying, you literally just kill towers. So that mid tier 1, it's getting taken from 100% HP. It's down to 10% HP.
He's going to have it, right?
And it's dead.
He's got it. They might even be able to go for a kill as well with the setup here. Nothing to say. Comes in with a Rolling Thunder onto Fishman. Entity, they might just have to let him go. They're going to drop the Soulbind. They're thinking about fighting this. As they're looking towards the fight. Watson, is he ever get stuck in? He is. He's going to go straight in towards Nothing to Say. They'll burst through the Pango. See if they can burst through anything more. They'll look for Baboka, but Baboka is able to stand his ground here with a Pierce the Veil. No one's on the retreat as Monet and JT chase him down, kill him off through the BKB. Entity, they've lost 3. They're going to lose more. Katsuomi taken out beyond the tier 2 tower. I mean, you could see the hesitation. You could feel it from Entity there with the way that the fight started with Fishman getting gone upon. They end up deciding to try and take the fight, but that's a decision I think they'll regret, folks.
A big decision they'll regret. I mean, Monet just stands watching BKBs, walks in, he's like, oh, hell no, I'm not walking into God Strength Sven.
That's true. Watson, he's the one that's been playing the safest, as he needs to do is the carry. But unfortunately from the rest of his team, taking some risks that are not paying off.
Hey, that's a pretty big power play, I would say so myself.
Yeah, look at that, 6.2k difference gained here. And still with 2 minutes to play on the Aegis. That's exactly. I mean, honestly, textbook stuff ready from G2IG this game. We said their draft is going to be harder to execute, but they're bringing in that top level play that they need to make it work. Their timings have been absolutely on point.
They've been honestly playing just a little bit better as a team. It feels like they're always just there to back each other up.
At this point, it's probably like, okay, guys, this ain't the fight.
And look at that, Watson, he just can't even get in. They get like quick little reset plays. I think that was JT actually who pulled him away. I can actually see there for a second, but either way, Monet comes in, 2 big cleaves. 2 heroes are just dead, and those are the tanky cores.
Yeah, damage is definitely no longer an issue now for G2IG at this point of the game that they've managed to build up towards. They've really got through that tough spot, that first kind of 15 minutes of play.
And Baboka even just massive at this point too.
They're catching DM. I mean, this Sensor, he's gone in an instant. 3,600 HP just gone just like that. They have no struggle taking him down, pushing these towers, and starting to take everything away from Entity.
He's playing so good around their cooldowns. Just so good at playing like a team around each other. 10k lead. They're going up to the high ground.
I mean, they could definitely do so. They've got 45 seconds left on the Aegis.
They've got the Earth Bruling as well too, so it's just going to be... It can siege. Monet can siege too, but you can see it does a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, he's doing some great stuff with this, JT.
Okay, wrap around. Entity trying to bring things back into comfort.
They're going to take a fight, Monet. Oh, he's going to get taken out the once. That's the Aegis gone. So if they can take him out a second time, nothing to say, he's keeping control of Fishman at the side of the Rolling Thunder. Monet, he's able to start running away. In fact, he's going to turn over towards Fishman, finish up the kill on him. See if he can get anything more. As G2IG, they'll hover around the side of the fight. The buyback will come in from Fishman. I think both teams sort of unsure whether they want to keep this fight going, and both teams end up deciding they don't. So they'll split. As G2IG, they'll be happy with that. Sure, they lose the Aegis, but it was going away anyway in about 26 more seconds.
2 buybacks.
And indeed, DM and Fishman buying back and not getting rewarded with anything. So we'll see overall, indeed, on the Aegis power play, 10k gold difference was created. So, as I say, G2IG, not only they've been playing to the timings, they've been playing to the objectives perfectly. That's a textbook example of what you kind of want to get accomplished with your first Aegis in a game.
And how you want to reset fights. You could see, like, Entity was the one kind of deciding, do we actually want to run to this fight? But Entity, I think, really wanted to because IG's, all their ults were wearing off. God Strength was wearing off, Primal Split's gone. They were just like, oh, okay, you're going to let us freely back away. That's the dream. And now everything's going to start coming back up for them very soon, and they can look to just go again versus Entity. But Baboka almost has same net worth now as the Centaur, too, so he is really just going to be able to rip apart quite a bit of these heroes.
Yeah, it's not an easy game for DM right now. We're seeing how quickly he can die.
All 3 of these strength cores, and they can't actually focus Baboka. Too easy. They will find Nothing to Say.
That's not a bad catch.
Pretty big one.
See if they can do anything with this. 50 seconds, no Pango. I can only imagine that Entity are going to try their best to find something else with this.
30 seconds, no Primal Split. It feels like it's got to be go time for them.
Straight to the bottom, maybe. Get the wrap around. But they lose DM to Baboka. I mean, you said he was strong. You said he was stronger than the Centaur. He takes him out solo.
He's going to give a lot of gold.
That's your support Muerta here. And now no one's trying to turn over the fight. He has got BKB. He's going to have to pop it. He's going to try and turn towards Baboka, take him down. He will get him, so a bit of revenge there, as no one's able to avenge the death of DM. But still, DM, he's not going to be feeling great about that one. Dying solo to the position for Muerta.
What the hell? Did you see that taunt? What the damage from no? Just like one-shotted him. All right. Good old tiny things. Wow, Baboka though. He's actually ahead of Nothing to Say in net worth now for that kill. It's pretty absurd. Getting that kill onto No One, it's actually, No One able to grab that one is a big deal because it's a lot of experience. He's got his Conda now and he's actually level 20. So, step of trade-offs. I think Entity actually, even though he lost the EM, it might be better that they kill Baboka somehow now. It's kind of crazy just because of that gold that he gives.
Yeah, he's really scaling up.
He really is.
But it does seem to be the vibe sometimes with the G2IG lineup, right? It's part of their strat. You know, Nothing to Say. He's having a bit of a rough game. He's like, it's all right, guys. Bottom lane will carry. And then it's like, which one? He's like, both of them.
Both of them. Well, he did this. He chose to do this with his build, though, right? He took a step back. He went Vessel. He went Shiva.
No,
so he's like,
did.
I'm going to be the one for the mid game. You guys are the ones for the late game.
And the Vessel, it did get a lot of good usage out. We saw time and time again in those mid fights, him just slamming down the charges on No One and absolutely helping them finish off the kills. So. No, just good overall approach from G2IG.
Nope. Nothing to say.
And they see him. They've got the stun.
They got the
God
damage.
Strength, and he's able to get the Phantasm off Stampede as well to try and save Watson. He'll get out, but only just. So if they can chase him, he's going to try and go for the TP out more.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's looking to get out of that one. Watson will escape. No One also having to pop a BKB and TP out. As they'll manage to retreat, but again, it doesn't feel great for Entity. Short, they're able to kite out some of the ultimates from G2IG, but at this point, having to BKB and run, it still feels a bit rough.
Dude, this Sven deals, and everyone's just dealing so much damage, but the Sven's got, what? With God Strength, he's over 700 damage. Without God Strength, he's actually sitting at, what, 450 damage? That's nothing to laugh about at all. He can even fight without it.
They're going to try and go.
At this point.
They really want to try and do something when the ults are down, but as you say, at this point, G2IG, they won't be afraid to take a fight when they don't have the ultimates, unless they get really caught by surprise. No One. So with the jump on towards JT, and he's just getting burst. I mean, again, it's Baboka. Now, Baboka's just shredding through No One. No One's gone. Watson, again, he has to back out of the fight. He's on about 20% HP. He's not in any sort of shape to fight the rest of G2IG. And indeed, you know, God Strength down, doesn't matter. You know, they can kind of alternate between the Pierce, the Veil, and the God Strength now with how strong Baboka is. There's always going to be a support / carry ready to take these fights.
I'm waiting for that fight recap. I want to see Baboka's damage there. There we go. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. That was him doing the most. I thought so.
Yeah, he just went straight onto No One. He popped his ult. And as I say, it really is the fact that it doesn't matter that there's no God Strength. You've got to be worried about the Muerta ult.
If she's able to get the space, just able to attack. I think she was literally freely attacking both the CK and the Tiny in that fight. And now another Roche. They'll be able to clean that one up.
Oh, Watson.
Nope.
Should be okay sneaking around. I mean, he's thinking about setting up onto JT.
They've got to take these risky plays now at this point.
I see. Oh, I mean, CK still gets to do CK things sometimes. And there it is in practice. Doesn't matter how farmed this brew is. And obviously, the CK is very farmed as well. But still, it's a lot of damage very quickly. You find someone isolated like that, they're gone. Doesn't matter who they are or where they are in farm.
At any point in the game. Yep. That's always going to be the power with Bloodthorn CK, of course. So nice little kill pickup. Shard now, well, Monev, he has it for a bit, but he also now 20 talent, getting close to 25.
Okay.
So very survivable. And ults are going to be coming back up. Can they force the issue? There's always going to be tossbacks from Entity. So still a little bit scary at times to go for that high ground. But if they catch No One outside, that might be the dream.
This is a risky push. He tries to step up and farm the creep wave. They get the jump in with the stun. They're in with the damage. And indeed, No One. Is there any way out of this? There is not.
Well, that was a risky place for him to go. 70 seconds.
We're telling the team he's got buyback. And he has got buyback available. The Soul Bind on the two of them into the stun. Let's see if they're able to step up with the stun. Will catch on Watson. Now he pops the BKB, but he's already taken so much damage. And Watson, again, he just has to back away. They'll jump in with the burst. No One with this buyback, helping them clean up quite a bit as they're taking out Nothing to Say. So if they can step towards Baboka's BKB shortly coming to an end as DM Katsomi and Watson's down top of him. They pull him back in. They've killed off Baboka. Now they've got the silence of the Monet. Watson getting the illusions in and kiting away with the main hero. Buyback comes out from Nothing to Say. The Aegis gone on Monet. Anyway, to jump him a second time around doesn't look like it. So they'll back off. Obviously, No One having to use his buyback, but they were able to force back G2IG and make sure that Nothing to Say felt pressure to use his in turn as well. Obviously, that's the Aegis gone. As you can see down the numbers this time round, the Aegis advantage not going quite as G2IG would have hoped. So Entity being able to slow them down a little bit.
Just a little bit. But it is a buyback from no one. So if he gets caught once more, it could be disastrous. And that kind of kills his progression for his items too. He was pretty close to AC.
That's true. I mean, this is the thing, right? It's both of the mid buybacks, but in a very different capacity, right?
Yeah.
Your Entity without no one, they're going to struggle in a fight. G2IG without nothing to say, at this point, it's fine. They don't mind if he sort of tanks the initial jump and then he goes down, because the support, Baboka, he'll be ready to turn up and do the damage alongside Monet.
He's going in.
Nothing to say, he's really going in. With the Rolling Thunder, I mean, they've got the split here with JT. I mean, they're pulling back Katsomi. They're going to be able to kill the Grim. Stomp, not going to get onto nothing to say before the ult finishes, so he's able to keep his distance.
They'll reset.
It's going to be another buyback from Entity. Katsomi back in the game. Monet wants to step up, but DM's able to catch him with a Who Stop. Lift him out to the side. If they got any more grab for him, they have. But the BKB's up. It's a bit of a bait. Monet's ready to turn. Oh, Watson, he gets destroyed by the Sven. Monet,
2K crit.
More than happy there for Watson to step into his hands. He was absolutely ready to turn. The buyback will now come out from Watson. They've got the silence on and nothing to say.
Nice
He's able to get the
save.
swashbuckle off, and in fact, he might just escape. The stun will catch him, dragged back by the Rift. He won't. They'll bring him down. They get the stun from DM as well on the side, and the avalanche follow up onto the three of them. But the damage is coming in from the Muerta. Paboka pops the ult and the BKB, shoots down DM.
Still got to kind of reset here. Ult's on cooldown. They're going to play it safe.
They're having to use these buybacks, though. That was the expensive one there coming out from Watson. And indeed, Gem Monet. You've got to be so careful now as the CK how you commit to a fight around this Sven, because we're seeing that with BKB or God Strength up, Monet, he's just turning and completely destroying you.
2200 crit right there onto Watson, if I saw correctly, from Monet.
Can he make this play? Oh, no one's jumped forward. There's not even any creeps there. There was nothing to find. He just wanted to get a bit of farm, and even if it there was nothing there, and he's gone for 110.
Dude, Monet, he's killing it. It got slowed down, like we said, like at the first 10 minutes of the game.
It was a very slow
start. It didn't matter, though. Oh man, Sven might be just on the stonks. The stonks might be on the rise.
Absolutely, especially in a meta where CK's been quite the beast of a hero. You know, suddenly seeing a team come in with an approach and giving us these fights where the CK just dies, it's quite a warm, fuzzy feeling about that. Because CK, he tends to win every game, Fog. Not this one by the looks of it.
And also, people always constantly complaining about the tanky meta. Sven is amazing versus tanky meta.
Yeah,
he's able to just rip them apart, so... 70 seconds, no Tiny. They don't have to worry about tossbacks. Should be able to siege this one. AC also finished on the Brewmaster. Big armor differential in these fights now. Warcry, look at this. He's got 60 armor on the Brew.
They're trying to burst JT. See if they can this time. They can't. JT's fine. So he caught by the soul bind. Watson, he has to start backing off now. The BKB comes to an end. He'll manage to retreat, but the space is there for the barracks to go down.
Can he actually get out? Oh, he can. He's able to get himself just out of there. Primal split, still 3/4 of the way. Still just walking to bottom to finish off this tower.
He's just doing so much here, JT.
Monet gets jumped.
Oh, he does get the opening stun. Backup's going to come in for nothing to say with the Rolling Thunder. The sleep will catch onto Monet. Fishman trying to step up to come in with the right clicks and take Monet down, but he just doesn't do enough as this ET, even with the buff built up. DM will be able to come in with the burst to finish him, but it's an immediate buyback from Monet. He's TPing over towards the outpost, trying to get back over towards the fight. Wants to keep this pressure on. A little bit risky, though. If he does die now, it's going to feel pretty bad. But maybe feeling that they can just shut the game up now. No one's going to be back up in a couple of seconds.
They can just watch the Earth Bruling.
They can.
It is just finishing it.
Start get the jump on and nothing to say. Oh, sorry, onto Baboka. In fact, he's the more terrifying of the two, but Baboka will live. If the Treasy goes TP's out, no one not going to be able to put a stop to it. So the game doesn't end, and this now creates a bit of an awkward situation, right? You're 16k ahead, but Monet, he has bought back.
But they do
have cooldown for 7 minutes.
But they've got Baboka, so they've got that secondary
True.
carry position, right? So
Baboka's like, look, bro, it doesn't matter if you do die and you don't have buyback. I'm the new carry in town. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out, because they're definitely going to be a bit careful for the next 7 minutes, I'd only imagine, on G2IG, because at this point of the game, if you lose with this sort of advantage, this sort of lead, and with how well you played so far, now it's going to feel rough.
He can play it safe, though. He doesn't have to even commit into the fight.
Sure,
They can just send the JT Earth thing to go finish off the racks, and they can play it slow. So Entity, it's kind of up to them to get that wraparound burst heroes down. No one, he went all in. He bought a Moonshard.
Okay.
X-Nova's gone Crimson Guard. I love this. I mean, why not? There's nothing else you really need on a Rubik at this point. And Entity, they're going to try to get that catch outside, but G2IG just seems like all game they've been prepared for the moves that are coming from Entity.
Oh, they have scan onto them here from Entity. They know where they are.
Looks like both know where they are. Both know exactly where each other are. There comes that Earth Brew. Sending it down. He's going to get the push started.
A couple of minutes until no one's got his buyback back up. JT. He's my team and no one's in with the job. They go straight towards Monet, but Monet's going to get the BKB off. Saving a step for Provoker. Provoker plots the pins to fail. Monet steps up towards Katsumi, takes him down. The Grimstroke's gone.
Monet is getting jumped.
He gets caught by the stun. Fishman's coming in with the damage on towards Provoker. He's able to punch down the Muerta. Monet will turn towards the CK, but the illusions are there. Monet, the Godstress will be coming in soon. He's falling very low. Watson's trying to get back in, but the sentries are down.
Oh, he's dead.
So indeed he is, and he also does not have his buyback. He's still on cooldown for 3 minutes. So with that, G2IG, I think they may have just done it. There's no CK to worry about. There's no Grim. There's only the 3 players left here on Entity to try and hold the defense. As here comes the push once again from JT. Back in with the jump on towards no one. On final effort to try and hold the Mac. DM's in with the jump on towards Xnova, but they've lost no one. He, of course, also without buyback. DM to go down. As Fishman, can he at least get a kill to end the game? He can't. He's going to get dragged back. GG is called as G2IG will take this game 1.
Very nicely done. I think their overall just read of the game, read of the team fights early on was perfect.
They played it well.
They let Entity overextend a couple times, and it really did capitalize quickly. They were able to get those super successful fights, and then that top fight in particular was where the game blew open. They get the kill onto no one. That was the double BKB timing from Entity, and then they get Roche. So, well played from IG.
Really good. A lot of fun stuff to see there from G2IG in this game 1. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to cut to a short ad break, and then we'll be back with the panel to break down this game 1 victory from G2IG.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back. You're watching Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, and our first game has just finished. It's G2IG that take game 1 against Entity. It's a 2-game series, so we'll see if Entity has a shot of bringing it back. But last you heard of us was after the draft, when we said that Entity has had a pretty strong looking draft, and G2IG had to, you know, execute really well in order to pull it off. And to be honest, Entity did do very well at the very start. We heard Fog talking about how Entity hit all their timings. We saw Entity getting most of the kills. Effie, Kezu, at some point, G2IG, they win one fight, and then Monet, it's like, it makes it the Monet show.
I mean, I do think eventually, like, their draft is kind of equipped if the game is even after 30 minutes, and they will do very well, like with the Sven, the Brew, and so on. But we all said that Entity had, like, a good shot. They had a good lead. I just feel like they made a couple mistakes, too many. Whereas on the other hand, I think G2IG, they were ready for their moves, build good items, and they just took advantage of it.
Yeah, honestly, like, Entity's draft was definitely equipped for success after the laning stage. You had the CK, who was higher net worth than everybody else, hit his Orchid timing very early on. You had the snowball effect going on with the Tiny, with the Centaur, who was topping the net worth after the laning stage. But the issue when you have these Inkswell initiation drafts is often you can find your heroes overextending, maybe getting a little bit too excited, and Entity did not have the discipline to reel in their heroes. It felt like at some point, every time they saw a hero, Tiny was just in, go, 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 to the point where they were diving tier 2s, getting 4 TPs in and throwing away a huge lead. And that's something that simply cannot happen versus a draft that has superior team fight.
Yeah, I feel like what G2IG did really well is that they knew, okay, if we play mid, we play under our tier 2 tower. If they overplay, we can fight them. Otherwise, we're just farming. And I feel like Entity, they kind of played into that. They're like, oh, look, he's showing. They jump. It's beyond the tier 2. They throw away some kills. Because eventually, like G2IG, I think their itemization was really good. I think they all clutched, like individually, with what they were doing, how they were fighting, like all the small things. Vessel, Shivon, Pango. You have the Guardian Grease on your Rubik. Sven as well, like he's a lot weaker earlier, where you have lower base damage, but you scale better through the game. You can see Monet's damage. Like after 30 minutes, yeah, this guy's just 1v5ing.
Also, in this highlight reel that we're watching right now, this highlight here, Tiny blinked into the tree line and got stuck.
Yep.
I don't know what that fight would have looked like for Entity if Tiny were available, but he blinked in, BKB'd, and was just stuck there and was not present in that fight. I don't know if you call that unluck or mispositioning by Tiny, but I do feel like Tiny dropped the ball a lot in this series, because as the primary playmaker, as the primary tempo setter, he was the one overextending. He was the one blinking in. He was the one who was just out for that entire last fight.
I mean, it's like the biggest hurdle as a Tiny. Like, you generally have a good game, but the way you throw it, just like with Queen of Pain, is you have 1-2 bad deaths, your game slows down. Then, yeah, maybe this last fight, I would say it's like some 50-50 of unluck and bad play. Like, you kind of need to know where you can stock and where you can, so you don't give yourself the chance. Because, yeah, I think no one a little too quiet this game.
A little too quiet. I feel maybe we should also touch a little bit on onto Watson's Chaos Knight as well, because he was the top dog. He had loads of farm. We did see him blow up a couple of heroes here and there, and we know that this hero is just very strong in this patch altogether. But he did seem a little bit outclassed, just hero to hero, versus Sven.
Yeah, if you're looking at Sven versus Chaos Knight, I mean, Sven is a hero that not only shreds through multiple illusion units or hero units, but also has the kind of burst damage needed to take down CK. Of course, it can go the other way around. You can kite the Sven, and then CK has enough burst to take down Sven as well. The issue with CK here was I wouldn't necessarily blame Watson, because he was joining in fights as damage control. Because a lot of the fights that Entity were taking after they threw their lead were not on their terms. And then CK comes up trying to help in any way that he can and throws his own game too.
Yeah, they need to have like good momentum to start the fight for him to really get going, because in even game where you play CK against Sven, you're countered. Pango counters your team fight, Brew counters your team fight. So unless you're starting it nicely, you're going to lose the fight.
Yeah, that is what happened a couple of times in a row. Now, we are gonna, of course, have game number 2, but I want to know what needs to be different, because it wasn't really the draft. As we also, do we have audience predictions? I don't know, but if we don't, that means that you guys are not doing your job. So get your STC Play predictions out on www.stcplay.gg. Please do so if you have the time. I mean, you have some time right now while we're in between games. But going into game number 2, for Entity, it's not the draft, Effie, that should change, right? Or should it?
I mean, you can change the draft after looking at how IG played, because a draft like that was very heavily snowbally on the side of Entity means that you're banking on the enemy team not being able to capitalize on your mistakes as well. So maybe don't draft the overly snowball, 4 melee hero plus Grim type of lineup if you think that your play isn't as clean as it should be.
They could try to give themselves like maybe more of a, like less of a timer, I would say as well, so they can chill more. Like maybe you keep the recipe on the other 4 where they play, like kind of mirror what G2IG did, where I feel like they play as 4 with their Brew Pango, allow Sven to farm. When they eventually comes in, he cleans up. I think this game was very different for Watson, where he's just forced to do things, like do stuff, and I feel like you don't really want to be in that position.
Okay, well that seems avoidable. I do want to also obviously highlight G2IG when we talk a lot about what needs to change for Entity going into game 2, because they are the ones that kind of dropped the ball a little bit in this first game, but at the same time, credit where credit's due. G2IG, they came out of the gate swinging, Kezi.
Yeah, I feel like they just did like things properly. Like they were behind in the early game, but it looked like it didn't really change their playstyle. It didn't get to them. They probably knew that we're fine later. Let's farm, play the right positions. They knew what items to build, kind of how to team fight. I feel like that was just a very textbook game from G2IG.
They looked very composed, because they were in a position after the laning stage where they could have easily gotten run over by such a strong run at you draft by Entity, but they were farming up on their Sven. They played a very heavily defensive formation. They responded to overextensions quite well. And off of that, they just took team fights off of the brew split. They didn't try to do anything too cute or too fancy. They played on their timings, and they let their superior team fight take them forward.
Yeah, and it did. And then the question comes, of course, when you see the 5 heroes and the way that G2IG played, because was there anything you would remove from the equation that was really the linchpin there to hold it all together? Because it did feel very solid, but how much of that was team play and how much of that was their draft just being good?
I feel like it's a mixture of both. If I'm Entity, I wouldn't necessarily want to change too much other than whatever they feel like makes it easier for them. They should do that in the next game. But I feel like they will look more at, I think, their own heroes and their gameplay. Because I feel like G2IG, I mean, they had a good draft, but I feel like they just played better. They knew what to do. They knew what items they needed to build, where they needed to be at what point in the game, and that's it.
And did we see the effect of the Mighty Minds coming out in this game right away? Because I didn't feel like Monet was really forced into the jungle very early on.
I mean, it did feel like Stentor took over that top side of the map pretty early, but I think that in general, Monet just used Sven's flash farming capabilities to his best, because he was keeping up in net worth for most of that game. I mean, most of that early game.
Yeah, he really, really was. Now, can he do the same thing 2 times in a row? We're going to find out, because game 2 of this 2-game series coming your way after a break.
I cannot go to the
We got 12 teams in the play-in stage, and all those 12 teams want to prove that they can go toe-to-toe with not just the play-in teams, but obviously the teams that are already in the next group stage. They want to know that they can go toe-to-toe with the top dogs. But to get there, they have to, of course, show to each other that they have what it takes. So far, it is G2IG that was able to take game 1 against Entity here in this 2-game series. And we talked before this series at length about how these two teams are two teams we expect to do well, and that also comes from their ability to adapt and to learn and to grow. And it's not just in between series, but also definitely during the series, so in between game 1 and 2. So let's see what the changes are that are going to be made for game number 2. We got ourselves Entity, this time on the Dire side, G2IG on the Radiant side. Darkseer Enchantress removed, Monkey King still removed as well. Snapfire is now also a ban, Effie. That's a new one.
Yeah, I mean, the Snapfire is a support that is going up in stocks for sure, with the new Scatterblast talent that extends the range, and of course the way people are playing on Little Shredder. But that could also mean that they were looking for that first phase Phoenix in this game, and Entity see that and take the Phoenix out right after.
Yeah, so I think it's just like a good response, right? You have these first phase, sometimes you're like, oh, we probably want this hero, how do we protect it? So I think it's, you know, they were looking at the Phoenix, ban it out instead. And I think just this time around, so SF does make it through, but if you're Entity, I feel like in between this, like between the match 1 and 2, I feel like, I hope they didn't like harp on too much about the draft, because I think at this stage, just talk a little bit about your timings, what you can do different next time around in the mid game, who wants to play with who, execute that, and go into the next game.
Yeah, Enigma made it through as well. Both of these, of course, banned in game number 1. So we'll see the battle of the bad heroes, which one ends up being stronger.
Yeah, we could potentially see that Rubik come through as a response to this Enigma, again by G2IG. But Enigma, in general, as a hero, has been incredibly strong in pubs, right? This hero is not let through that often in competitive play, but in pubs it's just been crushing. We talked about how it has a 54% win rate on Dota Pro Tracker, which is wild. Typically the way you counter Enigma is you just pick heroes with wave clear for the Eidolons early on, but those heroes aren't that meta right now, Kazu.
Yeah, I feel like it's just not that easy. Like generally, I mean, with the hero I see the most is just Gyro, right? He deals fairly well with Enigma, but even then, if the Enigma player is really good, like what I've seen people do, like I was watching some Saberlight, you hit with the Eidolons when flag isn't up, and then when he uses flag, you make sure that they split in between. Suddenly they live through, you build some early drums. Like just these good heroes that can build multiple ways, I think are really strong, so we'll have to see what kind of G2IG want to do about the Enigma, because yeah, this hero, unanswered, takes over any game.
But what do we make of the punch ban? I really am enjoying the punch.
That's a good old Kataomi special. I mean, I guess also Watson can play it. I don't know if carry punch is as good as it used to be. But
and it's just that Flare's hook. The Flare's hook talent is ridiculous. It is an absurd amount of damage at early levels if you do land the hooks.
Yeah, I've got caught off guard by it. Like, it deals like 30% of your HP early on, even if you're like some melee strength hero.
Even more, it feels like.
Yeah, it's nasty.
As a Weaver, you're hooked by a Pudge max range. Suddenly you're at the tower with like 100 HP. It's very, very terrifying to play against, especially against Pudge players like Watson and Kataomi.
We got another active hero joining the fray. The Spirit Breaker is, of course, well, that is a very fun hero to watch.
I mean, it's also quite good, right? Especially against SF. It's one of the heroes that can't really protect himself. You've got the, I would say, the facet that most people take, where you get the lingering move speed, which is also nice to like go in and then still get out. It's nice with Enigma. Yeah, I'm kind of vibing with this for now.
Also, the experience innate does so much, really, in games where you fall behind. Because of this innate, your supports are never under-leveled.
I feel like that one is kind of interesting. I think someone else who has some experiencing is like Winter Wyvern. I think it's something about Wisdom Runes. But yeah, so that is something they, I mean, obviously they will keep it in mind and play around. As a G2IG, I think just very, I mean, a lot of meta picks just in this game for now. Hoodwink, SD, very solid, very good. You've got the Purge against the Spirit Breaker now as well. Overall, just good heroes.
Yeah, Hoodwink makes a lot of sense versus Enigma, because in the past, earlier Dream Leagues, we would see a lane response, Enigma being the Hoodwink plus Kunkka, where you would just press Acorn Shot into one Tidebringer, and the Eidolons would die. So typically you could pair it with something like a Monkey King Boundless Strike. It's taken out, but the theory still exists that you have this Hoodwink chase around the Enigma on lane.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably, I mean, that should be what they're eyeing for, right? Like, SD is not good against Enigma, Hoodwink should be fine. It's got the physical damage. But then it just depends who they want to pair it with, like maybe some, I don't know if they want to go Sven again or some Alchemist, but they can kind of look for that. Okay, so we have Entity. I mean, they probably need to decide if they want to keep some flex pick open, I would say. They're going to go for some Fishman hero, and maybe even go for SF.
No, that's not.
Because I feel like that's something they could try to do. Like, you know that SF is mid, kind of just go about that.
Yeah, she has.
I mean, they are taking a lot of time.
Yeah, they are taking a lot of time.
Because I feel like you either go like Fishman hero and then the flex hero between mid and safe lane, or you just lock in your mid because you should be expecting the SF to go mid.
Ooh.
Mr. Weaver.
Weaver and Sven coming out.
Okay.
And we talked about Weaver in the pre-show.
Yeah.
We said Weaver is very popular in every role other than mid.
Yeah.
Obviously, that means it's probably support here, but humor me, Kezu. I've recently seen a post that...
What someone said mid Weaver is good?
Goodness, that was the most audible sigh I've ever heard.
Mid Weaver?
No, because I recently saw a post that Sven position 5 is feasible again.
Oh, it is good, actually.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I thought you were talking about mid Weaver.
No. I'm just trying to see what, like, keeping the options over in position 5. Obviously, we're assuming it's a Weaver
actually,
support.
It is fully open. You're not wrong at all. I mean, Weaver could be your 5, Sven could be your 5. They can keep that open until later. It is pretty good. I mean, Weaver against these 3 heroes, you can dodge Bushwhack. You're good against the SD. You're annoying for the SF as well, so that's good. I wonder if the Sven has a lot to do with... I think the Knight picks are very uncommon, but maybe in this game there's a little bit to it because they're like, okay, we have Enigma. There's no Monkey. There's no Gyro. Sven's good for us. It's kind of good for them. Like, maybe it played into that a little bit. This is a hero I have seen in pubs more. Yatoro has been spamming it, so that is actually pretty good.
Yeah, so he has been playing, and he's been winning with it, right?
Oh, he's been winning a lot. Like, he is destroying people with the methodical facet, which Purge made a video on like 3 weeks ago. So, you know, Purge gamers ahead of the meta as always.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago is a long time. Yeah. But that does mean that Shadow Fiend's going to be mid.
Yeah.
So we got that sorted out, and the mid coming out for Entity. I mean, we talked about how many flex picks there can be, but none of these should be mid.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like, Entity, you are looking for a no-one hero, and I feel like with what you have, you should definitely look to dismantle G2IG in the early game. Like, let's look at the heroes. PASF are heroes that, first of all, they don't protect themselves, and they don't protect their teammates. You already have a Weaver who can run around and a Spirit Breaker, create chaos, and who's going to save who on G2IG? So I feel like G2IG need to find an offlaner that can help them play, like, kind of fast, or like damage control, so like, I don't know, some Primal Beast type heroes at least.
Like
I'm
a tanky, beefy front boy.
Yeah, like some Pango Primal, like something that doesn't need a lot of time. Because if their early game goes wrong, see you later.
Now, I will say, old school, if Shadow Fiend's back in the mid lane, does that also mean that Queen of Pain is back in the mid lane? Because she used to be the old school counter towards the Shadow Fiend.
I feel like Quap got nerfed 4 billion times where Shadow Fiend got the reverse treatment. So you could look for it, but I feel like the lane doesn't go as it used to. Maybe some Storm. I feel like you may not want to play most melees because SF kind of destroys them. Unless there's maybe Tiny, because then you have Kill Threat, but that's banned. So something aggressive. That's all I'm looking for when it comes to Entity.
Something aggressive. Well, first we need still the other bans. So we got Slardar Mars banned out on the side of Entity, and those do fall into the same category that you said you wanted out of G2IG. And we got one more ban coming out, of course, by G2IG, and they have banned Earth Spirit to remove him from the potential mid lane there, and they now remove Storm Spirit as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think their bans kind of make sense. You take out this Chaos. I'm just super afraid for G2IG if they don't have an offlaner that can respond to some kind of action early on. Like if it's not some Pango Primal, I feel like PASF lineups, if they fall flat in the first 10 minutes, you have no map.
Unless the offlaner can create the map.
Which JT, he can.
Yes. It's very hit and miss, but yes, he can.
He did last game.
Yep.
True.
While I was fixing my technical difficulty, I come back to see this, and the thing about G2IG's draft that could be very exploitable is that these heroes are very, very susceptible to getting 100 to 0'd.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon, Hoodwink, SF, PA. Any kind of rotations coming on early, which, yes, Spirit Breaker is countered. If there's one hero to take advantage of this, which, you know, you guys were mentioning the archetype of hero, it can be very terrifying. I like how Beastmaster rounds out the draft for G2IG. You have that body that you just throw in with the Blink BKB Ags, and hopefully it soaks up all of the attention from Entity's draft.
Yeah, they need to be able to... I mean, it's always how you play Beast. You want him to have a good lane and play through him, because I feel like if this doesn't happen, I'm just a little worried for G2IG. So I wonder how Entity want to like pull it together. Do you feel like you have a stronger lane if you play Weaver 1 with a Sven 5? Do you just put your Weaver 5 with Sven 1? I think either way is fine, but I would love no one's hero to be aggro. I think this kind of fits the archetype. Your Storm, Puck, some Spirit. I feel like this rounds out the draft pretty well for both sides.
And we will have Fishman on the Sven, so indeed it will be the support Sven. And then indeed Watson on the Weaver.
So this actually looks like a pretty free puck game. There's nothing that threatens it. There's no insta-stun. I mean, there is a way to deal with, of course, is SF with the Requiem and the Yules and whatnot, with a little bit of follow-up, because now that you can Requiem early, you can always catch the puck after the Yules, because it's going to be hit by the Fear. You just need a little bit of follow-up disable, so that does exist. But I do think Entity's draft is very capable of fighting G2IG's draft. My concern is execution, because in game 1 they looked very sloppy, and their draft here does require high-level execution again.
I like the draft, like slightly more than I want. Like I would give them a slight edge, but what I can see with the two supports, like if we're going back into SF mid, I don't know if they have enough damage when they bring the two supports. Like Sven, Spirit Breaker take a lot of time. There's save, so I hope they execute.
Gesser, your microphone stopped working, and don't worry, guys. He said so many smart things, and they were all 100% true and correct and clever. But you know, that's literally his limit of smartness has already been reached, so he doesn't have any more words left to say here about this draft. But that's okay, because we got two people that really, really, really like talking, and they get the chance to do so in our upcoming game. Game number 2, G2IG versus Entity, coming your way with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, getting ready now for this game 2 action. G2IG up against Entity. Fogged, what do you sort of make of the drafts this time round? You know, we see very early on, right, this SF come out, a first pick. Do you feel Entity's been able to deal with this?
Spirit Breaker is going to be a pretty good answer in a lot of situations. If he ends up having a good lane with the Weaver, should be pretty decent. But I don't know, IG played so well that last game in comparison.
Oh, they did.
The one thing is they have, like, my worry is that they don't really have good stuns for the puck. In particular, their lockdown for a puck and a Weaver is kind of non-existent. It's a Bushwhack and then the Roar later on, which are, yeah, Roar, if you have the vision, is going to be great. But, yeah, a little bit lacking on the control. So one thing I'm worried about for G2IG versus some pretty elusive 2 cores that Entity does have. But if the game does get slowed down, you can see what G2IG wants to have. And they did a great job last game of slowing things down. So see if they're able to do that one again. And yeah, we'll have to see just the power of the SF in particular too. Just because we got to see it a couple times. I know me and you casted it, but I think all the games I got to see, it was versus Spirit Breaker, and the Spirit Breaker just ran over him over and over again. He literally charged him like 5 times mid-game or early game and just made the SF have a lot harder time. So I'll have to see if that does happen this time around. And if they do have enough damage. So I'll say what Kezu was talking about. Kezu was saying how the one worry that he has was that when the puck 6 hits and the coil comes out is if the 2 supports are going to have enough damage to bring down the SF with the rotation. So we'll have to see if that does come into play.
Oh, let's find out. We do just have a momentary pause. All the players just making sure everything's set to go. And it looks like we are good to go, so it won't be a long pause.
And we'll see the interesting facets that we've got taken. This is the first time I've seen this one taken on Enigma, by the way. So he's taking the Eidolons that when you take damage. So I think every game I've seen the movement speed slow from when you walk away from it. I forgot what the name of it at the moment is, but I don't usually see people take splitting image. So
no. So just to give a breakdown on the numbers, because I was checking myself actually, what it says when he takes more than 350 damage from a source, that causes an Eidolon to spawn next to him. But those, also interesting to know as well, those Eidolons that do obviously uncontrollably get spawned sometimes, they do feed less experience and gold. So yeah, balanced it in that sort of mechanic. Well, yeah, we'll see if he's able to get a hit, spawn some Eidolons and make some cute little plays.
Yeah, because the other one, just overall, in most situations, is just easier to use because it's constant, right? It's always happening, so you actually have to get hit. So yeah, we'll have to see how much that ends up making a difference. What was the other one that I thought I thought I saw another interesting one. We already talked about the PA methodical. Oh, Baboka took Shadow Servant, but that's, I feel like this is just because it's Baboka. I feel like a lot of the other Shadow Demon players I see, they play 5-position SD and they take Promulgate just because it just flat out is easier to use in a lot of situations, but this one has a lot of cool potential as well too.
So if they can set anything up here, a bit harder to this time around G2IG against Entity's opening. They're going to try.
See if they have enough.
The blood grenade and the illusions. It's certainly bringing Fishman down low, and they'll get him. First blood for JT.
Love that he does this. Just immediately skills Boar and Hawk, so they have that extra disable. It's a lot of damage between these two. Sometimes you do see Axes insta-skilled, but this Hawk is very annoying.
I see how this lane goes. I mean, how's Watson going to be able to do about this top lane? I mean, it's an elusive hero, but still these two, the Beastmaster and the Shadow Demon, they are going to be able to connect onto the Weaver with damage.
Yeah, and the thing is, he has a Sven support, which isn't usually like that best support with something like Weaver. So yeah, we'll have to see. I think the Sentry in particular, the Sentry War, is really important whenever you're playing versus Weaver. So that's one I will have to keep tabs on. But I think, yeah, the Baboka being a Shadow Demon up here will probably be able to.
It's going to be
annoy Watson a bit. I think so too.
Yeah, it's not going to be a super easy lane.
Fishman does get that D-ward, so that'll help Watson at the least. But yeah, we'll have to see how it does end up coming down. Because Menace overall, you know, Baboka, Shadow Demon, he'll be able to trade with Fishman a lot easier, and should be able to give some nice space for JT. And let's see how these other lanes will end up going down as well. So I think maybe DM, what he's thinking is, since he's playing versus Hoodwink, it's a lot of uncontrollable damage that's going to be coming from him. So Eidolons will just spawn, right? If these bounces do come from Acorn shots and stuff too. Not sure. It's pretty interesting. And Baboka's got that secondary sentry, so he's got the Sentry War 1 up here for now.
So looking at the other lanes, they're talking about this PA carry. So at the moment with the methodical, top lane, actually we're going to have to keep our eyes there because Baboka will be going down. Watson and Fishman able to strike. They hit the level 2. They're straight in on top of him.
The bugs.
Yeah, it's always going to have that very strong potential. It doesn't really matter what lane combo you're in or against. Level 2 on Weaver, you're probably getting a kill.
Yeah, maybe this Sven doesn't actually matter. Weaver is just such a busted laner, so to be honest, yeah, maybe I take back what I was saying. Fishman able to get that set up.
But yeah, so talk to me about the PA. You know, for people that haven't been really following PA, you know, used to the old PA, how do things sort of change when you have this methodical facet? Like, does anything change about sort of the timings when you want to go? You know, what does this sort of do for you?
On the 6th hit, the hero that you're hitting dies, pretty much. The crit damage is insane how much it goes up. Because what, it's 450 in the old one. This one goes up to 575.
Sure. So in this sense, does sort of attack speed take more of a priority in the build? Are we seeing differences in the build from the old PA? Or is it still kind of Battle Fury? You still want the Deso?
It's the same build that I've seen so far here.
Yeah, you're just relying on the attack speed from the Phantom Strike to get up to those 6 hits?
I haven't seen too much change up, to be honest with you. But I haven't seen every single one of these games and every single one of these players trying things out. Bottom, Monet. Some pressure coming onto him. The Eidolons are starting to stack up. And seeing the denies from DM, those are starting to stack up. He's got 10 down here already. Not really able to clear these Eidolons effectively, even though they have okay physical damage. It's just not enough. Fishman. So he should be okay. So far, Watson not being slowed down.
No.
Able to get that kill on Baboka was nice too.
Hasn't ended up having much difficulty at all. JT, of course, also free farming up here. Yeah, 18 for 317 and 1. It's very close between these two cores.
That was mid looking like pretty much dead even so far here.
Has this always been the same? What kind of SF like back in the day?
Skill matchup, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, dodging the raise. Yeah, full skill matchup.
Yeah.
Now it's obviously probably worse because Shadow Fiend is just absolutely insane right now, but yeah, no one holding his own. Disrupted comes out. JT.
I'm going to try and go for him again with the bugs.
Damage.
They should have a solid chance of getting him with the setup.
Lotus?
Okay, that Lotus will keep him fine.
Fishman
very close.
Yeah, Fishman had to be careful too. 1 or 2 more hits and a poison, and he's dead. And Watson actually dropping a bit low too. Damage that can sometimes come out from Shadow Demon is pretty unexpected too, so do have to give some respect to that. J2 will survive. And in the meantime, JT has been stacking. Something you always have to talk about is Beastmaster. He's got the boar out in the back, so he's going to have Ancient stacks and Hard Camp stacks to be able to go back to with his axes. But so far, yep, a very good lane for him. And Watson is getting, he's getting slowed down a tiny bit. But he's able to get kills, of course, because of the bugs.
Got a double bash there, why not? Katomi just showing his skillfulness here on the Spirit Breaker.
Imagine he gets another right there.
Bringing those bashes out.
A lot of Eidolons here, not a big enough of a wave for them to go for any type of dive play just yet.
Oh, they're getting tempted
They are now starting to get tempted.
Yeah, they're going to go for X-Nova.
Yeah,
the charge across the two of them, and indeed they know exactly when to strike.
He's waiting for that secondary wave to come in. Katomi, and he'll be fine too. He's got a salve to reset himself. DM is going to go down the drum route, the standard build here for the Enigma as well too. And yeah, Monet's farm is, he's going to probably have to start being a little bit careful down here. There's even a rotation now from Fishman. Catapult wave.
They're just going to dive in again. TP's going to come in from X-Nova, but it's not going to be able to save Monet. As Monet goes down, Kataomi will dive to the tower. But Entity, they're absolutely getting what they want to get done on this bottom lane, making it a very tough place for G2IG to start things off.
I love this rotation from Fishman too. He's like, my Weaver top is getting slowed down a little bit in farm, but he shouldn't die in that top lane.
He's chilling, at least until the sixes are there.
Exactly, so good pressure play, able to really slow down the PA's farm. He got stuck at 20 CS now for almost 2 minutes.
Oh, we
minute and a half.
See there on the stats just how incredibly close that mid matchup did go down. I think just slightly faster on hitting the level 6 for nothing to say, but yeah, a very insignificant amount. Very, very close matchup this game between the mids.
Up top of the charge, no one. He's in. He's got a coil if he needs it.
This time they're getting JT, no problem.
He's actually just hanging on to the coil even, so. Will back away. He probably thinks that the 2 bounty runes will be there for him, but Papoka actually did go in and steal them away, so no one won't have a refill. Not for the moment, but a nice rotation. And he will have coil if there is a move available, particularly onto the SF.
Oh, they're going to look for the kill here.
Requiem. No funny business.
They're happy to drop it.
Misses a raise.
Oh, he's going to get a chance to charge away. No, he's not. They'll bring him down. Tell you what, if he got out of that one, that would have been quite something, but he doesn't. Katomi goes down, back on the action on the bottom lane. X-Nova's gone again. DM. Each and every time able to team up with one of these supports to find the kill. Top lane, Watson's able to head over and steal the Wisdom Rune. He's even considering taking the life of Baboka as well. Diving in. Disruption to hold him back. Baboka into the trees, so Watson won't be able to find another Gemini attack on towards him. So Baboka lives, but Watson gets his Wisdom.
Oh my God, he barely lived. He was got hit by the axes.
I mean, that's true. Those axes connected, he would have been gone.
That was actually a lot close. That time lapse actually was not really the greatest because he lotused and used it, put him back at a weird spot. But either way, he gets himself away, does take away the Wisdom, and they will be able to get the secondary one. So levels for these supports, they're going to be real nice. And of course, we have to point out, they always have herd mentality also, so those levels will, you know, that extra bonus XP will start to add up quickly early on.
They want to go again down bottom. I mean, DM's got the black hole.
He is the strongest here on the map right now.
And Kanomi able to charge across the 2 of them. Monet jumps across the side, but the Dream Core's there. No one ready and waiting. Burst through the PA. It's going to be a dead Hoodwink once again down here. This bottom lane just becoming a place, I mean, long becoming a place that you just don't want to go if you're on G2IG.
No,
Entity, they're crushing it.
And overall in this game, they're playing with a PA. It's not a Sven. It's not a hero that just goes to jungle and catches up as fast. Yeah, you'll catch up, but it isn't Sven. Just straight up. So great moves playing around DM with those early timings, and I love how no one saved the coil earlier from top to be able to make that extra move too. Good plays here from Entity again in the early game. But G2IG still getting some good farm. Those stacks, they're starting to get worked on now. It's just that PA that's really starting to need just that recovery. So we'll see how the moves do come out. Since JT's having a good game, they should be able to recover Monet over the next few moments.
Yeah, at least on the Beastmaster this game, JT's going to be able to put on a lot of early pressure, really complementing the time that the PA needs to just stay as far away from action as they can to make sure that they get their farm, get their timing. So Monet having a good draft around him to at least buy him time to recover from this very tough start.
Especially the tough start, the fact that he's having a tough one and his supports now are under-leveled because they lost their Wisdom Runes. Fishman.
He's going to be very dead here. Nothing to say. Happy to drop down the Requiem. They immediately head over. They do not want entities stealing these ancient stacks.
He tanked the Requiem, though.
He did, and they're going to try and jump forward. No one jumping in. Katomi in with the charge over towards Nothing to Say. They only get the ult off, and DM is going to use his black hole to control the SD at the side of things. Nothing to Say, though. He picks up the triple on the way down. So they may have killed him, but he takes quite a few lives with him.
That was actually kind of cool. Did you see that on the left side? So he got the roar off onto no one, and then the Death Requiem actually clips him and kills him during it. So I don't think no one expected that one, but it's enough to get JT a big kill as they finish their stacks and they get some good kills. So.
Yeah, I think they're okay with that.
I think they're pretty all right with it.
Triple kill for the SF, that's a lot of money as well. Yeah, the gold difference is pretty much even. So Entity, they took that risky move, obviously very appealing move because they saw how low the Ancients were, but didn't quite work out in Entity's favor.
Yeah, that was interesting. Okay, so Fishman did a good job of tanking a Requiem, and then somehow they still get a lot of kills for this Shadow Feed. Who just goes Kaya afterwards, too. He had the blink queued up, and then he's just like, oh, screw it. I just got a huge surplus of gold. Can be a little bit more greedy. Gives Monet time. Look at him catching back up. Only now 700 behind the Weaver. That's not that bad by any means after him playing versus an Enigma lane as a PA. All things considered. Still looking to keep applying this pressure here in the mid lane. No one. He's got an Arcane Rune. They've got this Catapult alive too, so really trying to force the issue of this tower when there's no Roar, no Requiem. And they should be able to have it.
They're getting away with it. G2IG not going to step anyone forward.
Watson, though, was here in the meantime in case a fight kicked off, which means he wasn't farming that whole time while Monet was. So I'm just going to keep pointing that out when Monet just gets a little bit of extra time to get that farm acceleration.
Let's see if he catches back up, Monet.
It's getting there pretty quick. Like.
Now, you can only imagine that Entity, they do have the means to start hunting this PA pretty early, right? Is Monet really going to get away with just farming this Battle Fury without any interruptions?
That's definitely not what Entity would like. They definitely want to be able to try hunting him, especially with like some Spirit Breaker and Puck. But they have to do it. Like, they have to actually go hunt him. They can't just let this game go passively for themselves.
They've got to get down here. I mean, they know exactly where Monet's going to be for the most part.
They'll run into Nothing to Say. This is a pretty good kill.
Absolutely, they'll take that one.
Dream.
So if they can get more.
They still have Coil too.
Yeah, JT and Baboka up top could be vulnerable.
I love how no one is just holding on to this Coil. He knows when he can just, when they can get the kills without it.
Taking the safe route back here. And in fact, considering sticking around, I mean, JT has got a Roar at the ready.
How close is he to his Ags? He's one component away. He's pretty damn close already. It's going to be scary.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane, Monet shows his face. He'll be fine. Getting closer and closer to Battle Fury.
I've got there, as you say, still the Dream Coil and of course still the Black Hole as well. So strong tools that Entity could use to take this PA down if they find Monet. They're looking towards the mid. Big bug back. Good knockback indeed there from Kataomi. It's an easy setup. TP's coming, X-Nova not able to get the bushwhack connection, so no stun to hold back Entity.
I think Katomi's the only player I've seen take this facet, honestly. And he makes it work in multiple different situations, especially versus something like SF. SF is about its positioning, and this just really messes with your positioning massively. And it works great with Coil. Immediately he's going to just snap it in every single situation. So really cool to see this approach here from Katomi.
A couple times now in a row that they've been able to take Nothing to Say down. Very high value carry, kill, core kill at this stage with how high he is on the net worth. We see it again.
Look how far it
massive knockback.
Boom!
Easily into the hands of No One and Fishman. And back to a 2K lead for Entity.
Getting some good pressure here, slowing down the SF. I was going to say, very fragile since he went for that Kaya build. 1100 HP. JT, that is the Aghanim's going to be done. So they probably, I would imagine, the two supports look to play around this Beastmaster a bit more here. So he can get involved, so he can use this Ags, keep making that space for Monet. They've got a smoke. Let's see if they do want to pop it. So at the moment right now, you just feel Entity just getting more out of the map. DM's able to freely farm bottom. Bunch of item timings being hit. So Ags on Beastmaster, Kaya Yasha on the Shadow Fiend. So yeah, they're even bringing nothing to say in this next one. And looks like they want to go for the Enigma. No one in the meantime, though. He will find Monet.
Let's see if they can do it here. They've got the coil set up. Katomi heading over, but he's getting held back momentarily by the Bushwhack. Doesn't matter. Still able to get the Nether Strike off. Back into the Storm Hammer. They take him out. Roar's there from JT to secure Katomi, so he gets the trade.
The hole?
He's got the setup with the Black Hole. Buying time for the rest of the team to swing across, trying to help take down Nothing to Say. I mean, with all the Eidolons out, he may just be able to get on his own, and he does. Sure, he goes down, but DM gets the job done. Kills off Nothing to Say again.
DM was just way tankier than they expected. They tried to go for a setup kill with like a Requiem and everything. I actually didn't get to see if did they whiff some of the damage or something, or was he too tanky? Didn't actually get to see the initial setup there. Either way, gets the black hole. His team's able to come up and get some cleanup. 4K lead now.
Yeah. Now we saw Entity, as you say, last game getting a bit of a lead early on, but this one definitely seems a bit more firm.
Yep. And Monet just has no game still. It still is taking him a little bit too long to recover. In that last game, he was already massive.
Maybe see if they can get the setup on him top. He's backing off. And with the charge, TP's coming in, and I mean, no one will hold back off from diving in for now. They put the drums to try and back away. Jump in with the silence. No one. Trying to keep Katomi safe. Make sure no further axes are going to be thrown out his way.
No one's still poking at them, though.
Coil just onto X-Nova. And should be good enough to find the support kill. At least for G2IG, gives them the info to hold back on JT and Nothing to Say.
He knows how much easier it is that he can just commit for these kills, because just the lack of disable versus this puck, it really is coming into play. He's able to just take advantage of them. 8-14, Power Rune about to spawn. And I think they just saw Monet bottom, so they might look to try to set up down there. His recovery is just taking a the Battle Fury's now coming out, so this is where that actual recovery might start, but it's taking 16 minutes. Quite poor.
Yeah, he's going to have to get the BKB straight up next, because he knows that he's absolutely going to be forced to fight and turn up soon. The pressure from Entity is going to be building up very quickly. They'll be approaching the base sooner than you know it.
He needs BKB or Puck just solo kills him, honestly. Puck will just coil him and just dance around him because he's got the Witchblade, so he's going to have that extra damage always to hit him. So I do think this is probably necessary, but let's see what they look to make happen too, because Nothing to Say. I mean, he went down this Yasha, the Yasha Kyra, which is the usual, but as a first item, it's made him kind of fragile, especially for positioning. Sometimes you do see like that blink first item or that Yule's in some situations, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Entity's definitely punished. The fact that they are pretty fragile. Setup around bottom. Hole back up in 15 seconds. IG
Radiant are scanning.
got the blink and the ag, so they've got a proper initiation now coming from JT.
Radiant's bottom
See what they can find. No one has a shield rune. He saw it coming.
They can't grab him. They don't have the setup the same way.
Nope. I think if you get the Roar, when he gets shield rune off too, it could just be disastrous. You have to catch him like, just in the front line there. Now they smoke, they know that they're here. Gee.
It's a tough one for them to get take. They're going to get jumped first. Silence into the coil, onto the 2, and then that's X-Nova gone, knocked back on towards the SF. Nothing to Say, straight into the black hole. DM's not messing around, make sure he has the black hole to lock him down, kill off the Shadow Fiend. Katomi falling low, will get caught by the Bushwhack, so they'll lose one hero in return, but overall it's again just a cleanup favoring Entity. Monet's getting chased down now by Watson and no one. He'll jump over towards the creep wave, turn with the dagger to slow down Watson, but it's not going to work. He's in with the Shikuchi, no one's in on top of him. They're just making it look easy now, these team fights.
There's just no stuns, and there's no control. The Weaver and the Puck just have free reign. They can pick and choose their targets perfectly, and again, they get the Godly Initiation. They kill the SF before he gets anything off, catching the coil onto both him and the Hoodwink. Picture perfect DM. Good black hole from the sideline, too, to control him.
Just making sure this SF doesn't get to play.
Great fights. Yeah, this time around, Entity just crisping things up quite a bit here compared to that last game, just not making the same mistakes.
Yeah, because you're right. If you're G2IG, what do you do when this 5-man lineup comes running at you?
JT was starting to, his damage was starting to add up, but there's just too much damage against him. You can see the two supports just kind of have to run, and Monet, I'm surprised he even turned up in that fight, to be honest with you. I thought this was him just going to be farming, but maybe felt like he needed to, and it just hurts him a lot more now. An 8K lead climbs up here for Entity.
As I say, we saw them able to turn around the early game. of game 1, G2IG, but yeah, this one's going to be a whole lot tougher.
Yeah, and they don't have really the same type of heroes to be able to do it. It's like that last game, Nothing to Say sacked himself pretty hard as the Pango to be able to make sure that his team had this explosive start. This game, he sacked himself, and his team's not having that type of start at all. They're kind of all just sacked. JT, the only one really having that good time. Entity's just played, a bit more aggressive and just covered each other's bases a bit better. You know, not having to like toss and go overextend these towers. They've just gotten IG off guard. Just gotten a bit of a stronger lead after this laning phase. A tier 2 to drop now, pre-20.
DM and no one just insanely farmed. The other Blink Dagger's done on DM. We'll see top lane. They get the setup in the mid. Raw's going to be dropped to kill off Fishman. Money. He's actually able to TP out there.
Stun was cooldown from DM. Did he use it on I guess a creep wave bottom or something? I think he might have. Because I think he's had the idol on spawn.
That's true, actually, yeah. Surprising that they weren't able to stop that TP, but yeah, they weren't. Monet lucky to live.
Yep, JT.
Charged. Caught by the charge. Dreamcore's going to be there. They'll be able to stop Katomi's charge. Show him the bushwhack. They'll actually kill him off.
Get a good kill there. 2 kills picked up.
And getting these supports at least here. G2.
I mean, the one thing that did bring, the biggest thing, of course, that brought in IG in that last one was also them just playing behind each other perfectly, right? They got these good initiations and counter initiations versus Entity, so if they can be positioned perfectly, that still can be one thing that can go well for them. They can get an inch, if they can ever get those disables onto the puck in particular.
Look at this. They're just watching nothing to say. Oh.
He died.
Well, he died. In a literal instance there, he was dead. Nothing to be done there.
It was the puck and the Weaver. They both went through him. Yeah, I mean, the fact that no one just rushed to Parasma kind of says a lot about this game, right? He feels so comfortable that he can just go this build on a...
This Aegis. Now, last game we were sort of seeing the advantage that G2IG was able to pick up with the early Aegis this time. Let's see what they can do. Entity with the Aegis now.
Dire are scanning.
I've got to be very careful now during these moments. G2IG, I don't think they'll have any interest in fighting. They still just need to hope that Monet can get his items.
Get the BKB. JT's got to hope that somehow he can get Aurora on the puck. If no one is fragile, if they're able to ever get the setup onto him, it's a big if, you know. He's going to be able to just dance around them in most situations. Monet actually gets spotted first. No one's on him.
And they're going to go straight for X-Nova. How's that X-Nova gone?
And Monet, as we're saying.
Yeah, buying time for that. He doesn't even need the rest of the team to come across and help kill off Monet. He's able to do it on his own.
The PA is just needing way too much time. 0 and 5. Entity just giving no space at all. Shadowblade now finished up for Katomi as well, too, I believe. Can keep looking to pressure the map, shrink it as well. Vlad's, even for Fishman, so starting to get these auras even built up on top of their Greaves. Stronger team fight, better stuns, more auras. More and more difficult for G2IG. Really feels like all the pressure is on JT.
Oh, and they're diving straight for him. They're in with the Glide, they charge for nothing to say. We'll be able to get the Requiem off, pushes them back for now. Fishman, he's really close back in, and indeed the black hole catches onto the two of them, catches JT, and nothing to say. They don't stand a chance, and now they dive up to the high ground. Charge over towards Baboka. Baboka's out as well. Entity making it look pretty easy now with this lead. Getting a lot done straight off the back of picking up this Age. They take out the mid-tier 2 tower.
This is as clean as it comes. No one, 7-1 and 10. Just having a much better time. They can even just start pressuring high ground. Yeah, 3 minutes, as you said, on Aegis.
And they're the Dream Core.
They're actually just going to keep going.
Gleipnir, straight in underneath the tier 4, onto the 2, and then they'll tap out. GG is called. Ooh. 23 minutes in, game 2, as the 2-game series is going to go the way of Entity. Well, they certainly had something to say after that last game, Fog.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, lack of stuns definitely started to really add up, but also just a bit of too much greed probably coming into G2IG. Entity, they steamrolled them this time.
Yeah, that was pretty phenomenal stuff. I mean, both teams really getting to showcase their abilities in this series. Game 1, we saw great stuff from G2IG with the turnaround. This game 2, fantastic stuff from Entity. They come in with a big old stomp. 23 minutes in, Entity will take game 2 of this 2-game series.
Entity did it. It's a clean 2-0. Well, at 1-1. Wow. It was a very clean game, too. That's where I went with that. Because I feel like Entity kind of... I don't know. Someone said something to them in between game 1 and game 2. Because I feel like they were playing like mad. Like, this was a very big step up from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, they definitely stepped it up. I was concerned for them after that game 1 because it felt like they had the lead, they had the aggression, but then they overextended too much. And I thought maybe their draft would be too difficult to pull off with the support stun being a little bit unusual, but actually not that hard. Your Enigma has a free lane. Your puck, there isn't that much that it's threatened by, and you're constantly able to run into IG, take over their side of the map, invade their triangles, go into the SF here. They were constantly going and going and going without much of a threat present by IG.
Yeah, I feel like Entity just did really well, right? The +5 Sven, you can keep going in. You have the Spur Breaker that's going in as well with the charge. I'm glad we have the counting. That's good. Yeah, no, I just feel like Entity did well. I must say I really don't like G2IG with their type of itemization on the SF, and you have the SFP together. I feel like this draft from first pick, it doesn't work. You'll get counter pick, you'll lose your lanes, it won't be good. So maybe scrap that one.
Yeah, PA to me is a hero that still poses a big question mark because she's always been a hero that takes a lot of time. Her methodical facet, while you can see benefits of it, it's still not necessarily figured out, and her laning presence is not that strong. So it is nice to see teams experiment with this hero, but there's still a lot to be answered and a lot to be seen. It's still early into the ladder patch, so I don't want to dismiss the hero, but in that game, it didn't look good.
It's also there's just Series 1. You know, there's a lot more data to be gathered, and we're going to gather some data right now, but well, actually, not us. It's going to be Purge that's going to gather the data.
Thanks, Cheever. Yes, we are here with Fishman of Entity. You guys won game number 2 of this series. How are you feeling after that 2-game series? You guys lost first game, won second.
Feel okay. First game was winning, but we throw a bit. They was stuck at S5, but we just jump on them and fed like him. But it's fine. Next game we did better. And second map was easy. As I picked 3 very greedy cores, and I don't know, it's very hard for them to play Dota if they lose lane.
Are you really comfortable with the Sven support right now? I think you played it in the past before. The Facet keeps getting buffed because the other one seems better. So do you feel comfortable bringing what Sven does, especially because you can flex it?
Yeah, Sven flexed hero. 107. When we played CI Quals or Riyadh Quals, I don't remember, we picked it. And it was 200 barrier, but now it's even more, 240. Yeah, Sven is an interesting hero. Definitely one of the best post 5 right now in my mind, in my opinion. Yeah. And this hero is flex. Carry Sven won us first game, right? So it's a great hero right now. Yeah.
So what did you think about the first match that you guys played? You started off pretty well. You guys were winning. You had some mediocre skirmishes. What went wrong in game number 1?
Yeah, as I mentioned already, we just went, I remember, minute 14 XP rune S3, and they just took fight 5 X3. And then I remember on a Russian fight, we kill Rubik, but Tiny didn't press BKB, so he griefed kinda this game on the 1.
Okay, and I asked Watson yesterday about your coach coming to join the team. What would you say the reason? He said he's helping your team a lot. What are the things that he's been doing that has really been helping you guys?
First of all, I don't know. I see it's Brazil guy. Brazil guy is all the time happy. This is nice for our mentality, I think. It's his mentality, let's say. And he as well just teach us the things I never heard before. Like we discussed something, things which I didn't knew before. So that's why I think we just start maybe 10% start play 10% better, and it's already good enough to show better result.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's Stina who worked Lima Major with him, actually. He's very smart, very smart. So happy he's doing it. Well, thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it, and good luck in the future games.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, that was a lot of information. Thank you so much, Purge, and of course Fishman as well. I wanna pinpoint a couple things to that. One, shout out to Astini, as the work is definitely paying off. But I want to talk about Sven, because that facet, Kezu, it seems like, obviously we saw Fishman play Sven position 5 just now. Yeah. It was great. But it seems like we're going to see a lot more of it.
I mean, I feel like right, we saw it in both games, win in opposite roles, one-time carry, one-time support. I think this support Sven does look very good. They have run it before with like, it's always some range carry, like they had Lina, now they had Weaver. I think it looks good. It kind of puts them forward, and I feel like this is probably what they intended in the first place with the facets. You want to play carry, you take this. You want to play it somewhere else, you take the other facet. Looks good.
Yeah. I'm glad that it looked so good too, because when you look at heroes that are flexed to support from carry usually, they often make you question the draft or question the team. But we saw Sven going through the gates, diving tier 1s because of the Warcry, being able to make all those aggressive plays that maybe something like a Crystal Maiden wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah, so is this like the... Because I would imagine that maybe there's more heroes that can do the same thing as Sven, and not in terms of obviously going through the gate thing, but mostly the, you take that fast that you're a support, or you take that fast that you're a core. Are there more carries or heroes like that that can just be a better support with the different facets?
I can think of maybe Monkey King with the tree dance and the Wukongs. Otherwise, I'm sure there's a few more, but they're not here in my brain right now.
No, but that means you got that extra flexibility, because those heroes are going to be more valuable in the draft because they're flex picks, and that just means that all those supports that aren't flex picks are just not as good to pick, right? Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say, but a lot of supports are good as standalone supports. Like, if you look at the Treant Protectors and the Hoodwinks of the patch, it doesn't really matter if you can do the core flex there, but within this series, it seems like Sven stood out in particular. But I do believe it's because of how the game's played out and how the draft's shaped up. Because if you're moving the Sven to first pick material because he's flexible between core and support, I don't think that hero is in that position where he's first pick material.
Yeah, I also feel like that G2IG just had a lot of vulnerabilities in their draft, like PA, SF together, they're not going to have the best lanes, and then I think you have a recipe for that. If the enemy team abuses it with aggression, which they did, boom, easy for Entity.
Easy for Entity, and they end up with 1 point on the board. We could take a look at the standings, because G2IG also get a point. Sven, 100% win rate, by the way. Sven gets 2 points right here. No standings just yet. There are still 2 games going on at the same time, and they haven't finished yet. So we're just going to have to deal with the fact that 2 teams have 1 point. Obviously, there's a lot more points to be handed out because it was just Series 1 of a whole lot of games here coming your way at Riyadh here at the World Cup, the Esports World Cup. Now, we have a lot more games to come also right here, so we're going to segue into our next match. And our next 2 teams that will join the fray will be Aurora taking on Azure Ray. That's going to be our next series, so we'll see you after a break.
Hey, this is Purge here at EWC. I'm here with Mariano. He is with Beast Coast. Can you tell me a little bit about your team right now?
We were trying the entire year to qualify. We were failing at first, but then with some roster change and with hard work, we still maintained it united after one change. And we managed to qualify to the two most important tournaments this year. There's Riyadh and TI.
Yeah, it's an amazing accomplishment. You're obviously known as Pepito previous to this. What's with the name change?
It just felt like it was not right. Like being old and being called Papira, it didn't feel right. I know everyone still calls me the same way, but I'd rather be called by my name. But I don't mind. I don't mind being called Papira or Mariano. It's fine.
Okay, so in terms of your guys qualifying for the tournaments, what was the expectation like in the team prior to those qualifiers? Did you guys anticipate to do so well and be so successful?
Well, I tried as a coach to make a path where we would qualify for these tournaments. At first, it was like understanding the team, seeing if we actually needed some changes or not, and just give the team time to adapt to East Coast. And then we made one change. It became like a process of understanding each other when the new player came, Misho. And so I think it was honestly the right timing. We tried to do everything perfect during our path, and then we just managed to qualify at the best time possible because we didn't qualify to any other tournament.
Yeah, I mean, man, amazing timing. How did you become the coach for the team? You said you worked with Beast Coast before, but obviously you played professional before. So how did you get here?
So I worked with them in the past for the TI when they were with Chris Luck, Whisper, and Hector, and I had good relationship with them. So they had this team with Parker, Sacred, and Darmago for TI. I was like kind of in the backstage for them. I was watching the project. They told me that they wanted me to be like in charge of the next project because they liked my discipline and hard work. They wanted like a project like that. So that's when I started working with them, and they told me I was in charge of making the new team for them. So that's how it happened. And then I tried, scouting, watching replays for every player, and just managed to get the correct roster. So they could feel happy with it.
Hey, Purge here with Supreme from Team Mouse. How are you doing so far at the tournament?
I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying the hotel and everything. It's amazing so far.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit how your team's been doing? You guys have been qualifying for some tournaments so far. How's the team atmosphere feeling right now?
Yeah, it's been some up and downs, but right now we are working hard and atmosphere is good. I think everything is fine. We can do really good.
In terms of meta right now, how are you feeling about the current meta in the state of Dota? Do you like facets? Are you cool with the patch? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I love the new things for sure. I love the mid lane meta as well now. Like all the spirits are good, so that's kind of my thing. I like that a lot. I'm very happy with the current state of the game.
Which spirit heroes are your favorite?
Storm Spirit.
What do you like about Storm so much? Is it just that you can globally initiate? Is that you can scale as a right clicker? What are things that really pull you to the hero? No pun intended.
It kind of feels like the hero does everything. He is strong all stages of the game. He doesn't really lose lanes. He farms fast. His skills really good as well. He farms jungle fast. He does everything almost.
Okay. In terms of your team's overall playstyle, how do you draft an ideal lineup to fit with Storm Spirit? Do you care about mana combos, or are there other synergies that you prefer?
Just a strong support that can fight for the runes, some fast playstyle, something like that, I would say.
Perch here with Ulnit from Mouse. So what are you guys doing in this room right now?
We're choosing jackets from ESL.
Okay, so what was the process like for you guys? You're customizing patches and stuff, is that right?
Yeah, they gave us these patches. We chose from them. I chose the Axe, the second one. I like it. And then just sizes.
You an Axe carry player?
No, not yet.
What else did you pick out? Just the Axe one? Anything else cool that caught your eye? Some numbers? A knife? A good quality knife?
Knife is nice for sure.
Do you play CS or any other games that kind of drew you towards it?
Nah, just Dota mostly. I just like the Axe, play some RPGs.
Did you see other players wearing jackets too? How does it feel to get a piece of the tournament that you get to take home with you?
Yeah, it looks nice actually. It looks high quality, so I'm excited to get one.
I'm standing here with FNG from Virtus.pro. What are your guys' expectations for the upcoming tournament?
I don't know. We feel a bit lost because we lost the TI qualifier, and the issue is not that we lost. The issue is that we just lost ourselves in Dota. You know, we misplay a lot. We can't find the right way to fight. Just a lot of arguing, but it's good because when you evolve into something, it's good. And I hope that all the practice we did before this tournament will pay off, and eventually we'll just start playing Dota as we like to do.
So how much of this is like normal in the cycle of getting better? Because it's very difficult to win, to be better than every other team in the world because everyone's trying so hard. So is this like a normal cycle in your experience towards getting better on a Dota team?
Well, first of all, I was never a world champion, to say if it's the right way or not. But I would say, yeah, it's just play Dota. Play a lot of Dota and work on your problems. Because usually when you especially play against our teams, they do something that you're not ready to do against them. Or like they do something completely unexpected for you. And at least I would say first step, be ready for everything possible. Or at least if you are not ready, know how to play after one mistake. It's never one mistake and you lose the game. It's always like, this chain of mistakes that happens. And second of all, you can also do some unexpected things, or like the best things in Dota you can do. And if you do them, it puts pressure on enemy team, and sometimes they will start making mistakes because you put pressure. So yeah, you just need to work on those things, and everything will be, at least you can say that you were prepared. And then what happens, what happens.
I'm here with Omar from PSG Quest. Do you feel like your ideas are different than other teams right now? Do you have like your own play style thing going on, or are you just following the meta and performing well?
I think we didn't develop our full own style so far, but I think we have a lot of good ideas about the new patch. I mean, we have a good coach, and Dukalis, who just plays 20 pubs a day. He's just making a lot of ideas, and yeah, we're doing them, practicing them, and hope they will work out.
What's your favorite hero on the offlane right now that your team won't let you play in officials?
That won't let me play?
Yeah, they won't let you play.
Maybe Morphling. Yes, I want to play Morphling very badly, but because it's very fun to play with the strength build that minus cooldown, all the skills, but it doesn't provide anything to the team, like no team fight, nothing. But I want to play, but that, yeah.
What's your favorite hero when you play Strength Morphling to turn into with like low cooldown abilities?
Maybe it's Ember or Tiny. It's very strong. Yeah, maybe we can see it on the tournament. Maybe someone could play it, but maybe not me.
Hey, this is Purge here with Watson for Team Entity. So you guys qualified for TI recently as well. So you guys have been hitting the big tournaments. Seems like you struggled a lot in the last year, but in the last couple months you've been doing really good. So what changed?
Our coach.
He joined end of May. It's July now, so he made a big difference.
Yes, like we start to play a lot of better, and like new things we learn. We play better. Yes.
Hey, I'm here in the makeup room with the offlaner, I almost said mid laner, of Team Nouns, Gunner, getting his makeup done, looking beautiful.
Yep. Well, in the process of it, but we all got to do something in the morning.
Before and after, I was trying to say that you're looking beautiful, my friend. So I've already talked about briefly the fact that you swapped roles. How has that been for you so far in competitive?
It's been a lot of fun. It's fun to learn new heroes, and I like the role. It's a lot of fun to lane with Ellis. We got to TI last year together. Now we're laning together, so good synergy.
What is like the discussion that goes on when you guys are looking to, because you've made a few roster swaps, what is the discussion that's going on where you're deciding, is it worth getting somebody in my current role to swap over? Is this just the best option available? How do you go about that?
It's kind of just talking about options, like what options we think we have for what roles. And I was also looking kind of to play offline at the start of the season, so I brought it up as an option, and then we just leaned into it.
Why were you trying to do that, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know, it's kind of boring to some extent. It's like you play Pango for 5 years and then you don't want to play Dota anymore. So, and now Pango's kind of good at offlane, so I'm kind of sad. Like I play offlane for 5 months, no Pango, and now Pango's good again in offlane. And so I don't know, I can't escape the hero.
Sometimes in Dota, there's just no running away from your troubles. But going into the tournament, I'd say one of the biggest storylines for you guys is that Shopify has kind of been the gatekeepers of all the qualifiers for a while, but this and TI, you guys are the team from NA coming out. What has been the difference towards the tail end of the season that has allowed you guys to overcome that big hurdle?
I think Copy is really good. And playing with him, we lost one best of 5 to Shopify with him, but it was really close. And from our perspective, we kind of threw 2 of the games. So like we kind of won the series 4-1, if you think about it. And then so now we had more time to gel and practice, and then we won the next 2.
We'll let you get back to your makeups. Good luck in the tournament, my man. I'm here with Faith Beyond. We're about to get his photos for the event, and I'm going to start with the obvious question, because last year you were literally talent working alongside me, and the year before you won the whole thing. So what are you expecting? How are you feeling coming into this event?
We just want to try our best. There's no certainly goal or something. Just enjoy the game.
Now, I guess the question would be, last year, did you expect this to be where you were this year?
No. Last year, I think maybe this year I would be a talent again.
Hi, I'm here with Aurora's 23 Savage, and I think it's the elephant in the room. We're at Riyadh Masters last year, the unforgettable moment where you preemptively celebrated, ended up bouncing back in the middle of the tournament. What's different going into this year compared to last year?
Maybe this year I'll wait until I win, and then I'll do it. I hope we can get like top 2 or top 1.
A little bit better than last year, then. I wish you best of luck, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with the coach of Blacklist Rivalry, Dubu, one of my fellow NA originators. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Yeah, so I took a look at your guys' qualifier run to get here in the first place, and you guys dropped down in the first round and had to win 4 straight series to get here. What was that like as a coach, the stress levels of the team? Cutthroat.
It's important to look at yourself in that position rather than like thinking about what your teammate should have done better. Everyone needs to take 20% and then think about what I can do better for the next game. So you actually know what was the real problem. Is it like on the draft or it's just a play? And then we kind of figure out that it was just play. So it was easy to move on.
Okay, so you mentioned everybody taking their 20%, but that's each player. We're talking about you as a coach now. What is your role in that? Are you more of like the strategist here? Are you more like, hey guys, like let's rally the troops? Are you more giving an inspirational speech? What is your role in a series like that?
I think what I remember was I specifically said what matters for the next game. I didn't really talk about the game 1. I just told them what we need to focus on the game 2, and then what's gonna happen in the draft. Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about the huge qualifier run. It's pretty sick, but now you guys are here. What are you thinking as a coach, as a team? What's the vibes like coming into the tournament?
I think we are pretty confident to compete in this Riyadh qualifier. It's just because we are all same page on what we want to do. And then I think their skills are high enough to beat this tournament. Yeah.
Nice, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do here. Thanks for joining me for the interview, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Welcome back. You are watching Riyadh Masters here at the Esports World Cup, and we are ready for our second series of the day. Our first one was, of course, in Group A. We're going to pause Group A here for a little bit. We're going to move on to Group B, and we're going to go for Aurora versus Azure Ray. Now, keep in mind, there's 3 streams going on at the same time, so if you want to watch other matches, that's possible as well. But here, it's Aurora, Azure Ray, and we're very excited for that. I'm joined by Kezu and Effie. Effie, this match, it should be a really good one because both teams coming in with very high hopes, I think.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that for the Dota viewer who has been following from the start of this year till now, the higher hopes do lie on Aurora's shoulders, because if you look at Aurora's performance throughout the year, they haven't placed very high. Yeah. They've been consistently placing 9th place, not looking so hot, dropping out of tournaments a bit earlier than you would like to see out of them. But they have looked competitive. They've been getting knocked out while taking the series to 3 games, playing these incredibly long 80-minute, 90-minute games where we haven't seen other teams do that. And they've really brought the pain to the teams that knocked them out. Like, they did have to fight for it. Whereas with Azure Ray, we saw them peak during Elite League Season 1 this year, where they placed, I believe, 3rd. But after that, it was just downhill. They did not look competitive. They were not going to 3-game series.
Yeah, they've been very, I would say, disappointing. I'm sure they feel the same way. They didn't make it to TI. I feel like a lot of the games have not really looked as good. Aurora, I think they're a team that is like very hot or very cold. So I think, yeah, they will take a lot of like series to the 3 games, maybe some long games here. So I would give them the slight edge, but I feel like they're both very, at least to me, they're very coin flippy teams. I don't really know what I can expect. I don't know if they really know it either. So it just comes up to who has a better form, how did their practice go, and are they going to show up?
Yeah, and are they have they polished themselves a little bit since last time we saw them, for sure. Let's focus our attention on Aurora, but first, of course, make sure you check out www.stcplay.gg. Get your predictions in for the game. We're curious to find out what you have to say about this one. My panel thinks Aurora got the upper hand here, but who knows? Maybe you got Azure Ray on your predictions. Let us know. But Aurora here, coming in as what you guys call the favorite. This is a squad with, I feel like has one very, very, very big story throughout this entire year. It is that, they had to play Elite League with a stand-in. Lorinov, can you come into play? I feel like we talk about him a lot.
Yeah.
But it's with good reason, Kazu. This guy seems to just elevate this squad.
No, this guy just pops off. They also talk about him with like very highly. You know, he has good attitude. He talks in the game. He can take over games. He's like, yo guys, come in, Q Ollie, I need you. Help me pick up the rune. I'm going to take over the game. Because I think Jabs, he can kind of do whatever is needed in the game. But I think a lot of the games, it is just your mid that has to drive you forward early on. And I think Lorinov, he's kind of he's the new shining star for me, and he's delivering in like 9 out of 10 games where I watch them.
And he's an incredibly talented player. Actually reminiscent to Mallory in terms of hero pool, and he definitely did stand out when he first stood in for them at that Dream League. And honestly, within his pubs, within his gameplay, he has not looked like a newer player or a rookie player. He has fit in very, very well.
He has fit in very well because he's obviously a good player. But when we talk to teams, by the way, I was wrong. It's BB Dasha that he stood in first, but you know, that's just a couple months difference. But when he stood in, and ever since, when we interview any of his other players, they just keep talking about Lorinov's positive energy, Kazu. It's about the vibes he's giving.
I mean, it's just, I think people underestimate. Obviously, in Dota, you need to let your playing do the talking, but there's other things that influence how you play other than just how you press the buttons and what items you build. It's like your emotions, what are you talking about in the game, like in the draft, what heroes are you picking, who's rotating to who, like the communication, the vibes, and I feel like it looks like he's kind of the whole package. He's bringing it all, making people feel better. So if you can play well and do that, it's kind of like a Seb style of Dota player, which can elevate teams.
That is very true, and I think that's actually been the trend with newer players of this generation, at least, where in the past you'd hear about the young pub stars who do very well. They come into teams and they're very cocky, and they bring that cocky energy, and maybe that hasn't completely died out, but it feels like this newer generation of Malrians and Lorinovs, they're coming in pretty humble, open to share ideas and open to listening to their veteran players. So there's been a little bit of a shift in culture within these pub stars joining teams.
Yeah, it's working out great, and I think actually maybe 2018 OG winning their first TI kind of started that movement with like the power of friendship. Everybody is all about it, and it's I mean it's showing. You can see the trend definitely trickling through all the teams that are playing today. Just like Azure Ray, this is a squad that has high expectations placed behind them. I think Kazu, they have been, as we said, a little bit disappointing, but they have had also a chance to prepare for this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this team is just very, we know all their players, right? You have Faith Beyond, Pichu, you have Ori, who retired for a bit, he came back. You have Low, FY, people love this guy for right reasons. This guy's incredible. I will say, they are very hit or miss. I'm not super convinced yet with Low's carry performance. I feel like sometimes he does very well, other times not so much. So I'm not really sure what to expect. But I think, again, like the early matches of these tournaments, they are really important. You need to look at the other teams, what heroes you want to play. Like, did you practice the right heroes? Are you adapting too much? So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, there's a big difference here also with the two teams, as when we talked about earlier, Effie, that Loranov's 21, young guy. You just mentioned Low, he's 22. Everybody else on the side of Azure Ray is a veteran, with 26 being the youngest there. So that might also be a difference.
Yeah, when you have a team full of veteran players and one young player, usually that's a recipe that a lot of people would think would succeed, right? But I think that the gap of skill between today's current veterans and the pub stars coming in is actually not that high, because Dota isn't all about mechanics anymore, where a young player comes in and carries an entire team.
Yep.
That doesn't really happen so much. So the veterans have to pull their weight. They can't just have superior game knowledge and win off the shoulders of the younger players. They also have to be mechanically up to par. And I just feel like with Azure Ray, there have been some players on that team throughout the year that you'd expect to look very strong and have looked very weak. And it pains me to say it, Faith Bian is one of my favorite players ever, but this year he has not looked so hot on Azure Ray.
Yeah, I feel like he's had like a few games or like a few nice things where you can see like, oh, he goes like some first item Blink Dagger, like which reminds me a bit of Zai. Like he's very open, but I agree. When it comes to the gameplay, he did take a bit of a break, so obviously that will likely play into it. Because yeah, when you have a name of that caliber, you just expect him to, just take over the games, right? Yeah. He's done it before, TI winner, so yeah, they have to pull their weight, because like you can't just coast. You know, your teammates aren't going to carry you. Yeah. You're playing against 5 very competent players. If you're struggling it up, they're just going to beat you.
Yeah, and no, don't forget, the first iteration of a tournament here in Riyadh was won by Faith Bian.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's a returning champion. And of course, last year he was present as well, just on the different side of production. He was joining us on the desk at that time. So he's had definitely a little bit of a changing career path and back up here.
Yeah, it is nice to see him as a player again. And even though he hasn't been in the form that we want to see him in, that doesn't mean that he can't achieve it. Because the thing about Faith Bian is he has a mind for how to win Dota, how to win fights. He's one of those players that just on instinct can know when the initiation looks good and looks bad. And that really is what separates the Zais and the Faith Bians of the past to the average offlaner of today. The question is, can he rechannel that energy, Kazu? Why is it so difficult after you take such a long break to get back to that form?
Because I think, like you're saying, like Dota is...
Well, no, that's Kazu's limits of smart things for the day. As we'll continue with the draft here for now, Effie, as we have got that on board. We got Azure Ray on the Radiant side, we got Aurora on the Dire side, we got Tiny picked up first, and Clockwork there as well. We have this is a very different style of drafting, Effie, compared to the first game we saw.
Yeah, we see the Clockwork, which is a bit of a divergence, but this is one of the strong supports of the patch, regardless of the nerfs, which were much needed, may I say, Sheever, because those level 1 power cogs were absurd.
Yes.
If you're stuck in a level 1 power cog, you'd lose all your mana if you're ping-ponged around twice. But it hasn't adjusted, thankfully, and it's a little weaker. But this hero is very strong. He gives you a good laning support. He gives you initiation. The power cogs, when you put a few more levels in, are incredibly strong. And Tiny, we talked about his flex potential, his ability to play from mid or from support or from potentially offlane. That hasn't changed. Even though the Tiny of no one did lose earlier, the hero is still very, very potent, because once you get that Conda up, you have that toss it, you do ridiculous amounts of damage. You can 100 to 0 almost any hero.
Yeah, we've, I think most of us have experienced this in our pubs. When a Tiny has a good start, it is very hard to stop him. And speaking of getting a good start to your game, does anything beat getting a Chen on your team, Effie? Getting a good start, good lanes? Chen generally does very well on the lane. Is that still the case?
Yeah, so Chen did get hit by the nerf hammer. He's not the Chen first pick, first ban material of a few months ago, but now that you have this summon that you always start with, a lot of people are going for the potatoes. Sometimes you see the alpha wolves, but being able to play with that early on gives you a little bit of an edge, because you're not so dependent on your small camp on early levels, and then you can play a really strong 5-man draft, right? You get the auras, you get the creeps, you try to make rotations with your team, but it does feel very one-track oriented now.
Yeah. And I would also say it does feel answered now with the Warlock Gyro.
Yeah, these heroes, they've got clear for days. Units, you put that Fatal Bonds on top of Gyro's AoE damage with the flat cannon, with the call down.
Upheaval.
With upheaval as well, you can't forget that. And the imps exploding.
That's going to clear out anyway.
Yeah, your units will not survive.
Okay, so that means that actually means that Azure Ray kind of has to pivot a little bit in their draft, because their initial opening too, that's just not a strategy that works. Now, I will say both Jen and Tiny can play different styles of Dota as well, but that's just their go-to.
Yeah, I think even if your draft gets solved, there's always ways to make it work, right? Especially if you can dominate the laning phase and just hit every timing, you know, get those objectives, get those early towers, it changes things. Because you do need your gyro to be able to dish out lots of damage and join the Chen pushes without dying for it to be effective. So they can still double down on that 5-man and just hope that they deal with gyro throughout the laning phase. And they do that, in their eyes, by picking the Brewmaster plus the Bat Rider. This Bat Rider, actually, the flex is still open. It could be a 4 Tiny or a 4 Bat, but that paired up with Brew early on, with the Cinder Brew, and any kind of hero that can run down the gyro could be a way to deal with him. I still think that the Warlock plus gyro lane is very strong. Kazu is nodding to agree. Kazu nods.
He says, very good, guys.
I can relay your thumbs up and thumbs down if you'd like.
Thumbs up.
We're getting a thumbs up from Kazu.
Thumbs up
or down on the Bat Rider. Thumbs up.
Oh, no, still not working. All right, so we got ourselves a very strong lane coming out from Aurora with the Warlock and the Gyrocopter. You got Clockwork already being the position 4, so they still need 2 cores. They now know what is most likely the safe lane.
Oh, I'm back?
Hey, look at that.
Very good. Okay, so I'm back on the menu. I think that Effie kind of nailed it while I was MIA with the microphone. But I would say, so both teams are probably fairly happy with what they got. Like, the Bat is a very nice answer to the Gyro. I will say that Ember is a hero we have not seen yet in our 2 games. But we talked about it before when it comes to the win rate. So Ember has looked pretty good.
The nice thing about Ember is that he itemizes very well versus summons, or he's a way to pressure any kind of summons early on, because he's a natural Maelstrom buyer, he has natural catch, and he's the type of hero that can run at Chen before Chen can accumulate his army. Given that he isn't completely shut down on lane, you can run at him early, pressure him, you get that Gleipnir later on, and you don't give Chen the free game that he wants, the free map that he wants.
The one thing as well that I could see maybe about the Bat Rider, I think like aggressive supports are really nice against Warlock, because Warlock he doesn't protect much, right? Like he protects maybe poke with the heal, or he pushes the wave, and that's kind of it. Because another thing I could have seen, maybe there's some teams that could entertain like Bat Rider going mid against Ember, like some Malrine. There's a few hero players who have tried this, but I think then you're kind of offsetting your offlane. Brew Tiny doesn't seem like the most spicy lane, so I think you just keep the Bat 4, put the Tiny mid, and pick some new carry.
How do you feel about Warlock, Kazu, with the new facet, the Black Grimoire that everyone's taking?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. The Warlocks I've seen have looked garbage. Like, I've seen like 2 or 3 Warlocks, and I just feel like, at least when he gets ran over in the lane, which can happen against, I don't know, Bad, Tiny, whatever, insert strong offlaner, like if you get ran over, obviously the hero is very weak. I still feel like there must be ways to make it work, and I feel like the Gyro Warlock is probably one good way to make it work, right? You can easily push out the lane, you get some levels later, you go with your Ember Clock who will start fights for you, you should be pretty happy.
I think Warlock is a hero that has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
Because you're not in a position anymore where if you're in a losing situation, you're not going to have your levels. The Black Grimoire gives you that. Your Fatal Bonds will always be a strong spell, because if there's no natural dispel on the enemy team, there's going to be impact through any kind of AoE damage. And as the game scales, if Warlock has a semi-okay game, he's one of the strongest late-game supports in Dota. Like, if you get that Ag Scepter, it is no joke the damage that comes out of the golems.
I do think that's like one interesting thing as well about Azure Ray. They decided to pick Brew into the Gyro. I think it's more about like just answering the teamfight of the Warlock, right? It's good against the Golem. It's good against the Fatal Bonds. Gyro is somewhat annoying, but they feel like you can play around it, right? You have Tiny who can displace him, Bad Rider, Chen who can help out. So I just feel it's always interesting to see what players really value. Whereas, let's see, so you have a Starter in the last pick. Well, I mean, it's really nice with Ember, right? Ember Starter is very annoying when it comes to like poking around the early and the mid game. Troll is banned? Because I feel like when you see Slaughter, you want to try to offside his tempo a little bit with your carry pick if you can.
It seems like they just wanted a blink stun type of hero from the offlane, because being dependent on the clockwork initiation only will not be enough, and the ideal ones in Beastmaster and Doom were taken out here. The issue with showing Slardar when the carry still isn't there is that you can just go for a hero that lanes against it quite easily, and Azure Ray think that hero is Morphling. He's got incredibly high damage, can out-CS the Slardar, and has natural sustain within the lane.
I mean, I think that this Morph pick is very good. You have high armor, you build Manta against both the Slardar and the Ember, you're gonna get Flag Cannon later. When you have Bad Rider and Tiny, you want people that can burst, especially in the last ride. You drag some guy in, this guy needs to die. Brew doesn't really give you that much damage, so I feel like the Morph hits it very well. I think both drafts are good, but I would lean on Azure Ray just a little bit.
I actually agree with that, because I think this Morphling looks so free here. Of course, there are ways to pressure the Morphling, and that ways usually comes from a very, very strong range support that exploits Morphling while he's weak, right? In the past, we've seen things like Dark Willow and things like Hoodwink and things like Techies that would try to kill Morph level 1 and 2, but can Clockwork really do that? Maybe if you get a good power cogs and you drain his mana, but otherwise, seems like a free Morphling league game.
I feel like they need a really good start to the bottom lane, like somehow get lane control, abuse that the Chen is there, because otherwise, I think Morph has super good game, they have good mid game, so I will lean on my bros from Azure Ray.
Leaning on Azure Ray for both my panelists, I think they might be forgetting the Warlock Gyro Wombo combo potential. That's what I'm going to look for in this upcoming game. Let's see what's going to happen. We're heading over to our commentary duo of OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, we're getting ready to jump into the action here between Azure Ray and Aurora Gaming. Fogged, what do you make of the lineups? We heard that a lot of people have the panel believing in this Morphling coming in as the last pick. Would you sort of have to agree? Is this one of those games where the Morph comes through as a 5th pick and then the enemy's kind of like, oh?
As long as he doesn't get like run over in lane somehow from Slardar, it looks like a fantastic Morphling game. I think these are like the two heroes that you look at when you want to play Morphling carry that are the dream. Ember and Gyro. You can turn into Ember in most situations. Mid-game team fights, you slight chain up all over the place to catch him and other heroes, and then later on, you turn into Gyro, you get Flag. So, and then besides that, some limited disables as we can kind of look at there, of course, too, from the side of Aurora. It's really going to be mostly jabs, so I think the lane is going to be super important to determine how much they're going to be able to shut down this Morphling early on. And looking at the early pickup, it's actually a Hellbear facet. So I've seen people take literally everything on the Chen so far at this point. I think Centaur has the highest win rate across the board, but he's going to go for the Hellbear. But I've seen players even do the Troll, so interesting.
All right, we'll see how much he's able to do with the Chen in lane early on. Yeah, if it's indeed going to give them that strong presence and ability to get the farm in.
Yeah, because it's cool, because this one gives you attack speed, right? So
yeah, decent amount, right?
It scales up. It's 15 at the start. It's like almost a Gloves of Haste, so that can be pretty cool. The suicide thing, I don't think I've ever seen people use the death throw, but maybe there's some potential. I've not gotten to see enough Chen to see how much this can actually do. So looking forward to see this one of this matchup. And I think for me and you in particular, I think we're hoping to see something out of these Warlocks, because we have casted 4 or 6 Warlock games, and it's lost every single. It's gotten destroyed every game we casted.
No, it's actually everyone that we cast in those qualifiers.
Every single one. Not one had a good game.
Poor old Ollie. Good luck to him.
So
indeed, we've casted a lot of Warlock, and we've been quite the curse for the poor old Warlock. So we'll see, because outside of the games that we've seen, like this hero, there's a reason why a lot of people are playing it, right?
Absolutely, and he's got Ember and he's got Gyro.
Yep.
So Fatal Bonds absolutely can see the success with it, especially in laning phase 2 with Gyro. You just Fatal Bond, flag, shove the wave out, can have success. We'll have to talk about the dispels, of course, once the mid game hits. You know, Kezu did bring it up. Brewmaster is very good versus Warlock in a lot of situations because of the, the dispel on the Fatal Bonds for your allies, but also the Golem, etc. So, yeah, we'll have to see how it all plays out after these lanes. Let's see, here we go.
All right, we go indeed in the mid lane. Let's see how Orion the Tiny's going to do against Loroff on the Ember. And how does this matchup normally go down nowadays with Ember Spirit as they are?
I think I've seen most of the Embers actually handle. Sometimes I see that the Tinies get a couple extra denies, right, just because of that base damage advantage, but I've seen some of these Embers just because you get the double slights and stuff. Tiny is like a 0 armor hero, so I've seen these Embers do a lot better than I'd anticipated. And overall, Lornoff has been, honestly, he's been a beast. Really enjoy watching them play.
And that's top lane. So in terms of the lane, at least, with this Warlock Gyro combo, should 23 have a pretty easy time farming, or will pressure be applied on pretty early by this brew back combo from Bark and FY?
That's a good question. You know, I'm just uncertain because I just haven't. Me and you just haven't seen these Warlocks have a good time, and this is a very aggressive lane that they've got.
It does feel like surely when the brew and the bat want to go on one of these heroes, they're going to go on one of these heroes.
But the concept is, though, that they're going to constantly shove the waves out, right? So they're going to Fatal Bonds plus Flak. But yeah, if he gets out of position, I do see 23 perhaps just dying. So we'll have to see if that does end up going down.
See how well Ollie can keep him safe up here.
Yeah.
Nice bottom lane jabs backed up by Q. And yeah, what do you sort of make of this lane? You know, Tianming and Low. Is this a lane where the Morph's going to be able to farm? We're seeing Tianming in trouble here as the cogs come down. And that will be first blood. So good stuff to start off here. Jabs and Q getting in on top of the Chen, taking him down.
It can be a volatile lane. That's what I was kind of going to say. I think this is the most important one probably to look at for the early game, because if this Morphling just gets absolute free farm, he can just run away with it. But if Jabs has a good game, he's the answer for the Morph. You can itemize as well. I've seen in the past, you know, the phase Orchid build that some people used to do. But yeah, you can just run him down. I thought maybe because the Clockwork, it could, you know, they might not be able to apply as much pressure onto the Morphling, but we'll have to see how those cogs come in. So far, that bottom lane Jabs, he is free farming, so the Chen not able to slow him down right now.
At 23, so he's doing fantastic.
Yep.
I'm no trouble getting the CS here, 11-4 against just the 6-1 that Bark's been able to get of that lane so far.
And Ollie's actually doing something really cool that I'm seeing. Since you are going to just get experience no matter what as Warlock nowadays with the new Black Grimoire, he's just giving a lot of solo XP to 23. So this was now a level 1 Warlock with a level 3 Gyro. So if they actually went aggro on the Gyro, he could just double, you know, level 2 Rocket Barrage.
Bottom lane again.
Bottom again.
Really good stuff here from Q and Jabs each and every time. They know as soon as Tianming steps too far up the lane, they're straight in on top of him. And they know that they can run him down before he can get back to the safety of his tower. So 2 times back to back. I mean, that's not what you want, right? When you draft this Chen to have him just dying twice in the lane, Low ain't going to be happy.
No. I feel like Q does this a lot. I don't know. Whenever I see him playing like his Clockworks and Tinies, he just makes so much stuff happen early on. He's going to have an urn very early. So potential for this Vessel even could be there. We saw how good that Vessel was on a Pango core when he was playing versus like a Tiny and stuff. If he's able to get it early versus Tiny and a Morph core, could be pretty huge for Q. Of course, that's ways away, but having these first like 5 waves go successful for this Slardar down here does say quite a lot to how much they're going to build the pressure of the Morphling.
Sure. Like, at least for Low, he's farming, and you know, inadvertently, he's sort of getting the same treatment that 23 is on the other half, because he's not having his XP sapped by his support. Unfortunately for him, it's because his support's dead, rather than tactically staying outside of the XP range. But, you know, this is a Morph that's getting levels, as well as free farm. So both carries actually ending up in sort of like a similar situation with their lane setup.
No, that is absolutely true. But then the Morphling's like, dude, now this Slardar has boots. Like, thanks.
True, the pressure on the offlaner is a little different, as indeed as we can see. Jabs, 18 for 6 on the other side of the map, 15-1. So Jab's still able to take a bit away compared to what Bark's able to do pressure-wise against 23 in this lane.
Yeah, and they haven't been able to touch 23 because the wave is just literally non-stop shoved. And if they do want to go from, it's level 2 barrage, which is very potent versus both these heroes that need to get on top of you. FY also did not go sticky, which is the usual thing you see on a lot of these 4 Bat Riders. Level 2, you usually see them get the flame break, so it's got more of a greedy route on this Bat Rider. So yeah, gyro free farming. So 2 lanes going super well. We see the Tiny has those extra denies, but Lornoff's holding his own. 22-7 to 23-8. Pretty much identical.
Yeah, how would you sort of rate the ability for these 2 mids to rotate and make plays? Does
They're
it
both
become,
top tier.
Is it pretty similar? Do you feel like if one turns up to a side lane, very likely the other one's going to be there as well?
Yeah, very, very much so. They both probably are 2 of the best gankers, I feel like, on side lanes in the moment. There's so much damage potential.
Lane.
Top there on him.
They're really trying to go for 23, but they take a lot of damage for that effort, and they won't succeed. Meanwhile, down on the bottom lane, you'll see Tianming take out Jabs, but Q in return will get the kill. They're going to see if they can get Low as well, but he's shifting up, and they don't really have much more burst to play with. They drop a Shadow Word and an Urn Charge down onto him.
Q's on him.
I mean, there's no more strength to shift into, but the waveform is back up. And Q, he's not going to have
He's chasing.
I mean, he's not getting. Is he actually getting this?
Can he get them in the cogs?
Dive the tower. I mean, either way, the creep wave would have been back, so it would have been hard. So he won't get him. Low's able to survive. But this time around, at least for Tianming, yeah, he'll take that, right? They got the kill in the trade.
That was still huge, though. Urn charges, like, you can just see how aggressive they're playing down bottom with this Clockwork Slardar lane. Getting a lot done. They forced the Morphling out of the lane. And now he's going to be able to check the power rune as well for Lorinov. Unfortunately, it will spawn top. So either way, though, Q, amazing moves so far in this early game. 3-0. It's been able to set that early pace to enable that Slardar to just have this great start. Morph, of course, farming pretty well, but he would be so much further ahead and the Slardar behind if it wasn't this Clockwork doing so much work. FY? Ori. They're bringing Ori.
Yeah, just able to make a nice, easy walk up towards the top lane. 23. Going to get caught by surprise by that, and nothing that Ollie can do on the Warlock to hold these three back. So they'll finally be able to take 23 down, which they did need to do, because, yeah, 23 was having a pretty chilled time up here.
Yeah, Lorinov, not quite enough mana. It looked like he was considering maybe TPing, but he was a little bit less than like half mana, so can't actually react this time around since he didn't have the rune. Bach, almost level 6.
I mean, Ori's ready to go for another. Ollie as well knows it's likely that Ollie's hanging around in the tree line, but TPs are coming in. You say Lorinov's been able to take the time to walk up it. 23 back in action, and they'll just go straight away for the Tiny.
Damage.
And with the combo, Ori's going to opt for the TP out. They got the damage to kill him up before he's away. They don't.
What a TP.
Ori makes it back to the fountain. He'll survive.
Very nicely done. He did the math.
And that looked like, you know, very close. I mean, he didn't stay around a moment longer than he needed to there. Nope. Sticking around to the point where the respawn came in for 23. It looked like he overstayed his welcome, but he didn't. He knew what he was doing. He gets out alive.
Low, though, is completely pushed out of the lane. So this is kind of an issue. The Gyro is able to get a good amount more levels, good amount more farm now, to be able to accelerate a bit faster. And Jabs, he's got pretty much the ideal items versus this Morphling. He's got his Treads, he's got his Corrosion double bracer, so not really a place where the Morph wants to come back to.
No, not at all.
So yeah, this lane in particular, I highlighted how important for me, at least I thought it was, and so far it's looking real good for Aurora because of that.
Sure, and you say just what overall for a Slardar in this sort of game, he's one of the keys to being able to deal with the Morph. So the fact that he's having this good start bodes pretty well for Aurora in the long term this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Obviously, never really a game where they can want to, slow down the pace of anything or like chill back or anything. They're playing versus a Morphling when they have Gyro and Ember, so still always, of course, going to want to be playing very, very pressure-based. And they do have great ways to take objectives. Slardar's always going to give you extra Roche, and he's just going to rush the Blink, so not going to be an Orchid route, nothing like that, since he, of course, is going to be like a Manta eventually, but I have seen that one in the past. People just kind of started diverting away from it.
I mean, sort of with the way that this early game has gone, what's the plan for like Tianming on the Chen? After the lane's gone as it's
Good
gone,
question.
You're kind of far behind. What do you do as a Chen playing from this sort of point, level 4? What kind of impact can you apply?
It's a good question. I think he just has to farm a little bit, because that's something you don't want to fall behind too much here as a Sven, or as a Chen in the farm department, because this hero it farms very fast.
Sure.
That's one of the things that we always did see when it was picked a lot. He's just getting hunted, though. It's the issue.
Cute. He's in with the setup and Jabs. He is going to be able to head over with the follow-up, or he's going to be in town, though, to make sure that they don't get an easy chance to take down Tianming this time at Avalanche. Momentarily hold them back.
Lorinov has a haste. He's going to try to connect.
Or is he heading over?
Under the tower, though.
He's not going to dive that. Again, not quite having the full amount of mana that he may have liked to be able to play around with.
And Lorinov's just doing standard build. Mage Slayer probably into that Maelstrom / Gleipnir eventually. But yeah, the Mage Slayer is going to be very, very effective this game versus the Tiny versus Morph and Batrider early. Kind of chunks down their effectiveness of damage a lot on the side of Azure, so.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And once the fights do kick off, where the Ember and the Gyro are turning up, pretty much the two best cores, I'd say, to really have a scaling damage output that works so fantastically with Fatal Bonds.
Fatal Bonds, yes,
Sleight of
exactly.
Fist and Flat Cannon doesn't really get much better than that with the Fatal Bonds.
No. Some stacks going to be worked on. FY, 3 points in that Firefly. We'll start to clear those up with Ori. Blink Dagger going to be pretty close after that's finished up, so can look to accelerate things, but at the same time, Jabs, he's going to have his, from the off lane, probably at a similar pace as that mid-Tiny, which is
that's
ridiculous.
Pretty wild. Yeah, this farm that Jabs has had. And a lot of it, as you say, down to those early quick moves from Q.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I feel like he does this so much. I'm always so impressed with the support. Q and Ollie, these two guys just always impress. Ollie hasn't died either. You know, we were talking about the Warlock having like trouble and stuff like that. He's actually just chilling.
I mean, that's the thing. Maybe Ollie is just that good enough of a Warlock player that he's going to break the curse that we seem to be putting on all these games that we cast with Warlock on.
He does have a. I mean, I do feel like he has a much better draft built around it too. Like you said, like the Ember, the Gyro, the lane in particular, and everything too. And now that lane is, I mean, the lane is done. You know, laning phase is all gone. He hasn't died. The Gyro got killed once, but that was from a rotation from the Tiny. So it's good stuff.
Should be getting his 6 as well from this. Oh no, he's halfway through 5. So still a while to go for the 6. So might get the freedom to pick up some XP around the mid if Lorinoff starts to head elsewhere on the map, make some moves.
How many charges do you think he'll wait for to consume the Grimoire?
I don't know. I don't know what sort of the Grimoire strats are at the moment. What sort of the? How long do you wait?
I think you just when the team fights just start flurrying, I think you wait a little bit. If you just start winning those team fights, then yeah, you keep it. Because right now, it's 2 to 3. There's very little kills going on. You definitely don't want to pop this
You're not
thing.
in a rush to do it right now.
Nah.
You're totally fine with the position and the progress you're making.
Yep. One toss. Goodbye. Creep wave. Gotta love it.
No, and this creep wave will give him the 6. So Ollie can now look to try and make some moves. Has that smoke if they do want to try and make a quick play with the Golem.
I usually like it more as like a counter initiation kind of thing, but if they can look for a setup to pop a Morphling, that could be fantastic. Since they do, I believe. Okay, 200 gold. Jabs has the blink. Ori has his blink finished up, so could look to make some plays early on.
Solo. I mean, they try to go for him, the 2 of them. We'll see if they do succeed. The Golem has been dropped. 23 still stepping away. I mean,
he's killing it.
He's surviving, but
he killed it.
He's dead as well.
Ollie.
They try and kill 23, and then Ollie turns up with the back. I mean, before Ollie was there, 23 had already been able to deal with one of them on his own, dealt with FY. But indeed, Ollie turning up, making sure that 23 is able to deal with Bark as well.
That was sick. I love it, the counter initiation. That's the way you want to have your Warlock come in. He jumps in, boom, drops the hammer right on top of them, and then it gets cleaned up. That AoE damage from Gyro, it's enough. That's huge. 23's level 11.
He's getting so much, yeah. Level 11 compared to the level 9. Over 2 level difference, basically, when you look at the actual XP status of both of them. Yeah, 23, a huge lead on the Gyro.
Hey, they're playing this super nice. Lorinoff has a regen rune, too. They're looking to hit again. They've got the hook shot available. I mean, FY's being incredibly greedy here.
And it's an easy hook shot, Q. He's not going to miss them.
And they're stealing
They can take the rest of this. Absolutely.
Q? Ooh. Nice little Lotus from one of his buddies who was actually burning to the Firefly, it looked like, and they actually saved him. I think that was Jabs that gave it to him. Jabs' blink is done. Orbital Corrosion. He sees low come back to the lane. This is the first time the Morphling has come back. Immediately goes right back to him. And the Morph has to just leave the lane right away.
Really good stuff so far from Aurora.
Yeah, very nice.
I think you look at Azure Ray, it's going to be kind of eyes on Ollie to make something happen. He's the one with the farm, one with the quick blink dagger timing on their team. But as we've seen, they've got to do something much more coordinated if they want to take down 23 Savage's Gyro. Just the 2 of them, FY and Bark, it's at a point now where they can't make those plays. They need Ollie to join them.
I honestly don't even think that they should really go for it. I think they're going to have to bring like 5 heroes or 4 heroes to bring down this Gyro, because he's going to have his Aghanims finished up pretty soon. So I might have to look to pressure elsewhere. Ori,
they're chasing him down. See if they have quite enough damage. No, there'll be a toss as well to throw Lorinoff away.
Still chasing.
He's closing in though, and he's able to get close enough to jump the gap with the blink dagger. Ori's getting back up.
There's the chains.
Nice move from Low indeed, turning his Ember Spirit, using the chains against him, and with the lasso on towards Jabs, they will get the 2 of them.
Neutral.
Oh, okay. I don't know how the heck did the neutral get the kill out of all of that? There's 4 heroes there.
The slight, it griefed him.
Wait, what can we get? I want to get a replay on that. What was the instance of damage that killed him there? There's 4 heroes hitting him.
Didn't see which one it was. I think it was the wild one. I actually didn't even see which one it was.
They only technically get the one of the 2 of them. Still, though, Low obviously turning up and indeed already showing us the potential of being this morph against the Ember. Very nice chain play. As it did indeed, it was taking them quite a long time to take Ori down here. That's what did, of course, cause the rest of the team to be able to turn up and make such smooth moves. Low into the Ember, slight chains against them. They at least get one of them, but indeed Jabs. There's 4 heroes
I see
hitting
a Centaur hitting him, and now is it the Centaur? It's the Wild Wing.
It's the Wild Wing.
The Wild Wing.
Comes in with his beak with that final jab to take down Jabs.
Nice.
And indeed deny the kill away from Azure Ray.
Which is a big deal. Yeah. It is a big deal.
That would have been a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
If Low was able to get the both of them, I mean, already, he's recovering. He's now up there. Really closing the gap, at least on everyone apart from the Gyro.
Apart from the Gyro.
23 Savage is just that far ahead right now.
He's out of
level
control.
14, the level gap continues to grow. So now 3 levels ahead of the Morphling. Yeah, this Gyro is an absolute issue.
He's an issue, and he's got Fatal Bonds behind him at all times too. So the damage will be there. It will be ridiculous if they're able to get the connections there. So
also got the corrosive haze. Like somebody's gonna die. Potentially everybody's gonna die when 23 turns up.
So, I mean, pretty much for Azure Ray in most of these situations, I know the panel was talking about as well, too, is they're going to have to, like, insta-kill, right? In a lot of these situations, whoever they go for with their initial go, either with the Bat Rider or with the Tiny, they need to insta-kill this hero for it to be successful, especially with now Aurora getting this nice lead for themselves. And they've got Golem available, too, for the counter initiation. That is some honestly, this might be some of the faster timings.
I feel like 23 does this some games. Like he gets, like when he gets a good start on his carry heroes, he's normally breaking records.
Yeah.
And as you said, what you were gonna say, this one must be pretty close to it. Like,
it's close.
Yeah, coming up to 10k net worth, 16 minutes in, and yeah, Ags, Chrysalis, Falcon Blade.
Like sometimes you see the treads, Falcon Blade, and the Axe now, not the Chrysalis on top. You know, I feel like they can look for his fights right now pretty well around him. He's got 2,200 HP as well, so bursting him with Tiny Morphling, not easy. Radiance is done for the Brewmaster.
All right.
But they can kill this Brew Split pretty easy, as we saw even just before.
Yeah, absolutely. The Split will die.
They have
if
tons of
23 is
damage.
around, but cannot fight.
Yeah. Honestly, jabs, they all do tons of physical damage to it, so definitely could see that struggle. They're actually just looking for the rush.
Why not?
Level 2 Corrosive is online.
Yeah, they've got the damage. They'll be able to do this very quickly, and not only that, it's just going to be at a time that Azure Ray... Okay, they will scan it, so they were expecting it, but I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about it. Look how quickly this Roche dies, 17 minutes in. Just indeed, as you said, due to the composition and how farmed 23's Gyro is. So that is it. Aegis picked up, 17 minutes in. Let's see what Aurora's able to get done with this.
Azure's just trying to pressure in the meantime. Since they know that was going on, they took out the mid tower with the Chen creeps, looking to just kind of cut some creeps as well too from FY. But let's see how they're going to deal with this. Yeah, this gyrocopter. As you said, Morph is starting to look a lot better here, but
it's catching up. But
we'll have to see.
We're going to see what they can do about it. No format. Does Q want to go for this? He doesn't.
Jabs.
Okay, he does. He's going to try with a hook shot. They are going to try and go in for this one. Q is able to step back as well. They drop the Golem down. They'll jump over towards taking out FY first. Waveform's back up once again for low, so he'll continue to create the distance. And indeed, Aurora, they won't be able to continue that chase. So just taking out FY. Good retreat there from Azure Ray. So still seeing, obviously, the Morphling. Very tricky to catch.
Especially now that he's got the Manta done. Golem was used. So it does have to get used to kind of like protect him a little bit there, trying to get some extra kills. They'll get the bat, as you said. I like jabs that he jumped the bat there, to be honest. I thought that was pretty good separate jump, because otherwise he gets comboed as well from the Tiny, so not the ideal. They get something out of it. Jabs, BKB getting closer and closer. Do they look to make any type of play here while Golem is on cooldown? I mean, FY, his Nasso's still CD. Not really that easy for him to go for anything either. But they're starting to get some farm back. So yeah, now I guess that was the thing for the Chen, right? Just start getting your farm in. He is starting to recover pretty nicely. I believe the Greaves are finished. I think they're coming. Oh no, they're not just yet. Sorry. Just the mech. Apologies.
Looking for action though, Azure Ray already. With the Invis in, trying to get information. They're looking at low, Aurora.
He's far up.
And 23 is ready to get very involved in any sort of move that they continue to make. Still hard to get on top of this morph. Low.
Smoke again. Looking to catch. And this could be a really nice read if they kind of just expect him to TP out of the bottom area. I saw that line drawn. So they might just have a perfect read. They see the Tiny.
Hard to catch him though.
It's on the power rune. Jabs might just look for it.
Oh. Trading away with the bash, make sure that he's able to take that arcane rune away from him as well.
Nicely done from Jabs. Whoever made that call, that was very, very cool. Instant smoke after they don't find any to catch, and they know that they're making the move up there. So that was some heads-up stuff there as they're able to even pressure now the mid tower too.
Yeah. And I imagine that sort of play is just going to do them well multiple times, right? This sort of idea of just go towards the morph, try and scare the morph, try and scare the team into maybe bringing in some sort of reaction to back up the morph, and then immediately just look to make the play elsewhere.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love when I see these type of sweeps of the map. You know, it's just like you start one way and then boom, just sweep across. You eventually will catch something, and they will, and now they do get, of course, that Tormentor, and it's a good shard. Honestly, this is one of the... Honestly, I like the Clockwork one a bit too, but this is probably a little bit better this game just because of the positioning that he can be. And so far, it's been a perfect game from the Warlock, Owen.
It's been very good from Ollie. It really has.
It's been really, really good.
If we can safely say this is the best Warlock that we've seen.
That we've seen by far, yeah.
Ollie knows what he's doing on this hero.
I think it really helps that he's got the gyro, you know, in the lane and everything too, and how well that lane
but he said he didn't feed in the lane. That could have been a lane where he could have died a lot of times, but his positioning's been bang on, Ollie.
I just think it was the thing that he did where he gave the gyro level 3 for level 2 barrage, because then the brew and the bat just can never get close to him. Thought that was really clever. And yeah, we're seeing what's happened because of it. A BKB now finished, so double BKB on the side of Aurora. This next fight looks very difficult for Azure.
Yeah, we see the progress already with this Aegis timing that they've had.
Good game.
We're still with a minute left, and indeed a solid gold lead being grown.
Oh, and even at Lincoln, so they've got triple core item timing. So he actually did not go down the Maelstrom route on Lorinov, so looking to just protect himself instead. Oh, last onto a clock.
Oh, they got him. They got him good. Yeah, Ori and Low. There's not a chance for poor Q this time.
They got that Clockwork. There's a smoke up from behind them, though, so they've got to be pretty careful. Ori, there's a power rune.
Oh, no, not again. Oh, this time he's quicker with the blink. It's the Invis.
He's amped up, though.
There's a missile heading his way, and they'll drop the golem down onto the two of them. See Barcap to put the primal split, but 23, he's going to start killing off this split. Bark's got to run. The flat cannon comes out.
I don't think it can run. It looks pretty
It's
dead.
not getting away. Both of them dead. I mean, any sort of fight that occurs underneath the gyrocopter will be lost.
Well, they got the Clockwork. But quite a bit expended to get him, and they even the split just dies in a couple of seconds on. That's the level 2 split, too. So much physical damage coming out from them. 9 stacks of the Grimoire. It's starting to build up. He actually almost has his Greaves, so he looks like he's going to have his before the Chen does. So more and more buff ups, of course, for 23, who is already just continuing to be that beast. So we said you're low, catching up, but this is not one of those games where it feels like he can just do it on his own. Even if he turns into some like Flak 1v5, he needs the help of his allies.
Yeah, is that maybe if 23 wasn't
if he
this
wasn't this
far ahead?
Yeah.
But he is that
really
far
is.
ahead.
And if maybe they were having like a better game on one of the other two, perhaps. But right now, it's getting rougher and rougher.
Yeah,
it feels.
It's a tough one for Low to carry. I'll see if things maybe settle down a little bit and Azure Ray get a bit more breathing room now that the Aegis has expired for Aurora.
Yeah, let's see if they can get some pickoffs too, because look at FY's positioning.
I mean, he'd happily take down Ollie. I mean, Ollie, as we say, yet to die this game. Finally, they'll be able to take him out. And Low also the one to pick the kills. So nice stuff here for the Morph.
Good injection of money.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Good positioning there from FY. Feels like it's the first actual pickoff that he was able to find, because the Clockwork, they got the pick off, but that one quickly turned into not being worth it. So that pickups here. It was just a shard from Jabs. Yeah, I think he just bought a shard, so. Even more physical damage. Even better ways to kill the Bruise Split as well, too, if he gets the crush onto them. Multiple corrosives and everything like that, so. Yeah, continuing just set up 23 for even more success. Gold lead did shrink a little bit, though. So it went from 7 down to 5. That was the Tormentor, probably, I assume, yeah. So.
Azure Ray. I mean, they may look to try and go again once the lasso's back up in about 10 seconds on FY.
He might get caught. There's a ward on him.
Yeah, Jabs is going to find him first. Straight on to FY. FY forcing away. Nice Jabs. Will be able to stay on top of him, pop at the BKB to make sure he finishes off the kill. And there will be no Hands of God, at least that's strong enough to be able to save FY.
A couple small things almost actually saves him. The Gossamer Cape dodge, and then Lasso came up at the last second. He almost was actually able to lasso him and perhaps at least maybe buy time or get away or something, but not the case. Jabs finishes him. Get to continue their push. I believe the Daedalus is now done for the Gyrocopter. And he's got his allies now behind him.
And they can take the tier 2. Probably look to hold back and wait for the next Roche and then really go give it another push up to potentially the high ground next time around Aurora.
Yep.
As we'll see very shortly what the Roche spawn status is going to be.
They're setting up.
Yeah, Low, he's already out of it.
They're just going to go for the creeps, they'll settle. Good money on those anyway.
A minute left to the Roche, so...
Pretty decently quick spawn, though.
Yeah, Aurora's going to be
Pretty
happy with that once they find it in a minute. So they'll look to just hold this area. So if they do continue to check the pit, and yeah, once they get that Roche and get that Aegis again, they'll be taking the rest of the outer towers and maybe even looking for the high ground push.
Yeah, absolutely.
With how strong 23 is.
Yeah, and Ori's still a ways away from BKB, so for him, fighting for the Tiny is very difficult into this Warlock, into all this kind of control that he has to deal with without BKB. Even Spirit Vessel, it's a ton of damage that's going to go on him, so he really needs that for the next fight is far enough.
They want to try and fight. Bark leading the way. Not able to find the grab, though. FY doesn't want to go in for that.
No, and he already used Force Staff, too. And they've seen that Linken's for Lorinov for some time now, so they need to be able to break it and then go for it. He is going to have the Maelstrom now finished almost after that Linken's is done. And Roche, yeah, 10 seconds, so. Looks like they maybe just want to pressure the map instead of look to contest this Roshan, because it's pretty difficult. Once they started, it dies so fast.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Say 2 seconds. Oh, Ali just left the pit, and it spawns right after.
Uh-oh.
Is under attack.
So far, so Azure getting some good timing to be able to farm here. Get tier 2 mid, tier 1 bot, get some bounty runes too. So getting some gold. Now that Roche will get scouted. But a pretty decent amount. I mean, just continuing to see that gold go down and down and down. Azure Ray getting very good farm on the map during this downtime. Ori will actually probably have the BKB for the next fight too.
Yeah, the high ground defense should be pretty strong. So we get in and get a toss back.
They have, excuse me, they have great ways to just pop heroes too. They have the double condas, right? So
that's yeah, a lot of burst.
A ton. Wait a minute. Am I seeing this wrong?
What have we got?
Is it just mine? Like, look at the Morphling skill build. Is this the new skill build?
You're the expert, Fog.
I don't think I've seen that. Maybe.
No, I don't play the series. It's got too many buttons.
I thought, especially with Conda, doesn't that make your Conda not as useful with the adaptive strike kind of thing? Whatever. Not a Morphling player. But I'm pretty sure I've seen at least the adaptive most times. Right? Whatever, someone will call me stupid, but your cast range is also underwhelming when you have level 1 of it. But, oh well. They're getting a push started.
Maybe there's just like a Rubik that's not in the game, but he's just like, I can't don't let him steal this spell. I better not level it. It must be something. It's some sort of morphing tech that we're not in.
Probably just because he was jungling so much to just fully catch up, and then now he's got the Conda, so now he'll start leveling them.
Well, we'll see. Will he? We'll see what Lowe's going to do.
I imagine he has to start skilling up Adaptive Strike. Okay,
yeah.
That makes sense. So he was waiting for the Conda to be able to put points in it. Okay. I'm cool with this then.
Okay. I mean, because, yeah, he's not fighting, right?
No,
it's just all
he
farm.
was just farming.
All farm.
And if he was fighting, he was turning into other heroes. So.
That's true.
That's actually pretty cool. Pretty
just
cool.
Yeah, min-maxing to the max.
But you definitely want max Adaptive Strike when you have your Conda. So it's a little bit weird that he doesn't have it maxed up with the Conda, but whatever.
No, he just wants to farm. He's like, avoid the fights.
Fair enough.
Continue to try and close this gap between himself and 23. And then turn up, when he's got his BKB, Satanic, and when he's got the max points in Adaptive.
Sure. Cool. Oh, he's like just looking at some. I feel like a lot of
they are
players do
slowing
stuff
down
like
the
this.
game, right? Even when Aurora's kind of got this Aegis and cheese, now they'll try and go for the high ground. So this is going to be the real test for Azure Ray, how well they can deal with this pressure. Because now the pressure's coming in, Lowe's probably going to have to turn up and try and help do something about it.
Yeah. Up the pop a glyph, but they're going to look to keep forcing here with this Gyro on high ground. He's got a heal too.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Jabs. He has headed back.
Yeah, they'll push him back. It looks like Bach was able to cut that bottom wave.
And Jabs is going to start messing around with Low. Low's going to go for the TP, but the bash is there. Jabs is able to just chase him down.
He cannot get away.
Is there any sort of crazy play he can make?
I mean, no. Running away, but it's not possible.
Uh-oh. Well, he's dead for a minute, Low. No buyback on him.
Huge. I mean, absolutely massive from Jabs.
Yeah,
Low
Jabs.
Literally just been, he's been 0-0-3. He's been farming quietly the whole game. That is a long time that he's dead. 50 seconds, 23 with an amp damage. They're going to just run it down. There's no glyph. They could just look to run. Actually, they have to take tier 2 mid and then maybe just walk bottom or maybe just force mid because they don't have a wave bottom. And right now, it's just 23 in the mid lane alone, so.
I mean, he's chilling. He's like, what are they going to do about him?
Yeah, he can do this.
Like, they can't do anything about him. He's got amplified damage rune. He's heading up to the high ground on his own.
Yeah, FY is like, guys, guys, our base. Toss back.
Oh, here we go.
Do they have the lasso at the fountain?
They got the lasso, but the BKB was out, so no follow-up magical damage or control. Now 23 is able to turn over towards Aurora. He's able to start healing up. The flank cannon's killing him off.
But he's under tier 4.
They'll get him once.
That's the one. Another toss back. Let's go.
Let's have a look. Ori, can you get the catch? Yes, he can. He's able to get the toss back. They have the damage, though. As Ori put that toss back, he's probably going to lose his life. He's definitely going to lose his life. And
23's fine.
He's perfectly fine. As low as he goes, just about down to half his HP, that's as bad as it gets for him. 23 doesn't care at all. He's back on with the push. He's happy to lose his Aegis like that.
It was a cool attempt. At the least they tried it.
And they're looking to end. I mean,
More
3 heroes
respawns, but-
dead. There's a buyback on Bach, but no buyback available on Ori or FY.
No. Lornoff just controlling them as well, too. Crimson Guard to at least stall things, but the Rax is dropping. This is such a clean game from Aurora.
Yeah. And 23's Gyro just
beast.
It looks like a pretty free game for him when he gets a good start.
I mean, the two supports just kind of did a lot of the early moves to be able to enable both this Slardar and this Gyrocopter to just have this absolutely free game. Honestly, like, Lornoff kind of got to chill a bit on this Ember Spirit, it felt like. He had some great slight chains to just, like, kind of stall things, and he did control the Tiny well, but overall, yeah. Great game plan from Aurora.
For sure. I mean, and from Azure Ray, I don't know if sort of this Chen approach really worked, you know, kind of overall for the style that they wanted to try and play. Just felt like Xiaoming wasn't able to do a lot in this era of this game.
I think they thought this bottom lane was going to go a lot better.
Yeah.
Because it was a disaster, really.
Yeah, 2 quick deaths to start it off, and yeah, easy start for them. Also, we'll see on the replay again this. Ori, he was doing what he needed to do, right? Gets the first toss back with the lasso as well, dragging him in pretty deep. Unfortunately, not quite deep enough to sort of hold him in a position where they could have looked for a fountain toss back on his second life. But at this point, you know, sure, you're able to take 23 down once.
They passed him the cheese, too. I was going to try to point that one out earlier, but it was Jabs who blinked and gave him cheese anyway. He didn't have to use it, but it was just in cases. They will pick off Jabs.
They will. So, you know, high value killer. I mean, he was just saying that, you know, Jabs for the whole game. He's been doing a lot.
Yep.
He's been. I think he's got the highest kill involvement on the team, right? Yeah. He's been involved in 13 of the kills. So most of the stuff has been down to Jabs.
Yep.
But unfortunately, this next minute, they're going to have to play without him. And in a bit of a turn of events, it's now Azure Ray that are outside the base of Aurora.
But they do have to be careful.
I don't know how much they can push.
Let's see, they get some toss backs.
Ollie. He's gone.
The gyro's turned up.
And this is probably the point where they've got to start to run. So Azure Ray, they'll back off, they'll respect 23.
Not bad, though. Got the Warlock.
And quick moves as well. The fact that they kind of get that kill on Jabs and suddenly they're starting to actually be able to threaten the base a little bit against a team that's 13k ahead.
Yeah, and they reset themselves. As long as they're rallied around the Chen with all his auras, seem like they do still have good damage. They just can't get picked off. And Bach is level 18. We have yet to see them actually do like a 5v5 coordinated fight here for
They're
Azure.
going to try and go for one, or at least try and go for a fight where Aurora don't have everybody back up.
Oh, they're just smoking back, it looks like, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they are. They were kind of umming and ahhing about it.
Yeah, I saw Morph TP. I'm like, yeah, their base is not in a good spot for them. Yeah. Wanted to attempt for it, but can't. 23 Butterflies finished up. Another huge power spike, of course, for him. A pipe also finished up on the clockwork. I believe that was a couple minutes ago, but a couple more big timings, of course. 1 minute left for that Roche. 23 still just hanging on to that cheese in his backpack just in case of things. And Golem is back up. So they've got the way to protect these cores to be able to go for that final Rax push if they'd like to. They probably don't need to wait for this Roshan. Satanic and the cheese, of course, on this gyro, so can look to force the issue. And Glyph is on cooldown. Bach scouting with the Ags. Breaking. They broke the Lincolns that was passed from Lornoff. Go for the toss back.
That's a good toss back. Well, the BKB's out for 20. If you look at the lasso as well, they're trying to drag him in as deep as they can. He's only gone down to about 75% HP, 23. Now he gets caught at the end of the BKB, not bad with the flame break.
Cheesed up.
I mean, Lowe's trying to burst and focus him down as this small fling. Can they get him? They can. They've killed 23.
But Ollie just killed everybody.
I mean, he is. It's a triple kill for the Warlock. They put everything into taking down this gyrocopter, but they end up losing their own lives. All 3 of their cores dying to the Warlock.
Another toss.
So what they can do here, I mean, he's coming with the buyback, Ori. So Jabs and Lorinov and Ollie, they're in on top of him.
They do a lot of damage.
I think he's going down again. Crush into a bash, he's out. So die back on Ori. Aurora diving in for more.
GG.
And indeed, it's there. GG is called. Aurora taking this game 1. And they look very good doing it, Fog. This was a very good play. And I think shout out to Ollie on the Warlock.
Absolutely.
He broke the curse.
He broke our curse.
And we keep seeing Warlock lose when we cast. This one, though, Ollie comes in, and he doesn't even just kind of come along for the ride. He does a lot on this Warlock. Right up until the end, triple kill against all their cores.
Super well played by Aurora. One of the cleaner games I've seen by them. So, yeah, well played, and we'll see how it looks for that next game.
Yeah, absolutely. Super hot stuff here. Aurora take game 1 against Azure Ray.
You're watching Riyadh Masters, and we're in the middle of our second series of the day. It is Aurora that took this game number 1 from Azure Ray, and it is on the back of a Warlock. Gyrocopter was a factor too, but Warlock, Kazu, finally finding success here. I feel like Owen and Fox talking about how they were cursed and never seeing any good Warlocks is definitely one of the better ones.
I mean, I also had not seen a good Warlock yet up until this game. His lane was good. It seems like his game was good, right? They were equipped to take the fights later after he had a good lane. I feel like they kind of did everything right. I will say I'm a little disappointed with Azure's like early mid game. You have a Chen Brew lineup. Like you want to swarm your opponents and kind of like collapse on them with their heroes. I feel like they actually never really use their heroes together. I think they're all kind of like playing their own little Dota game, but that's not how you win games at a tier 1 Dota tournament.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Azure Ray's draft, though, as that game progressed, the Chen, like we mentioned, was one-dimensional, and it got shut down on lane really hard by Aurora, who instead of choosing to focus on the Morph lane, just decided to kill Chen over and over. You look at the other side lane, and they drafted this support Batrider as a solution to Gyro, right? That they would run him down with the Brew early on. Regardless of the fact that there's Gyro, they picked Brew, right? They had confidence in it, but it just didn't work. There was no damage coming out of Brew plus Batrider the way they needed it to be. Like, there were so many situations where they ran at 23's Gyro and he lived with 100 HP. There was one where they did it while Warlock was pulling. They couldn't manage to kill the Gyro. There was one where they ran at the Gyro once Brew hit level 6 in the jungle, the top part of the jungle. Batrider goes first, he dies, Brew commits anyway, ults, his ult dies. And they really, really needed to get at least 1 or 2 of those kills on the Gyro in order to make this draft work, and it just didn't happen. Maybe Batrider as a hero just doesn't do enough damage. Maybe Brew as a hero isn't as strong as he used to be able to be picked into a Gyro. But ultimately, and that Gyro was just doing too much. We saw Gyro getting tossed back into the base like 3 times, and they still didn't kill him.
But it was the fatal bond that was their real killer. I feel like, shouldn't they have more ways to get rid of it, or was it too early because of all the items they needed to even have a fight to begin with?
But it's because of how long the Gyro lives during those engagements. It took them 50 seconds to bring him down. Fatal Bond's got a triple kill, right? Because the Gyro lives through the Satanic, through the BKB, dishes and dishes and dishes out that damage, because they just simply did not have a means to burst him.
Yeah, I feel like for Azure, I feel like they just didn't really combine the heroes. Whereas if I look at Aurora, like Q and all, like Q, like he goes mid, he like helps with runes. They get a Spirit Vessel on their clock, like they're doing nice things. I feel like Lorinov wasn't really contested on his Ember. Like he played a free game, he goes main Shaya, he helps everyone. Like they're just doing all the like pieces right to the puzzle, like how they need to move, what to do when. Whereas I feel like Azure Ray, I don't know if I was actually like, I feel like I wasn't watching a team play. So in the next game right now, I would just like them to focus to be like, what do we, like when are we strong? Let's go together. Let's do it.
Yeah, you kind of lacked. It wasn't necessarily the draft. It was more the synergy that you were missing on that one.
Yeah, I mean, you can always make it better and easier, but I feel like I like to say that sometimes where if I reverse the drafts, I think with this gameplay I watched, Aurora would have beat them as well.
Okay. Well, let's see if they can step that up in game number 2. That is coming your way after break. Aurora and Azure Ray, game 2 coming your way here with Kezu, Effie, and myself. We're ready for the draft any moment now, should be on your screens. But I want to talk about what needs to change, because we already said that Azure Ray, it might be a synergy issue rather than a draft issue, and that means speeches need to be had. Effie, I feel like, did you agree with Kezu, by the way, that you feel like it was gameplay related rather than draft related in the previous game?
I agree that if you had reversed the drafts and in the state that Aurora were in, they would have won with that draft, just based on that game one. Maybe not enough of a sample size, but as the game progressed, like, it looked like a great Morphling pick, so me and Keze were very heavily leaning towards that Morphling, but the draft actually turned out to pose so many challenges, which ultimately for me, the offlane of Azure Ray was the biggest challenge draft-wise.
Yeah.
The heroes were not set up for success. Batrider is a very, very nerfed hero.
Yeah.
And FY actually played on Firefly, hit 2 points in Firefly, 1 point in Flamebreak by level 3, which does not do the damage spike that it used to. You have to play on Napalm if you want to play for damage on support Batrider, because that hero got so nerfed. So nerfed. Your damage comes from sticky Napalm, and they would make these aggressive plays on Gyro and fall short by 100 HP. I think maybe if that had gone a little bit differently, things could be talked about, but even then, why pick the nerfed damage hero? You had other heroes available to you, even a Dark Willow, a Hoodwink, that would have done the same thing, but better and more consistently.
Like, they probably also thought that this bot lane with Chen is supposed to go... I don't think you're supposed to die in that lane, or maybe if the lane goes bad, like maybe you go top. I feel like eventually you need to slow down the Gyro, but then they play for stacks. I feel like everything kind of fell flat. So I feel like for them, maybe if they don't perform very well in a draft where it's like, at some point we need to do this, maybe pick a draft where you feel like it's more open. Like everyone's just more, you play whatever situation you're in, like you can farm, you can gank if it feels good. Not like we need to gank top and kill this Gyro, otherwise he has 20 million net worth. Maybe just make it easier, but then still I would like to just see a little more combos and synergy within the game.
Yeah, because when you say, you know, maybe have it be more open, maybe that was their problem, not in that sense, but have the draft be more, like they had the draft to be open, like, ooh, is Batrider going to go support, or are they going to swap it with the Tiny? You know, that flexibility, what you're saying is they shouldn't have tried to go for that flexibility if they can't deliver with it.
I mean, in a way, but also more like maybe if they pick heroes where they feel like they can only do one thing, because then maybe in the first 3 minutes something goes wrong, which kind of happened with the Chen. Maybe now they feel like, I don't know, pressured, because a lot of times you get in your own head depending on how the lanes go, how the early game goes. So I feel like just kind of scrap that game one and try to go in fresh.
Yeah, I would like for them to simplify the draft in terms of, let's not pick heroes that are countered within the draft. Because if I recall correctly, the Brewmaster came after the Warlock plus Gyro, right? And every Brew player knows that if there's this like slotted Gyro, a very farmed Gyro, you are dead. You cannot survive. And you add that on top of the Upheaval, on top of the Fatal Bombs, on top of the Slardar with the AoE Slithering Crush and the amp damage. You're picking a hero that you banked on winning this lane. You banked on being able to run down the Gyro. If you're putting all of your eggs into we have to stomp the lanes, that doesn't work for you. Just make it easier. Don't counterpick yourself.
And maybe if you needed to stomp the lanes, a Bat Brew combination is not your stereotypical strong lane, I feel.
It used to be.
Okay.
Because Bat and Brew is actually insanely strong. It used to be so much damage coming out, but with the way that that lane was played with the Fatal Bonds push level 1 into the very fast level 2 into pulls, and it just didn't work out.
Yeah, especially if then you're also going for stacks. I feel like they did like some in-between of we're going to halfway lane, we're going to halfway play for stacks, but yeah, I feel like if I'm just looking at Aurora, like if I'm them, I'm feeling pretty chill. I feel like they kind of got to play the heroes that they wanted. They sat back, they relaxed, they used their timings when they were strong. They moved around with like the correct pieces. So I feel like it's more on, you know, Azure Ray to kind of show up in the next game and, you know, just show us some good dotes.
There's also some unfortunate stuff that went on, right? There was this nice play by Low where he replicated Ember, got the slight chains off, but jabs on the Slardar gets denied by neutral creeps. That was actually a pretty big loss for Azure Ray because they were 3k net worth behind at that point, and that kill would have easily swung it back to a 2k or even 1.5k net worth lead.
I mean, even at that stage, I'm pretty sure he has like a kill streak, and I think anything that will help you at that stage can like really help them get back in the game, like whether it's 1 or 2 small kills or it leads into some Roshan. So yeah, we'll just have to see what ends up happening. But Aurora, I think, fairly similar to game one, some of the same bans. I remember there was a snap band out from their side as well. They get their first pick lock again, which looked very strong. I know it's been nerfed, you know, the bowling ball, tiny clockwork and whatnot, but it just looks good.
I'm just wondering if we are ever going to see Darkseer at this rate, because I believe it's been banned on all the streams. If I might be mistaken, but it's been not seeing a lot of light of day. A lot of bans coming for it, though.
I think this will be the Chen of the former patch before Facets. So 100% contest rate.
Yeah, I think with the contest rate for sure. There might be some teams that will maybe let it through if they feel like they have some really cool carry picks that will like really shut them down in lane or give like a very easy time. But I don't really see this hero slip through the draft without being picked or banned.
I can see teams like Liquid letting it through and maybe going for an Oracle safe lane
something
strategy.
like that. Yeah.
But otherwise, you're just better off not letting the 55% win rate hero in Dota 2 Pro Tracker
I would agree.
through.
Very true.
So let's see. Like maybe also a different thing you could look at for Azure Ray last game. Like if you're Ori who play Tiny, after the game I could easily see something like, guys, I'm playing Tiny, my supports are bad in Chen. Who the hell am I supposed to kill like when I get my Blink Dagger? We don't really have any burst, so maybe that's also like a switch up they want to go for, and not like these defensive supports when you play against Clock 2. So you know, not too surprised to see the Tiny again. Hero just looks very good. It's more about the supporting tools you really give him.
I agree with that. You need +1 hero to play make and play the map with you. And in the past, that really could have been Batrider. I mean, that hero used to be able to run around with barely anything, but that's not the case anymore. Support Batrider got nerfed into the ground. The hero's facets got nerfed into the ground. The damage got nerfed into the ground. Now you're banking on winning the lane based off of your flame break repositioning. And if you don't do that, you have to farm stacks to get your Blink Dagger or you're useless. So maybe something like a Rubik, maybe something like a Tusk. Maybe something like a Snap would be a lot better for this Tiny.
Well, Snap already banned out. I believe we have an almost identical draft. Obviously, Warlock getting banned out is the first change-up that Azure Ray is going for. I believe maybe one of the bans, instead of Shadow Demon, it was Spirit Breaker. That was banned out. But I could have just written it down wrong, I thought. So I can't really trust myself at this point. We do have a change up on the side of Azure Ray. They go for the Enchantress. Of course, previously in this position, they had their hands on the Chen. They go for, I guess, its counterpart in the Enchantress.
I mean, I guess it's like a little more aggressiveness in terms of the laning. I guess you can fight back a bit. But I would say you're still susceptible to Clock if he kind of catches you. And later on, you can present the follow-up damage to Tiny, but you need levels for it. So I'm not saying I'm super sold yet, but it's just maybe more aggression, which they want in this game.
And I think this hero plays a lot faster than Chen too. Because you have more tools to fight back on lane, dish out damage yourself. You have an easier means to go through the gate with a creep. You have an easier means to rotate to the mid lane. And you have better scaling than Chen does in terms of just pure damage output.
Now we're going to see, right? Because it's the exact same. It's just Warlock is banned. Okay, we'll pick Crystal Maiden instead. But we have said that Warlock was incredibly instrumental to win that first game. Crystal Maiden does not have the same type of impact, team fight-wise anyway.
Yeah, I mean, typically Crystal Maiden is what you pick versus Enchantress because her Frostbite kills Enchantress's creep. But with the way that they changed Frostbite, I think you need to Frostbite and hit it a few times, right?
I think at least like 2 or 3 times, maybe at least that you need to hit it. I think like CM over, I mean, it's somewhat of a Warlock replacement. You can push the wave. You have some type of team fight. You're going to help your team with the mana region. So I'm kind of for it.
I think it's just a solution to that Ench creep pushing lanes and maybe diving. Because when you look at Enchantress, especially if she's played as a safe lane carry, which I think that's what they're gearing towards on Azure Ray, once she goes through the gate and dives your carry, Crystal Maiden is a really excellent repellent because you just bite the creep and they don't have that means to absorb that tower damage. So this is a way of protecting Gyro for sure.
Yeah. I think it's just like very good. And at least like when we go through with the draft, I would say Gyro, I mean, they had similar ways last game where you want to like swarm him or you want to jump him. I would say CK definitely fits that very well. So I think overall, they have a good lane now with the CK Ench. You should have a fairly okay like game matchup unless the Gyro is very far ahead of you. So at least for now, I like the small change-ups that Azure are going for.
Yeah, I think even though Gyro is known to AoE clear units, CK functions very differently with his strong illusions, and he's a very bursty hero. And if you can burst Gyro in a stun duration before he can press Satanic, that's typically been the counter. Burst him before he can just tank up, heal, lifesteal, and turn the fight. And there are very, very few heroes in Dota right now that provide the burst damage that CK does with this few items.
Yeah, I think it's also nice when your carry can go in. Like, again, when you have some mid-Tiny or whoever is going in, it's great if you can just have a secondary guy. So it's not like, oh, Tiny is showing, you can just go free farm. Now you have CK, you go Armlet, Orchid, you're good around the map. We have seen this matchup before with the CK Brew. I think if CK snowballs, he can get the Orchid, kind of shut you down. But if teamfights like happen very evenly and Brew gets a split off, it is incredibly annoying for CK.
They want stronger supports on Azure Ray.
Yeah.
After what happened to them last game, they go for Enchantress and Hoodwink, which are lane securing supports. Like, these heroes just provide so much damage and so much CC early on that they can enable whichever heroes go with them. The issue with these two heroes, though, is that both of them get burst very quickly by the heroes on Aurora. Like, Clockwork loves playing into Hoodwink, loves playing into Enchantress, setting up on them. There's a lot of follow-up magic damage through Gyro and through Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, it's honestly not the easiest unless, like, they kind of need their Tiny and CK to play in front of them, like, to act as bodies. Where, I mean, I feel like this Brew pick is very good. Maybe the best pick they could have gone for on, like, this closing phase. Like, unless he gets bursted, where even then, if you're on the Earth stance, like, you try to get bursted by some Tiny, or you get your Air stance with the evasion against CK, like, if he lives and gets split off, I think teamfights right now don't look amazing for Azure Ray unless you get the jump that you need.
Can I say that I'm concerned that Azure Ray are doubling down on their lanes again with these support picks and not thinking about the overall game plan. What happens if the lanes go wrong? How do we transition into that late game? Because they pick two supports that secure lanes but don't provide much by way of team fight versus Aurora's heroes. So, like, what is their plan if things go wrong here? Who turtles? Who farms? Who kites? Like, I guess you can have an edge creep pushing a lane and Hoodwink clearing waves. That's pretty much
I feel like they don't really have a fallback for now. Like, I think, okay, so you pick the Hoodwink after the early matchup, you see the lane. You're going to also get a last pick off lane most likely, unless you want to put the Tiny there. So it's more like, counter pick, win your lanes, and kind of use momentum to go forward. Because, I'm with you. If this game goes even or, like, Aurora are ahead, I'm not sure how you resolve yourself, like, on the map when you're behind. It seems not easy or clear at all.
I think Faithbeyond needs to tie this draft together with a offlaner with a team fight. Like, maybe not Tidehunter in particular, but a Tidehunter style offlaner that just shows up with something like a Ravage and can turn the tides.
How about Mars or something? I don't know, something like this. Maybe you don't have enough damage. At least you buy a BKB.
I think Mars could be fine here.
But keep in mind,
maybe
Aurora still has one ban left, so they could ban out the one that you guys come up with. Like, oh, that's a perfect pick. Banned. We'll see which one they give priority to remove. Because, team fight was definitely something that Azure Ray lacked last time.
Well, they're entertaining the idea that the Tiny could be offlane.
Yeah.
Oh, Coddle. Mid. Okay, that's very interesting. Have not seen that, at least in a little bit. Something I could see for Azure Ray is also if you can find an offlane that gives you team fight and gets a pipe. I think that's also cool. The Coddle pick would make me like Mars even more. You blink Arena him, he's basically gone.
You need a Coddle solution because you don't know at what point the Tiny will be able to get the Blink Dagger. Like, if Coddle is able to successfully rotate to side lanes twice, he could completely break Azure's idea here. Because we talked about how side lane dependent they are in this draft. They drafted 2-1 lanes. And if something like a Coddle that is notorious for rotating to side lanes very early
CK
at level
offlane.
6.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
I guess the concept here is they want to have a carry that doesn't die to the Coddle rotation with the Lifestealer Rage. But then you're depending on your CK to win you team fights.
Yeah, I'm still like trying to like debate in my mind what I like. I like the Coddle because it can really help Brewmaster. Like, this hero needs someone that pushes you forward to take over like the lane, take the tower. With the Lifestealer, I think it's maybe a little harder to make that move, but I feel like you still can. I'm actually torn. I'm not quite sure. This like last pick Lifestealer with the CK going offline is kind of throwing me off.
In a good way or in a bad way?
I can't put it to words yet.
Okay.
I'm still...
Maybe it's throwing Aurora off as well.
don't think they're too unhappy with it, honestly, because now they're in a position where they're worried to go into the late game. Lifestealer has a great matchup versus Gyro. It has a great matchup versus Coddle, and it won't die. It's a carry that you make sure you secure one side lane, but there's still a very strong lack of team fight, and Coddle can still do a lot up until Tiny gets the blink. I mean, Aurora are still in a position where they can break the lanes of Azure Ray.
Well, it looks like Azure Ray threw a little bit of a curveball Aurora's way with the last pick, Lifestealer, having that CK pivot to the offlane. Will it work? Will they get a point on the board after this game? We're finding out together with our commentary team of ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, getting into this game 2 now. Azure Ray versus Aurora Gaming. And yeah, Fogged, what do you make of this? We're getting to see, obviously, 23 get his gyro again. Different sort of a composition around him. This time, no Warlock, unfortunately for them, as we saw it obviously get banned out by Azure Ray. And yeah, Azure Ray, indeed, CK to the offlane and getting that Lifestealer for low.
This is so greedy. I don't know. I don't think I like it. Like, Lornoff, this is one of his best heroes, if you recall, when he was playing and kind of snowballing, especially during Dream League. His Coddle is super active. He always likes to make a lot happen.
Sure.
And now they have 3 strength cores into Solar Bind. And he's just going to go this Vessel build very early. Yeah, they're going to have the Dispel, of course, from Rage, and then they're, of course, going to have, like, the Phantasm and stuff like that. But I feel like they're very all-in on these lanes, because team fight is just non-existent.
Okay. And that's something that what we saw last game, right? Some of their lanes didn't go too hot.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're going to have to do something to, like, kind of impress me, or just, like, come out really far ahead in these lanes or something like that. But I feel like they don't have a good way to burst the brew almost in any situations. And I feel like if Split goes off, I don't know how they deal with Split with their heroes.
Sure.
Their AoE damage is very lackluster early. Like, they don't have some gyro fatal bond kind of thing or anything like that. And they don't have good silences, and I don't know. Guess we'll have to say.
So yeah,
I'm hopeful to see some stuff coming out from this offlane CK, but I don't know.
When do you sort of like the offlane CK? Like, what kind of difference do you see on the other cores in terms of the sort of style when a CK offlane feels good to you?
I don't know if I like offlane CK.
Are you just in its kind of concept?
Yeah, in the concept, I'm just uncertain about how good it can actually be. So, yeah, I don't know. Guess we're going to have just to see how the lane in particular does go. How much he's going to be able to pressure a gyro. Because maybe that's going to be the case. Maybe they just, like, steamroll the lane, so.
Oh, let's check it out.
We'll have to see.
As we get into this game, too. But what the long and short of it is that you feel that if Azure Ray don't get a hot start, this is going to be a very difficult game for them.
Yeah, unless they can make it to, like, a super late game. Because, yeah, then you look at their heroes that have Lifestealers, like, they have great scaling. And they do have good ways to cut and delay the game. You know, Enchantress and Hoodwink can do all these type of shenanigans to cut creep waves and cut and keep things going. So if they can get to later stages, well, they do scale super hard. But I don't know. What to say.
Good damage here from 23 already, just kind of giving FY a pretty harsh welcome to the lane.
Misses himself a couple CS there, though. Yeah, I'm gonna be looking at Lornoff a lot in this game, at least in the early game in particular, because we haven't seen this Coddle as much anymore, and we're already seeing they blocked one of his camps. They put a sentry in preparation to slow down that stacking that he's going to be doing. So we'll have to see how fast the Spirit Vessel timing comes out and how many moves he's going to be able to do with that Solar Bind and Vessel combo.
I mean, the lane itself, right, should be pretty good, right? As long as he's able to keep shoving in under the tower against Ori. Maybe Ori gets a few denies still in the tree.
Lornoff is very experienced on this. Is with one of, I know it shows he doesn't have, like, he's like, what, like the silver tier, but he's played a lot of this. Especially for this team, too. So, yeah, he should be able to get the good CS. Up top, they do get a pull. So they get actually a Dark Troll Summoner camp, which is one of the best ones you get. They get a half pull. That creep wave is going to get fully denied. Always important to point that out early on.
And
22 they're in.
This is the point where, I mean, it was very early, honestly, last game, right, where 23 just started to get free farm.
It was level 1.
He was just, straight from the off.
Yeah.
He was having a brilliant time.
That's always the power of the Warlock plus Gyro, though. Just flak into, Fatal Bond and it's gone. They're also going to get a side pull, though. So 23 is able to get a side pull onto the stack, too. And there's some shenanigans going on in the creep wave up there. But so far, the CK is getting some good last hits versus the Gyro.
Bottom lane low. I mean, Lifestealer, how do you sort of feel this hero is? Obviously, the nerf that was there, the Corpse Eater. Still a great hero, or do you think it is kind of on the point now where there's games where you kind of prefer to consider over carries a lot of the time?
I think you probably prefer a lot of other ones, but if you do see, like, versus Gyro in particular, it can be a good matchup if you're able to get to those stages and everything, it will slow the pace of the game down. But yeah, it got nerfed. It got hard nerfed.
Already, I think top lane we're starting to see that 23 is just not going to get pressure put onto him.
No, I really do feel like, I mean, looking at their heroes, it's the lack of team fight kind of indicates it's just like lanes ideally kind of need to go well.
Yeah, the team fight is what basically an avalanche and a bushwhack.
Yes, that is pretty much it. And then the Infest AoE damage. There you go.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
That's kind of their biggest. It really is. Like, Tiny getting a fair bit of denies, so actually 8 now built up. I didn't think it would be that many versus Lorinov, but yeah. Ori, great job. Lorinov unable to get that extra little bit of CS. So yeah, this Tiny's going to have a good level advantage as well, too. So Ori, that could be a big difference maker to at least make the early game look really good with his movements. Gyro definitely poppable if he gets slowed down at the start. Big if, though, because yeah, right now it's not happening.
Yeah, and as you say, Tiny, obviously, and the CK, they're going to have to do a lot because low on the lifesteal, they're pretty much like the Morphling, right? You're just not going to be turning up early at all, really, on these heroes.
No.
Unless some sort of big deep dive is going on behind your tier 1s and tier 2s.
That's what I'm wondering what item bot goes. Can you even deviate on CK is the question? I think you just have to go Armlet.
I think you go Armlet Orchid every game, right?
I think you just go Treads Armlet.
No. We'll see it. We'll see what. But yeah, if Bark's sort of got any innovation on the CK in this position.
I just can't really. At least the Treads and Armlet probably 100%.
100%.
Orchid probably not as much, but he is versus a Brew, so you can still see the value of it. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe he goes Blink after because he is the offlaner. So maybe it's like some of Treads Armlet.
Yeah, but your Tiny's gonna have a Blink, right?
Yeah, you're right.
So you can kind of still be like, well, the Orchid's just that good.
Yeah, maybe he just plays like you said, normal. So yeah, we'll have to see. See what those end up being like.
Which is indeed, very greedy, right, from the offlane.
Exactly, yeah. So, see how it all does come together after some point. As Low will contest the creep pull because bottom, they're not actually able to apply too much pressure onto this Lifestealer, if any at all. He's 20 and 12, so they want to just now start at least resetting the lane positioning for Jab so he can get better farm. Now they're actually going to look to pressure Jabs a bit here. Or sorry, they're going to pressure Low a bit here. He doesn't have a point in Rage.
Oh.
Is he just dead?
I mean, this is the time to go. Yeah, level 3 where indeed just you don't have that point in range, right? This is the skill build.
Dead.
And they punish him.
Great identification of that by Q and Jabs.
I mean, you absolutely go for that. I mean, I guess the thing to be said is it was very risky farming where he was farming, right, at level 3. And in the mid, Lorinov's actually able to survive the efforts of Azure Ray as they go from under the tier 2 tower.
That was 3 heroes rotated for him, and he's actually able to scurry away, what, 20 HP or something like that? Wow. Who got the first blood? Was it Jabs? Oh, so Jabs, who was having a bit of a slower lane, actually got first blood and Low's courier. And now Low's still level 3, and they have a double wave. He needs to kill creep.
They need help.
He needs to kill that creep. He's got it.
He's got it. He's got the rage, but they're just going to be able to right-click him down.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that is rough. And at the same time, Tianming just dies in the mid lane.
Oh, my God. Oh, this bottom lane. They did it last game. Again, this is devastating now. That Lifestealer just got killed back-to-back.
Yeah, it feels like... Evidently, when you're playing it, especially against Q and Jabs, you can't take those risks like Low did, right? Farming behind the tower, level 3, when you don't have the rage point yet.
And the thing what they did there is Q had double stacked the wave, so now he missed, I believe it was like a triple creep wave under this tower.
Didn't.
Yes, he did. Or like a 2.5 creep wave or more. Look at this, it's another wave coming in.
Check it out again, we'll see on the replay. This is what was going on, of course, over in the mid. It looks like Tianming, I think he was maybe trying to TP over to help. But does it right in front of a CM with a frostbite, so ain't gonna work.
They lose the Lifestealer twice, and the whole tower, and his courier in a matter of like 2.2 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, that just hurts.
That's massive, and that's the laning phase now.
And as we were saying, right, that needed to go well with this sort of lineup for Azure Ray, otherwise the game's gonna get very hard.
At least that's what it does feel like, for sure, with at least 2 of these kind of selfish kind of cores. The Tiny, not as selfish, but yeah, the CK and the Lifestealer.
Well, we can see very close in the mid response, slight lead in the CS, at least last hits on Lorinov. Okay. But a few more denies, obviously, from Ori, able to get in, and that, of course, causes him to get that quicker level 6 on the Tiny in the matchup.
Farewell, my friend. Why gonna go down in Lorinov. He's making the early moves already.
They're looking for Tianming as well. This one, it feels like this is one that's going to... It's already getting rough very quickly, but this one's feeling kind of nasty. 5-0, Aurora. I mean, they look great in game 1. They're looking even better here in game 2.
100%. I mean, they're taking advantage of the greed completely, and they're going to have this Spirit Vessel super fast for Laurenov, and it's going to kill. It kills all 3 cores, really. I mean, yeah, like we said, there's some dispels and stuff like that, but this is a level 4 lifestealer. The supports are higher level than him.
Oh, they're going for a very early smoke here.
I mean,
they don't have that blink. They don't have anything, of course, yet.
You got to just start doing something. I mean, you had to hope you kill 23 here, but 23 has Strength Treads, Falcon Blade, 15 Wand, and Healing Lotuses. Can they even pop him?
I think surely with the 3 of them.
As long as they catch him there.
Stun.
Let's see. He's got backup coming. Oh, and I don't know. I don't think so.
Yes. Can they kill him?
I don't think so.
No, they can't.
And they're all dead. Oh, boy.
Oh, this is...
Give it a 23.
Easy Ollie.
Oh, Ollie took it.
Yeah, he takes it.
Frostbite damage is not his fault. It happens very fast.
They're going to find FY here by the looks of it. Jab's able to chase him down. FY with no way out.
This could be one of the rougher games that we have to witness, Owen. Unless some type of magic comes out from Azure Ray. Oh, boy. 23, he lives. They read the move.
Yeah, it wasn't even that close.
It wasn't really.
It didn't even end up that close. He was fine.
He had 15 wands, treads. He had literally everything prepared for it. Good God. And yeah, that's the Spirit Vessel. It is pretty much done. Supports have great levels. Jabs pretty much has a relic done as well too, and insane item timings. And Azure Ray has an off-lane CK. Well, at least the CK maybe has to turn into the carry because the Lifestealer is so shut down.
That's true. At this point, you're kind of like, well, we're at the same level, same amount of farm. Which one of us is going to do this?
Yeah. I'm sure they're feeling that as well. They're like, oh, God. I don't think that they expected that bottom situation to happen. That's honestly some kind of game-losing stuff that happens. The way that Low died twice, lost triple creep wave, and lost his tower. See what they can do to reestablish things. It's going to have to be at the back of Ori, right? Just how much he's able to find if he can get any type of toss plays, but he's a ways away from Blink now after that last death. And Blink is also... Him committing in with Blink, in 90% of the situations, he might just die. Unless he catches the Coddle, he gets Vesseled. Gets Solar Bound. Complicated stuff for them.
Yeah, very difficult to see what sort of move they can go for rather than just
farm.
Hitting the creeps and
I
hope
think they just have to
Aurora
farm.
make a mistake, but there weren't a lot of mistakes being made by Aurora last game.
No. Yeah, I legit think they just have to farm and, yeah, like you said, just hope for the best. But yeah, this Radiance, it's going to kick in very quick. It's very, very soon to be done. And I do not see Aurora looking to slow down by any means. This is a very aggressive team. Ori.
Looking for the setup around the mid. That's a setup for an easy hook shot. So anything they could do to try and save Ori. FY throws out a bushwhack, but not able to hold them back away from the Tiny. Another kill to be found here for Aurora.
Clean movements. They're still cutting, trying to use the Enchantress creeps to just at least hit some towers, but fights are not the name for them. FY chunked down. We'll have to go back.
I'll catch this again. Just they could just go on him like that under his own tower. Doesn't matter.
It was actually super ideal timing. Actually, it was after the toss was used as well too, so he can't even like toss the clockwork away after the initial hook shot. So kind of perfect there for Aurora. Yeah, this will be like, what, 13-minute Radiance coming out for Jabs.
It really seems like it. They're going to try again with another smoke, Azure Ray. Maybe they can get Jabs.
They have the ults now from Hoodwink, so...
I mean, can they stop him getting his ult off?
They should be able to burst, unless he just uses it right away.
He does indeed manage to get it off straight away.
He used it right away. Great read from Jabs.
And with that, no more move to be made by Azure Ray.
And they might counter gank. I see Ollie, I see Laurenov. They won't actually run into Ori, so Ori does get a little bit of breathing room here.
And Q's keeping his eyes on low. They're difficult to go for the Lifestealer.
He's definitely going to look for it, though. He's the same level as this Lifestealer.
Yeah, he's got the Infest. Should be able to pop in and pop out if he needs to. He's going to use the Rage first. Hookshot is going to be there. He's now going to start to step over towards the creep to infest into, but at this point it's already too low indeed. Low's gone.
Too low for Low.
I don't know if he would have maybe stood a better chance just to immediately infest and run on a full HP creep, but I guess either way, probably in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they can just battery assault it, run it down. It does extra damage to creeps as well too. So I mean, Q had his number. Again, this clock, this clockwork is out of control. 8 kills out of the 10 involved in it for him, taking out the Enchantress creeps too.
Yeah.
And all of it actually did start because of him just literally creep pulling bottom. It caused a reaction from the Lifestealer, which just was a disastrous reaction.
Yeah, I think he's probably a bit offended after last game. He's like, you'll ban Ollie's Warlock, but you won't ban my clock.
Yep.
You know? Q's like, look at me.
Q's like, and Q this game, he's like, I can actually just have a lot of fun too. He's going Aghanims route. And the Aghanims this game, when you're playing with Coddle, is broken. Chakra plus rockets.
Every wave pushed, every camp farmed. What do you want to do?
Yep. Will just die. From
every support dead.
Yeah. So, I mean, Q is definitely going to have a little bit of more fun this game because I'm pretty sure they're feeling, 10-0 after they've stomped the lanes.
Yeah.
And they're playing versus this greedy lineup. They're probably feeling pretty damn good.
Yeah, and I mean, all 3 cores are saying they got this. And the supports as well at this point. Now on Aurora, I mean, just...
And they're stacking in the meanwhile too, Owen, because there's no way at this point that Azure Ray can really contest anything with being so behind. So they have free reign to really stack and move anywhere they want. The blink is coming out, but it's a really slow one. With what he's up against, especially. Right, Ori. Where's the magic gonna be?
Who do they look to go for? They've already tried a couple of times beforehand, and neither of those plays went well.
Yeah. Do you just go for... I don't know, honestly.
I mean, you don't want to go for jabs.
You don't want to go for jabs.
Jabs is going to get the split
You
off.
got to go for the Coddle.
I think you got to go, yeah.
You have to go for the Coddle.
You have to go for Lauren off.
But, yeah. You have to just kill him. If he doesn't die instantly and there's a clockwork behind him, you're both going to just get cleaned up immediately afterwards from the Solar Vine, so...
Obviously, Bark as well, with his build, it's going to take even longer to really get online because he wants to get the Manta after the Armlet. Obviously feels, a lot of... He wants to be able to dispel the stuff that Laurenov's throwing down onto him.
Tiny again.
That slows down the aggressive potential. The hookshot leading in the mid, and Ori, not the kind of move that he wanted to make, really, turning up onto the map with the Blink Dagger picked up. He's the one that ends up getting jumped.
And they use the split too, just in case. It gets the Dispel and the Glimmer, and they've got more than enough to chase the Ench. I assume so. Yeah, they should. Oh boy. Again, Q. Yeah, monster. What a beast.
Right, this tier 1's going down in the mid.
It's every time, too. He's watching for the Tiny to use the toss. That was the same scenario again. Or he used toss, hookshot comes in immediately from Q. It's 23. This is the safest way for him to play, too. You see that? It's like he sees the CK, Tiny's respawning. He just ults the wave out and goes and farms that ancient triangle area. So very smart plays even from 23. He's got his team doing tons of work for him right now, but he's just able to get that solid farm. And very safe. Low will have his relic at the very least finished up, so at least, look, these items are going to start to get picked up. It's just how much are they actually going to even do.
It's hard to say because, Aurora on all accounts are basically an item ahead.
Yeah, literally every single person. And on top of items, it's levels as well, too, right? It's 3 levels ahead again from this Gyrocopter versus that Lifestealer.
Q. He's going to find Tiaming. Tiaming does have backup, but so does Q.
They have no interest in helping.
No, they'll just let this poor old Enchantress slowly die. That's Tiaming. He'll make them work for it.
Very slow.
Very slowly.
There we go. Just CM ulti. Yeah, okay. 13-0. Good Lord.
Let's hope that they at least get a kill. Nobody wants to see a 0-kill team. No. It's just not fair. It feels bad.
Yeah.
So just let them have a kill. Okay, whatever happens, come on, we'll see. See if Aurora has any mercy. Probably not, because they're playing that good right now.
Yeah, they pretty much made like little to no mistakes last game. This one is literally flawless so far. Low, Radiance is going to be online. Everyone else is just so poor. So yeah, Radiance and even the Radiance and the Manta timing is just, it just really doesn't feel like it's gonna do a whole lot versus the Brew, unless they can somehow kill Japs pre-split, which just
it's just not
not
happening. Yeah, even if they get him with the jump combo.
I mean, now he has great healing Lotus, so there's actually no way that you do pop him.
Oh, he's out.
He'll be safe. Level 2 splits online now too, so can't even go for anything like killing the split, as we were saying earlier. They just don't. Yeah, they do not have the heroes for it.
Dire's top tower is under
And every minute that goes by, it's actually just, it is Aurora getting the better farm. So even though it's literally all of Azure trying to farm as much as possible, Aurora is just getting more out of the map because they have, like you said, that one extra item ahead. And Q, he's found Bach.
He has. And he's got friends, Jabs and Lorinov here as well. Ollie is also joining.
He's hello, I'm here too. I'll take an assist. Q, another kill. 12 of the 14 due to this Clockwork, whose Aghanim is now finished. More fun for him. He's gonna go run next to Lorinov now. He's like, hello, my friend. Get ready for the rockets. He's just using them to scout a little bit here. He's not even hitting creeps, it looks like first. He's just checking the farm areas.
That's going to make it very hard for Azure Ray to ever really feel safe and hitting the creeps. And indeed, they're trying to make this move.
Infest move, 23.
If this doesn't succeed, it's going to hurt. He's caught up in the air, but the Bushwhack, they will get the kill. Now, can they get out? As already, he's caught under the tower.
They get low out.
I mean, if they get the rest of them away, they'll take that. They kill 23.
Oh! And Enchantress will get away.
A 1-for-1 trade when you're down, well, you were down 0 to 14 and 8K behind, you take that.
They got a kill.
They got a kill.
And it's the biggest one they could have got. Yeah. So, really nice. And what, Lifesteal got the last hit, right? So, yeah. So, Load was able to get the last hit as well and get himself away. So, very nice. Very, very nice. It actually looked extremely awkward for a second because he was caught in the air, but ends up working out. Back to farming.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Low, at least, no, ideally he doesn't want to show up until he's got that Armlet and Radiance combo online.
Still 8K behind. If they can stall this for literally like another 20 minutes or though, that is when those heroes, like we were saying, they will be online, so. Aurora, I believe that they're probably going to look to accelerate things though. Roshan probably the next thing on the menu and just look to force some team fights.
Yeah, they know that Azure Ray's not turning up for this Roche.
No, Azure Ray can do pickoffs, like those type of plays with the tiny, but a team fight is just not possible.
Easy Roche. Aurora. With that Aegis should be in a good spot to take out these tier 2s.
And now they can start really pressing forward that lead. And now 23 doesn't have to worry, of course, about getting Infest popped if he is split up a little bit. Oop. Jamming. Can he get himself away? Nope.
Poke shots in from Q. I mean, the rest of Azure at the same time, they've gone for a smoke move. I mean, Ori has got low with him. Very risky. They're doing this into an Aegis and after they've lost one of their members.
Yeah, 23, they might just be able to find him completely alone, though. Oh, actually, FY has been found by 23.
They're sort of split.
Oh, this is awkward now.
Ori, he's kind of stuck between the rest of the team.
And now FY might just be dead himself.
Yeah, Lorinov, he's got the follow-up. FY will turn with the acorn shot, but indeed, another one here for Lorinov. At the least, Ori goes undetected. With low.
Hey, they're trying so hard to do like the sneakiest type of plays possible. It's like as soon as they see more than one hero next to each other, like never mind. And yeah, they will lose the Hoodwink, but at least these two cores do get away. But as you said, yeah, Aegis now they're able to force the tier 2s, mid and bottom.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Q behind the tier 2. I'm going to play around with Tian Ming.
Maybe a little deep again. Looking at the build from Q also, he wants to make sure that he's got mana, so he actually bought double null on the... I love it, on the Clockwork. Because you have horrendous mana issues when you start spamming these rockets, when you have this Ags build. The double null makes it so you can actually sustain it. So kind of cool.
But still a while away from the Orchid.
Yeah, still from the Orchid. It's hit 15.
Potential to make moves once that is there, but they're likely to have the items to deal with them on the side of Aurora.
BKB done now for 23.
Yeah, there it is.
Now he will not die to the combo at all. He'll always live the burst combo from them. And they're going to smoke.
Yeah, should be able to get some lanes pushed in as well with Jabs grabbing that illusion with his Radiance.
What are they going to find?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's some little cute farming there coming out with the Enchantress. Taking the creep from the low ground. Yep, but dragging that mid wave. Brewmaster with that Radiance on the illusion, as you said, and yeah, tier 2 bottom. And they saw FY, but he's able to hide. 2 minutes left on Aegis. See how much more they want to get done with this.
They want
to catch heroes. Here's Q.
TP on cooldown for 5 seconds for low, so he's got the rage, but he doesn't have TP up. Now he does, and he's got Ori as well by his side, so we'll be able to jump into Ori. Blink away. Oh, how did... Oh my goodness, that missed him. But was it just the... So did he miss it, or was that just late?
It was just like a
It was just slightly...
It was like a frame late, it looked like.
Because it looked like it was kind of both. It looked like he hit him and he got it, but he just didn't. It was... Oh my goodness, that was as close as it gets. But they're out. Ori and Low make it away.
Very lucky to get away this time.
Yeah. That could have gone horribly wrong.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They'll live to see another day.
Ori's getting no farm though. It's expected to happen though when he has this CK and this Lifestealer, I guess, when they are just still getting smashed.
Let's have a look at this hook shot again.
Right.
Yes.
Oh gosh, actually maybe you did miss. Maybe you were, I don't know actually.
You know what I mean? It was that close. It was like, did it miss,
no,
or did it just kind of swing through him after he just disappeared? It was.
I don't know actually.
I think he was gone. I'm sure that must have hit. I think he was just gone as it passed to him. I don't know. It was so close.
IQ is 7-0 and 8. You know what? He's not gonna miss a hook. Whatever. Okay.
That was so close.
That was so close. Either way, push. Still with Aegis. 50 seconds. They're forcing it. He still has shield rune. Where's Tiny? Not in position for tossbacks.
Uh-oh. Or it. They're gonna need him.
They're forcing the issue.
I got the fortification out.
They see the Tiny TPing back. They back themselves away for a moment.
They can... I mean, so see if they want to go again. They'll take the Tormentor.
They can keep themselves sustained. The Coddle Blast is just constantly healing them. There we go. Cute.
Final 20 seconds with this Aegis. See if he can get something good out of it. Ori looking for the toss back. Aurora, they know.
Yeah, they're just like, whatever, finish up the next items. Don't risk. Aegis is despawning. Tons of places to farm. They know how massive their lead still is, so. Still pretty perfect play still coming out for Aurora. Azure Ray doing they're doing as best as they can with how bad those lanes and everything went to attempt to recover with their heroes, just because they literally just can't take team fights. So it's just like them just kind of hunting for these weird pickoffs and hoping for the best. Bach.
Oh.
Not somewhere he wants to be.
No, definitely sort of had second thoughts when he saw that power rune. And rightfully so.
Just finishing all these next items. Full Manta for Jab's about to come out. Butterfly for 23, and I believe Lornoff, his Midas is going to be coming out pretty soon.
I was going to say, I guess that's the thing to do, right? When you've got this Octarine and such, it's like, hey, let's just start pumping out the Midas charges, getting those levels, get up to that 20 and 25.
Just infinite scale.
Yep.
If he doesn't want to go down like a Hex or something route, or like one of these Dagons or the Aghanims that we've seen a lot of the times, we'll see if he does actually go for this Midas. That'd be pretty funny if he did.
This is like, other mid-calls aren't doing this.
No. Well, actually, I don't know. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen that many lately, but I would imagine no, Owen. That'd be hype. I want to see him do it.
No, he's going to do it. He's going to do it.
I think so too.
He's in a game where it's 17-1, 14k lead. Get that Midas online.
I like it. He's like, they're just farming. They want to scale, then you know what? I'm going to really scale.
I mean, it's always tempting to buy a Midas when you've got an Octarine. Trust me.
Even at 27 minutes, when
Even
you're
it doesn't
17 to
matter.
1.
You're like, well, that cooldown reduction.
He actually has it. It's so hype. And you know what else it's good for, too? Kill that infest creep instantly. Right?
That's, you're not wrong.
Can you imagine?
We'll see if he gets to do that.
Very aggressive TP forward. We'll have to just BKB. Can you imagine they lose? And he has a minus.
They're not gonna lose. Look, this must be like a 0% one at the moment for Azure Ray, unfortunately.
11% it's given.
11%?
It actually somehow given them 11.
That's pretty wild.
It's because they have CK.
It's because they cold war Midas 27 minutes. All right. Well, 11%. Let's see it. I'm all for it. I like a good comeback. Let's see if we get it here. Ori. Oh, that's a good hook shot. Q. Straight over towards the camp. Catches Ori.
Goodbye, my friend. Q is a menace. Monster kill. He's doing it all. He doesn't even need the Vessel this game, because his Coddle has it. He's able to do without it. And yeah, Lorenov's Midas is, it's going to get him, honestly, it's going to get him like level 25
That's what I'm saying.
pretty good time as well, too.
It's getting the levels, getting the 20 and the 25. That's what you're looking towards.
Yeah, I like it. Who else? Who else got? Anyone else got one queued up? I thought Jabs would. Knowing Jabs, you know, we love Jabs, but he's probably one of the greediest offlaners on the planet, but no, he's actually not.
So I guess, as you were saying, if somehow Azure Ray able to turn this game, one criticism would be for Aurora that this Midas could have been like, on its way towards a Hex instead.
Sure, something like that, yeah. I mean, they could just, items I don't think is what's preventing them from forcing the issue here. You know, I think they could look to push, I just think they're being very careful. They're waiting for that next Roche, which is a long spawn. Because, I mean, these items, Lorenov already has his core built. His core is already finished up, right? And he's got his survivability built in and everything,
yeah.
So.
And with the way things are going, it's very likely he's going to have the Hex on top of the Midas before anything happens.
Yeah, because team fights are just still so impossible, really, for the side of Azure.
Yep.
Q. This could be a pretty good pickup if they're able to. He is on a nice streak.
He's got backup though, and they're going to be able to settle for FY as they turn towards him.
Yeah, he just turns in and actually goes for the kill himself. They're actually just too scared.
Oh, they got anything to stop that TP? They don't. So Ollie will get back out.
The Rockets slowing them down, but they will be able to get away. 23 has now connected with this team. 19k gold lead. Can't even punish Q when he's sitting at 500 HP because he's sitting next to his allies.
See what they want to go for next. I mean, if again, what we got?
He bought the shard on Lorenov, right? Yeah, he did. Okay, so now he's got 2 solar bind charges and the illuminate heals even more. So just little more extra things that he's got too. And he's got the OP20 talent.
1 minute until the Roche. They'll be able to get that. I mean, you'd imagine with that, I'll probably look to close this game up, Aurora.
Yep. Does feel like that is their timing. How's 23's Satanic also looking? Yeah, he's going to be pretty close to having the Satanic if he'd like to go for it with this as well, too. As sure, this might be that first team fight that they're looking to try to go for. Jabs is so tanky, though. He's going to get split off. Manta, Greater Healing Lotus, backup of his team, and he's sitting on Strength Brawler, or Earth Brawler, sorry, the whole time. And I really do not think that they can fight into a brew split.
They might take that risk.
They might just have to try.
They're hovering around the pit here. Azure Ray. Ori. What's the plan? Who's he going to try and jump? Who are they going to try and burst?
Who do you want to go for, really? They're all pretty terrifying to jump.
Oh,
and
they're going to start looking for him. Oh, he's able to blink out just in time before they get any damage down onto him, but still the hook shot's there for Q. Get him with a hook shot.
There's the split.
They're going to try and see if they can maybe bring down Q. They burst him low, but the heals is not going to save it, so Q does fall. Problem is they're going to lose almost certainly Ori. Ori gets dragged back by the split of Jabs. Low on the retreat, having to put the BKB to run. They get Q, but they're also going to lose Bart by the looks of it. Jabs throws him up into the air. So Aurora will take out the two of them. Godlike for Lorinov. Azure Ray, they try something, but it just doesn't end up working out.
It's just so difficult to look for who they jump. It's like you want to probably kill one of the cores, but it's a 3,000 HP Coddle, a 3,500 Gyro, and an untouchable Brewmaster. So it's like, yeah, you just have to settle for the supports, but then the cores just do whatever they want. So at the, the absolute silver lining, of course, is Low got a nice kill streak for himself, but does it make a difference? No.
Roche still going the way of Aurora. They'll have the tools required to go for that high ground push.
And that Hex is gonna, it's pretty close to being done. Yeah, about 1,000 more gold or so. She'll get it in no time. And the Satanic, finished up for 23, so can't go for the pop onto him.
I think his Gyro. That's what I said, we've seen 23 get games like this, the series like this before. I mean, teams need to lead a bit more respect on towards the Gyro getting through the draft. It's something that 23 and Aurora as a whole are very good at playing around.
They're just great at being able to set him up to be able to just sit back and farm. Honestly, the rest of the team did so much work, right? The clock again, as you said, Q, just an absolute menace in both games, setting up jabs to have an absolute free game as his offlane. Like, this is a game where, the Brew got hurt. It's literally that sequence that happened bottom. AC is about to be finished up. Also for jabs too, so ticking all the boxes of what they need to kind of close the game up now in these next few moments. Yeah, I really love. Even though it's like, they slowed down, maybe you could have said that they could force the issue a little bit harder on the side of Aurora. I love the way that they're playing. It's just, they're not giving any chances. And even, just securing even the super late game because of these Midases and stuff like that, and just never giving a chance for this Lifestealer to actually scale. Or the CK, really. Yep, that's the AC. They're giving it to Jabs. He'll have it pretty much done after that wave. Okay, one more creep. But.
See if they can get tossbacks at a level that they weren't quite getting in the last game. They were close to doing some cool moves with the tossbacks last game, but wasn't enough.
No, they did also have Lasso in that one too, which did yank him a little bit further. But
that's true, that's something else.
And they also had, some damage, which were quite lacking in this one, but they're gonna smoke up. They're gonna look.
All right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lorinov just always has Q next to him. It's like they're gonna try to maybe go for this Coddle, but this Clockwork, he's always there to protect.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they're gonna have to get back to the base.
It is getting forced.
He's in with the push. Fortifications out.
Banner's down too, so that double catapult, it is invulnerable. A pipe now finished up on the Crystal Maiden.
Ori. Is he going to be able to get any sort of jump in his hard with how Aurora's positioning himself? So Aurora's just taking the base.
They scouted him. They saw him.
And they can't stop him from getting the racks. The racks are gone. Low's going to head in. He's going to get caught by the Hex.
Ori, careful.
Now he's going to try fighting underneath the Rage. Trying to take down these splits, but it's not working. Jabs, Prama splits perfectly fine.
Fabian's trying his hardest to split push, but he does not do pretty much any damage in comparison to these two.
No, they're on to a second set here. As Aurora, look at the top tier 3, the barracks exposed. Low trying again, but it just doesn't really do any damage.
Literally zero. Now he's hexed.
They could kind of ignore him. They can kill him if they want to. They're going to try Hex there, but the BKB is out. Q, hook shots in, Low. Got to get back to the fountain. It's a second set of racks taken. Business continues here for Aurora.
And they're just going to go to the last one. CK's just going to continue split pushing, but they're going to get megaed. Back to full health.
They don't have any sort of damage.
Nope. And they're just, solar crests and buff ups, everything onto 23.
Just too far behind her, Azure Ray. Low. They could just ignore him. Ignore Lifestealer, hit the base, hit the buildings.
Back to full health.
Get the toss back. Well, they've got anything to follow it up with though. 23 is going to get dragged back by the Rift.
Satanic's up.
See if they can bring him down low, but the BKB, it's there. Mega creeps are out. Hook shot in over towards low. Low is trying to escape, but caught by the Hex and the Frostbite. He's gone.
He's gone.
Not able to get the toss back to save, and the buyback will come out from the two of them, Ori and Low. So if they can do anything this time round, Low stepping up. With the drag back on toward 23. They've got the Bloodthorn down onto him as well. Can they kill him this time? I mean, even if they do, he's got the ages. So he's going to be back. He's going to be back for round 2. Low pushed back by the Cogs. And Aurora. See what they want to do. They can stick around. They can pretty much do what they want.
They can fight again. He's got split.
Ori, he's trying to jump the backlines. He's got in onto Crystal Maiden. Ollie should fall here. Low, can he at least kill the CM? He can. So that's Ollie gone. Now look over towards Q. Break through the Cogs. See if they can take down a second support. They've lost Barker. He doesn't have the buyback. Ori indeed dealt with by Lorinov. And they don't have any other buybacks to play on the course. So GG is finally caught here. 26-3. 38 minutes, 32k lead. This one was even more of a stomp fogged.
Absolute beatdown. Too greedy, but also just low that bottom play. That I mean, that the game was honestly almost over from that point because they get a whole tower, multiple levels, supports hit 6. It's a level 4, level 5 lifesteal, and they run away with it.
Yeah, that was super hot stuff today here from Aurora. They are looking fantastic. Game 1, I guess even though that was a stomp, it's just the warm-up because this game 2, even more of a stomp. Aurora, they take both games today against Azure Ray.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Well, that was a game of Dota 2 where Azure Ray did not have much of a say, because this was, yeah, Aurora 2-0 this one. Kezer, this was unfortunate.
Yeah, I think credit to Aurora for obviously playing very well, but I would, at least for me, this is some of the most discombobulated gameplay I've ever seen at a Tier 1 tournament. I'm sure that Azure are not very happy with what's going on. Like, you last pick Lifestealer, it makes your draft look very wonky. He dies in the lane. For me, the game is actually kind of GG at that point, but I will credit Aurora for what they have done. I feel like in the series, they look good, they're doing all the right things, and yeah, I don't know what else to say.
I mean, Aurora look like they're in really good form.
Yeah.
I mean, we've only seen this game coming out of them so far, but they've looked clean. They've looked like they have cohesive drafts. They know how to play around each other. Q in particular has had a very stand-up performance this series, and when you have supports who are popping off, that's a very, very good sign for your team. But overall, we talked about it in the draft. I think that Azure Ray doubled down with the lanes initially on their side lanes with the Hoodwink Enchantress picks into bad matchups for them. But then they tripled down on their lane by putting CK on the off lane and picking that Lifestealer. And I guess the idea was that they wanted to break Coddle by not letting him kill anybody, but it doesn't matter because you don't really have lanes that are dominant over them, and you don't have a comeback mechanism. You don't have a team fight mechanism. Your only mechanism to win this game is if you win your side lanes. And it just seems like, just like in game 1, they put themselves in a position where they thought they'd win side lanes and they lost.
So if they tripled down on winning those side lanes, like, what was the missing factor from them not winning the side lanes? Because they should have then had a very good shot based on what was said.
Like gameplay. You died bottom. Like Lifestealer it's illegal to die to a double melee strength lane. Like, this hero is supposed to eat them alive and not die to them. And then it's also like they made some moves top where they smoked. I feel like there's some miscommunication. They're not pre-phantasming. They're like not using their spells correctly. Whereas Aurora, I feel like from the draft into the gameplay, they know how to help each other. You pick the Coddle, you help the Brew, they move together. Mira was mentioning their supports. I think they played very well. It's a great thing to have in a team when it's not just your cores that can pop off, but your supports to enable your cores. So I feel like, you know, it's just all positivity when it comes to Aurora.
I also think that there were situations where Coddle almost died, and he lived with 10 HP. That one dive, that really changed things.
Yeah, it did, and it was a smooth victory for Aurora, and we're going for a smooth interview with Kevin.
Yeah, I'm here with 23 Savage. Thanks, Cheever. I'm here with 23 Savage from Aurora. Congrats on the win. You played a lot of Gyrocopter today so far. How are you feeling about that hero as a carry?
I think it's a really good hero. It has a strong laning phase, and it can do Roshan, so it's a good hero.
That's it? Okay, interesting. Some simple points there. You had a couple moments, both games, there was like moments where you were like an inch away from dying in the laning stage and you would barely survive. Did you feel like that gave you like massive momentum for the game?
I think I know I'm not gonna die because Gyro run kind of fast when he hit first spell. So it's, I mean, we get a little momentum, of course.
Do you like the other fast at all? Obviously, for a core, the movement speed is probably better, but have you ever tried around or played around with the other one?
One time I forget to choose facet, and then I use that one, but it's not as good.
It's you go to the bathroom during strategy time and you forget.
I play Facebook, Instagram.
Yeah. I'm sure you had some really effective likes during that period, so that's great. What's your expectations for this tournament so far? Are you guys feeling confident in your scrims? Like, is that, obviously you had a great series here, but is that translating past before today?
I think we hope to get like top 6, I guess, because last year we got top 3, and I mean, for me, I want top 2, because never played in grand finals before, and we've been scrimming quite a lot, and scrim result went quite well, but it cannot really tell because we only scrim in C and Chinese.
It's good regions, very good teams there. In terms of your performance for this EWC compared to last year, are you just like playing 1 billion% serious until the throne explodes?
Maybe 2 billion. Yeah, I now stand up when I win only.
You'll be like the last person to stand up on your team. 4 people can stand up, then you're allowed.
I'll not move a thing until everything is finished.
That's a good strategy. Oh, and last question. Was your team flaming you for being the first person to die in that game?
Not really, but I kind of felt bad because like when we were playing and we were checking, I was checking the scroll. There were like 0 kills, and then I was telling myself, okay, I'm not gonna be the first one, but eventually I did. So I kind of feel bad.
It's not your fault. You're the person they most want to kill, and they probably committed like 4 heroes to it or something. So
yeah, we got a good team fight after it. So it's fine.
Yeah, that's how I justify it to myself as well. Well, thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it, and good luck on the rest of your games.
Thank you very much, and yeah, thank you very much.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Purge, and thank you, 23. Oh, I love the energy coming from 23. It is so happy and positive. Obviously, his expectations, you know, he's already expecting to make it through this stage into the group stage because he is already thinking about making it to the top 6 here in Riyadh. I also love his attitude towards his mistake last year. Obviously, it's a long time ago already, but I always would think that for people that don't know, he basically was about to win a game. He got up and celebrated, while on the other side, the other team was base racing, ratting, and actually won instead. So that was a very painful moment. I would think that would always stick to you as like a painful memory, but he seems to be able to laugh about it, Effie.
I think in Dota, when you're competing at this level, you have to be able to shrug things off because so many unexpected things happen in this game all the time. And to see that he has a team that encourages him and lifts him up and allows him to laugh and smile about these things, which he's already talked about in the past, that's the reason why this team is still together and they still have such good chemistry.
Great chemistry, I would even say. It's fantastic to see Aurora do well. They get 2 points on the board. Let's see if one of the upcoming 2 teams can get 2 points on the board. We have got our upcoming series being Virtus.pro versus Entity. After a break, we'll see you soon.
That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me
Welcome back, everyone, to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. We're getting ready for the second half of the day, which means a fresh group of faces will be guiding you through it. It's me, Tsunami, BSJ, and Fear, gentlemen. What a great reunion episode, because you guys were covering Riyadh Masters last year. We're here all over again, except this time we're doing play-ins, Brian. Last year we skipped over them. This time we actually get to watch these teams claw for a position, the privilege of attending the full tournament.
I like to call this the gauntlet. You know, most tournaments, when you have this long, like 3 weeks of a format, you don't just eliminate people right off the bat. So this is a ticket to stay in the hotel, to get to eat the nice food, to also win the championship. You know, all the important things.
That's kind of been the theme of Dota for a while now. It's been pretty brutal if you can't get out of like the preliminary group stage here. And a lot of these teams have a lot to prove here, and I think this is going to equate to some very exciting Dota because a lot on the line.
So, and since the people may not have heard your guys' thoughts, Fear, what are your expectations for the play-in teams? Are there any candidates that you think that can make it out of here to make a deep run into the rest of the event? Or is this kind of like a formality thing that's like, we got to get 2 more teams into the group stage?
I think, like, some dark horses, you mean? I think there's definitely going to be a few of them, for sure. Like, teams coming, I want to see what Beast Coast can do coming out from that region as well. They haven't played a single LAN yet this year, so this is their chance to prove themselves. They have a lot of young players there, and we know the region in general. Sometimes they have, like, these breakout performances from the South American region, so I'm really looking at that team and see what they can perform as. They already played a game against Blacklist. They drew 1-1, so already showing signs of life already, and that's pretty exciting.
And we can take a look at the schedule for our second half of today, because while it is still play-ins, we still have groups within the play-ins. And for right now, we're going back to Group A and covering this bottom left match on your screen. It's Virtus.pro taking on Entity, and later tonight we will close things out with Nouns versus Aurora Gaming, which we just saw Aurora get a 2-0 over Azure Ray, and one of the rare 2-0s, Brian, because in Group A, everything's been a 1-1 split.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about these teams so far from what I've seen is I compare this to like March Madness for, you know, American college basketball, where
we're all Americans on this panel. We can make these references.
At least some of the people at home are. I feel like there's a lot of scrappiness so far. Like anyone can take games off of anyone, and I think, you know, when we talked about the possibilities of these teams going deep in the tournament, I'm skeptical right now because I'm seeing really high highs and really low lows, and I think that's also why we're seeing a lot of 1-1s. Is nobody's so far at least putting on a convincing performance, and not trying to take anything away from Aurora, but I think it was more so Azure Ray putting on a convincing performance the other way.
The wrong way. Unconvincing performance.
Yeah, unconvincing performance.
Yeah, that, what, they ended up getting 3 kills total?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these teams are going through a lot right now because just before this was the TI quals, right? And Azure Ray unfortunately didn't make it there. What does that mean for the teams like Mental, just taking a big loss like that? You got to shape up and find out like what your issues are and fix them right away, because you have a chance for this tournament, right? And this is one of the biggest tournaments of the year. So you got to fix it, and you got to fix it quick. And if you're Azure Ray, I'm a little worried for them right now after being the only team that got dumpstered, really. They got to turn it around quick.
And if you at home think you have a good read on which teams may be succeeding in our play-in stage or the rest of the tournament, you can go to stcplay.gg to make your own predictions. How about predictions for this series? Brian, we're going into Virtus.pro versus Entity, which Virtus.pro is one of these teams that made it to Riyadh Masters, but did not make it to TI. And so this is their chance to leave an impression on the Dota scene, hopefully convince Virtus.pro to maybe rethink their message, because after they didn't qualify to TI, VP made a pretty strong statement, which technically it kind of ended their TI attendance streak. They've been attending TI consistently since TI 7. Technically, Singapore TI, they were in the last chance qualifiers. They didn't make it to the full event. But by not making it to TI, they felt that they were like, we need to put together a more competitive roster for next year. But this competitive roster is showing up to Riyadh Masters. So.
Yeah, I mean, we see FNG as their captain. He's obviously been a veteran since the dawn of time in Dota. But at the same time, I see 4 names on there that most people haven't recognized before the last year or two, and a lot of these guys are incredibly high skill. I've played, like, I've watched Kiritich replays, for instance. He's top 10 carry player most of the time. These guys are just a little all over the place, I would say. Like the highs, I mean, I already mentioned about the team vibes in general for everyone in this group stage or play-in stage, but the highs are high and the lows are low. That's showed in their tournaments, their qualifiers. Like, you talk about not dropping a single game in the qualifier to this event and then not making TI. That pretty much sums up this team in a nutshell from what I've seen.
Yeah, it was an undefeated streak. They ended up 3-0ing Navi in the Eastern European quals for this, and then when it comes to TI qualsphere, they end up losing in 8th place. They didn't even lose to OneWin, who ended up winning the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the big issue with VP, I think, in general right now, is consistency.
Wait, you may have vanished. We may have to save your thoughts for later, Fear.
Fear, always a mysterious man.
He lives within the shadows. Fine then, Brian. Yeah, you mentioned that FNG's a long-standing veteran, but his other teammates may not maintain the same consistency that he has for such a long career.
Yeah, and I don't want us to talk about like Eastern European teams as a whole. Like, I don't want to generalize an entire region, but I think of players like Kiyotaka as well with 9 Pandas. Like, they're just so polarizing. Like, their performances, these teams, you can tell when they're feeling themselves. Like, you're watching the game, you're like, damn, these guys are firing on all cylinders. And other times you're like, not exactly sure what these guys are doing.
I mean, even within the Tier 1 teams in that region, how many BB teams have we seen show up to Grand Finals, which it's not easy to make it to Grand Finals, and then once they come to Grand Finals, they get 3-0'd.
That's like a Tier 1 version of the problem that these teams are facing. I feel like there's a culture to every region, and I would just love if there was some scientific experiments run on like like in the future, the analyze their brains.
You want to hook up some electrodes to them, Fear?
Yeah, I mean, why not? I suppose, but that's like the least of my concerns right now when it comes to like VP right now. Consistency is the big issue that I have with this team. They were here last year at the Riyadh Masters, 17th to 20th place, right? So they ended up bombing out. Then they got their stuff together going to TI, and that's the only good run that they've had. Then after that, they started having issues again. I think they made a replacement as well on the roster, bringing on Terras as well.
That's right.
And hoping that would fix the issue. They did slightly better, but is it good enough? I feel like this team has a hurdle that they haven't been able to get over, and this is going to be the time for them to do it if there is any time to do it.
Meanwhile, another team that has been showing upwards trajectory for pretty much this whole season. While we haven't been able to see them on LAN, they've been grinding out games constantly in all these other leagues and qualifiers, and now Entity has finally reached critical mass, it seems, because they not only qualified to this event, but they qualified to TI as well through the cutthroat Western European qualifiers. So what's your expectations for Entity? If I had asked you guys about Dark Horse candidates, I think Entity, even though they're here in the play-in stage, they are contenders for the rest of this entire event.
Yeah, every player that's like top 5 MMR always, like Malrine, I was always a little bit skeptical of him as a mid laner because he seemed like a pubber, but then like how does it translate to competitive Dota? And I think that's just Watson in a nutshell. Like he's been around for the last couple of years, really just trying to make his way into the tier 1 scene in terms of like the performances at the big LANs. And this is the most faith I've had in a Watson team, and I think the No One edition has been absolutely crucial for them. DM's actually looking comfortable. I feel like his last few teams like OG, for instance, he wasn't really looking that convincing either. So something about this team came together.
Yeah, I mean, DM for me has been the player that, like, as you mentioned, he's like really high MMR too right now, and it didn't really look that way in a lot of the games that I was watching. He kind of was underperforming in my eyes on how, compared to how he's playing in pubs. And that can often happen if the team environment isn't good enough for you, right? Or if someone's telling you to play a certain way, but that's not the way that you perform the best in. It seems like they kind of ironed out a lot of those issues here. DM's looking in. No One looks like he's getting back to the form where he was like one of the beasts in the mid lane. So I think this team is definitely on an upward trajectory, and things are starting to click for them.
They've attributed a lot of this recent success to Estini coming in as their coach also, because after TI ended, TI quals ended, they spoke to No One on the interview, and he was just like, Estini came in and he like was able to crystallize a lot of things for us that were fragmented, and he unified it. And then we just spoke to Fishman after they won their series earlier today. Purge saw from Fishman that he said the same thing. Estini has helped a lot in putting their thoughts together into a team unit.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just need a unifying voice, and sometimes that comes from the sixth man. You know, we talked about Owie, like his role in Tundra when they won TI, his role in Team Falcons as a coach. Like, you can make or break a team by having somebody that everyone respects and can give feedback. That's like a neutral, like you didn't just feed with him in lane, you know what I mean? Like if your carry dies in lane and then says, I wish you had pulled differently, that's a very different story than your coach saying, but if you had pulled differently, then maybe this wouldn't happen. So I think having that voice is absolutely essential, but I also want to say No One. Whenever I saw him on VP historically, like before he's made his kind of sort of comeback, he always seemed kind of like, I don't want to say angry, but just very serious all the time. Yeah. And now, like, every time he's walking around, he's in interviews, like, off camera, on camera, he's just kind of smiling.
I agree.
Just seems a lot more carefree, and I think as a mid laner, sometimes you want to have, like, the grudge match, like, screw this guy, I'm going to, like, own him in lane, but also you just want to be enjoying the game. And that seems to be not only what he's doing in-game, but also outside of it, which speaks a lot to the team atmosphere and maybe a lot to the coach as well.
Yeah, and I've definitely seen a lot when it comes to players that have had success in the past. They struggle to find it again, and they'll kind of like hold that resentment, like, I'm a champion, I should be a champion. And they'll be kind of be like bitter about it. But it seems we're getting to the point where a lot of these players that haven't had success and all that were successful, they're starting to relax a little bit. They're trying to like redefine themselves and find a way to get back into the game, because like you can be stubborn sometimes. Like I won a tournament before, why am I not winning right now? And you can push it on your teammates. Like, I'm a champion, why aren't you listening to me? But sometimes that's just not how it works. You got to take a step back. Like, things were different back then. I've got to change and reform myself to be like a different type of teammate. And I feel like that's exactly what he has done for himself, and that also interprets into like how he's acting.
I wonder how much of that is a product with associating yourself with younger players in general, because the veteran players who have these egos, like if we take Falcons for example, like the Snake Kings, ATF doesn't remember what Dignitas was way back in the day. So all this ego that you thought you may have had means nothing when you're interacting with like Watson, who's top of the leaderboards. He's like, dude, I don't remember your Virtus.pro squad. That's ancient history now. What do you got for me now these days?
Yeah, also, I remember seeing a Reddit post about like the leaderboards from 6 years ago. And
I saw that
top MMR was like 8,500 or something. And Watson's like, yeah, you were 8K at one point. I'm 14K now.
I mean, that's just inflation, to be fair.
True. I don't know if Double Down tokens were a thing back then.
Yeah. I wonder what if Badman Spectre MMR would be now.
That's true.
Because you talk about inflation.
But people said that wouldn't be viable anymore because he was kind of a one-trick pony, and now we have bans in ranked.
You have bans, and then you also have. I feel like people will actually watch your replays if you're winning enough games, and you'll get studied.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest difference. Is some people in the past, myself included, actually, would be able to climb the ranks with like 1 or 2 cheese strats or like rehearsed game plans, and I know that's definitely not a thing anymore.
I mean, it's definitely easier to climb MMR when you're unknown. Once you start getting some attention on you, and then you become a target, right? And then people are going to start stealing your hero. They're going to start focusing you down. And we've seen this time and time again. It's really hard to stay at the top for a long time, whether that be as a team or as an individual player in leaderboards, because at some point either you burn out from doing it or there's just a lot of attention on you, and people are just going to look at what you're doing, either copy, steal it from you, or they're going to stop you from doing what you do. So we'll see. All these things, it really comes down to like how persistent can you be and how consistent can you be.
Well, we are going to send some attention to these two teams when the draft begins in around 15 minutes. But for right now, we're going to go to a break. When we return, it's going to be Virtus.pro taking on Entity for more of our play-in action. Hopefully, it won't be a split series because we've had a lot of those. This time, maybe we'll get a 2-0. Welcome back, everyone, to more Esports World Cup Riyadh Masters, where we are getting ready for our draft of game number 1 of Virtus.pro versus Entity. But these gentlemen haven't shared their thoughts about the patch with you quite yet. So the draft will be live in around 5 minutes. But in the meanwhile, Brian, I love some meta-analysis YouTube videos. What was your most recent tier list that you've made?
I haven't actually been making too many tier lists recently. It's more like, because there's been so many patches, like little letter patches, that I don't like making tier lists at the beginning of a new patch, because like a week later, whatever you said was an S has been nerfed, unless it's CK, of course. You know, point one strength gain. Yeah, just yeah, this is the previous video edited. But no, I mean, I think my summary of the meta, like when I gave a generic, like this is how I feel Dota's getting played right now, I feel like it's a feasting patch for offlaners. I think a lot of the broken heroes, like Darkseer, for instance, are in the offlane role, and as a carry, it feels like your role is to like survive the lane, and we're seeing that play out. Like even the last series, we watched a Lifestealer lose to Brew Clock, so I feel like right now a lot of the carries are the ones that just want to get out of the lane, consistent item timings, sustain. A lot of strength heroes, the CKs. We're even seeing Sven pop up. Ursa, me and Fear, big Ursa fans. Anything you're seeing, Fear?
Yeah, I mean, I think the carry pool is quite limited for the reasons you mentioned. Like, there's a lot of very strong offlaners right now, and there's a lot of strong supports too, and that can really limit like what you can do from the carry position. CK, he's really popular just because he can survive the laning stage. He has like sustain too. Ursa's also pretty strong too, just because of all these tanky heroes. Darkseer's popular. You can't make a good illusion of that hero either, so that kind of helps as well. So that definitely helps. And Sven, we'll see more and more, and as it comes up, it is good, but it definitely has like some really bad carry matchups. For example, we saw Lifestealer being popular, Ursa's popular. These aren't really good matchups for him, but that hero's also good versus Darkseer, so that's kind of why we're seeing it again. So it's just kind of like response to what we're seeing in the meta right now, and it's like ever evolving, so I don't think anything's set in stone. I think we saw Yatoro playing a little bit of Terrorblade in the previous tournament as well. It was looking pretty good. So a lot of new heroes to explore. This patch definitely has not been figured out by any means, and especially in Captain's mode, we're going to see more and more of these like heroes. And how good are they in the early stages? We're not seeing as much TA anymore, which is great. Like that hero was very popular for very long. So I'm not exactly sure where it's going to go, but this CK's been losing. We've been seeing a lot of Brewmasters against it right now. It's been getting through the pool. And there's answers to a lot of these carry heroes. But how much value do some of these last pick carries have right now? Because I feel like a lot of the carries just almost feel unplayable. Like, just they didn't get enough love in the patch right now. Like these Drow Rangers and heroes like that, that might be okay. Just like, when can you fit these into a draft? It feels like it's just very difficult to do right now, and that's just kind of an issue right now for a lot of these teams, and that's why you're kind of stuck picking these heroes that you have to pick in the carry role, but you've got a lot of options to counter them in the offlane right now.
Yeah, for the G2IG versus Entity series, we saw Phantom Assassin be attempted by G2IG, and then they lost in 23 minutes. Attempt. It was a flimsy attempt. So then it sounds to me like the C patch had the most dramatic effect on maybe the support pool, because CK has been relevant for basically A, B, and C. But like Dark Willow, for example, she probably got hit pretty hard in the C patch with her extra brambles, getting duration nerfed. I think I saw Jinkyu's tier list. I assume that Dark Willow was an S tier before the C patch. He put her at D tier now.
Yeah, the Bedlam can't be cast on allies.
Also, that was a massive one.
That's a big one.
And then he said that Snapfire was top tier still, Hoodwink, and he put Weaver as like a flex. I know Weaver also got touched in the C patch with the nerf on the slow duration.
On everything, really. I think the Geminate does
Geminate also,
Geminate, they nerfed his Sakuchi mana cost. So yeah, they
and the slow,
Weaver's always been like a little bit of a all-around hero in what he does, like especially as support. So that makes sense when they nerf him, that they're just going to give him a little bit of salt there, But what's surprising to me about everything you just said about Zenkyu's 4-position pool is that he's always been a farming, scaling 4-position player, but if you look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker, the best 4s, like win rate and pick rate, are melees. They're like bounty hunters, spirit breakers, clockworks. So I'm kind of wondering how much that has to do with playstyle as opposed to what actually is good right now. As we saw Entity even today in their second game that they won, they picked up Spear Breaker. They often use that against the Shadow Fiend mid because you want the BKB Requiem cancel. But I feel like players like DM, for instance, he loves his last pick off lanes, his cheese annoying heroes like Venomancer and Necro and Enigma. And so those pair with the melee force. So I think that's going to be more what we see in terms of the playstyle.
And Darkseer, of course, too, right?
Of course. Yeah. So maybe, like, even though, you know, every player from the 4, I feel like 4 is the most individual role. Like every player has their own vibe. It's like you have players like Zenq, and then I think of Mira from Team Spirit, who I don't think he played a melee hero for like 50 games in a row or something like this.
Probably not.
So then you have players like Kataomi, who I think are more like enabling their team rather than playing their own game.
And you briefly mentioned it, we didn't really touch on it. Templar Assassin was one of the permabans, but Shadow Fiend was also one of the ABC patch permabans, and it seems like the C patch has not changed much for him. He's still as oppressive as ever before.
He did get nerfed a lot, I think.
They nerfed his raises early.
Yeah,
like
so they nerfed a lot of his like early game prowess. They nerfed his level 10 talent as well, which is stacking damage.
Oh yeah.
So he definitely got a lot of nerfs, and I think that's the big reason why SF was so popular. It's the fact that I couldn't think of a single hero that actually beat it in lane, other than TA. And TA was just perma-banned. So every time you got SF, you just won your lane for free. And I think, you know, mid players, they don't like just losing their lane that badly, and that's what SF kind of did. I'm not sure if he does that anymore, like with all the nerfs that happened. He's still very strong if you get to the point where you have like Ags and stuff, and you get like extra souls from kills, but we'll have to see how it plays out. But I think that he was nerfed enough to the point where we're not going to see him first picked anymore.
So then what are the first picks that you're most afraid of these days? What are the guaranteed permabans that you're like, I have to get rid of these 3 heroes no matter what team I'm playing against?
I think the only hero, from my experience, that's first ban worthy every game is Darkseer. Like, I think the first ban worthy heroes are the ones that never lose lane. And I think what made CKSF, like in their respective roles, so strong was that they also just won their lane, and maybe like SF still wins, but is it good enough to enable his snowball like before? Because you said you get the extra kills, you get the extra souls, you do more damage with Requiem. It's like CK, it's like maybe we laughed at his nerf being so minor, but suddenly, you know, we saw in the previous tournaments CK was beating his counters, and now not so much. But Darkseer, on the other hand, like, this hero, as a carry in the past, I used to be licking my chops. I'd be like, oh, they have a Darkseer? Maybe he'll team fight later, but I get to free farm for the first 15 minutes. That's just not the case anymore. And for a hero that pushes out lanes, allows his team to group, wins his lane, I think that's just like the epitome of a Dota hero.
He buys all the best items of the patch too, right? Like Crimson Guard was buffed a lot. Pipe, it seems to be like the go-to buying the auras, so we'll see.
Well, for this game, it seems like the permabans are Broodmother in the first phase by Entity as we get ready for our game number 1. Tiny, Batrider, and Ember Spirit. Meanwhile, VP take out the Enigma and the Monkey King. We'll see what they close out first phase with.
I respect the Broodban. Actually, I was talking about the most powerful 4 positions on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. All of the popular offlaners are like the summons area control guys, the Broodmothers, the Enigmas, and then also the Darkseer, but he's not as much of a summon guy, but more of just the area control.
There was Beastmaster, I guess.
Yeah,
also.
Beastmaster as well. Like these heroes, what's so annoying as a carry is no matter unless you absolutely dumpster them, you're getting booted out of lane. Like if you're both level 5, you're both level 6, you're out of lane. The Broodmother, like on paper, I thought all of the things they did to her was a nerf, like making it so her Silken Bow wasn't an ability anymore, making you miss and all that kind of stuff.
Oh wait, so you mean just from the facet patch, not like
the facet patch as a whole. I thought all of that was going to be a nerf, but now it's like she just builds right-click icons and trades with you, and she has the built-in mischance on her attacks now. So instead of it being a cooldown-based thing, she just has to be allowed to hit you, which with the necrotic web facet that a lot of people are taking,
very
it's
annoying.
just super annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the necrotic web is so annoying. Just your tangos are just less effective.
Minus
right?
30%.
Yeah, every time it hits you, just like can't trade. And we talk about the Darkseer not being able to let through. Well, they let it through, but they knew on VP, right? They picked Phoenix. This is one of the better heroes against the Darkseer, because you know when the vac wall comes out, you just press Egg, Sunray on top of it. You'll kill all the illusions. And I think Phoenix generally is favored in teamfight compared to the Darkseer. One of the few heroes that just has better teamfight than him. But there's a lot of melee heroes that pair very well with this Darkseer that can take down the Egg. We mentioned the Ursa. That's a hero that is very popular, very good with the Darkseer. You can pick up as well Juggernaut. Not my favorite hero this patch, but with the Darkseer versus the Phoenix, if they don't pick enough control in their offlane, could be an option too. So both teams right now kind of know or eyeballing what they want to do. It's kind of like, we know you want Darkseer. We're going to preemptively counter it. And like, well, you're doing that, but we think Darkseer's still a good hero. We're going to pick it into it anyway. We'll see which team has the better read here.
Well, it might also be good because Phoenix is an amazing support for taking over the lane, and Darkseer as an offlaner, he isn't good at zoning you out unless he can dive you, because he's putting in the iron shells on the creeps, and then he usually just walks past the tower. But Phoenix, one of the best heroes to like pull the creeps off the tower, let the carry go get XP somewhere else. You don't really mind if you die once or twice as Phoenix. So partially, it's almost certainly because of the team fight, but I think it adds another factor of Phoenix being good against Darkseer at all stages of the game.
Well, for right now, they're not worried about the Egg, but they're just worried about the lane. They take out the Clockwork, which would have been an ideal pairing for the Darkseer.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork's laning stage is so annoying. Like, if he manages to loop around on you one time, you get stuck at the cogs, he walks out of it, plays some, like, pinball with
the
you.
curling.
Yeah, the curling. That's good. I like that. I hadn't heard that. Yeah, curling. Oh.
Yeah, they banned out the Weaver too, which is also a really good hero against the Phoenix, especially with the Darkseer. You could just hunt him down with the Ion Shell. Spirit Breaker is another hero that comes to mind that lanes pretty well. Nyx Assassin could be pretty decent. You probably want, like, you want to take advantage of the fact that you can pick a double melee in the offlane, I feel, with the Darkseer.
Even if you don't know what the enemy carry is yet, you're still not worried.
Well, that's the whole point of Darkseer, right? Like, even if you do pick a carry that's potentially good versus Darkseer, Darkseer is just so strong in the laning stage that if you can get away with like these Nyx or Spear Breakers in the mid game, they're going to do a lot for the team. So, like, taking advantage, that's really good. Of course, you can just go the route of picking a Rubik or something like that, but I feel like that's not fully utilizing what Darkseer can give you.
Yeah, I think Darkseer is more about what carries they're not going to pick. Like, they're not going to pick any of the illusion guys.
Right.
They're not going to pick, usually they're not going to pick a ranged guy because those heroes just get dove. So it's like, yeah, you can pick the 4, but you kind of know what's coming. And any hero that like pigeonholes the enemy's draft has always been more powerful in competitive play.
And they chose to ban out the Marcy, so that will leave some options in either Spirit Breaker or Nyx. They don't have to pick it now if they don't want to.
Entity also ran Elder Titan in their game 1 against G2IG, if you think that that would be compatible as a melee 4.
Not so, it's not my favorite with Darkseer. Typically you want to like, you know, build up the spirit, play in the safe lane usually as Elder Titan, zone out the off lane or bully the 4. If you're going like more aggro diving, you're usually not that strong early on, so you can't really utilize the strength of ET in the early phases. So I do like the Spirit Breaker pickup. Pretty classic pairing. You know, I played like 4 pubs since I've been here. Played against 3 Darkseer Spirit Breakers. It's very strong, very annoying.
It's also important to note that with the facet, Darkseer gets a percentage of the move speed of heroes around him, so when Spearbreaker's charging through,
that's true.
You know, that's a lot of move speed. It's only 7%, but the thing about Darkseer with that facet that, you know, we talked about, or we haven't actually talked about it, the double dipping on Universal Hero for stats, that's what makes his laning stage so reliable now. He gets int every time he buys strength, so we might be very well seeing him walk in a lane with 4 strength gauntlets, but you also used to have to choose, do I surge my teammates or do I surge myself to get in position for that vac wall before I have the blink dagger? And now when you're in a team fight, you're walking around like 460, 470 move speed, even with the nerf to his facet. And they go for the CK, which I am shocked. Bear in mind that CK's innate makes it so that there's a 50% chance to create an extra illusion of him with any creation of an illusion, and that includes enemies. So there's a 50% chance that when he gets vac walled, there's just going to be 2 CKs.
Or punched, if Darkseer wants to go
punched.
for it.
Also punched. The punch also has a 50% chance. So this is one of CK. I think it actually might be CK's worst matchup on Dota Buff. I'm not.
What if they were very inspired by Bach in his
for the offlane CK?
For the offlane CK?
I mean, even then, it's like in team fights, I don't know. I'm actually really confused.
Yeah, no, I'm confused
do you
as
have
well.
anything to convince us here, Fear, with the CK pick?
Right now, it seems the matchup is not like one way or the other. So, I mean, apparently, like Darkseer is best against heroes like Juggernaut, which is weird.
Wait, where are you seeing that at? I'm curious.
This is a Dota 2 Pro Tracker.
Oh, Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Interesting.
I mean, he's worse against Wind Ranger, Marcy, Weaver, I like that one, Ursa, Sven. But yeah, CK's not really showing up. So this matchup is a little 50-50 in a lot of ways for me. Because like yes, of course the option of you getting vac walled and that extra illusion is always there. And it is a strong illusion. But you do have Phoenix in a way to kind of deal with illusions. But CK is very good in lane versus the Darkseer. Because your crit does like double damage to creeps, right? So if you have a fairly decent laning stage, you're just going to kill the creeps so quickly that the Ion Shell is going to die. And plus you get that heal from the crit as well to help you sustain. So the laning is good versus the Darkseer, but later on in the game, it can be very difficult just because of like getting vacuum walled, potentially giving that extra illusion away. So I can see why they picked it there. And, you know, it is Kirtich. He does know his matchups pretty well. And I think they're prioritizing, and they probably wanted more stuns with the Phoenix as well. And I don't know if you can pick Sven there necessarily, because as I mentioned before, there's still like a Lifesteer in the pool. There's still Ursa in the pool. It could have been too risky, and they just wanted to pick it up early. We get some more data, though, and they're going to pick the Ursa anyway into the CK. For this matchup, in my eyes, it's not super bad for the Ursa, but there's a timing where CK has an Orchid, right, and you don't have a BK in Ursa. It can be very scary. You're not the best at clearing illusions, but if you have an Ion Shell on top of you and eventually you'll have a Battle Fury, it is good enough. And of course, Spearbreaker, he does lots of damage as well. The one thing I did want to mention, though, that's very scary about Entity's draft, it's so hard to play the map against Darkseer's Spearbreaker because Darkseer is always shoving the waves just with the Ion Shell, and then you're showing on the other side of the map and you're just charging, you can set up instantly with your team with TPs, and the map can be very difficult to play. That's also probably why they thought about picking the CK. Just use these illusions to ghost push the waves, because Terribly doesn't do it well anymore. You're not going to pick Naga at all into a Darkseer. They probably were thinking a little bit about that aspect of the game too. It's not just the Darkseer you're thinking about. You got to think about, can you split push against a Spearbreaker too?
I personally find Spearbreaker to be super annoying for CK because I think
agree.
CK is annoyed by disruption. Like, he doesn't want chaotic fights. He wants to see his target, blink on him, Orchid him, kill him. And, like, when you have this guy that just charges through with an AoE stun, so I guess it's like I hear all your points and I like them all. I'm also just like,
team fighting, right?
Yeah, it's just that, like, I guess that ego in me where I'm just like, I really hate the CK pick, and I don't want to believe in it because, like, everything about, like, Darkseer and Spearbreaker, what we saw earlier when CK for Entity, they were the ones that had it, where it lost, it was against Brewmaster as, like, this guy running in, and you just can't burst him. And so when CK has targets in his face that he can't burst, it's like the most annoying problem, I think, for CK. And Spearbreaker's going to have his Bulldoze active most of the time. Darkseer has built-in Greaves, like Dispel, so like you get rid of the Orchid by default with the item buildup that you have. So you mentioned maybe the Orchid before the BKB for Ursa. Maybe that's like the timing they just have to hit. Yeah. But I'm also thinking, like, how do they force the tempo of the game? They have a lot of run-at-you kill heroes on the side of VP, but couldn't Entity theoretically just not fight you or group up as 4 or 5 with the auras from Chen, the auras from Darkseer, and just take it like an early Roche. And even though you have Phoenix, I don't think you feel super comfortable fighting into that.
I mean, that's definitely for sure. I think the CK.
Nope.
Probably like
Fear, I have to give your thoughts on your behalf. You think the CK is garbage? that was what you wanted to say, right? Oh, wait, you're back?
I'm back.
Okay.
All right.
Was that it?
All right. So basically, I just want to talk a little bit. The worst part about this right now for me is the CK. But I think the other heroes we didn't touch on yet are really amazing this game. They're like, I think this Primal Beast is like a genius pick because Pulverize goes through status resist. So you're playing versus Ursa, goes through Enrage, goes through Bulldoze. And I think both supports here, they can buy Yules. Great versus Ursa. Great versus Spirit Breaker too. Great versus Darkseer. I think the itemization between the supports and the Primal Beast here could be devastating for the side of Entity here. But yeah, as Brian mentioned as well, there's a lot of issues. This is an early pick CK. Things are only going to get harder for him. But I think their supports and potentially their offlane mid, I don't know who's going to be their mid or offlane between the Pango and the Primal Beast here. So I think the CK is going to be playing more of a supporting role in this type of game. Sure, he's going to be the carry, but I think he has the luxury in this game to be very, very patient. And he's going to have to be super patient in this game, because if he ever goes in first, then it's going to be a disaster.
Well, let's see what no one wants to get his hands on mid. It's going to be the Leshrac.
I absolutely love this Leshrac pick. I think the whole point of the Darkseer Spirit Breaker is that you need the Spirit Breaker to be allowed to choose what lanes to go in, and like what Darkseer does is create the lane momentum most likely, unless CK absolutely dumpsters him. And so you're basically gonna see Kataomi moving around between offlane and mid. Leshrac against Pango specifically will have the lane pushed in once he's level 5, level 6. So I'm thinking like 6-minute rune timings. I'm thinking like the Chen army. I'm thinking Watson's gonna have really no one in his face. He's going to be allowed to just back off into the jungle if he needs to, while the rest of his team is just kind of running in. And then all the damage dealers for VP are melee range. So if this is not the best Bloodstone Leshrac game to sustain, because the Dark Willow in the past, I would have said, okay, maybe not, because she can be in the back putting the Bedlam on you, but now she has to be next to you as well. So who's going to kill the Leshrac is my question.
It's a hard kill. You know, as you mentioned as well, you got the Chen and Darkseer building auras as well for the Leshrac. He's going to be very tanky there. So this game has to be played very, very slowly, I think, if you want on VP, because if you start snowballing on Entity, I don't think that snowball is going to stop.
But how do they, like, poke, you know? How do you poke these heroes?
I mean, they're just going to have to throw Brambos, throw Fire Spirits, and then at some point, you know, maybe some Swashbuckles, and then at some point, if they get low, then you just charge in with the Primal Beast, and then you commit with the Egg.
Okay.
There's going to be a point where you do have to commit, of course, but, like, for now, you have to somehow get them low to begin with. It's not going to be easy, especially with the auras against you, because you don't really have any aura buyers as well on the other side, so it's not an easy game. It's hard for me to, I'm definitely going to go with a way of Entity's draft, just how it's shaped up. But if they play perfectly, they have heroes at some point in the game that can deal with like these Spirit Breakers. They have Yule's buyers, they have ways to deal with status resistance, but will they have the burst damage? That's going to be the question.
I have a feeling for VP, this game's going to kind of resemble like a middle school relationship. Nobody's going to want to be the first one to commit.
They're just standing on both edges of the dance floor right now, waiting for someone to make the first move.
Yeah.
Me? You? No? You want to go into this? I want to go into this. I want to go into game number 1. I'm going to send it over to Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Tsunami. That's right. We're here with Virtus.pro and Entity. And this time around, we're going to see Kataomi actually get the facet where you go fast. I thought that one was pretty interesting when he chose the other one, the pushing talent. I was like, nobody goes that. And maybe he forgot to choose his facet on that last one. I don't know. But this time around, he's got the one that everybody else is going, that everyone's taking advantage of, the one where you're just zooming around on Spirit Breaker, where you charge in, you're able to charge right back out because you keep that movement speed. Other than that, anything interesting of note you see here, Avery?
I mean, they gave Entity their Chen, right? Which I think is a pretty big deal. They got it second phase too. And maybe this hero is going to fall a bit down in priority in terms of the hero individually being strong. But I think for Entity, this hero does exactly what they want to do every single game, which is give Watson a good start, play through no one in the mid game, and ball up with the auras. And to me, this is Fishman's best hero for the team. I mean, he'll take his others, you know, Disruptor, Undying, whatever. But this hero really serves the big function that Entity won out of their supports, which is make those cores as strong, as tanky, as high damage as possible when that mid game comes around and you're forcing those Roshans. And they have the Leshrac last pick to do it here. So yeah, this is a a very scary mid-game lineup from Entity in terms of when that ball gets going, you really need to be able to meet them head-on with that 5-on-5. You're going to lose too much map control here. And at the same time, you have to deal with the Darkseer Spirit Breaker playing the lanes. So I really do feel like the pressure's on VP here to make the map work for them in a way where those fights get set up properly.
Already given up 3 bounty runes, not a great start, and some bold draft choices, as you said. I mean, giving up the Darkseer, probably one of the go-to talked about heroes when it comes to that first pick category. And Virtus.pro was willing to give it to Entity. They gave him the Chen. And we'll see whether or not FNG has his strategic genius on point to be able to counter this, or if they're going to flop. Because this is a tournament that they're coming into with not a ton of momentum, having not done so well at the TI qualifiers. So, you know, kind of looking at a team that might already be doubting their own capabilities and their own hold on the current meta.
I mean, good rule of thumb in Dota is if you don't believe in yourself, nobody else believes in you. Like, you're the last line of defense here because everybody in Dota is just waiting for your downfall, right? Every team here is praying that these other teams play as weak as possible. They're just going to thrive. They're going to climb the ladder. It's a game of making your enemy play as bad as possible too, right? Dota's a game of mistakes. So if you don't have the confidence going in, if you're not confident in what you're doing and how you're playing right now, which we go back to that FNG interview, he really wasn't, right?
Yeah.
And I respect the honesty. I mean, sometimes you just have to man up and admit, hey, we're not in a good form right now. We need to find some momentum. But that is on Entity to take advantage of because, yeah, Dota's a game of mistakes. If your enemy's going to make more than you, they're not confident they're going to be able to play as crisply, then could be in trouble.
And Tars almost made a mistake there, giving up first blood, but not quite. One of the Brambles did snag Watson, and Watson will gladly give a mistake right back and stumble into another one for a little extra damage. Interesting, took the Satyr Convert, so he's just full out, trying to burn out all of the mana early on in the laning phase, completely kill the offensive potential of the Primal Beast.
This thing still does around 100 mana burn, even with the change, like with the int buff, so... Yeah, I'm not surprised that we see it more on lane. It just auto wins you the lane, especially with the extra regen amp on top of it. Any sort of spell casting carry is going to benefit immensely. And then even in this mid game, give some extra mana to the Lesh if you go and fight around the runes, something like that. This is a nice lineup for it. I think we saw Snaking going in a while back on Falcons as well. So seems like the go-to here if you just want to straight up win the lane and snowball.
Yeah.
The downside, I guess, is you don't get as powerful a mid game aura like the Alpha Wolf or something, but I mean, you can find one in the jungle anyway. It's not like it's removing all the creeps off the map.
You'd see Antares he was having to hide away in the trees, keep his clarity intact just to try and get some mana to be able to play out this lane. So we can give Notice a little something to work with. Also got the Lotus, so that'll help Notice quite a bit.
Early boots, try and maintain some gap here. He's surviving the lane. For me, the lanes aren't as important for VP here. It's more how you build momentum in this game, because is this Primal Dark Willow combo as strong as it used to be? Like, there's just no way.
It's much worse.
Right, so where are your little combinations going to come from, right? This Primal goes in, what's your damage follow? I mean, you're throwing out a Bramble, and then you're putting in this Sun Ray. But again, you're doing it into a bunch of heal here. You're going to have Auras on Darkseer, Auras on Chen, potential Bloodstone Lesh just healing up on his own. It's going to be a lot to go through in that minigame.
Get some good damage. Aid Watson managing to dodge some of those Brambles. He got snagged by one of those. He was certainly going to die there. He may still get run down by Notice as Watson's going to try and loop around the trees, keep that healing salve up for as long as possible. And it looks like he's probably healed enough that he's good to go now.
Yeah, that's a rank 1 juke right there.
Yeah, it certainly was.
14k MMR tree circle.
Nobody could possibly take 3 left-hand turns like that.
So far, CS not looking too bad, and this Pango really taking in this Laserac matchup. Squad X just, I want to say handling no one. I don't think this is a Pango favored lane, and just pulling out a couple hundred extra net worth here ahead in the levels as well. Might give them a gank opportunity in mid if they can somehow connect the Dark Willow, but maybe the better option is if this Pango hits a fast 6 here, has TP and the mana up, you can look for the counterplay on the side lanes, because these side lanes are going to get contested here as the aggression heats up. Would love to get this Pangolier Rolling Thunder kill on the Ursa at some point here. You can find it off 6-minute rune rotation. especially with nighttime hitting in. Maybe these wards go down. Still continuing to harass no one. So you have this large region advantage on mid. Unfortunately, VP can't really use it with their supports, which again poses the question is, are you going to try and move this Pango elsewhere to try and take advantage of this at all? Or are you content just playing out the lanes here?
Do you think no one still has it? Where do you view him in the list of mid laners at this tournament? Because once upon a time, right, this is a guy who was in the top 3 of mids, right? He was actively contesting Sumail.
Top 3?
Yeah. What, like 2017 VP era where they were dominating?
He was
absolutely
top 2. Who the hell was the third?
All right, well, whatever, man.
no, wait, that's not a whatever. Who was the third? Who's the third?
Right, it was Sumail and no one.
Yeah,
right?
who was the other guy?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Then don't say top 3. Give this man the respect he deserves, because he's a top 2 at that point.
No one. He is going to get ran down. Fortunately, Kataomi's nearby to be able to help him out with that charge to stop that Rolling Thunder a little bit. They're still going to go for the kill, though. A dive in by FNG, trying to kill his former teammate, but ends up killing himself instead and getting his Antari's in trouble, too. Stuck in the river, and no one will be there to clean that kill up. So heavy rotations coming out of the Entity side, but it certainly pays out, saving no one's life and getting them some kills.
I bring everybody to that fight, including even DM in the river by the end of it. VP did try and force that gank. I think the opportunity was there, but they did not execute that nearly well enough. Like, way too disjointed on the damage going in with the Rolling Thunder, and the charge through bumping him into the Edict damage. That Rolling Thunder did not prevent a lot there. Nice positioning from no one to kind of make that gank as hard as possible, and VP unable to secure the one lane that I think was going the best for them here. Gives a lot of momentum back towards Entity, which is exactly what they want here. Just a slow, methodical early game buildup into the Chen Darkseer ball. And all of a sudden, now this Darkseer, he's top of the net worth chart. DM having a monster early game here on a first pick Darkseer that has a lot to play with between a melee carry hero that loves Shell and Surge, and it's going to give you early Roshans. A Spirit Breaker that's going to pick up some of the extra farm slacker on the map, give you the pick-off potential, great in the team fights. I mean, it's just a Darkseer dream game right here, and you're giving it to him.
Even the Facet, he's working with some pretty fast heroes, right? Last Track, Spirit Breaker, 2 most notable ones. That means he'll be getting a buffed up in movement speed thanks to the Facet choice of his. So Fishman trying to get away with the Surge, but won't be able to outrun SquadX's Rolling Thunder. So they do finally pick up a kill on the Virtus.pro side, but it's a 5 position in exchange for a mid rotation. Not the best exchange in the world.
I mean, you could also argue it's a Fishman 5. So you're gonna get a couple of those every game by default. he might be a top 2-5 in the world at early deaths. I think it's fair to say.
He is really good at dying, yeah.
Or am I supposed to say top 3? I guess who's the?
I don't know if we want to start listing names on that list. All right, well, we'll wait till the play-in tournament gets a little bit deeper. You know, see who's performing well.
And something in my memory came back up in terms of an old 5 player who used to feed a lot, but
oh yeah,
it disappeared. I don't know.
You don't want to speak his name?
No, I would. I genuinely don't. I have no issue saying that. I just genuinely don't remember.
Man, you've really reached your old man phase.
Yeah,
Jesus.
What can you do?
Well, I will tell you, you're talking about 5 position that, you know, died a lot. I immediately thought of PPD.
Did he die a lot?
Maybe he didn't die so much, but he definitely he was one of those, like, real position 6 supports, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
That was just like, that was the era back then, right?
I mean, it was also greedy teammates, right? I mean, we can make the argument here. Maybe Entity is just greedy.
That's
rank
true.
1 guy needs so much farm. It gives Fishman no choice. The necessary sacrifice. This will be that Panga move into the top. One I thought they were going to make earlier, because I think at this point it's just too late to the party, man. Like, the Ursa's not going to sit up here against the Primal. And every time you make one of these failed moves, Entity are going to start to push. So these are costly misses by Virtus.pro here, as you're trying to defend your towers and maintain that map control. They're going to poke the Lesh, but he has backup here. Oh, the wrong direction. Ooh, Fishman. What are you doing?
he's sending one of his cores
what was that?
into the Shredder. Hurricane to back into the team. Now a vacuum back onto Notice is going to make it so he's stuck in this river situation. So they will get core trade-offs here. But it should have been a save on no one, using that Hurricane to push him over down into the river to sail him. Instead, he just sent him right back into the gutter there.
Straight back into the abyss. Says, no, you're you got ganked, no one. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. You got ganked.
Get back in there, champ.
What do you think the comms were in that? Yo, guys, I think I can survive. Just get me out. No, you're dead, man. You're gone. No way to escape there, brother.
Don't bring him to us, man. You were the one who got caught.
Or do you think he sent them back in? Yo, get him for me. Get him for me, bro. You're going to kill them all here.
So no one... He should have been Hurricane down right there by the owl, but instead Fishman somehow clicked the entirely opposite direction.
Well, that's a morale degenerator right there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Fishman playing 6-man here for VP a little bit.
I mean, you're already talking about those greedy cores are costing him, you know.
Yeah, maybe it's a revenge of the Fishman here.
I mean, I'm just saying a high-pressure tournament like this, you know, brings out all the cracks in the foundation, right? All the grudges that have built up over the last 9 months of playing together.
That's why you should respect your supports. They control more than you think. Unfortunate little push there for Entity, though I do think that was a little aggressive, considering the tower was full HP. Like, I think it's okay to commit there, get a tower to half, back off. You're happy with that. You're going to force VP back to mid off a failed move top. But lingering there with the Slash, he's not tanky enough the front line. You don't have auras up. You don't have the Mech Darkseer with you. This Chen is going early drum because you do have the Darkseer going for the Grease build. So your early sustain really isn't that great there. You have Ice Armor, but this is not a lineup that cares about early Ice Armor here. Overwhelming amount of magic damage. And another Rune Deny. Antares is on top of it. Second one of the game for him. At least denying some of the extra capability out from the Leshrac here. But still, it's Entity just farming the map, man, and the Darkseer continuing to power up. So it'll be a pretty fast pipe if nothing stops it. And that's the concerning point of the game for VP. Because once you have this mech pipe plus drum, maybe another half aura on the Chen, I mean, you're just forcing Roche. And if you're Virtus.pro, are you willing to contest into a triple aura timing here? You have Egg and Rolling Thunder to contest the Roche pit, which is good for you, but...
Yeah, I would say the one thing is that they did really double down on their team fight, and that is the one thing that while Dark Willow got heavily nerfed in the Bedlam aspect, there is still the Terrorize to protect the egg.
Sure.
And right, so they have this Primal Beast to force the action, grab somebody, they Supernova on top of that, and then they Terrorize and Rolling Thunder to protect that egg. That is just really good 5-on-5 management. The charge coming up from Kataomi to try and save no one, but it's not quite good enough. Supernova is out, but they can't quite, no, they can't protect it beautifully. Notes managed to get the grab onto Watson, stopping those fast swipes from the Bear. Still trying to chase him down, though. Bear finally gives up. Notice going to try and back out from the tower range, and he will be fine. So they actually just get an exchange of the mids with this big old clash happening around the tower, but nobody else dies.
Oh, weird. I thought that was going to go way better for VP. I feel like they got everything they wanted in that type of fight. Terrorize hit multiple heroes. You start off with your two big initiators. Egg goes off despite Ursa manning up for it, and they just walk it off. The early sustain here, the game that DM's having, bails Entity out of that fight. And once more, the Slush Pango matchup, just not fun for Squadix right now. He took 500 damage from Edict there. He's rolling through and just getting shredded by the Diabolical, so really need to tank up on this Pango fast. He'll find a shield rune. That'll definitely help the next fight here for VP. And just Echo done as well. So now he's got that early tank ability. Next fight's going to be a lot different for him, and maybe you can take that extended skirmish on the backside if you're Virtus.pro and clean that up.
Yeah, but you've already used that Supernova, so
you have to wait a little bit.
Next time is going to be, you know, a little ways away. And sometimes, especially with the way the Entity's farming right now and pushing out these side lanes, you know, maybe you might not get that same setup. You may not get that second opportunity. We'll see.
If you're VP, every time there's a down period like this, you need to make sure you get the lanes in as well as possible to combat this Chen Darkseer, and you want to protect your mid-tier 1. Mid-tier 1 for Radiant, most important objective right now on the map, for sure, for both teams. Entity would love to brute force this with their auras and the Leshrac, but it's a dangerous push. Your Darkseer Breaker, I don't think are strong enough to just aggressively dive a tower like that into Terrorize, into Egg. You don't really have any BKBs. If you had BKB Ursa lane, it's a very different story, because then you can commit in, the Egg goes off. Okay, you guarantee kill the Egg. You can make that sort of aggressive play, but right now, I think it's hard for Entity to push deep into VP's side of the map. And the risk reward's maybe just not worth it for them. You just finished your Battle Fury Ursa. He's going to start to heat up on your Ancients. And these auras are starting to come in, right? You're halfway to the big pipe on the Darkseer. You make some aggressive play here as Entity. It could really set you back. We'll find. Quick little Phoenix kill. That's going to be juicy. Now your team fight's over.
Notice has already used his charge out, but looks like the slow from the Uproar keeps him at bay from being able to collect a second kill. But they got the pick off. They have the numbers here.
Yeah, that's right.
Might as well do the fast Roshan. So now that time of the year talking about when it comes to the mech pipe on the Darkseer can combine with the second Roshan, second Aegis, right? And you'll just have like kind of a game-ending combination there.
I mean, he's going to have it here in 1,000 gold. So they're going to have it for the second half of this first Aegis.
Yeah.
See if they push towers with it. I think there is a window. You definitely want to take tier 1 mid. You want to get the fight for tier 1 mid here 100% with this Aegis if you're Entity. It's just a question of, I mean, probably it's tier 1 bottom, but you're probably getting that through attrition on the map. To me, can you get more with this Aegis? Can you actually take an aggressive part of the map away from VP? Right now, you're giving up your tier 1 mid. This is, I guess, power of the shield rune right now, but not a tower I think Entity wanted to lose.
Yeah, probably some of the potential of the Chaos Knight being missing. Kiritich did just get his Orchid delivered, so he is very much a big threat to pick off on the Leshrac or the Darkseer.
He's strong right now. Very strong. You have to respect what this hero can do in the fights, even if you have some answers to him. Pipe done for Notice as well, so yeah, you're ready to 5-man here if you're VP.
Trying to go for the kill on it, no one. Antares can lend the extra damage needed with the Bedlam to finish him off, and that'll be the Aegis taken for free.
They're gonna commit.
Or more. They're gonna try and kill him off of this Orchid plus Phantasm, and they have the Terrorize to protect him. Anybody in Entity gets close, they can throw it out, and there it is. Gets the Spirit Breaker right as he tries to charge in. Rolling Thunder is gonna bump him on his way out. DM tries to get him to surge away, and that will be enough, but Virtus.pro noticing that they can try and do a little bit more here with the Supernova still up, fighting around the tier 2 tower. Gets a stun off the Curse Crown underneath the Supernova. That'll kill him as well. 2 cores down on the side of Entity, and Virtus.pro managed to make their team fight surmount the advantage of an extra life.
Pipe got there first for VP, and they made the most of it. Arrives on the backside for DM, but all it does is save your Spirit Breaker and forsake him in the middle of that entire exchange. Entity getting caught out on the map, not respecting the 5-man teamfight capability just based off the spell power alone. Like, this is a really terrifying lineup to just get stuck in all day AoE control. Until the Ursa is able to man up later on with that Blink BKB, that teamfight looks difficult, honestly. You have sustain, but there's nobody really dealing damage back. And this Pango's about to have an Ags. You got another very nice power rune here. You don't have a Yules. You don't have any sort of Dispel for this Pangolier to get rid of the buffs of these extra runes. So SquadX is just firing on all cylinders right now.
Seems like a timing lineup that's being out-timed a little bit, right? Virtus.pro just hitting this window before you actually get all the full combination of Entity. Recognizing that just sheerly through spells, they can still win team fights?
I think it's the power of Chaos Knight, honestly. I mean, that's why we see this hero so much right now. And why I'm always surprised to see this hero go through second phase, even if in theory you have stat answers to him. This is just going to be a pickup. I'm surprised they're keeping down here. This is...
Yeah, FNG's dead as well. He dove in for that one. So this is getting a little awkward, but at least he get a Leshrac kill for it.
I mean, Entity were making their way down here. If they'd gone there a bit faster, it could have been a solid fight for them because they still want this tier 1.
Yeah, Kiritich doesn't want any of this smoke, and he almost got caught on it, too.
They saw him there.
Yeah, they had a ward on a high ground. That's why they attempted to go for the vacuum for the low ground, but DM just a little bit too slow there.
I feel like they were hesitating.
Yeah.
Do we actually want to go on this ZK right now? But well, they eventually got the tier 1, which is really what Entity wanted here. The game does slow down a little bit for VP on that exchange, even if they get the Lesh. I think Entity are happy with the map control this is going to give them, but did not get anything out of that first Aegis. Not the most important one here. still one they would have liked to have gone better. And another quick Fishman kill.
Yeah, Primal Beast getting...
brought his creeps in too.
Yeah, that's some extra gold. Thank you, Fishman.
That's a lot of gold. A lot of time to get those back up.
Free gold, free experience, more time for the Chen that he's going to have to spend building his army. Those little slip-ups can cost you when... I mean, if you're talking about such a timing-focused lineup, what happens if Entity just, you know, they get this, let's say they get second Aegis, they get pipe and all this stuff, and then they just don't get anything done with it?
I think they can go late. I mean, it's still a lineup that can scale pretty hard with this Ursa going in the fight. Especially if you can bring down the Primal or the Phoenix at a start of a fight, really opens up your ability to commit. I don't think you're too afraid of going late game here on either team, really. It's just about the Roshans and the teamfight execution. I mean, what can you do, man?
He just came back. He just came back.
What can you do?
You don't have to do that for an Ursa either. Ursa has Enrage.
Look, the man likes to die sometimes, you know?
It's a fish out of water.
It's his play style. You can't argue with a man in his play style.
I absolutely can. 7-7, 21 minutes in. An attempted kill, an 8th attempt for Virtus.pro. That will net them an 8th success. Oh, Eddie Yules catching no one here, trying to set up a Bramble, misses that. And now trying to make a run for it. He's going to need the help of SquadX to be able to get out of here alive. SquadX will oblige. Not that he's going to kill the last track.
Yeah, you got to remember, this type of Pango buildup nowadays is tankier but less damage.
Yeah.
So if you have the capability to ignore him in a fight, I feel like it's almost the better route to go. Particularly if you have some fast heroes that can just dodge the Rolling Thunder. He's not that much of a threat until way later on. 4th or 5th item, sure. I mean, late game Pango's always going to do late game Pango things, but...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, when he gets to the point where he's got the Aghanim Scepter and is actually doing things with his shield crash outside of building up a big old shield, then...
Talents make a big difference too on this hero. Though the talents did get nerfed a little bit. I mean, they're still what make this kind of build-up work. He'll find FNG again. He'll get a shard for his untimely demise, however.
Actually just makes that kill more valuable. SquadX gets the Invis Rune. He'll be vacuumed back into a wall. They have a sentry for it too. There is a nice Terrorize to be able to buy a bit of space for SquadX to get out of that sentry range. And a charge came through that actually hit the Spirit Breaker as he would have the charge. They still have the vision though, and SquadX has to shield crash it up. Kaitomi is going to be in a bit. Looks like Watson's going to try and back out a little bit. Okay, he sees Primal Beast is maybe free. The Chaos Knight is backing away. The Chaos Knight is retreating. The fight has to be free. Virtus.pro just losing too many heroes too early on, and no one with the Bloodstone is willing to just charge into that Chaos Knight with the extra bit of life steal. TP away. Kiritich isn't going to make it. Oh, no.
This Pango just died to Cleave?
Yeah, I think so.
He just jumped in and got massacred off the stacks from the Ursa, dude. That looked absolutely hilarious, but not for Virtus.pro as Watson tears them apart here. And now that BKB has just completed off that fight. I mean, that is the fight Entity needed. And this is the mid game where their lineup is, in my opinion, strongest relative to VPs. Like, you had the early spell power in this game. You had CK giving you numbers advantages in the fight. But when this Ursa's just running you down, when he's in the old form, you don't have stuns that can control him, and you're getting chased down in these scenarios, man, he does some work, and he does it fast. Really got the stacks built up on SquadX earlier here, and then, yeah, great pulverize, but your supports are dead. There's no Bedlam here. There's no egg here to play around, and we're going to see Pango rolling. He just had no HP, man. He got torn up on the backside.
And he didn't even save Kiritich off of doing that.
I thought it was the cleave, but he was just getting beat up on the back of that fight, so didn't even have a chance to get cleaved. And now Entity, they're going to start to play aggressive.
Oh, this is looking terrible now. Spirit Breaker bumps him back into the split earth with the wall guaranteeing the kill. Chaos Knight could go nowhere. They're falling apart now. This is Entity's game to take over.
I mean, they know what their window is. It's this Ursa BKB. They don't even need the Aegis here.
Yeah.
And they're going to have a second BKB on this Leshrac very soon. They got to the second Aura item on the Chen as well with the Vlads. So now you have Greaves, Pipe, Vlad, Drum behind two BKB core frontliners with a lot of sustain and a lot of survivability, and this Breaker is just going to push the side lanes or set up the catch. This is the very difficult part of the game for VP to get through right now. They need to not bleed too many kills, try and find some pressure of their own. They're going to make a move on Kataomi, but this is not really a play, and you need to be concerned that you're going to get chased on the backside here. You have Surge heroes, you have Charge heroes.
Rolling Thunder does go off, and the Phoenix is TPing away, so they'll both escape. And that's actually maybe the best case scenario for Virtus.pro, is that they brought a bunch of Entity heroes to a corner of the map, so you could see they're already trying to push out the other lanes.
I mean, right now, if nothing bad happens for you, you're happy as VP. I mean, this Roche already is spawned, though, so again poses the question of at which point in this game are you confident enough to contest that objective? Because I think at some point you do if you're Virtus.pro. I don't think you're winning this game if you give up 34 Roshans to a Descendity lineup. I guess there's a world where you go ultra late and it maybe doesn't matter, but I mean, let's be realistic, right? That type of idea to win a Dota game in the modern age it's outdated. So
yeah,
at some point you have to pick your battle here, and it does not look like it's going to be the second Roshan. So you're going to the third. It's going to open up a high ground window for Entity. They really want to push it here, and I don't know why you wouldn't. You have 4 auras, double BKB, all the sustain in the world, and you can force the issue with the Lesh and the Ursa sieging the high ground, especially with Cheese on the Leshrac. Do you have the capability to burst him before he gets that off? Basically 2 Aegises here.
Yeah.
That is a lot of HP to fight through for a lineup that's mostly flat spell damage. I mean, a DD on the Pango definitely helps, but I feel like CK is really your only scaling power here.
Yeah, particularly when the BKBs are still such long duration. And I feel like they don't have a way to really, like, bait the BKBs out of Entity.
No, there's no real poke here.
Yeah, like the Ursa's only going to pop his BKB when the Supernova goes down, is what I assume is going to happen. And then it's up to the Primal Beast to try and stop that Ursa with his Pulverize. That's really your only option to keep the egg alive. And if you don't keep the egg alive, then I think you're just screwed. Because you kind of need that extra bit of disable and reset time during this BKB window.
You do have double Yules, which I guess is a disengage. Maybe there's something there. I'm going with a Primal or Pango, make the Ursa jump in, Yules him disengaged, draw the fight deeper from Entity right, bait them into a situation where they commit a little too far and that egg goes off. That's probably the ideal, especially if Entity are going to force the high ground here. That high ground defense can be easier for you to play. Entity are going to have to go into you. You can chip them down a bit with some random brambles and whatever. But your split push is pretty minimal here. That's the downside. You can prepare for this high ground fight, but if you come back, there's no real pressure on the map. So Entity, they can just make these cross-map smokes like this, and there's nothing really annoying them. In fact, the Chen creeps are cutting the wave top, so there's literally 0 map pressure going out right now. You're just losing all the camps, and you're probably going to lose a Phoenix here.
Yeah, there's too many heroes to Yules them all for FNG. Even as Antares did try and he broke some of the smoke, doesn't change the outcome, it seems. And now you've got a Basher on the Ursa. So now Squadix has got to be even more careful when it comes to the Ursa threat in these team fights. There's a chance he may not get off a Rolling Thunder in the first place. Karatage is trying to do what he can. He can't actually go out on the map and farm, but he can send his illusions out there. That's kind of what he's been forced to settle upon. No one's just going to chip away at this tier 2 without too much backup around it. Entity can play this a lot more loose.
Don't want to commit yet for the high ground, though. We're looking at 2 minutes left.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Watson coming back. That's also a pretty big signal here for VP.
Yeah, can you...
You could smoke out right now. I mean, this is a huge opening to take a fight without the Aegis Ursa. You still have this high ground ward here.
You gotta go now, though. Before Watson catches back up to the rest of his team.
Yeah,
they're rotating to Watson.
They're not going to make it. Too close to hit. If that had been 10 seconds faster, you might have been able to get the latch. And now you just have to fight this Aegis with a minute and a half left.
I mean, being in position on the high ground is great for FNG, though, especially with Ursa already losing his first life. They can pop the Supernova, ready to go for the Ursa on the second life. This is looking very nice for Virtus.pro as the Ursa comes back into the Supernova stun. He's got his BKB and his Wraith, but even the Primal Beast held his ultimate to try and control the Ursa. Now he's going to die, and this is still going to be a losing outcome in the end for Virtus.pro.
So many skeletons, what the hell?
Yeah, Fishman's just raising a whole lot of army here. Squadix, he's trying to get away. Swashbuckle one more. He doesn't even go that far. He knows he's going to get run down. Just trying to clear the creep wave. Considering the situations of an Aegis, Cheese, it felt like an insurmountable team fight for Virtus.pro. They didn't do half bad with it.
That's the kind of setup they want. Again, it felt like that's the situation they want to be in, but it doesn't work out for them, which just begs the question of what needs to go better.
Yeah, if not now, then when?
And I mean, the answer really is like, you just can't have this Aegis Cheese, right? But
yeah.
Contesting that wasn't an option either. And this is where these entity lineups, they're tough to play against, man, because they put you in this position where they make you choose between two bad situations, and then you just have to massively outplay them at some point. And assuming entity doesn't screw up horribly, then these fights are probably favor of them. Like, you need a catch on this Ursa or something with Orchid stun latching before he ults. That's just very difficult to do when the Lesh can frontline. So entity continuing to power up here. Still have a Cheese. They passed it over to the Ursa. No one continues to tank up here. I need some more damage here, your VP. You do get the Bloodthorn on the CK. So again, I mean, that single target connection, Desolator on the Pango as well. They really geared up for the single target burst, knowing they need some sort of threat here on the front line of Entity to get through the sustain. They will have it here.
Yeah, maybe the best option for all this Entity problems is just better initiation, right? I mean, if you get the Chaos Knight jump on the right target at the start of the fight,
oh yeah,
then,
of course, but that's, again, that's easier said than done because your lineup doesn't really have any initiation.
Well, he's going to go Blink Dagger next, I think.
I mean, right? I don't know. I don't know how easy it is for the CK to just blink in Bloodthorn stun. Like, this stun is not instant, you know? It's got some wind-up time. It's just, it's not the same as a Sven or Faceless Void or something. I mean, maybe you can find it, man. I don't know, but it sounds hard. You probably need vision. You need high ground ward. You need something where you see Entity first. Maybe you can go for that play. Even still, though, there's a lot of disruption that can come through. Let's say you jump in, you find the stun silence on Watson. What happens when you get this breaker who Ags charges through and has pretty low cooldown? There's a vacuum wall. There's a Leshrac who's just running in. There's going to be Chen heal to maybe bail this Ursa out, right? I mean, that's the scary part of this type of all-in single-target burst versus the lineup right now. You not only need to find the opening, it's will it work? And if it doesn't, he's got Cheese sitting there. So you better make sure that that single-target jump bursts that hero down, or you're in trouble. At least FNG will pick up a gem here, try and get some map control back, and he'll find a D-ward for his trouble. Boost up his levels, which you know he wants this level 18 as fast as he can get it. He also loves some Deso charges here, but doesn't seem like there's any on the menu. Entity gearing up for the third Roshan. You got to be thinking about it here in 2 minutes plus. I don't think that's the one you can afford to give away in this game. I think you could definitely afford to give the first one away. I think the second one is tough, but you probably also are giving it up. Third, I don't think is an option here if you're Virtus.pro. I think that is a mandatory contest.
Is that a timing thing, or is that more so just about the extra Refresher Shard or Aghanim Scepter?
I mean, it's everything here, right? It's just going to be an overwhelming amount of high ground push. Too much sustain, too much HP to get through. I think it's just going to break you. And I don't think you're going to get to that ultra late game point. Double Shiva's also out for Entity right now.
Yeah,
so.
I was wondering which one of these two on Entity was going to blink on that item, but it seems neither. I thought maybe Darkseer would go like Lotus.
I mean, the armor's nice here. No one's going to get run into.
Has to pop his BKB. Kiritich Charge after the Phantasm is really well set up for Entity, for Kiritich to die right away. Watson's going to chase him down pretty easily. DM is the one to actually claim the last hit. And again, once the Chaos Knight is dead, even with the Supernova successfully going off, it just doesn't matter. All your damage is gone on the side of Virtus.pro, and Entity is just going to clean up as many kills as possible. And thanks to that charge from Kataomi to hit FNG and charge through the rest of them, looks like they'll probably collect 4 off of this.
There's just not nearly enough damage. Entity are fully willing to just commit into the AoE terrorize, commit into an egg. It goes off. I mean, so what? We're all full HP. Good luck. And again, that points to the difficulty of the initiation for Virtus.pro. You make a smoke play, you find this Lestrak, you throw out that Chaos Bolt, and the whole time that bolt is flying towards them in slow motion, you're wondering what the hell we are supposed to do in this game. You needed to play a lot faster. This Primal, I don't know, I think this Primal had to snowball a lot more. Like that, the early Pango game had to be swifter and executed better, right? That mid gank into the failed gank top really set him back off of what was a solid laning phase for Squad
absolutely.
X. And the second that happens, you're kind of just stuck in this stalemate of a mid game where the Chen's farming up, the Breaker Darks here farming up, and you're going to end up in this position where the auras around that 30 to 40 minute mark are overwhelming. Still have one more fight left here, but you have no Supernova to work with. See where the damage can come from. So far,
yeah,
it's
the strike bouncing back into the Ursa, he just kills him. The Ursa just shreds the ball, and it's all over, man.
Dude, there's so many skeletons too.
Yeah.
Fishman's just rallying the army here. Everybody has like an extra sacred relic for free. It adds up, man, and that is a well-executed game from Entity. I mean, this is their bread and butter. Like, they will take this type of draft, I think, for the rest of this tournament if they can get it. I think that's why the Chen is so terrifying, because they're going to look to hit that 30, 40-minute window with these types of lineups every time. And the Chen makes those lineups absolutely terrifying. He makes the Roshan easy. He makes the high ground easy. He makes the 5-on-5 easy. Too easy.
Nice and easy for Entity in game 1. We'll see if they can make a second game easy as well. But first, we're going to head to a break.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Entity claim their Game 1 victory over Virtus.pro. Welcome back, everyone, to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, where VP, they have no one to blame but themselves, Brian. They saw the Darkseer in the first phase. They had their Phoenix, and they were like, I'm not afraid. Chaos Knight.
Yeah, this just reminds me of the meme of the guy on the bicycle, like, why is this happening to me?
Sticking the stick inside.
And then he's on the ground, like, why is it
Darkseer?
darn it? Yeah, I just, so we did confirm we ended up looking at, you were looking at Darkseer's matchups originally, and then when we looked at CK's matchups, Darkseer was actually his worst matchup of the entire game.
Correct.
I personally thought Darkseer was the most broken hero of the patch. Obviously, it's like first day of the tournament, so it's impossible for me to be correct about that, but
But you were correct about it.
But it's like if you
most people would agree.
The hero's at least strong, right? So if the hero's strong, then you have to come at it with a plan. And it's like, okay, literally pick a carry into his worst matchup. That part to me, I don't want to like sum up the game just in the draft. It just looked way harder for VP to play.
And they've seen the Spirit Breaker before the CK pick also.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I understand what they're trying to do, and I think overall they were trying to gain momentum, right? Like, we're going to beat the best hero in the game. We have a plan, and that'll, for a team like VP, right, who is currently struggling, and they already apparently admitted in some interviews, right? Yeah. This isn't our best time as a team right now. If we can beat the best hero in the game right now with a strategy in mind, maybe this is a momentum we need. But also, if you lose to it, that's also not great either. Or you could just compartmentalize it and be like, yeah, you know, we lost to Darkseer, ban it, go next game. But yeah, we kind of saw all the problems that were an issue in this draft. I think they had the CK, which was never going to hard carry this game. And I think their mid lane and off lane were kind of awkward. It's like Primal wants to go in and you want to focus down that target, but Pango just kind of wants to roll around. Where was their burst damage? Like, they didn't really have any. They talked about during the draft or during the cast as well. Bedlam, it can't be cast on the Primal anymore. So they're lacking a lot of damage in this draft. Sure, they have a lot of tanky heroes, but when this Leshrac does get to a point where he had his Bloodstone, you have some Aegises on the Ursa, you just don't have the damage to chew through this, and they really exploited that. I think auras this patch are very important. Also, why Darkseer is so good, why Underlord is so good. Even like Brewmaster, he buys Radiance, more of a greedy type of aura, but auras are super good this patch, and they didn't have any of those, where you have like a bunch from the Chen, you have a bunch from just, you know, Bloodstone healing yourself up, and then the offlaner Darkseer building a pipe and a mech too.
Yeah, I'm going to be a pretty harsh critic here just because I do believe Entity is almost guaranteed to be one of the top 8 teams to move through the play-in stage, but you can't get away with, like, later on in the tournament, having an Aegis like that and no one just getting sniped and dying twice. Like, that's not something that is going to... You're not going to still win the game against a better team, and I'm not trying to just trash talk VP here, but I do think Entity was overall on paper the team favored coming into this, and then we all agreed that the draft was at least slightly in favor of Entity. So I'm going to be looking toward, like, moving on later in the tournament, that Entity kind of cleans up the way they're moving around the map, because those little, I'd say, those little mistakes are actually going to be entirely momentum shifting towards the other team, and I don't think that anybody else is going to give it back.
Yeah, I mean, I will say for VP, though, the thing that they did do well in this game is they had a pretty good laning stage.
They did.
Squadix did really well mid lane against the Lesh. Like, I don't think you're supposed to do that well in the lane as the Pango against Lesh. That was the last pick Lesh. And I also think their offlane on Noticed, it did pretty well, too, and they ended up getting very farmed on Kiritich on the CK. They had, like, the top 3 cores for a while in this game. So their laning looks good. But is it all contributed to the heroes they picked? I don't think so, because I don't think those things are particularly easy. So I think they are a little behind in the meta and with the draft to have a cohesive draft. I think that's what they really need to focus on VP. They clearly have the skill, but I feel like strategy-wise, they're just like a step behind.
How about in a world where they weren't against the Darkseer? The 5 heroes that VP chose, did you see a clear strategy in terms of maybe we can win team fights? Like,
when they had the Phoenix come in first round, like what Fear was mentioning is that they just want to counter the team fight. You have the egg on the ground. Like I would have loved if they gave themselves an Underlord. Like they gave themselves a Darkseer-esque offlaner that's going to build the Grease pipe. Like, yeah, he went for the pipe on Primal, but who are you enabling, I guess, is what I'm thinking. Like, when I think of Darkseer, I'm thinking AoE control. Like, I'm thinking you have this area and you win it. But if you have, like, an Underlord plus Phoenix, maybe even, like, a Faceless Void type carry, like something like this, that's the plan, then that makes sense to me. But maybe a hero like that's just too slow right now. I guess it's just, when I'm looking at Darkseer, he's going to vacuum you. It's too large of an AoE. What are you going to do after that? And heroes like Pango, Primal, CK, they're all throwing themselves into the wall, and even if the illusions aren't that fantastic, like you saw they're okay, yeah, once they get Aegis Cheese, you're just never killing these guys twice. You're never going to chew through all of that raw HP, the Ursa, the Lesh, the Bloodstone. Yeah,
I mean, I definitely agree with that. I think damage is the issue. I'm mainly going to look at, of course, the carry choice being very difficult to get into the fights against what you saw, but also the mid and off lane combination, and a little bit the Dark Willow too. You got to point that one out. That hero doesn't do a lot of damage anymore. You are control, but you're not really damaged. And then I think just Primal does not do a lot of damage by itself, not until later in the game. And as a mid lane Pango, maybe they're expecting Squadix to pop off more and do more damage. Just wasn't the case. That hero is more of like a tanky type of hero and control, in my opinion, than damage. So they just need to fix those 2 issues, I think. Maybe get a support with more damage, or perhaps just like pick something, maybe the SF mids, these type of heroes, these Leshraks. This could be a better route for them to take.
Well, let's see if they take those lessons to heart as they look forward to their game number 2. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be back with the continuation of Entity versus Virtus.pro.
I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of Entity Virtus.pro versus Virtus.pro, where Virtus.pro needs to think about how confident they are coming into these games. I don't think you can just throw these top-tier picks. You're not that team. You can't just give away Darkseers or Broodmothers or Brewmasters or what other top-tier heroes are there? Or
I've seen a lot of Monkey King.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Shadow
I've seen
Fiend.
a lot of Monkey King in the bands. I haven't really seen them play
Weaver as
much.
well.
Yeah.
No, you got to ban these heroes. I mean, I love Virtus.pro. I love F&G, but some heroes are just too good.
I mean, this has been how pretty much every patch shapes up the last couple years. People realize there's 10 or 15 broken heroes, usually 3 or 4 that stand above all the rest, and you get to pick your poison because there's only so many bans, and you have to come in with saying, we're going to let this one through because we are going to do this. And that's what Virtus.pro did, and I didn't understand this part that they did. So coming into game 2, I don't even mind if they give them Darkseer. What?
I think the Phoenix was good.
The Phoenix was good.
But the rest was, they didn't think much past that, it feels like.
It's definitely not enough. Conceptually,
Yeah.
it's good, but you have to commit to the plan
Right.
of what made Phoenix conceptually good against Darkseer. And part of what I liked about Phoenix against Darkseer also is that you take the lane over, the carry can just leave and go jungle, but
Right.
CK actually just wants to be in lane. So I didn't pay too close attention to that during the game, but it probably hurt FNG's net worth as well. So it's even stuff like that you have to consider, okay, it makes sense on team fights, it makes sense for what it does in lane, but then this hero kind of as a carry, you don't usually think about that. You don't think is this making my 5's game harder?
Yeah, I need to leave to give you the lane.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's something that maybe, I don't know, going into game 2, I was also thinking with Willow, maybe with scrims and drafting, they're so used to kind of automatically thinking we have damage. We have mid-game damage for these kills, and now you don't have that anymore, so Willow doesn't check that box. So these are all things that, with these constant letter patches, I'm sure are tough to keep up with, because a lot of teams, they have these linchpin heroes that are just, they kind of use them, I don't want to say as crutches, but okay, we can pick this hero because it solves a lot of problems we as a team have, or our other players' hero pools don't solve, and now that may just not be the case anymore after a certain patch.
You got your old reliables.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard to say. I just think in general, their last draft reminded me a lot of where I'd see Mars in the offlane, Puck in the mid lane. You have a lot of catch, but you just don't have any damage, right? And maybe they had a different read, because I've seen some Pangos just go for the Echo Saber into Desolator with that other, what was it, the talent, I think it was -4 extra minus armor. So on the Swash, or the Lucky Shot, that's what it's called. So you can actually do a lot of damage, but he just didn't get there on Squadix, right? So maybe their vision just wasn't enough there. But they're gonna, instead of playing against the Darkseer, they've decided to take it a different route. They're gonna take the Darkseer this game. They were first pick last game as well. They chose Phoenix over Darkseer, thinking they could beat the Darkseer. They realized they could not beat the Darkseer, so now they have taken the Darkseer first pick, and now Entity thinks they can beat the Darkseer. So we'll see.
They may be able to, because you said one of your favorite picks against Darkseer was Weaver, and VP first phase banned Weaver last time. This time they first phase banned the Elder Titan instead.
I mean, Weaver is very good versus Darkseer as a carry. That's my favorite hero, my go-to right now against him. But it doesn't solve a lot of the issues that are in the draft, because you have a solid carry. Weaver has some pretty bad carry-to-carry matchups, right? And you're going to have a good snowball for sure, but you're not this hero that has team fight, builds auras, checks all the boxes right in the draft. You're just a lonely carry Weaver, so you're going to have to be very careful as an Entity on how you're going to build around this Weaver. It doesn't even have to be a carry Weaver per se. There's a lot of good carry heroes against the Darkseer that can get by. We talk about the Sven and stuff like that. The Ursa is later in the draft. This will still be a flex, but this is definitely still a good trade. But can they continue to make good trades throughout the later portions of the draft, which we did not see VP do?
I mean, one thing to go off of what we talked about the Phoenix last game against the Darkseer, I'd love to see Fishman's hero be like a Bane or a Disruptor or something like this that just leaves lane around level 3, 4-ish, and just kind of helps the other lanes, because what Weaver wants to do, similar to CK, is stay in the lane if it is a carry Weaver. It's really hard to dive him as a Darkseer. You don't really threaten him at all.
Yeah.
So what I like about the Weaver, if they leave it there, is that they pair it up with the ability to pressure, because I feel like last game Watson kind of just did his own thing for the first 15 minutes or so. He wasn't really a part of the game, and I think that was ideal. I think he showed up to like one mid-team fight, and that's something Weaver can do as well. But the Gleipnir's nice control. You're not a good illusion hero if you're a carry. You can go Spirit Vessel if you're a support for the heals. There's a lot of things that Weaver just seems really nice against the Darkseer for.
Yeah. You can even go Gleipnir if you're a 4 Weaver too. I've seen that one.
It's a little bit delayed, but yeah,
it's like the Hoodwink type of build. There's a lot. You can go Yules. That could be okay as well in a game like this. We'll see which direction they do go here. And I like some of the heroes you mentioned for Fishman. I really do like. To add another one could be they're just going to instantly spin just like this, no flex whatsoever on this Weaver.
Wow, that's
so
interesting that they reveal like that.
And I thought Shadow Demon could be a hero that they could think about as well too against the Darkseer.
Maybe it is kind of flex because Fishman is the one who played Sven against G2IG.
Oh, he's playing the support Sven.
He played
with like
support Sven.
The heavy armor facet.
Correct.
No, this is almost certainly
plates,
to do with what they pick on VP. Like I would say right now, there's no way they're 100% committing to support Sven. Like they're saying, if you don't pick the likes of Ursa Lifestealer, these bad carry matchups. The thing about them is I don't really like Ursa Lifestealer that much against Weaver.
Yeah.
If it's Weaver carry, so now if that's their play. When I'm thinking about it, the only carry that matches up well against both of these is Faceless Void.
Yeah, he's very good.
So that would be the only hero I'm on the side of VP thinking, okay, it doesn't matter which one you flex, the carry's going to have a weird game. But then are you going to save that pick? It's a weird way to draft, but I like it if that's their option.
I would argue I wouldn't mind a Terrorblade as well against both these carries.
That's good against both too, yeah.
If they want to go that route. And we're going to see the Uno reverse here. Just take their strategy, run it against you.
I counter your draw 2 with my draw 2.
Well, they can't pick the Chen because they banned it out on VP's side, so they're going to have to come up with something else for that. But, I mean, the lane looked solid. You don't know which of these heroes are the carry. Now that you see the Spear Breaker, do you prefer sending the Weaver as the safe lane as opposed to the Sven?
Nah, I'd probably prefer... I mean... I remember teams banning Spearbreaker when they picked Carry Weaver. I think Spearbreaker is pretty annoying for you. Like, you can go early Lincolns, but you don't really want to. And, yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Fear? What would you prefer?
I mean, I definitely think Spearbreaker is good versus Weaver. You do have to get a Lincolns eventually. If he does go Shadow, I mean, the one tool you do have is the Gleipnir, right? You can cancel charge with that. But if he has Shadow Blade, good luck. And they're going to pick the Shadow Demon. It's another hero that's fairly popular. Very good for Spearbreaker. Very good versus Darkseer. So a lot of value in that pick there, which means, well, one of those heroes have to be a core now between Sven and Weaver, but I think we already knew that going into this one. I kind of would like the Sven more than likely to be the carry here, just because you do have that Shadow Demon now. Now you can just stack like crazy, and he can always come back for that. Or at least pick a hero. It doesn't have to be Sven. There's a lot of heroes that can clear stacks from offlane and mid. And that is a hero that deals with like some of the illusion options you might want to pick against this. You don't probably want to pick Terrorblade anymore. You don't want to pick CK anymore.
Is Faceless Void really that unpickable?
No, I don't think so.
I think the hero's not great, but he's not bad.
There's one problem with Faceless Void right now, and that's just his laning.
Yeah.
His laning is just, no matter what he lanes against, the enemy offlane will free farm.
I guess that's
the
true.
only
And
issue.
Brewmaster's a pretty scary hero to give free farm to. Brewmaster's nice because he dispels all the Darkseer illusions. Kind of like he's similar to like the Underlord being the like area control aura builder, but he's doing that with his ultimate where he's not necessarily controlling the area of the wall, but maybe the momentum of the fight suddenly shifts in your favor. Your Warcry, your Brewmaster splits, like suddenly maybe the Darkseer has to run away from his own wall. They go DK.
Likely mid, but could be carry. It's always possible. I was kind of looking at their draft because they picked Darkseer and Phoenix together, which is a little bit awkward, right? Because typically when you pick a Phoenix, it's your offlaner that you want to have with like that BKB Pierce stun. And, you know, do
like
whether
an
it's
axe.
the axe, or we saw the Primal, but you're not going to get that because you have a Darkseer. So Phoenix, Darkseer themselves have very little synergy. So the moment you pick Darkseer, Phoenix, I think all three cores have to have stuns, right? Because they're just going to walk away otherwise.
At least you have Spearbreaker AoE. Like now it goes through BKB.
Yeah.
So I guess you have like a pseudo substitute for what you're saying, but
it's your
usually it does come
support,
from a
though.
core. Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, it usually comes from a core.
Maybe it's good enough, though. Like, if you have good teamwork, I do believe this can work, but something you have to be a little cognizant about here.
They don't
going
have
into
the
this.
greatest charge canceling, to be honest, on Entity. Like, I think he will reliably be able to, like, see them focusing the egg and charge through them. Like,
Yeah, they'll have to counter. Like, a lot has to be on Shadow Demon, right? He has to, like,
Yeah.
break the combo with Disruption and then Purge right away. But the new Spirit Breaker Facet is so annoying because, like, you can just charge in there and just walk out just as fast, right?
Yeah.
So you have to be really quick on the fingers on Shadow Demon to be able to catch him in that one.
At least Brewmaster also has a Dispel. To
I mean, there's
psych
no way
off.
he's getting the ult off first and dispelling right before
Yeah, that's
Spirit Breaker
true.
gets back. That'll be useful for later in the fight, of course. As it does do additional damage to illusions as well, so if you do make that wall, he could, if you purge it off too. So that could be helpful.
Which, speaking of illusions, what is the DK build these days? Do you still go Manta, or is that
No, the Manta illusion. I mean, you only go Manta if it's a really good Manta game. Like, you just need Manta for their items. But I mean, I see a lot of. You basically become a ranged right clicker. I've seen a lot of like Hurricane Pikes with damage items.
And everyone still goes the green Corrosive Dragon?
For the most part.
Okay.
They have buffed the Fire Dragon. So
It has
for all-
carry potential. We
It
just
has
don't know
carry
if it's
potential, yeah.
good.
Exactly.
It's kind of so the Fire Dragon to me is
Okay,
like
so it is carry DK.
the Fire Dragon to me is like ghetto Sven.
Yeah,
Pretty
the
much,
poor man's
right?
cleave.
Yeah, he's like because like the range isn't as far, the cleave isn't as much.
Yeah, that's
And,
true.
like your ultimate does less damage than Sven, but you are ranged, so there is that.
You're more of like an outside of the fight guy.
Yeah.
And you also like. I think you're going to more reliably hit the Brewlings as well, like because you have the AoE splash when you're ulted. I think so. They made it 60% when he's not ulted. Is it now 110% splash? I think that's what it is when DK is
not sure. I
ulted.
haven't really
I think
played
you
them in a
add
while.
50% to it whenever he's ulted. So.
But it depends on the level of the ult too, right?
Oh yeah, true,
Yeah.
true.
And it depends on the level of Worm's Wrath or whatever, or your
Yeah, it's
your
Worm's
passive.
Wrath, and then also like if it's a black dragon or not.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
a lot of factors.
It does match up pretty well carry to carry against Finn and Weaver. Like both these heroes are single target, or like not single target, but like physical damage, 100% physical damage, and DK has the armor. So, I'm curious to see how this goes. Will he go the Fire Dragon? I imagine he will. I don't see carry DK going any other way.
Yeah, I don't see what the Poison Dragon will bring to the table here, because if you go the Poison Dragon, that is mainly built around tempo, right? You're going after towers, you're doing well in the laning stage, but at some point it's going to be a little more difficult.
What about against Sven? The Blue Dragon has an attack speed slow.
You just don't have any accelerant, I think.
Doesn't
if you
go
that.
through BKB, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
No,
so,
yeah.
I mean, Sven's one of those heroes where you jump in, press BKB, and you hope someone dies in that duration. So you want to keep up and farm. I think we're going to see the Red Dragon here, which is very exciting.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it goes. I think VP has a lot more promising of a draft this time around. Like, I see their tools to winning the game. I think Entity's got their counters. They've got the Puck against the Storm. They've got the Shadow Demon against all of these, like, buff-ups, like the Spear Breaker and the Darkseer. But, yeah, I could see these team fights really going whoever jumps whoever first. Like, everyone on both sides can just get bursted. You have Storm DK on one side, Spear Breaker also. You have Puck insta jump Sven, like a lot of burst on both sides. So I think this is all going to come down to play, and I like VP having. They're going to have a lot more of a opportunity to actually make these plays.
I definitely love their draft way more this time around. I mentioned that you need to have 3 stuns if you're going to pick Darkseer or Phoenix. They picked 3 stuns, and of course you pick Puck into Storm, which is great, but you're also playing Puck into DK now too, which is also great. So you have lots of ways of dealing with this Puck. This is going to come down to execution, and the big question mark for me is this DK going to be able to keep up a net worth with a Sven?
Yeah, I'm curious about that too.
I have no idea. And if he's able to, I kind of think their draft is great, but there is a chance that Watson just gets out of control this game. Kiritich doesn't come online fast enough, and that'll be like the problem.
One thing I mentioned at the start of the draft was a carry hero that leaves lane for the Phoenix. And now that I think about it, DK is probably one of the best ones.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you just dip out of lane, right?
Especially
with
the
your
red,
cleave.
with the cleave, yeah.
Yeah, so now that I think about it, I think assuming he does that, either way, I just think VP's got a lot of their boxes checked that they didn't have in game 1.
Well, let's see if they can make it a convincing 1-1 split, or if Entity are going to run away with a 2-0. Let's get into game number 2 with Cap and SVG.
You know, our panel might feel a lot better about Virtus.pro's chances in this game 2 based off their draft. I mean, after all, How could you hate it? They have a Spirit Breaker Darkseer combination. They've got some stuns around it, just like Fear ordered. The problem for me is that you must be truly lost if you're doing carry Dragon Knight.
What? Why?
I don't think it's good.
Well, I don't think you're good, Austin. So
Yeah, that's fair enough. A lot of people feel that way.
It's gotten buffed.
Much like the carry Dragon Knight, many people feel like it's not good. Okay, it did get buffed. What did it get buffed on?
The cleave, like radius width or something, right?
Okay.
I don't even know what did they actually change?
Well, you can't just say these things and then just not be able to back them up. All I see right now is 736B health regen decrease from 4 to 2.
No. It was the big patch where they increased. There was the patch after the big one. They increased the Fire Dragon, so the cleave is better than it used to be. The question is your ult enough damage to make this hero a carry? That's how I see it. Like, is the extra damage from your Dragon form enough with some late game build that it looks like, you know, Hurricane Pike, Mjolnir AC, Satanic, whatever, something in this category? Are you actually threatening heroes fast enough in the fight to sway the outcome? If you are, then I think it's perfectly viable, because I think he's a strong laner. He will farm decently fast. I mean, any hero with cleave is going to farm pretty fast. And he is a ranged carry, which ranged carries in fights can be pretty strong versus certain lineups. To me, I think this is a much more even draft. I agree with the panel. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to supports, honestly. I think you're looking at a lineup from Entity that isn't as ball favored, but more that team fight skirmish clash. And they're really trying to abuse what VP are relying on, which is some of the mobility in their heroes. Like, they started with this Breaker Darkseer, and the downside of these heroes is if you can purge off the Surge, if you can purge off the Bulldoze, slow these heroes down, they really suffer in the fight. You picked up a Shadow Demon and a Brewmaster to do that, and you're going to round it out with a Puck Coil to try and lock down the Storm mobility. So Entity really want to limit how much VP can go in and out of these fights, play the long duration, play the map. That's what we're looking at, which is where I think these support matchups matter a lot. As we're going to see FNG bite the bullet first. And I was about to say, it's to me, because it's Kataomi, he has the best chance of snowballing this game for Envy. I think Weaver is still an incredibly fast hero. You can get really fast earn. You can deal a lot of early damage. And if the Weaver gets out ahead here and can put the pressure on this VP lineup with some supports that really want levels, you're feeding even more away to him now.
Yep. I mean, I was telling you, I felt like when I was playing Weaver support in this patch, it felt like the freest MMR to me. And I was actually a little bit surprised Shin-Q only put it in the A tier and not S tier.
Well, it did get nerfed a little.
Yeah, it did get nerfed a little bit. And you were right. The Red Dragon Knight did get buffed a little bit. And the C patch, they gave him 5% more cleave damage when he's in melee form.
That's just that dank right there.
Yeah, I'm sure that 5% will make a massive difference in his win rate.
Hey, you joke, but those one armor buffs.
Yeah, I think one armor is a lot more than 5% when you're in melee form. But
well, I mean, the thing about patches is you can look at some hero getting a buff like that, but maybe all his counters get nerfed, right? So
yeah, well, he's getting hit pretty hard right now.
But he survived because he's a Dragon Knight.
That
with no points in armor, so he's basically a normal hero.
Yeah, and
he's
2 less regen.
He's tanky, and that's what counts.
Yeah, it'll take him a little bit longer to recover than old Dragon Knight, but we'll see how it goes. 0-1, Entity up just a tad bit here. I guess this really is going to be a bit of the battle of the fours, because the panel was also talking about how Antares is well set up to be able to protect the egg because they don't have that many charge cancels, right? They have ways to control the Spirit Breaker in that they have Shadow Demon with his, but when it comes to that initial charge on through to be able to help protect the egg, he can make some moves.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think it's a battle of the fours. I think the Spirit Breaker and the Weaver are really going to determine how these team fights go, because if the Weaver can put pressure on the supports early and set the fight up for the cores to come in with a big bug coming through, giving the Sven extra damage, giving the Puck some extra damage, that's huge for Envy. That's maybe the biggest factor in the team fight. And on the flip side, VP, this Breaker can really disrupt the Sven. It's one of the worst heroes in terms of supports for Sven to fight into, honestly. as the game goes later, because the charge through the ult, all of it goes through your BKB duration and it all messes with you. It's really annoying, right? If you get to like Ag Spear Prick of this game, it just seems like a nightmare for the Sven to go in the fight and actually have impact. And that's generally how the hero can suffer. So yeah, Shell on top of all of that, this Breaker could get really big, and he could be a big threat to the Weaver as well. So I'm going to really look towards both these fours to dictate the team fight, the skirmishing, and maybe whichever one gets out to a faster start could just take this game over for the respective teams. Looking at that like 10 to 20 minute mark. Another courier death. Please. Please.
Nothing trigger. Oh, okay. Okay. To be fair, I know, you know, courier feeding is your trigger, but it's a Weaver. There's very little you could do about it when it comes to this guy sniping couriers. He gets a double hit.
I disagree. I think there's a lot you can do about it.
Okay.
You can be like, hey guys, he killed the first courier. He probably has a ward. Let's not run it the exact same way, and he's been off lane for 15 seconds. I think he's just AFK jungling, guys. Don't worry, it's safe to go. Like, I'm telling you, these pro players, look, I will stand by this forever. These pro players, they just click the button to send. They don't think about it. It's like, it's almost like they're willing to live with it, you know? It's some agreed upon pact in the entire pro scene of Dota 2, where we're all just gonna send our couriers out, you know, and whatever happens, it happens. That's fair game. It's out of my control.
And the random Monkey King and Weaver supports of the world are the ones who benefit from our combined lethargy.
I mean, you really have to kill like 6 or 7 couriers before a team does anything about it.
Yeah.
You ever notice that? That's what I'm saying, man. Apathy or something, I don't know.
The apathy of the Dota 2 player base.
Just unwilling to micro this unit. Maybe they need to make couriers like Spear Wolves. Just remove the micro.
Do they automatically perform evasive maneuvers when an enemy hero gets close by?
I mean, that's what everybody wants, right? To make Dota 2 easier to play.
That's what I've heard.
Still looking at a pretty strong laning phase once again for Virtus.pro, and once again on that mid lane for Squad X, building up a nice little lead here in a similar position with another mid hero that can make moves or you can gank for. He kind of has those options open, particularly looking at that 6-minute power rune. This is a big rune for him to get with the lead he's got, but there's no help here, and he's going to have to concede probably both sides.
Yeah, the puck's going to beat him out to that other one, so.
Not the greatest rune, so maybe not the biggest difference, but again, not what he's looking for in this early game in terms of maybe some extra galvanized stacks or starting that snowball up. Still, it's another very farm Darks here. We saw how much work that did for Entity last time around, so this time VP are going to have some auras on their side with fast mech to back up their team fight even more.
I mean, with the carry Dragon Knight, you're probably looking at similar timings, right? Maybe the composition of your lineup is different, but it's got to be a similar window you're trying to hit.
Got the disruption on the Surge. That was their last stun.
That was indeed.
Just TP.
You can successfully count to 2. Good work. Oh, but they're going to try and go for the Wisdom Rune. Uh-oh. Noticed. He might be giving away the kill and the Wisdom Rune as no one made the rotation over. The wall's going to be used. Squad X is going to try and intercept, though, and he does manage to get it. Grabs the Wisdom Rune. He'll get the kill on Fishman most likely. TP attempted. Damage comes out too quick, though. Squad X gets that kill. A very good counter rotation from Virtus.pro. Nice little heads up that they knew this one was coming.
That was a really nice move. That was going to be a terrible sequence for VP. I think they lose the Darks here and the Rune.
Yeah.
Squad X doesn't make that heads up rotation. Instead, he gets rewarded with some stacks. The Fishman kill to lead off Entity's charge here. Coming to Classic at this point, and still looking like a strong laning phase for VP. It was not their issue in that first game. They did quite well in the lanes. It was just the transition after that was very clunky, particularly snowballing that mid. And I think it's another game where you have to play through the storm here. If you don't play through the storm and start to snowball, he's going to be the one just getting ganked off of the coil, which is what Entity want to do here. Right on point, they're going to bring Watson in, man.
Look at this rotation. Charge, maybe he could save him. The coil's going to run on a second. Can he get the leap away? No, he commits for the kill on Akataomi. Does manage to get that one. Watson underneath the tower is also going to die. They lost the Storm Spirit, but the outcome might be good for Virtus.pro. They're going to lose FNG here, but Kiritich is here to be able to fight. DM has his ultimate, though. He's going to pop that one. Notice on the run being targeted with the double damage onto no one. They certainly have the damage to bring down this Darkseer, and they've got the control from the Brewmaster ultimate. So, never mind. Swings the way of Entity with them just bringing all 5 heroes to the mid lane to be able to take the team fight.
Overcommitting on that Brew. There's no way you're bursting him there, and that ult is absolutely turning that fight. Do get the Watson kill off the rotation, so it's going to slow down the Sven's game. We saw Watson make that move in game 1 as well. Very happy to join these early fights, but man, when they don't go your way, they're expensive because now you have to walk back out on the map. You're not going to join anything for a while.
I feel like that's such a
this is aggressive play.
Game in Gladiators and Liquid move. Nice stomp. Wait.
I mean, yeah, it was nice.
Good work to the neutrals. Good work, everybody. I was thinking of Chen last game.
So far, after that kill, it's Breaker taking the lead here over the Weaver. And I did say, whichever 4 gets out here faster, I'm going to favor that team.
Yeah.
So I'm liking VP's odds right now. I think they have the mid that's snowballing a little bit more. They have the 4 position that's snowballing a lot more with the favorable 4-on-4 matchup.
Do you like the triple blood grenade on FNG?
You know what? I was actually stacking these a bit in some of the random pubs I was playing. I don't think it's too bad because there's something people just don't buy them as much as they used to.
Yeah.
So you get them on the 5. Like I found that you're getting them on the 5 position more on average than you used to. And if you don't have early item slots filled, they're pretty efficient for just HP. I actually don't mind it. Now, obviously, maybe he wishes his game was a bit better and he was like filling those slots with Wand or Windlace or whatever, but you know, sometimes you gotta get the job done.
I mean, that is 150 health. Charge away, but that final hit with the bug on him.
Nah, he's fine.
Yeah, just walk it off.
I mean, he did walk it off.
Pickoffs on supports all over the place. Difference is Squadix, whenever he gets a kill, far more valuable.
Oh, yeah. And that's a regen rune running too.
As long as he doesn't die for it.
Kind of coil here.
Surrounded by heroes. Committing once again
Yeah,
on the Brewmaster with the primal split ready to go. We can pop it whenever. It's going to pop it now. Supernova goes out with the Sven right next to it. They can commit. No one jumps in and they get EA ever so barely. They do manage to get it. Lost the Sven's life for it though. And an orb on through with vacuum on top of the puck. The puck barely gets the jaunt away. Squadix is close. They give him a surge. It instantly gets dispelled, but never mind. Anticlimactic as Arntari's had the charge all the way through to be able to finish him off.
Lucky to get out with who they did, as that Breaker was looking for the Nether Strike, but a nice clutch stun out of Kiritich here really ends up sealing the puck's fate, and more kills for Squadix as he continues to snowball. We're seeing how tough it is to kill this egg in the early game with the stuns around it, and I mean, the Brewmaster suffers here. He's not contributing to that egg kill at all. So it's another early death for Watson, as not only is it early in the game, he dies early in the fight, so he doesn't even get any XP really out of this. And right back into the action, they're pushing with the Dragon Knight. That is what the carry DK can give you.
That's absolutely right. And they use the aggression of Storm Spirit plus Spirit Breaker. They have a lot of reach to be able to catch these heroes when they're just a little bit out of position.
Yeah, the Breaker is really dictating the pace right now, and that fast Orchid for Squadix off all the early snowball. 4-1 and 3, enemy tower down. He's going to get 12-minute power rune. It's a haste here as well. He is living the life, and he is a huge threat on the map right now. If he has resources, it's just a guaranteed kill. There's no control in terms of locking him down long enough for the damage to come through right now on the side of enemy. Yeah, you can coil this Storm, but I mean, what are you doing during that coil? Not nearly enough right now. And Watson, he tried to join these early fights, did not go well for him. He's far behind. The Weaver's falling behind right now. The blood grenades are up on FNG. You're in a bit of trouble here if you're Entity. Got to slow things down right now. Get to some items on your heroes. And you don't want to fall too far behind on XP because, I mean, you need Brewmaster ulti. Not super fast this game, but
they just keep on getting the pickoffs on the supports. The Sven underneath the coil can't commit for the kill, so Squadix is going to be fine, protected by the Supernova. Entity are the ones to have to blink first, as they continue to have to do in these clashes in the mid lane. The first one went well for them, but subsequent ones not so much.
That's what I'm saying. You can coil this Storm, but the only real damage that's going to go into him is Sven manning up, and if Watson's not confident enough to do that, which he probably shouldn't be at this point. tough to fight. And the Orchid
how many times
in.
is poor Shadow Demon gonna die, man?
Well, it's Fishman, so probably 6 or 7 more.
I mean, that's not even his fault, though. Come on, man. He's just TP's the tier 2. They're just picking on him. They're bullying
Even
him.
gave him a smiley face.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Oh, man. Well, more galvanized stacks for Squadix. That's what he sees out of that.
It's up to 10, and he's about to get second point and ball lightning here.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the definition of snowballing right now. And you know, the whole time this is happening, your carry Dragon Knight, he's cleaving through the jungle. The armlets up, pushing towards that BKB. He's looking strong, man. There's a lot of HP to get through for their lineup that doesn't have a lot of flat magical burst, so you're kind of looking at the Sven just manning up and hitting him, but not the greatest target for Sven to man up on.
DM, they didn't have the control for you before, but with an Orchid, it's very easy now. This kill is free. A 5,000 net worth lead for Virtus.pro. Just taking all of the wind out of the sails of Entity.
They're in trouble.
Took that game 1 victory, and they had it in their hands pretty well, but this game 2 is just completely slipped out of it.
They're gonna have to rat this map out of it. Get to the Yules on the puck. That's gonna be pretty big here. About 800 off that one. And get to something on this Weaver, man, because I don't know what Katayomi's doing in the fight other than like, I threw a bug, guys, and good luck. He just has no pressure of his own right now. He's also going Yules on the Weaver. So no early earn for him, no really aggressive build up here. Just gonna be more disruption, more control for the Breaker and the Darkseer, but it doesn't feel like you need more of that, right? It feels like you need some more damage here. Some more threat ways to start the fights. Or you can just split push and scale, I guess, is the other option. We have seen Endy play that style a bit when they fall behind. We've seen them split push the map with particularly these puck lineups. I would say the puck and the Leshrac for no one have been the 2 biggest heroes in terms of stalling out games for them and then hitting some like way later game power spike. So I guess that's still in the cards, but generally not how Sven wins games. You're kind of at odds with yourself here. And I think the pickoffs are just going to keep rolling from Speed. That's the hard part. Like, can you split push this map against Spirit Breaker, Storm? That Darkseer is going to shove in all your waves. Cleave Dragon Knight with the extra cleave damage thanks to the C-Patch is just going to push in all your waves. I mean, doesn't seem like a good strategy against this lineup.
Sven just can't stand up to that extra 5% cleave.
I mean, this cleave's nasty, man.
Yeah, I think that's the really hard part. Is that Weaver, one of the best things it does for you, right, is super good at cutting waves. But they have Spirit Breaker and a Storm Spirit who has been popped off with an Orchid very early on. Like that, you just won't be able to do that.
I think the Spirit Breaker pick was just really, really good.
As good as it was in game 1?
I think it's better this game, honestly.
Pulling in the Phoenix, but
deep fight.
FNG is decently healthy still, even with that Purge that's going to go off. He'll be still have plenty of HP. Nobody on Entity can commit. And they continue to struggle to find any openings here against Virtus.pro.
Just Orchid pickoff after Orchid pickoff. Heroes just don't have the survivability. You got to the Yules on the puck, but everybody else is still suffering. This is going to be a pretty fast Shadow Blade for the Breaker here. Vessel already done on the Phoenix. Even more damage to throw in the mix. Man, these fights are tough. And that's why this Breaker's so good this game, because he gives you the pickoff, he plays the Darkseer, he threatens the map, but then if you commit to 5v5s like this, there's no way Watson can go in the fight. Like, you're just going to egg, have this ult threat, maybe he gets hit by a charge, and then his fight's over.
Yeah.
So this Breaker, he's winning you the map, and he's winning you the team fights right now. Everything is just playing through Antares and Squadix here, and they are really making this game difficult for Entity to find some footing.
And you said in that game 1, the Ursa BKB timing was a very big window where you were going to be able to push the pace quite a bit. You feel like the same's going to be here for the Dragon Knight, who now has his BKB. Coil on the Storm. Antares intercepts with the Nether Strike, but it's not enough. The disable lasts just long enough. They can't get the Storm Spirit out of here, but they can still take the fight afterwards. The Storm Spirit is not the only threat in Virtus.pro's side.
And just line that puck up. No chance for a phase shift out of there. And Happy to take that fight with the BKB already done on this Dragon Knight. Dude, this hero's looked pretty solid, man. I don't know, you guys were memeing on this hero, but I'm looking at this DK right now. He's got 2,700 HP. He's hitting for 300 a pop. This armlet build-up's pretty nice. Entity will find their catch. It just takes so long to commit in, and honestly, they played the stuns pretty well here to draw this out as long as possible.
Yeah.
Just get something on the backside. If that Grease from the Darkseer comes through, that Storm even lives there. Second you're backed into that charge, it's GG, and that's Roche. For the Storm.
They waited out so Squadix can pick up the Aegis. They certainly don't need one on the Dragon Knight.
No way. He is insanely beefy here. And just going straight Blink Bloodthorn, yeah. I like it, man. You're not really getting threatened this game. Feels like if they try and go on Kiritich, that fight's going to be even harder. Not the target you want to jump first. So much armor.
And Shadowblade now done for the Spirit Breaker as well, so just adding even more to the effectiveness of his charges in team fights, but also the pickoffs that we're going to see sometimes on the Weaver, maybe sometimes on the Puck. If they dare to split push at all, which they're kind of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario, where you're going to die if you split push, but if you don't split push, this Dragon Knight and all the power he has behind him is just going to start mowing down some towers. Chain stun into a zip across the river from Squadix. They have the Yules, but he's just going to come right back down into some serious heat. Locks down the Storm Spirit with the coil, but clipped on the wall, pulled back in by the vacuum. Notice, gets his.
I mean, that is a beautiful wall play right there. Like, cannot get much better than that. Right on the edge. Guess you have vision to help you out. That's definitely nice, but again, these puck kills add up because that's your game staller. That's your hero that's supposed to be out on the waves, pushing deep, making you come back, making you try and catch him. You don't get the kill, you waste a bunch of time, then Entity can farm with the map with their Sven, try and get Watson out on the map. So right now, they're struggling to get deep on the side of Virtus.pro or find some sort of lane cutting. Again, right, you get Watson here, and then he's too afraid he has to go back to clean up some waves. We'll get a Wisdom Run. That is a win, for sure. These are the types of plays you're looking for.
The rest of his team going to take the Tormentor while he's playing on that other side. They'll get the Shard for FNG. So they're going to take double Tormentors, basically, for Virtus.pro, which will give them a much larger net worth advantage. They take this tier 2 as well, loosen the hold that Entity has over this Ancients, so the Sven's just going to have a lot less to be able to farm with.
Pipe is done. We saw the power of this pipe on the Darkseer in that game 1. EP are going to try and turn the tides, throw back Entity's way. Now they have the stronger 5-man in terms of the team fight spell power, team fight item power, and the Aegis's. Everything is flipped here, and 10k lead. Just keep pushing, man. Push behind this Dragon Knight. No real threat on him. Yeah, you could toss it up, but even then, do you feel great about that fight? It's like you need BKB on Sven here to really engage, and you're still 1,500 or so off here for Watson, man. His early game was just so slow. And he has lost Ancient control as well. Not going to help. Happening. Charge coming through on no one. See if they can connect here in time. This is a tough kill.
Yeah, fortunately, he does phase shift that orb because, you know, constant problem of a charged Invis Spirit Breaker. And Tari's recognizes that and says, okay, he at that time got a little bit too down pat. He did have vision of me charging across.
Heads up D-ward. And every time you find those little wards, makes no one's life harder.
Yep.
Entity continuing to try and rat this game out, find something here. They are bleeding out towers right now. Losing net worth lead. This has been a pretty productive Aegis period. Virtus.pro, they got to the BKB on the Storm, so couldn't kill him during this 5-minute interval. Now it's going to be almost impossible. Your coil's useless. You have no other control mechanism. I mean, you got to land a Sven stun on this guy. Yeah, good luck with that one.
Yeah. It is going to be a long, long while until Entity feel like they have control over that hero again. So long that it might be another like 10 levels on the puck. You might need to have that level 25 talent before you start feeling good about this matchup again.
Yeah, I don't think there is anything else in their lineup.
Yeah.
No one's really going to build a Hex here. I mean, you could get one ultra late on the puck or something, but it feels like Squad X, he got the early game he was looking for, and he's just cruising right now. 16 galvanized stacks.
Use of that Aegis went pretty well for Virtus.pro. Got a nice little 3,000 net worth bumper, so now up to 10K net worth lead over Entity. And positioned where they probably could go high ground if you want to, but usually the play at this point is just control the map, wait for a second Aegis, and then you can go high ground.
So Entity did hit their BKB on this Sven. This is their window to try and take something back on the map. They immediately smoked with it, but the lanes are just atrocious right now for them.
Yeah. This feels fairly obvious. They do run into the Spirit Breaker, though.
I mean, this is just it's a neutral move, right? God Strength and your BKB timing off a smoke out of base for a breaker, and you're just going to have to go back and push the lanes in. Not getting anything else off this. I mean, it's something, but it's... I don't think VP are too sad about what's happening right now. This DK is continuing to scale up, man. Almost to level 3 ult form here, working towards the Bloodthorn, and his damage is just gonna escalate out of control if he gets to that point. I mean, Kiritich is gonna shred this Fen.
Fishman, just a walking galvanized stack.
Yeah, he's trying to find these wards.
Yeah.
But they've had some deep lane wards on the side of VP, also helping their pickoff game a lot.
They also have a gem that they're carrying with them, so it's making sure that Fishman doesn't sneak any wards out there.
Part of the power of Darkseer, since this hero was put into Dota 2, man. The Ghost lane shove is just always gives you so much information. Always forces people to respond, means you can link up faster.
What is Ghost lane shove?
I mean, it means he's shoving the lane, he's not there, he's a ghost. I didn't coin these terms.
I am just asking, so, you know, there's guaranteed one person who has no idea, has never heard that term.
Who did coin that term? That was like a TI6 term or something.
Yeah, I mean, lane shove was coming into the vernacular. And then ghost lane shove is just when you're able to push the lane without actually being there.
Yeah, I feel like most terms like that are either Bulba or Eternal Envy. At least Fry heard them. They probably stole them from other people, so.
True.
Yeah, we'll just give credit to Puppy. Good job, Puppy.
Man ahead of his time. That's how we made it to TI7.
I like giving credit to Puppy, you know, it's easy.
Yeah.
Like, he's been around for 15 years. He probably did it at some point.
Yeah.
And then when you see him on land, it's like he's not as threatening, you know. Like, hey, man, I was hyping you up.
I mean, they say Dota is circular, right? It always comes back to the same things. Yeah, maybe Bulba came up with that concept in 2016, but Puppy came up with it in 2012.
Yeah,
so.
he came up with it so long ago he forgot he came up with it. Came up with it again.
Had a little deja vu when it was brought up to him. Well, wait a minute. I've seen this before. Daedalus is a must-have for Watson because they have a damage problem. Even if you, like the BKB, I feel like you get the BKB, but what are you hitting? You're probably not killing the Storm Spirit or the Dragonite. I don't know if you're killing the Darkseer. The supports are maybe easy. The supports are certainly easy pickoffs for Virtus.pro, that's for sure.
I mean, a big swarm would help, for sure. I just don't know how much you can guarantee on those bugs surviving. And this Bloodthorn is coming out fast, man. I think you could even go AC in a game like this. Or you have enough damage on your own side. 5 beetles. Are they actually beetles? I never thought of it. Like lore-wise, are they actually beetles? Is that correct? I don't know. I'm 50-50 on that. What are they? Does it say in the...
I'm fairly certain he refers to himself as a beetle.
I don't... Is he a beetle?
Second
Oh, they are
Aegis
beetles.
for Virtus.pro.
Wait, that means Weaver's a beetle.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
I thought he was an arachnid. I guess he is not an arachnid. He doesn't have 8 legs. Okay, well. I'm dumb.
A beetle is an insect of a large order distinguished by having 4 wings that are typically modified into hard wing cases, which he does have. He flaps those little wings around when he does his taunt, which cover and protect the hind wings and abdomen.
Hmm. Yeah, that sounds like a beetle. It doesn't look like a beetle. But if you alt-click the spell, it does actually say beetle. Look, it says beetles are spell immune. So Valve actually thought about this, which is insane to me. That's actually insane if you think about it.
Are you
a company known for not putting information in their toolkits was like, you know what? Here you go. Have some lore.
You know why though? Somebody at Valve is a bug guy. That's why. Somebody has like pinned.
Well, yeah,
bugs.
that's why Meepo got removed. There's definitely a bug guy at Valve. I'll tell you, he hasn't been doing his job lately. That's all I'll say about that one. As Kiritich is going to push the base here. He's got a cheese. That Bloodthorn is finished. He even got the quiver for some extra attack range of damage here. He's looking to feast.
Lincoln's, but they can go for the Shadow Demon instead. And still got the vacuum, still got the Orchid, still got the puck kill.
Silence number 2.
The cleave started doing a little bit of work. It almost looked good for a second there for Watson.
Oh, those Brewlings are gone.
Were those Brewlings? I thought those were beetles.
I mean, they got shredded like beetles here because that Dragon Knight cleave, no joke. It's the real deal. I mean, this was just not even a game, right? This is just a slaughter. Very one-sided exchange from VP as they finally took advantage of SquadX winning that mid lane, and they snowballed him real well. 25 galvanized stacks here. I don't think Entity really took any sort of real team fight in this game at all.
Yeah, I felt like what I learned out of this is that put SquadX on a hero that like snowballs more, right? Like Pango doesn't do the same kind of damage output as he used to, right?
He's not a snowball hero anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, he can. I mean, any mid can snowball, but his damage is not the part that snowballs. It's his annoying tank ability in the team fight. So I agree. SquadX, he's the biggest killer on this team, and if you can put him in a position where he can control the map or pick people off and gain a damage ramp, I think VP feel the best.
Watson's really out here, huh? Just desperation push down the lane and hope nobody comes back, but there's a Storm Spirit and a Spirit Breaker.
Man, that Spirit Breaker pick just decimated any plans Entity had this game.
Yeah, that was the other thing I
really
took from this game. Darkseer, Spirit Breaker is a pretty good combo.
It's strong.
Dragon Knight just charges in. Not really caring too much about his own life because they really cannot threaten him. Especially Watson dead. Watson coming back in with the God Strength. Goes for the kill onto the Darkseer. Does manage to get that one. But what about the Dragon Knight? Yeah, he doesn't want that. He wants none of that smoke. Does not challenge the Dragon Knight. Backs off. They still have the Aegis on the Storm Spirit, so even that's a kind of a hard hero to commit to. They jump for it. No one does manage to take away that Aegis. The second life, though. They have any stuns for Watson. Watson just kind of goes for some cleave hits off the creeps. That's all they can do.
Just more beetles to farm. You're on Taris, kill your beetle, man. I think it's worth some gold.
Waits for the range creep to queue it up. 33.
Yeah, he'll be in the tournament later on, but for now, some decent gold for VP.
Be in the double digits of beetles killed, I believe now.
Nope,
wait.
Incorrect.
Missed one. I was thinking about those Brewlings earlier, you know.
I mean, that's a buyback for Watson that does what?
Kept the game going.
It's true. Is that even good for Entity at this point?
I don't think it is. No, I think you would probably rather just go next.
To get to the Gleipnir on the Weaver. Something, I guess.
Yeah, is he using the passive aspect of that Gleipnir in this game? Do you think he's actually going to get a passive hit on a hero?
I think there's something about Brewmaster for me where you can end up in these games, you fall a little behind on the hero and he just feels useless.
Yeah, where it's like you're supposed to be this overwhelming team fight, but then like the scales tip a little bit too far and you're just nothing in the team fight.
Yeah, his ult, it doesn't feel like a good recovery spell anymore. I think in the past it did. You could be poor on Brew, your team could be behind, but you pop this ult and it had some staying power and you could maybe take that comeback fight. I feel like nowadays the damage ramps up so fast on some of these cores. Like you're just dead in 3 seconds. Like, okay, nice ult. There's your comeback mechanism. It doesn't feel the same to me, which I think pushes the Brewmaster as a hero to be more reliable on his laning stage and how fast he can get an item like Radiance up. How fast he can get an early Aura item up. And kind of scale off the itemization and as a third core.
Yeah.
So when you fall behind on this hero and you're in this type of position like DM is, I just don't think you really do anything. Like, you can push out lanes, but I don't think you're going to ever catch up enough to be a scaling threat, and you're not tanky enough to survive the fight. The Glacier goes out, but this fight already looks hard.
Yeah, with a Supernova there on the side, Watson cannot commit for the kill onto the Dragonite. He never can. There's always too much backup there. And with him dead,
yeah,
just like in game 1 for Virtus.pro, it's like the
do it.
carry's dead, the damage is all gone, the game is probably done. Yeah, GG called.
I mean, that's Sven Spearbreaker. That's why I was trying to highlight these 2 forwards, because I think if Spearbreaker has a game like this, there's no way Watson can play any of the fights. Because you have no other way to really start on the breaker. That's the problem with that hero. He can just hide in the back this game. Doesn't have to do anything in the fight. Just waits for the Sven. The second the Sven comes in, you're just charging. You hit him. You ult him. Game's over. I mean, the Watson's out of the fight. There's no more damage. So VP really had their number, I think. And Spearbreaker Darkseer, 2-0 in this series.
That's right. The series goes 1-1 between Virtus.pro and Entity, but we know who the strong heroes are, at least for the start of this play-in stage. We have more series to go, though. We're going to take a break before we get to those future series.
with that, we can close out a game number 2 of Entity Virtus.pro, because it seems that both teams were trying to poke the bear. They were like, oh, this Darkseer hero, it's not that big of a deal. And then here we are, with egg on your face because you let it go through both times.
Literally an egg on your face with the Phoenix as well.
True.
I'm impressed by the carry DK. Like, that was the one question mark I think Fear and I both had was like, will he be able to keep up with the Sven? How will he scale later on in the game? He has like a god strength that doesn't quite do as much damage, but it just felt like, yeah, VP had a lot better tools this game. They could set themselves up a lot better for success. A lot of back and forth early, but then I feel like the game kind of snowballed out of hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think a big issue this game for the Sven that Watson was having is this Spear Breaker was almost every single fight just destroying him. And that was a big difference between, like, the DK did keep up with the Sven, and I did like how they invaded and they played very aggressive on VP this game and made it so Sven couldn't farm in some of these fights we'll see eventually into the clips. So they'll be very hard for you to, like, just farm. You're just in your triangle, right? Like, they're being aggressive. They got this early Darkseer pick. And in the team fights later on, yeah, you have your BKB. It is available, but you're just getting perma-stunned by the Spear Breaker here in every single team fight. There's an egg going off, healing the DK. I believe there was one fight towards the end of the game where Sven finally got a good initiation on the DK, but he just ended up having so much armor. He also had, like, a heal from the Phoenix on him, and he was getting chain locked down by the Spear Breaker. It just felt like you had to do too much in this particular game as a Sven, and he just couldn't do it against the Spear Breaker. And of course, the Darkseer is one of the heroes that sets this all up.
That splash damage was not underwhelming.
Very
on
good
the side of Kiritich. Yeah, I mean, with the vacuum, you always went for the Darkseer Sven. Like, that was always a combo, and it did feel like whoever was getting clumped up together on the side of Entity. It also was really nice against the Brew split. We see him just quickly clearing through. I feel like this is like the Luna of old. Like, Luna used to do this exact same thing.
Yeah.
Gyrocopters. But DK might probably be the best now, because he used to be bad against Brew, because any hero that was good against illusions was good against DK. Same with Shadow Demon, but now DK illusions are just useless. So.
Yeah. I also think that the C patch changed to, I think it was the C patch, that Spear Breaker can now cast charge on BKB targets.
It was just in the 7.36 patch.
Oh, it was in the normal patch.
Yeah, it was just a part of this patch, yeah.
I don't really think I saw the effects come to fruition as much as I did in this game. The Sven struggled so much, and normally you'd have to be able to find a unit behind the Sven to charge through, but now, like you said, Fear, this Sven was just on perma lockdown.
Yeah, it's tough, and he's one of those heroes that you got to kill a hero quickly, and they just weren't able to do that. I feel like both the games that we witnessed, the winner had more damage, right? They had more damage is one way of putting it, but there's like damage for sustain, right? You have a lot of heals coming out from Darkseer. This is why he's so good right now. He's building Greaves, he's building Pipe, Phoenix is healing too. So once you have all that, all of a sudden you feel like you need more damage. You need more damage. And it feels like damage is always going to be less than heals, just generally speaking. It always has been that way. So, like, you need to pick more heals, I think, or more offlaners that can sustain. Because right now, like, I'm just not seeing the damage coming out against this Darkseer. Or just ban the Darkseer, because he's building all the auras, and you just can't kill anyone in these team fights. Add +1 support on it, whether it's a Chen in game 1, a Phoenix in game 2. It just feels like heroes are unkillable at that point, and there's no hero that you can pick that's just going to do more damage than you are healing.
Is there any world where making the Weaver the core instead of the Sven would have had a different result? Because that was the flex that we saw within the first two picks, is that either the Weaver or the Sven could have been the carry. And theoretically, Weaver would have been a little bit more comfortable in a matchup against Spear Breaker or something like that.
I don't think that matchup's particularly good for Weaver either. I think what Weaver struggles against is he wants to be able to play the map and be elusive, but if you have a Spear Breaker plus any hero like Storm, a Weaver's not going to be able to farm by himself anymore. And so Sven's going to have more of a problem in team fights, while Weaver's going to have more of a problem actually getting off the ground in terms of farming the map. And I think we were talking about like the carry-to-carry matchups being good against Sven Weaver, but by picking the Spear Breaker immediately, I feel like by showing the Sven their hand with the Sven, like, okay, it's going to be one of these two guys as the carry. By picking a support that's so good against both of them, you're already giving them a tough game, no matter which one they flex, which removed a lot of the power of the flex. So all these reasons are a lot why I liked VP's draft a lot more in game 2. But at the end of the day, they had a lot cleaner execution, and I think Darkseer does make that happen. Like, he does make the game map easier just to play and everything.
And as a result of them winning this game number 2, we get a chance to speak to FNG, who is standing by with Purge.
Thank you, guys. Standing here with FNG. You guys won your match. Now you're sitting 2-2 overall. You drew both series. So after your first day, how are you feeling as a whole?
I mean, we feel kind of okay because at least we didn't lose everything and we got to play some Dota. And yeah, game 1 against LG wasn't the best performance for us. Second game was kind of easy, and then here, first game, the pace was kind of slow from us because, you know, farming against Chen Lesh is kind of stupid. So yeah, you need to pressure them, and we didn't do it. And then eventually they came to the point where they can snowball us. They go to Roshan's, and then they pick off us on the map and then just kill our throne.
Let me ask you a question about game 1. So you said you need to pressure better. What kind of things did you need to do instead? Like smoke ganks to pick off core so that their farm level decreases, or like kill Chen so he's not pressuring maps? Like what would you do differently?
I mean, if I remember correctly, first mid fight we did, it was minute 13, but we could have done it minute 11, for example, because minute 10 we got top tower, right? So it's like 1 minute to push all the waves back to them and then just go fight, because we didn't lose any spells, we didn't fight for top tower. So yeah, we just like doing it very, very slow. And why it's about details, because, you know, sometimes you need to push waves, no one, like maybe someone is not pushing it fast enough to use smoke, or maybe someone is not ready to use smoke, etc., etc. So yeah, it's all in details, but yeah, the reason is like we are just way too slow.
Okay, and then, excuse me, game 2 you guys went for the carry Dragon Knight. Can you talk to me a little about that? Because we were kind of looking at it backstage and we're thinking like, it's just a worse version of Sven. Would you agree with that or say it's completely wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely how we also looked at it, because it's definitely a worse version of Sven, but the thing is he's ranged, right? And yeah, he deals less damage and he also farms kind of slower, but it depends on item builds, laning, etc., etc. So yeah, I would say it's just another Sven, but ranged.
Okay, and then we were talking before the interview about why you guys felt so strong team fighting in the early game, in game number 2. Could you reiterate that again?
Oh, what was I talking? Yeah. So it was kind of similar to game 1. They have Sven and they have Puck and Brewmaster, right? So Sven and Brewmaster, they want to get to their timings, and the easy way to do it is just invade their triangle, because we also knew they have stacks, and we also got top tower with first rotation, so it's kind of, you know, easy to, okay, we got top tower, we didn't use spells, let's go into their triangle. So we go into their triangle, they gave us team fight, but it's hard for them to fight with Sven, Brew, maybe even Brew had the ulti, I don't remember, but yeah, they also have SD and Weaver support, so they don't deal that much damage, and like we just need everyone to go in. We had mech, I believe, in this team fight, so everyone goes in, we deal damage, we kill them, and yeah, the game goes on.
Pretty cool. So yeah, so 2-2 for today. Is this raising or lowering your confidence? Because when we talked yesterday or the day before, I don't remember which, you were a little unsure how your team was doing as a whole. So would you say you're in a good place at the moment?
I mean, I don't know if I should say we are in a good place, because good place is 4-0, right? But I'm happy that at least we are showing that we know how to play Dota, and we still see what we can do better. And that's what's most important, at least to me.
Yeah, that's true. And there's a lot of teams that are 1-1, so you guys could still be the best team in the play-ins. You never know. Anyways, thanks for the interview. I appreciate it. And back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Purge and FNG. A good place is 4-0. A bad place would be 0-4. Right now they're in Dota Purgatory. 2-2.
Limbo. Medium place.
That's right. It's not good or bad, but they're at least cruising through. And they technically are not quite the best, because elsewhere on a secondary stream, we had our first 2-0 of the Group A. Blacklist got their 2-0 against G2IG. It's been 1-1 splits all over the place, but we finally got a 2-0. Group B had a 2-0 with Aurora, but we finally had a 2-0 with Blacklist over G2IG.
Good to know we're not going to have a 6-way tie after game 1.
The Fear was there, and the Fear is also here.
True.
Who will be joining us for our final series. It's going to be Nouns versus Aurora. And because Aurora got that 2-0, I feel like they're maybe coming in as the favorites. But we'll let the gameplay do the talking. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be back with the final series of the night. It's Nouns versus Aurora.
this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. Never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves, just pray. Get out my face, try to stab me with the saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't know nothing but you wish, babe. Took out the trash like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Snap the C on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake. We are not the same, so go take your license. Plastic and products wrapped in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with the saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your stuff belongs in the driveway, don't know nothing but you wish, babe. Took out the trash like I used to have rest, but all that's in the
Welcome back, everyone, to the final series of the night here at Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. It's Nouns taking on Aurora, which I never thought that I'd see this day, but Southeast Asia are actually dominating the play-in stage right now, based off of a whole 1 day of data, because the Blacklist got a 2-0, and Aurora got a 2-0, and those are the only teams to get a 2-0. Everyone else has split, because the last match that we had in Group A was Beast Coast versus LGD, and they split their series. Southeast Asia on the come-up.
I'm convinced. SCA.
That's all I need to see.
GigaChats, NA.
Well, we don't know fully yet, because Nouns is unfortunately the sole representation of our region, Fear. That's right, all the 3 Americans and the 2 American casters are on this shift so that we can root for Nouns. Are we rooting for Nouns? Because
Non-biased over here.
you're non-biased.
Yeah,
you're also non-audioed right now. But Brian can be a big fan of it.
Well, the joke I have to make is, can the Nouns do the verb and get it done? You know, that's the question I have, because as an NA, you know, I'm an escapee. I'm a traitor. I've moved across the river.
You're a refugee right now.
Across the ocean.
How dare you?
Yes, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm really happy to see these guys here, and they also qualify for TI. Yeah. I'm not trying to like, you know,
diminish
the achievement. The fact that like Shopify was looking a bit weaker throughout the course of the end of the season, but I also feel like Nouns has gone through the grinder. They really had to rally, get copy like 3 months ago or something in order to finish this season strong, and then they finally took one qualifier, and then they convincingly took the next one, and I think this team's on the up. I'll be honest. I think this experience is going to continue to be valuable for them, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do for us today.
Yeah, well, Lakia specifically, I was speaking to a lot of their players. That was Copy's first LAN ever. He ended up on this team. I imagine it was a mutual situation between he knew Milan, and once Milan became coach, then I'm not 100% sure what the order was. I think Copy came first, and then Copy was familiar with Milan, and so that kind of compatibility led to success. As obviously Wallachia, they didn't set the world on fire, but it was much needed experience to move forward into these set of qualifiers, which now Fear. Do you have thoughts on that?
Oh, yeah, of course I do.
Right,
I
perfect.
think this team in particular, Nouns, is a team that has shown in North America they've always been within the top 3.
Yeah.
They've broken through that. They're now the best team in North America, but they haven't really shown any real progress on the international stage. They're still waiting for that one LAN that they're getting to more and more often this year, but they need to show that, you know, against international competition, we can leave our mark, we can beat the top dogs, we can get out of the play-in stage, we can get out of the group stage. That's something they haven't been able to do yet, and I think this is where they're going to try to leave their mark at this tournament. Just first get out of the play-ins, get into like more of like the more challenging teams, and then just progression, I think, is what they're mainly looking for, because they're a good team, but they need to play more and more of these top teams, and I don't think this is something that's going to happen overnight for them. It's going to have to be a grind.
At the minimum, I will say that they rise to the occasion, because if we look back to last year's TI in Seattle, no one had any expectations for Nouns whatsoever, and they end up getting top 8. Obviously, the roster has changed a little bit since then, but I've never necessarily looked at these players and be like, oh, they can't handle the nerves of a big LAN like here at Riyadh Masters.
Well, I think part of handling the nerves is also like what is the environment, the atmosphere of the team, and I can't speak for everyone on the team because I don't know copy and I haven't like spoken to Laylis in depth, but the other 3, I feel like all of my pub experiences with the Yuma have been fantastic. Like, he's actually one of the few carry players I really enjoy supporting as a carry player. Like, I'm willing to be like, yeah, man, take it. Like, he even gave me, like, before yesterday, because I did an interview with Nouns yesterday, Yuma was kind of like joking with me, like, yeah, you can play Disruptor. I remember you supported me that one time. Like, yeah, that's just the kind of guy he is. And then Gunnar, I feel like he's always been one of the most PMA people out there. Also rotating from mid to off lane. Kind of said he was open to doing that at the beginning of the season, apparently. He had told the team that, but they couldn't find a viable substitute, but then Copy just kind of last piece of the puzzle it there. And then Fly, traditionally, I think he's just always been rock solid as a captain, just a good guy and as a whole, very easygoing.
In contrast, we also had some new blood come into Aurora as they brought Lornoff into the mid lane, which, similar to Nouns, they kind of had their coming out at Wallachia, and Lornoff, in my opinion, exceeded expectations. Fear, I don't know if you felt the same way.
No, he's been phenomenal. Every single game I've seen Lornoff in, like, I was a little skeptical at first. I was like, okay, this is going to be a C squad, and they're bringing in Lornoff, a European player.
Yeah.
This isn't going to work, surely, and they've meshed really well. His mid lane has been better than I thought it would be. I was like, I don't know this guy super well, I don't play a lot of EU pubs and stuff. That's where he mainly plays, but he came out swinging the first time I saw him. He plays a lot of heroes, non-traditional as well as the traditional ones. I think he played a Caudle recently. I remember watching his Puck a few times. He's really good on that hero. He has a very big hero pool, but more importantly, what he impressed me is his map movements and his laning were far exceeding my expectations. Same side with Copy too. So these 2 mid laners are players that I haven't seen a ton of in the past in like big scale matches, but these are like some breakthrough players for sure.
And they're very compatible with their respective teams. Oftentimes I worry about bringing this new blood, especially for a role that's as critical as mid lane, and if they may independently succeed within their lane, but then once mid-game, late-game team fights come around, then you're like, oh, okay, I see. The synergy's not there. This guy is clearly the odd one out.
I feel like the way Dota's developed over the last year or two, I actually think mid lane's the easiest lane to insert a new player and have like the team dynamic remain similar. Like, if you look at the last-minute additions to every team, it's been no one on Entity.
Sure.
It's been Copy on Nouns, and even though he wasn't a last-minute addition necessarily, it's been Lornoff as well on Aurora. And I just don't think it's any secret or like any surprise or coincidence that this is the role that seems to be getting replaced. And you don't necessarily have to share Dota culture, I think, because the mid laner is the most like, I'm doing my own thing. Like, for the first 10, 15 minutes, everyone plays around runes. Everyone, like, plays the hero synergies. I think one thing about Lornoff is that he's also... I liken him to Malrine. Like, he plays the Linas, he plays his atypical, like, cheese heroes, and he likes to farm and scale that way. And at the end of the day, if you're, like, top 15 on the EU server, like, you're pretty dang good.
Then why am I seeing in my pubs that nobody wants to play mid? If this is such a role that you can kind of bring whatever character you want into it, because you're not really dependent on the rest of the team, then why are pub players so afraid of this role these days?
Well, I mean, even Gunnar said, I asked him, like, why did you want to swap to offlane? I didn't even know that before I interviewed him, and he said, mid lane's boring now. That was like his exact. That was his exact reasoning. So, I feel like the mid lane used to attract that type of guy, the flashy, like,
I'm better than you kind of guy,
Yeah.
and I don't think it's that way anymore. I just don't think that's what. You still have the no ones of the world, all the traditional mid laners, but there's been a decent amount of mid laners who've like swapped roles.
Yeah, I mean, I think during Gunner's period where he may have felt that way, it was definitely just because the fact that heroes that were being played at the time, it was like Sniper, Coddle, Zeus, mid patch.
Timber.
Yeah, but now that the spirits are coming back, you can be more flashy. So maybe he's feeling a bit more, I wish I could play my Ember and Storm spirits again, which he wasn't able to play in the past.
Any other exotic picks that you said you saw the Coddle be whipped out by Lornoff?
Yeah.
Are we seeing the mid lane have these kinds of potentials, or are we seeing it being pretty cookie cutter? Because we saw I think we saw briefly some Tinker during TI quals.
Yeah.
And now that's been nerfed.
I think they gutted that hero pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the resurgence of all the old heroes coming back. You're seeing a lot of Ember Spirit. You're seeing a lot of Storm Spirits again. I have seen some Earth Spirits as well every once in a while. So a lot of the Spirit heroes that just weren't getting picked again. You're definitely seeing less of these Coddles. Zeus is still pretty good, to be honest with you. Sniper, we're not seeing that at all. That was like the last patch special.
Yeah.
But like the Coddle as well, they changed it so you have to, your Facet is now like the Blinding Light, and then they just like nerfed it, not the Blinding Light, sorry, the Solar Bind, but they nerfed it pretty hard, so it's not as good anymore. You don't have that power spike, so it's like a niche pick. So yeah, but I think in general, just like every meta will dictate the mid lane, and sometimes the spirits will be good, and sometimes they're not good. And this is a patch where the spirits are definitely really good.
I think part of why we're not seeing all that many
many spirit heroes.
Yeah, as many players looking to play mid lane is because of the fact that all the traditional mids are the ones that are good right now. So unless you're a mid specialist, you're not like in a pub gonna play mid. Like when it's like a DK patch, a Zeus patch, a Sniper patch, I can go mid.
That's true. I feel like now it's more. But I find it incongruous that if it is the skill-based mids that are thriving right now, then if you are trying to make a name for yourself as an up-and-coming player, which seems to be the case, because if no one wants to play mid, then you're like, fine, get some 16-year-old kid from Eastern Europe to deal with it, and we'll go do the important roles, then I feel like that more people should gravitate to it.
I mean, why not? It's just hard to get someone that's skilled enough to play these heroes sometimes, because it takes a lot of grinding, a lot of effort, and these are the heroes that you do have to be a bit more flashy on. And I think in general, a lot of these teams are already set in stone with their rosters. They're not just going to kick their mid laner for like, oh, this guy's 16, he plays Spirit heroes. You've been here a couple years. Sorry, tough luck, buddy.
Although that has already started to happen with the teams that didn't make it to these teams, because I think I saw 9 Pandas put Kiyotaka on the bench. Which is it seems crazy to me, because it was only a year ago that we saw Kiyotaka making sweet Tinker magic on stage here at Riyadh. But how quickly things change as we get into our game number 1 of our last game of the night. It's Nouns versus Aurora as we take a look at our bans. Darkseer, Phoenix, Shadow Fiend taken out by Nouns, and Aurora ban out of the Monkey King and the Chaos Knight.
CK made it to the first phase bans, huh?
And Darkseer. These guys are going
I'm not surprised about that one.
After the last two. Oh, so who you said that Ursa's your favorite carry of the patch right now? CK has fallen down the ranks.
No, it's just CK is more boring to me. It's not that Ursa's better.
Okay.
CK is still a really good hero, and so is Ursa, but that's just like my personal preference. But when it comes to these high-level games against professional teams, it's not like a pub, right, where you're just second phase picking and you're picking a hero that's stable. There's a lot more strategy involved in it, and when you pick your hero has a lot more impact on the game. So yeah, CK is definitely one of those heroes that is more stable, I want to say, than Ursa, because Ursa has more counters in the lane than CK does. CK pretty much does fine in almost any lane. I can't think of a single lane where it seems unplayable for CK. He just has a lot of game counters.
Well, in their previous series against Maus, Nouns went for a Weaver carry in both games, I believe. They stuck to the Weaver, and instead they were mixing things up in their mid lane with different spirits, a Void Spirit and a Storm Spirit. And then they also ended up giving Gunner a Dawnbreaker in game number 2 against Maus, so they have their own things up their sleeve. But for right now, it looks like he'll be on the Enigma, which is picked into a Clockwork.
Interesting enough. I mean, that is a hero, so that can go both ways, right? You do have the hook that can stop the black hole, but at the same time, the Eidolons can just destroy the cogs easily. You can just farm them. And I think they're more concerned about that particular matchup. And of course, hitting hook shots into a black hole isn't particularly easy either. You have to have like the perfect angle, otherwise it can be a little more difficult.
Is there any way you can take advantage of a Phase 1 Enigma? Or, because when I was coming up with offlaners, Enigma was one of Brian's choices, which I think your microphone is still Mr. Destructoiding right now, so you can give me a one-word response. Enigma
Gyro.
first. Oh, Gyro. Okay, I like that. We have seen the somewhat prominence of Gyro. He's definitely fallen off as much as compared to like 6 months ago, but the hero's still a force to be reckoned with. I like it. You can give me one more hero, Brian. Think. You use your words very wisely. You don't get many of them.
Bristle.
Okay, Bristle is number 2. I like these options. Meanwhile, second phase bans continue filtering through. Tiny and Spirit Breaker get banned out, and Nouns take out the IO, and they do take out the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, and those are some good ones, because like Gyro for sure is the one that's best at killing the Eidolons. Another one that some people do like is like that Monkey King. Can be annoying, but they banned that one out as well. Then the other options you have are a little more difficult to pull off. It might be good in the game, like for some Wraith King, for example, or potentially Medusa, but then your laning stage can be much more difficult. And we'll see if they end up going that route. Like, you can go some Sven as well, too, that can kind of like clear those out, but then you're just an easy black hole target. Those heroes don't really enjoy to get black hole, and this is why Enigma has been super annoying. And I also don't think you can just be like, this Enigma's offlane as well.
That's true.
There is a threat of this hero being a flex. It can be on position 5 as well. So I think that is something we're going to see more of in this tournament. It is very annoying to play versus Enigma in general because it does limit the carry hero pool tremendously. So at some point you're going to have to, like, if you do give away something that can counter it, you have to worry about the threat of it being a position 5 too, because its new facets as well as its innate ability, it can be super annoying to play against, because the innate ability makes it so if you're close to the Enigma, you take 15% less damage, and your Eidolons benefit from that one as well. So that can help you with trades a lot in the laning stage. They make them a lot more difficult to kill than they were previously, and as a position 5, you can take advantage of that. And then I think the facet is, yeah, most people are going for the ones, if you turn away from the Enigma, you're slowed.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't really run away from him. But if you go into him, he's a bit more tanky now. This is kind of like a lot of the reasons why this hero is getting a lot more popular. It's not necessarily playing around the black hole anymore. It's about the ability to be pretty tanky here. You see a lot of drums on this hero, playing around the Eidolons, and just making sure your Eidolons are really strong, and you're playing with the auras.
It's also something you can't really play around too much as an opponent. Like, okay, I'm not going to run away from Enigma. I'm not going to be near him. Like, these are just things you're going to do. So the innate and facets are just free bonus stuff.
Mm-hmm. Although, are you actually seeing, say, support Enigmas throw their body in the line of fire and be like, no, the grounding well innate, I'll save you, Carrie? Or is it just like, you know, a couple of right clicks from the enemy range support come through and they're like, yeah, okay, I'll just try to reduce some of it?
I think for the support, it is strongest in the laning stage, right? Because like you're making trades and then they're trying to escape and then now they're slower, they get stunned, blood grenade, and that's a kill, right?
True. Although now it's looking like it's going to be a core Enigma because now it's pick up a Winter Wyvern and a Tusk.
I've seen that hero core
Wyvern
too.
could be core, that is true. And Gunner used to play a mean Tusk mid, so maybe he can do a core offlane also. And Aurora, they pick up the Troll Warlord and the Elder Titan.
Yeah, I think the Elder Titan is for the Enigma in the lane. You're going to get a lot more bonus damage as well for just getting the Spirit on top of the Eidolons. And this hero hits like a truck if you do manage to do that. And if you don't have a BKB or something, this is a good way of stopping Hole too, because if there's just a Spirit on top of you, you just can't cast Hole during that time.
All right, Brian, I've been robbing you of airtime, and now I want to hear your sweet, sweet voice now that it probably sounds good.
Probably.
Oh,
well, I mean,
yeah,
it doesn't sound like a robot. It doesn't necessarily sound good.
I love robots.
True. So the Wyvern pick is kind of like a backup to the Enigma. The thing is, they've got a lot of wombo combo, a lot of counter initiation. They've got the Snowball, they've got the Cold Embrace, they've got the Curse, they've got the Black Hole. But I was going to say they need somebody that like forces you to go on them in the first place. So like a ranged damage dealer does make sense. TA also going to have a pretty easy time blinking away so far. Like, you don't have quick ways of breaking the refraction, but I wonder if this is like a silence tempo thing, like you're playing off the Shard, the Blink Deso, most likely carry TA. I know Yuma does like to play that, but maybe it could be mid playing around the Tusk rotations, because the tag team, usually you want like a ranged mid.
Why do you feel like the Shard is such a valuable timing against this lineup? Well, I guess now against an Ember Spirit, it's definitely valuable, but against the Troll, Elder Titan, and the Clockwork, what's the Shard doing?
Specifically against Troll, the silence is super annoying for him, but against the other two heroes, they're also like backliners that are relying on them seeing you first, because they have vision tools. You have the Flare, you have the ET Spirit, so now you've got the traps to kind of like outplay them in the vision aspect. And now, like as ET and Clockwork, you can't really comfortably sit in trees or like behind a core unless you have sentries. And the TA aspect of things is when you're like, I'm going to sneak up on them, and the whole time they just have a trap on you. And that part of like ganking TA becomes really difficult. So I think that's like a lot of times I think as a viewer, because you're seeing bird's eye view of the game, it's hard to appreciate the vision aspect of the game that TA provides.
Sure.
And against ET Clock support specifically, I could see why they picked it here.
Yeah, and I like TA a lot against Troll just throughout the game too, because it's hard for you to get on top of the TA as a Troll. I mean, the Gleipnir build will help a little bit with that. And just spamming Meld Strike, and you're a natural Pike builder. And Pike is like one of the... Whenever I see Troll in the game, I want to play a hero as a carry that has a Pike, right? That way you can never get too close to him. Always keep the distance and try to kite him out as much as you possibly can.
How do you like the matchup between Ember Spirit and Templar Assassin these days? Because back in the day, I would have thought that, oh, you can just burn through Refraction easy mode. And now, with Ember Spirit having the innate Flame Guard always running, is that useful against a Templar Assassin? I would imagine so.
The thing is, not like in lane, because it's like 140 range or something. It's like it's like less than melee. I think it's kind of a bait that's like always on. I'm not sure, honestly, why they did it that way, because I don't know. Maybe it helps you push wave 1 or something, but if you're laning against the TA, you're just setting yourself up to get it meld striked.
Yeah. I mean, it works differently now on the refractions, right? It's not like every instance procs
but you still have to like burn off that last bit of the barrier to go to the next barrier.
You do, yeah. So like, it doesn't really matter that much in the lane. I think you just get meld strike to death. I think that's how that lane probably goes. But what is really annoying for TA though is getting rooted, because you can't use your blink dagger.
True. And
that's like the biggest thing for TAs. You want to reposition all the time with your blink dagger. If you ever just get chained right there, you're just a sitting duck, and then all of a sudden they're gonna get on top of you, and it'll be very difficult. And they moved it so TAs. Meld no longer dispels, it's the refraction that dispels at level 20, so you kind of have to, you don't really want to save your refraction either, so it's definitely very nice to have a hero that can have a long range route, so even if the lane doesn't go well, you always have a tool of like finding her, locking her down, and then all of a sudden clock and hook in, and then you can get a kill.
Yeah. Ember's one of the few heroes I've seen where at the pro level, the facet selection's about 50-50. Between the double slight and the chain gang, but based on what you're saying, against heroes like Tusk, Wyvern, the root against TA, he might take the chain gang here.
He might, yeah. I don't know if it's a preference thing or a game-to-game thing, because I know for me, Ursa's the other hero, and it has a 50-50 with the same win rate on both the facets. Like, you can just play whatever the hell you want. They're both good. I feel like Ember's kind of the same way.
Against Timber, I'm confused about this pick a little bit, because TA carry is one of the heroes you'd often pick against Timber, because early game he doesn't max out the reactive anymore. The Meld Strike is one of the few spells that can really get you out of lane. You have 2 melees now. Like, TA doesn't want to get double stunned. Like, that's how she can't really lane safe lane anymore. So I wouldn't be surprised if they now put TA 100% carry, and they already banned out the Huskar.
I mean,
okay, they picked.
I will say this: I did play versus Timber recently as a TA, and he maxed armor and went Vanguard, and I couldn't do anything.
Interesting. So, actually, maybe there's potential adjustments there.
Yeah,
do you have mana to be useful later on as a Timber with the Vanguard?
Yeah, just go Vanguard mana boots.
I see.
And like TA does nothing to you during that time frame. If you go the other build and you max your nukes, you're gonna get destroyed. Like, this is the hardest counter to that build of Timber. So you do have to make a pivot here. Otherwise, I think Jab's shot himself in the foot here.
Well, one thing that's nice about Timbersaw is that he's one of the few heroes that can lane and clear the Enigma Eidolons, like, once the first 5-6 minutes are over. So it allows 23 to maybe just leave the lane, takes the pressure off of him. And, yeah, I think we might be seeing some sort of adjustment like that, because you're also thinking about the Eidolons.
Yeah, because it's going to be Fly on the 5 position Enigma, and Gunner is going to be playing Core offlane Wyvern. Yeah. What do you build on Core offlane Wyvern?
Witchblade,
Probably.
Hurricane Pike,
Yeah, they
Mage
have
Slayer,
multiple
potentially.
pikes in this game.
It's actually probably a Mage Slayer game when you're against like Ember, Clock, Timber.
Yeah, probably Mage Slayer Pike, I would imagine. And then whatever, Parasma, Ags, something along down that line.
So you wouldn't get anything like an Orchid against...
I mean,
Orchid is worth considering.
It's either Mage Slayer or Orchid, right? You're not going to go both. You can pick it. Orchid is the more aggressive route. Mage Slayer is better for the team because you're just going to always be hitting this Timber, right, and reducing his damage by quite a bit.
Yeah, I imagine the Enigma will give you like the auras from the 5 position. He'll probably go like Drums and Vlads. Probably not going to go a Blink build. So if they're lacking the catch then, because their only catch as of right now is like Pango Roll and Tusk. So I'm now that I'm thinking it out loud, I'd say he's more likely to go Orchid based on what his team needs.
Yeah, because his enemy team, Aurora, are hit-and-run specialists. Like, all 4 of their heroes are just like, we'll touch you real quick. Oh, okay, you're chained now. Oh, here's a hook shot.
There's a lot of poke.
Yeah, there's a lot of poke. And we'll see if that works out in their favor. Currently, they are undefeated in this play-in stage. We'll see if they can keep the good times rolling as we get into game number 1 with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
That's right, the only team to have that kind of start at this play-in stage. Now, is that about Aurora's strength coming into this tournament, or is that about the weakness of their opponents, Azure Ray? But I guess we'll just have to see based off of this matchup against Nouns. We are going to see some fun stuff. You know me, Avery, I love a good core Wyvern. Probably my favorite.
Yeah, your teammates don't, but
Well.
hey, that's great for you.
Aren't you happy that you played 20 games of me playing offlane Winter Wyvern? Because now we're commentating a game together where there's an offlane Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it can actually be useful. I didn't learn any of that playing with you. I think now I'm going to get to finally see what this hero can do.
It's a process of elimination. Now you know all the builds that don't work.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. A lot of builds out there that do not do anything on this hero. I've encountered a lot of them. So
okay, so what are the builds that don't work then?
Well, I don't think we need to go through your game history in Austin. I think people can go look that up if they're curious.
What builds do you think would work?
I feel like you do go the early Dragonlance, almost no matter what. Like, I feel like you're going some sort of Treads, Dragonlance, Witchblade, Hurricane Pike. Not sure about the exact order, but I feel like the early Dragonlance isn't bad. Maybe some nulls for some mana regen if you want it. But I think you just want to get into your meaty items pretty fast on this hero. Like, start building up the stats. He has a lot of base damage on the lane with the universal attributes, and he just starts cranking out the DPS. Like, his spells are all pretty cheap. You don't need an insane amount of regen in the game. Just start scaling. Get to the late game point where you're just a monster. And I think if Gunnar gets really big this game, he's a problem for Aurora. They don't have the best... I mean, I don't want to say gap close because they do have gap close between the Ember Clock, but he's a problem for the other 2 cores.
They don't have killing gap close
it's not
on the Winter Wyvern. They can get on top of them, but it's not like Clockwork's going to kill the hero.
Ember can be annoying for Wyvern, but it's not the same as something like a Storm that jumps him, orchids him, and you're just all in him. He's gone with an ET Spirit on top of that. So Gunnar, he can get tanky this game with a Hurricane Pike buildup. He can have 2,000, 2,500 HP easily, and he can be a really massive problem for 23 in these fights. Like, this is just a matchup you can't really play around as Troll.
That is where I actually don't know if I agree with you about the Dragonlance, because I think that this is a very good Mage Slayer game. Right? Because if the Timber Saw or the Ember Spirit or the Clockwork get on top of it at some point in time, he hits him with a Mage Slayer, then there goes all their damage. Right? He's just not going to be nearly as threatened by these heroes, nor will his teammates. So I kind of feel like this is still a Mage Slayer game, even though I think Mage Slayer on offlane Wyvern, it definitely took a turn from when it was once very OP. But
I don't know. I'm not... it's okay. I don't think that's really your job, though. I just feel like early Dragonlance is hero's way. That's my gut read. But of course, Gunnar can choose his own path here. He'll probably go like Pipe or something and just say screw it.
That sounds terrible.
I did like what Nouns had. They switched this Enigma to the Timber lane, which I don't think is usually great for Enigma, but he has his TA to help him with the matchup, so Fly should be okay on here. But overall, Aurora's teamfight could be pretty scary with this Elder Titan behind everything. I think Elder Titan has been one of the standout supports of the patch so far. His laning is just dominance with almost any ranged carry. It's like guaranteed auto win. The Spirit going through the fights with so many high magic damage mids is just always pretty high synergy. It's pretty hard to go wrong with this hero, it feels. Like I've said it before, I'll say it again. Anytime this hero's lane is playable, the hero's going to be picked.
Okay.
Because the rest of his kit is just always good.
Is his laning playable, though?
Yeah, it is. I think with the new passive, it's a lot better than it used to be. And like I said, I think there's a lot more melee 4s also coming into the meta. We're seeing a lot of Spirit Breaker, Tusk, Clock. These matchups aren't good for the Elder Titan, but they usually mean you can get away with the lane. Because these heroes have a hard time manning up on your carry or burning his regen, which is sometimes where ET suffers. So some of these little things can help him a bit on that laning phase, and then you get in that mid game, you're just a team fight beast.
See, so you're talking about the facet, the momentum, where he's getting this extra attack speed from the Spirit.
No, I'm just saying,
his
like,
movement speed also grants attack speed. Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm just saying, when he gets his natural order point going through, I think that can be strong.
Oh,
the
okay.
momentum, I guess, it's also pretty good on lane, I guess. You know,
I mean, he's
okay.
weaker when he doesn't have his Spirit on him, but he's stronger when he does, I guess?
Yeah, I feel like both can win you the lane, so we're going to see him chunk Gunner here.
Also,
Drinking buddy.
Yeah, drinking buddies.
Okay, so I was seeing Lel take this. He took it very early in that draft phase. This was not like a wavering thing.
Yeah.
I feel like it is some like Wyvern Tusk strat, right? Like you drinking buddies this Wyvern and then he just goes ballistic.
Maybe?
I mean, it's a lot of bonus damage, right?
It's a lot of bonus damage, but it would still be more damage if you were hitting them in tag team.
Yeah, but now
together.
the Tusk doesn't have to go in. You can play backline Tuskar. Every Tusk player's dream, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, there is one thing, like, it maybe can help you pull you out of, like, cogs or, like, chains into Elder Titan Stomp or Earth Splitter. Like, maybe a small bit of movement can go a long ways in this game. I will say that.
I don't know. I mean, in theory, he has a good lineup for it. The TA, the Wyvern are pretty good targets for this.
Yeah.
And the high single target burst is nice for a lineup that wants to do Roshan or take down Timbersaur's lane. But I have not seen this.
Don't tell me Roshan. Tag
successful.
team would still be better for Roshan.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Like, all these things that it does, tag team just kind of does better. I don't know. I'm still pretty mixed on what the purpose of this facet really is. And I think we've yet to see the potential. But so far, it is 23 Savage pulling ahead in this laning phase. 24-6, top of the board. He is free farming that. Elder Titan lane is winning. So Aurora are pretty happy with that outcome. And I mean, this Wyvern is suffering, man. Gunner, his net worth is okay, but his CS is pretty low. Still, it's the mid that is the biggest disparity. Copy, just taking it to Lornov here. And I was a bit mixed on this Pango pick because I'm not sure. I think this Pango Ember matchup got a bit better for Pango than it was in like the previous patches. But in theory, it's not the easiest hero for Pango to play into. But I guess if you're just tanking up more and playing around Shield Crash, maybe you don't care as much about these chains affecting you. You're just way tankier on the front line.
Sure.
But so far, his lane's going very well for him. I mean, he is dominating this Ember in the one-on-one. Lornov is suffering here. He's almost half the net worth. Like, what is going on? So, big pressure point if Nouns can somehow rotate into this Ember and exploit it. I mean, he's like almost below his clock. That's a big gap. But you don't really have the supports to do it. I mean, Enigma is just never really a support that rotates mid. You're just going to play greedy. Maybe you make that gate rotation. We could see Fly go top. But it does feel like Aurora are going to have to play a little bit on the defensive in this early game. Sure up mid, get their Ember back in the game, maybe leave Jabs alone at some point. He's getting close to where he's independent, is going the points in the armor, which points to they want to leave him here and rotate that clock probably to top. So I don't know how easy a gank that looks like into the Wyvern who doesn't care about the clock at all. I guess you could maybe kill his Tusk or something.
Believe me, when the panel was talking about what build to go on the Timbersaw, he said you got to tank up, maybe get a Vanguard. Don't try and do the max nukes build. And then I realized they were talking about Jabs. And I was like, well, we got to keep an eye on that guy because he does do some unconventional things sometimes. He does go against the what you would think would be the preferred logic. Well, but this time around, just double bracers, reactive armor being maxed out, and he is clear and free of a laning phase as the Enigma really can't do anything to him anymore, so Fly's going to just have to find some space to farm up in the jungle, and it's just going to be Jabs versus Yuma farming up lane.
I mean, Fly I think that's the biggest choice in this early game of anybody. It's either make the gate rotation top or play greedy, and that's really going to dictate how fast Nouns want to play this game, because the Tusk gank mid is not a thing, and I don't think they're strong enough with just 2 heroes top to pressure this troll too much.
Oh, but look at this rotation. There may not be an Enigma, but there is a Pango. And he's going to show up and get the nice early punish on Jab. So nice TP rotation from Copy. Definitely could not really see that one coming.
Yeah, I did not expect that to go as smoothly as it did, but that Timber was just getting chipped by the Templar Assassin here. Easy setup. Even going to get an Ancient stack into the Wisdom Rune here. Now it's pretty strong laning phase here overall. Again, the disparity between this Pango Ember is going to continue to open up more plays. And I guess Fly is just going to play greedier here. So not going to opt to try and get super aggressive top with that rotation, but just farm up. Nothing wrong with this. I think either option would have been fine. It's just what you're more comfortable doing as a team. This tells me they're probably going to just try and get some more auras up and look for that like stable early Roshan with a big Templar Assassin. Give him a lot of solo XP here, get the Ancient stacks up, and just accelerate him to the moon. I mean, Yuma could be huge this game. They have a pretty good setup to just have a TA that's uncontestable here. And there's not a lot to contest him because your Ember's so far behind. What is your refraction burn? If he gets out ahead here, it's looking a little limited. Again, I think it comes down to Jabs continuing to make something happen. And again, he's just playing on his own. So there's not a lot that's going to go into the Timbersaw, help him kick people out of lane or anything. It's just on Jabs to find the openings, counter rotations, whatever it is. Haste for the Pango. Big win here.
And he's immediately going to think about a rotation up to top lane. Gets spotted by one of the Watchers, so maybe he doesn't keep going. While the net worth off the laning phase is pretty even, does feel like Nouns have more potential to be able to make things happen right now, though as I say that, Ollie's going to smoke up Jab so he can farm this Ancient stack. By doing it smoked, it means the Ancients will stay in one spot and he doesn't have to like pull them around constantly. Makes it a bit more efficient farming this.
This is a big win for Aurora. Like, this is their recovery here for the Timber. The Ember still getting something. Didn't get ganked during this period at all. And it is a lot of stacked camps.
Oh, he's out of mana.
Clock gonna get some bonus gold off this, and
somebody get this man. Somebody get this mana like 100 mana.
He's got Arcane Boots coming.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
It's a lot of levels for him. And they want this Timber as strong as possible. Like, this is a game where you want the Timber to take the fights over. He has to be strong enough to frontline versus the TA versus the Pangolier. Put the pressure on these cores and set the fight up for the supports. So Aurora looking towards Jabs to make something happen here as the rotation eventually comes through.
Blood Grenade into Malefice, force him to jump away to his Spirit. Now look for the +1. He's underneath the tier 2, so they're not going to dive that. They're just going to accept the tier 1 mid tower. I like the bit of restraint there from Nouns. No need to try and get a pick off on a support. That the kill probably doesn't matter nearly as much as the tower would.
Decent damage. I mean, these mid rotations haven't yielded kills, but like you said, at least you're not overcommitting on them. You're continuing to find a little bit of farm on this Enigma. Eidolons are going to probably secure this last hit.
Yeah, it also doesn't really cost the Enigma very much, right? He's just cycling back between farming up the jungle and doing this push, so he is still scaling up. He's the highest net worth support on either side.
More pressure into this Ember, who is already behind off that laning phase as well.
Yep.
That lead continuing to open up. And another power rune into the Pango's hands. And they're just thinking about some Orchids here. Orchid Pango, Orchid Wyvern. It's another route you can go. Just shut down the Timbersaw in the fight. Make Troll's window longer until he's confident enough to join with later BKB or Manta or something.
Man, this guy is going to be jacked.
Yeah, they have given Jabs
so many
everything.
Ancients.
Literally every stack has gone to the Timbersaw right now. So you have to pay this back to the team. And he's going that early Kaya. This is damage scaling off the Timber, not utility. Everything points to this is effectively a carry Timbersaw. Like, Jabs is the one right now, as this troll is going to go in the jungle and not be seen for another 10 minutes.
Lucky stack number 13 for Aurora.
That's so much, man. It's level 10. Pretty crazy. He's 2 levels higher than Gunnar right now.
Yeah, it's gotten 1,100 more gold off of neutrals compared to this Winter Wyvern. That is pretty much that big old gap between the two of them. That's just all from the extra neutral gold. But they are going to take this tower up here in top lane. Fly's presence continues to accelerate the timings of Nouns, since he's not needed in that bottom lane, nor is he really wanted. He finds that with the Eidolons, he can just push back Aurora. That speeds up the Pango's game, speeds up the Winter Wyvern's game.
I mean, maybe we should be comparing this Timber to the TA too, instead of the Wyvern, because they had stacks on downside as well. So Yuma is pretty much matching him on that XP.
Yeah.
Clears through a decent amount of their own, and it is this TA and Timber mostly at the top. Troll still had a pretty good laning phase there. And another power rune for the copy Pango here. 3rd rune in a row here for Nouns, but Aurora, I mean, they can be a very strong defensive team, and they're just playing around their economy right now, not giving a lot of openings. As much as it felt like Nouns created some small advantages this laning phase, they haven't translated them into anything here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, when you're matched up against Aurora, if the game is going later, it's probably not good for you.
Well, it's in theory good for them. I mean, I feel like that's how they want to play. They've been doing it for so long now. So
yeah.
It doesn't mean you can't beat them there. It's not auto-win late game for them, but they're very comfortable with this kind of pace, that's for sure. They do not stress about it, whereas you might feel a little bit of, hey guys, are we actually playing as fast as we need to right here?
Gunnar is going to be going for Orchid, which I find, I think that's just a more offensive version of Mage Slayer. It's kind of like the same thing of like this, if this Ember Spirit and Timbersaw are going to try and threaten you, you've got an answer to them. So I'm down with that build-up.
Yeah, you'd say it's in your top 30 Wyvern items.
Yeah, I would, actually.
That's pretty fair.
Also combos really well with Winter's Curse. Timing is very similar on the two, and then later on you could get a Bloodthorn.
Wow, you really sold me on it. Stated all the facts about the item, really just sold me.
Okay. When you put Bloodthorn on somebody under Winter's Curse, allies will proc the extra Bloodthorn damage, as will allies. Allies can also hit the unit under Bloodthorn effect, where normally they can't do the damage. They will just do the extra 60 Bloodthorn damage.
Did you know
There's
that
an interesting mechanic for you, Avery.
Power Treads 5 Hyperstones used to be a build on Viper too, on Viper in Dota 1?
That is not true, and that's never been true.
That is true. I did it.
That's just revisionist history.
I did it. It's a good build. You should try it out.
Yeah, you could also go the OD Pixel, no raises on SF build.
That's not a good build. Don't. Actually, that build's okay.
Caught him. Hook shot, Sentry, and just enough chain stun to make sure that the splitter hits. That's most of the damage required. Gunnar comes in too late to get a curse off, so Aurora able to get that pick off and get away.
That was pretty cleanly executed.
It was.
Not the easiest target to go on there, where have to make sure you land those stuns. You have to bring the Timber for that play because he's the majority of your early damage. But nice little rotation, and especially one where you don't have that mid-tier one. Doesn't necessarily make it the smoothest. Buys more time for the troll to continue to farm up, but also at the same time, Yuma continuing to power through more and more Ancients here. And he is ginormous, man. He's 13.5 here. Blink already up, Dragonlance up, just pushing this Shard Deso, and that is going to be instant Roshan, I think, when that Desolator is done. Like, you are not contesting him in these fights right now. Not even close. And the big problem in these fights for Aurora is if you can't get on top of the Wyvern at the start and take Gunnar out, then are you confident enough to send your cores in on top of the Pango or the TA when there's an Embrace that negates all your damage, a Curse that maybe locks down 2 heroes, a Snowball save that can bail someone out? Then there's a Black Hole that comes in if you're too clumped. So you really have to space the fights properly. Let Lornoff go in first. Maybe start getting some Mage Slayer hits out, getting some heroes low, forcing some sort of jump from Nouns, and then commit with your cores from different angles or something, because You just run in head first and clump against this team, you're going to get Omega punished.
Yeah. It looks like a very difficult troll game. It's just like, there's so many different ways to kite him or counter his aggression when he pops ultimate. And none of it, like half of it is not solved by BKB. Right? Cold Brace, Curse, Snowball Save. Like, no, BKB troll doesn't just magically fix these things.
You can't answer Wyvern with this hero except Broach.
Yeah, true.
But honestly, I have not seen many people use that tech. So, yeah, I don't know. But if we see more core Wyvern, that interaction is very interesting. Where Broach just lets you hit through Embrace for some damage.
Yeah.
Kind of a stupid interaction, honestly, but
is under attack.
Sure. I mean, it's something, right? You need to bypass this matchup as much as you can if it becomes a big problem. If your team can't solve it for you, there is some potential. Like, you have some vision off the ET Spirit plus the Rocket Flare to see him maybe even get a jump later on. Some Hex on the Timber with Shiva's Hex Timber could go in and find him.
Get a Blink Dagger on the Troll just to try and close the gap, go on the Wyvern first. But you do that, there's always other counters, right? There's always just a straight out one-man black hole.
Right, see this drinking buddies. Oh my.
Pull them together.
God. You're chunking them.
Wow. Uh-oh. Ollie's gonna drop the Earth Splitter right onto the Roshan pit as they're doing this one here. The black hole outside of it will keep the Aegis intact. 4 downs. Yuma picks it up, no problem. But the fight could still work here. Missing 2 members on the side of Nouns means that Aurora might just be able to jam this. Oh, Cutter coming back into play. Had a big curse potentially. Has to use it on the Timber Saw. That's only going to be a 2-second one. Not feeling the greatest, but with the Orchid, they can still take down this Timber Saw, especially with Yuma coming back in on the second life. Does the damage necessary. So Aurora, they take away that Aegis, yes, but it costs them pretty hefty amount in that team fight.
Do get a power rune for Lornoff at the end. I mean, something else on top of it, but that was an expensive Roshan contest for sure. Like you said, they remove it. It's worth something here. But it does not feel good losing your Troll at this point in the game. This is the period where he's still very susceptible. Doesn't have the BKB yet, and the Orchids are doing some work here for Nouns. Like you said, almost had a 4-man curse there. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
Died too fast. Sometimes you're dealing too much damage for your own good. But Nouns in a pretty solid position. They're not building a lead, but they are dictating when and where the fights happen. You know, these setting themselves up for it. Still, Ags done for Javs. Very early Ags. This is where all that ancient gold went. He is the most farmed hero for Aurora. He's just going to frontline it up. So can you get a Dispel for this is the big question here if you're Nouns. Probably not.
They already have one. Winter's Curse.
I mean, it's not really a Dispel.
It is. It dispels.
Does that just dispel the...
Yeah, it takes off the Timber Saw armor. It just happened in that Roshan fight, actually.
Really, huh?
See, another good Winter Wyvern mechanic that you learned today, Avery. Aren't you glad we spent all that time together?
I actually genuinely forgot they added that to the spell.
Huh.
I never think about it, but yeah, that's true. Okay, decent value this game.
There you go. You also wanted to see him scale up to the bigger items as soon as possible, and he really did that, man. Orchid straight into Aghanim Scepter.
Wait, that means I mean that has to mean Javs forgot about it too, right?
Yes. I mean, I feel like this was not the build for the game. I mean
that's just an automatic ult. Like you don't even have to save it anymore. Timber runs in, he pops the Ags, you just ult him back, and then you Orchid focus him. He has no Dispel. He's just putting himself in harm's way.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're Aurora, you can argue, well, I mean, that's good for our Troll.
Yeah, they cursed Timber Saw, so maybe that gives the Ember and Troll more free game. Not as much teamfight presence. I don't know. We'll see how Aurora plays around it in this situation as they manage to catch out the Templar Assassin. A big smoke rotation.
Yeah, that was easy, man. For the amount of map control Nouns had over the last few minutes and some of their deep wards, that was just a very clean, fast smoke. Get the job done, get the target you want. That's a very high XP hero. for you to give up, and not a hero you want to be giving up in this period. This was supposed to be your first Aegis period. This was supposed to be the part of the game where the TA is untouchable. Last target you wanted to give Aurora here. They find that little opening. A lot of XP and recovery for Lornoff here on the Ember that he needs.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Are continuing to farm up this Enigma, try and make the difference up somewhere, but the lead is not building, man. Nope. As much as Fly had an okay early game, the clock has outpaced him here.
He's got an Aghanim Scepter already, which means he's just going to continue to outpace Fly as he spams out the rocket flares over and over again down lane, which means Noun's aggression is very much hampered by this when lanes are just getting ghost shoved.
Yeah,
Global ghost lane shove.
That's true. He has Shard now, too. A lot of extra gold. Or Q injected here. I'm not a fan of how Nouns played this last 5 minutes or so. I think they could have been a lot more aggressive. I think this TA could have trapped aggressively, pushed and played around this mid lane going in, and just controlling both sides of this mid lane with traps, things like this, right?
Yeah, play more for farming the enemy Ancients.
Yeah, and pressuring Aurora's heroes before they have the dispels, before they have things like the BKB or whatever. This just feels a little too passive. It's like you had a lead and you're just trading farm from a stronger position. And now you're just giving up more, right? It feels as though Aurora just created their defensive brick wall for the first 20 minutes of this game. They stacked their Ancients, they played a better economy, put the pressure on you to do something, and you didn't get anything done. So now you're in the hands of Aurora. Dare I say it?
You are indeed. The funny part is I feel like there is maybe no other team at this tournament that has a more clear play style than Aurora. When you match up against these guys, you have to know what they want to do. Now, everybody knows what they want to do. It's just a question whether or not you can actually beat that. Can you break that?
I do think there's a decent argument here. Nouns can win late game, though.
Yes.
Between Wyvern, Enigma, Tuskgale.
I think that's one of the things about having a 5-position Enigma that's going to scale up so much, right? It's like, it really relieves some of the pressure of like, oh, we got to keep Aurora down. Otherwise, you know we're stacking Ancients. You know they're playing defensive and playing for late game.
I think the fact the game looks so difficult for Troll in those late game situations gives you some decent idea you can go late here if you're Nouns, especially if you're the ones getting multiple Roshans down the stretch.
Yep.
It might just come down to Timber versus Wyvern, honestly, more than these two carries. As Ags is done for Gunnar, so he's fully online.
Spotting Ollie. They're just going to have to accept that kill as 23 would have been the pickoff they were looking for. Doesn't quite get that, but maybe they get Aurora here as well. As the Meld Snowball's going to chase after him, runs into a TA trap, and they have the vision to finish him off. So get the kill on both supports, take over the Ancient area, and Copy not letting Lornoff push in mid either too much.
That's damage is online for Nouns, and they know it now. So making an aggressive move, starting to take some map control. The Axe Wyvern is pretty much untouchable in this period. Your Ember, Clock, ET are nowhere strong enough to threaten Gunnar without the Troll Timber committing in it, and there's no gap close or lockdown between those two heroes. So Gunnar might be the strongest hero on the map right now. In terms of nobody is really dealing with him. And another quick smoke to try and look for the pickoff on the Troll. That is the prize on the map right now, if Nouns can find it. So how much is 23 going to back off here?
Apparently all the way.
It dodges it.
Nouns do not manage to catch him in this smoke, which probably, if they found it, would have led to them getting the tier 2 tower. They may still force that one just because they're probably feeling so damn strong. Really hard for Aurora to take this fight into the Templar Assassin when you've got the winner Wyvern that can play either one of these cliff areas. You could play this, you know, this one warded cliff area and around these trees, or he could play that other cliff that's right there and just play off of that and make him really hard to catch.
You can almost just play around the vision from the traps and everything.
Yeah.
Unless you get smoked on, in theory, you can protect this Wyvern Enigma in the fight. So the onus really is on Aurora here to put jabs on the front line, send the Ember in, split these heroes up, and see stuff. Rocket Flares are going to help.
Vision, found the Enigma. The Ember is going to try and follow this one up. They try and pull him away a little bit, but the Chakrams cleave through both supports there.
Damn.
Nicely set up by Jabs to be able to find all that. Rolling Thunder on through underneath the tower. The Ember's just dead. And 23 has to use his BKB defensively off of a buyback from both supports on the side of Nouns. They're trying to get away, but it looks like Jabs is going to be the one left behind here. Has to use the Black Hole to make sure he doesn't get a Timber Chain away, but 23 also got caught. Winter's Curse stopping his ultimate here as he was going to lay into the Tusk and try and just pick up one of them. Centaur Stomp, Snowball, so many disables, so many stuns, so many ways to make Troll's life a living hell.
Even the neutrals do not like this hero, apparently. Did cost double buyback, which I guess should be noted. Though even in that situation, I don't even know if those buybacks were that necessary.
Yeah.
Felt as though they were going to win the fight anyway. All the cores were healthy.
Also, is it that costly for 2 support buybacks this early? It's like,
it's
whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy about the overall outcome if you're announced for sure. You got the big cores, you got the Roshan, and I mean, Q, he finds who he wants to find, but it does not go his way. And this is really showing how these fights are just so difficult for the Aurora cores. It's really hard to find the damage lockdown on these heroes. Really difficult for 23 to man in and actually stay on somebody for the duration of an ult. Even had BKB for this fight, but it just doesn't matter. That's the power of this Wyvern matchup. He doesn't care about anything you really buy. Nothing helps you against Curse or Embrace.
Dire are scanning.
Dragonlance is up now.
I mean, the fact they have 2 supports that also provide BKB piercing disable is also pretty nasty.
It's quite obnoxious. It's
It's
a
like-
second Aegis.
He pops BKB, can't hit anybody, can't TP away.
Just feels helpless for 23. I don't know what he's supposed to do to have impact in these fights, but I'm not seeing it. Which again, just puts more pressure on this Timbersaw. So much done. Right now, the pressure is ramping up here as now it's starting to build a gold lead, starting to play a little bit more aggressive. They should be very aggressive during this Aegis period. Absolutely nothing holding them back right now. They have everything they need to fight. Also worth mentioning the, well, you forgot to mention the best item on Winter Wyvern offlane, Austin.
Oh yeah, what's that?
It's the one you don't even buy. It's the Grove Bow.
It's not my fault that I don't get the Grove Bow whenever I play offlane Winter Wyvern.
This is the sign of a great Wyvern player, is you roll that Grove Bow, because that is pure money in the bank.
You know what the worst feeling is that there are 2 ranged items in the tier 2 category that are fine for Winter Wyvern, and you get neither of them. Awful. Feels awful. Well, Jabs feels like initiation will solve their problems, which I do feel like you kind of need to make the fight more chaotic, because as we have theory crafted out the fights, in a normal situation, it feels pretty impossible for 23 Savage to do much 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, there needs to be a threat coming through. Threat needs to exist on the Wyvern to open up the fight for the Troll, which means blinks, hexes, backline damage. In other words, more independent damage items on the Ember. The Clock and ET can give you the vision. They can give you some follow-up, but it has to be those 2 cores setting the big kills up at the start of the engagement. So again, a lot of this game is just, it's coming down to Jabs. We'll find Gunner mid. Hits him with the Shivas, but he's out of there. Drinking Buddies up. He's hitting hard. The combo's online. Dags is done for the Pango. The Quiver for the Templar Assassin. It's all coming together, Austin. 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Downs. They're looking to strike.
Nasty timing for Aurora. They do not want to be getting into a fight if they can avoid it against this Nouns lineup.
A nice little amp damage rune for a Winter Wyvern, who is a universal hero, so he's hitting for 200 damage.
Pretty good.
Yeah, very, very balanced. Thank you, Ice Frog. His damage, dude. This is without the 95 Drinking Buddies, without the amp damage rune.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Jabs will survive, but I don't think this troll is going to have much fun in the next fight, Austin. I'm going to make a bold prediction here.
Well, we'll see when that fight happens, because Aurora may just accept holding high ground at this point. They have 45 seconds left on the Aegis, so they're not going to contest that outside of the base. And
it's just another like high ground hold game from Aurora. We're going to win the ultra late, ha ha ha, you can't end.
That, what do you mean? That's every game for Aurora.
Well, sometimes they're ahead and then they go, ha ha ha, we're still going to go late, but we're going to make you sit in your base. I like those games. And then there's the rare every 1 out of 10 games where they just win in 20 minutes. And you go, well, this team's like the best team in the world.
Yeah, but that's usually against one of the Southeast Asia qualifier teams that...
That's not true. They have done that to some good teams.
Dire are scanning.
They actually smoked out here right as the Aegis expires, hoping to be able to catch Nouns out of sorts. Catch them by surprise.
Might find Gunner here.
And they will run into Gunner, but not with the right hero.
Yeah, that has to be the clock hook or an Ember's Chain. There's not much else. Hurricane Pike now done for the Wyvern. Much harder target to find and go on.
Okay.
That's an easy one though. And there's some damage.
Yeah, he just pretty much one-shot Fly.
Okay.
And Shiva's plus the pop the Ags preemptively and then got it to explode or something? Or is that just his burst damage?
That's just his burst damage.
Damn. Timbersaul's a funny hero. He's going to get Leeless too.
It's the Jab show.
And Jab's just deciding he's just going to change the narrative of this game and get pickoffs on people around the map. 23 Savage, meanwhile, is going to do the Tormentor, so they get Lauren. Oh, no! He got him on a trap!
What?
He had a trap above the Tormentor, had it on the diagonal left there, and he popped his ultimate, finished off the Tormentor, is on 1 HP, and the trap finishes him off.
That is a feels bad right there.
Oh, man. I mean, what a heads-up play there from Yuma to have that trap in the first place.
That's super next level, honest. The preparation, knowing this troll is going to do that, knowing you get to the 1 HP, that is an absolute gift here. On a silver Tormentor platter.
Yeah, if their supports weren't dead right now, they could be doing so much with this, but... the play Jabs made from earlier does give them a bit of pittance to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This period, I mean, even despite that insane troll death, Aurora has still gained gold during this period.
They're going to try and catch the winner Wyvern, but it's so hard to actually burst him down with these heroes. They turn back around and just kill Jabs. They throw everything they have at him to be able to do so. The Enigma gets a little bit low, but that's okay. They spare him with Drinking Buddies plus Golden Brace, so heals up.
I mean, that Dispel. Running with the Ags Timber, the Ags is gone, and then you just get Orchided. This is the problem with this build-up for Jabs. He can frontline, but only to a certain point. Feels like you need more survivability here if you're Aurora. Maybe Blink on Troll at some point too, but you need the Hex on the Timber as well. You just need so much. If you can get there, I can see the fight coming together more. You can Blink in with this Timber, you know, Hex the Wyvern or something. There's an ET Spirit there. Yeah, he's going Ags. He's going to start dealing some serious damage. Troll can get some Gleipnir Blink later. I can kind of see the backline and the jump come together here, and then that can open up the fight. You know, that build is online for 2030, so it's doable. It's not easy, but if you get the Hex on Jabs, these windows are going to be there. And one good team fight is going to evaporate this lead that Nouns have right now. Still working towards BKB on the Enigma too. That would be some nice extra security in these team fights if you can get there. Not much to interrupt it outside of the supports. But you're really looking towards the next Roshan, and that Roshan is up. Surprised Nouns aren't already doing it.
Push out the lane a little bit just to make sure it's absolutely safe. But yeah, Jabs is going to go with that Scythe of Ice that you said you need to threaten the Winter Wyvern with. Waiting for the double meld hit to make it just a little bit quicker. They'll burst down the Roshan. Are they really going to go for this one? TP's coming in from Aurora, but they are way too late to stop the Roshan once again. But maybe they feel like the second part of the team fight is going to be okay. Does manage to pick up the Ags left inside the pit. I guess no space. You know, Yuma had space. He could have done it either way. The Timbersaw does die. Gleipnir catching on it too. The Winter Wyvern's a little bit of trouble. Ollie running out of his BKB timing. He does get shredded. And 23 struggling to be able to get on top of Gunnar. Came in from behind, but Gunnar just hitting away from the trees. 23. It fights now with Gleipnir, but instantly, there it is. Call the brace.
Yeah, nice.
Doesn't do anything. And all they need is just a little bit of disjoint to make sure Gunnar can get his distance again. Ultra kill for Gunnar, who played the high ground siege, both the high ground and on top of the trees beautifully. From that position, Aurora just stumbled into an ambush.
Decimation, man. The Wyvern turret just sitting there. Didn't even have to move. Just coming to him one by one. Easiest fight of Gunnar's life.
Yeah.
Don't need to land a big ult. Don't need to embrace anybody. I'm just going to sit here and kill you all one by one. And it's just a ballsy attempt. I mean, they got nags out of it. I guess it's worth something, but it's not going to be worth a lot when you're going to have to GG out here in a minute.
Yeah, and who are you giving that Axe to that's even worth it?
It's just a super disconnected fight. Feels like everybody on Aurora is going on a different target. You don't find the Wyvern at the start. So 23 has no chance and no hope in the later stages.
Frankly, that's what's going to happen if you're going to TP into a late Roshan fight one by one. It's like that's never going to, you're never going to be on the same page.
Almost a desperation move.
Yeah.
Makes me feel that Aurora don't think they can scale, and they can't rat and scale in this ultra late, but then what were you doing here for the first 30 minutes, right? Very tough spot. You're down to 1 Rax here. Can you find something? You're going to have to deal with this Templar Assassin twice. Now it's going to back off.
One building falling fast, but Yuma a bit low on mana. They do have a bunch of mangoes to feed him. They could go back in if they wanted to. But maybe feeling like between tier 4 items and I'm sure some other items that need to be bought.
Yeah, they need the, I mean, the biggest thing is the mana on the Wyvern.
Yeah, you're right.
Nouns do not want to fight if Gunnar doesn't have full resource, because he is just so much of their damage, so much of the anti-troll team fight presence. No reason to risk some sort of high ground push when your Wyvern was sitting on 300 mana. That is a recipe for disaster.
Speaking of trolls, Copy has a Divine Rapier queued up.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's hero damage.
No.
It's a struggle out here.
Don't think he's going to go a Divine Rapier, but that could help his damage.
Well, the Hex is done. They at least got there.
Will it really make a difference, though?
I mean,
there's still Blink Snowball save. There is still Black Hole. There are ways to protect this Winter Wyvern.
That's the downside here. It's a very expensive item. You can only get it really later, and by then, has the damage done? Is it good enough at this point? You're down 2 racks, and you really have to connect it on the Wyvern, it feels like, too. You go in and hex a TA or something, I don't even think it really matters.
Wait, so Jabs didn't give it to the Ember Spirit? He consumed it and sold his own axe for the Scythe.
It's a little greedy. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little greedy, but they felt like it's the item that changes the game the most, gives them the most chance to win this fight.
Sure.
Can't really blame them for that. I would agree with that strategically. Whether it ups your overall team power the most, I don't know, but if you can find this Hex and make it work, suddenly your troll can actually do something. Drinking buddies, a lot of damage.
Q. He's spamming out rockets, just goes for the hook shot onto Yuma. Yuma's just focusing on the building, though. Okay, never mind. He focused on quickly killing Q real quickly. And does lose his first life here, while 23 does manage to get on top of the Enigma, but now Snowball save, pick up, Gunnar still sitting on the side here, kiting him out, doing the damage. The troll's dead, so Aurora might as well GG out now. There's nothing left. Unless Ollie plans on taking it all by himself. He's running down with his own Aghanim Scepter. That extra bit of magic immunity timing, but it is not enough. Aurora.
Damn.
This felt like an inevitable ending, just on paper. Felt like the team fights were not really possible for them to win.
I mean, they weren't right. This Wyvern's king of the fights. This Troll Wyvern matchup's unplayable unless you're super far ahead, 5 or 10K or something. And the lanes did not go well enough for Aurora to snowball this game. Another very passive game for them. This is the rut it feels like sometimes they fall into, and when they fall into it, it's just kind of sad to watch.
Certainly is. And that gives Nouns a victory over Aurora, also gives Aurora their first loss to the play-in stage. So now everybody's taken an L so far in the play-in stage, which keeps things interesting. No teams quite standing out ahead of the pack. And Nouns, sole representative from North America, probably feeling a bit better about their chances against the international teams that they've struggled against in the past. But this is just one win. We still have a second game to go, and we are going to go to that second game after a break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
And with that, there are no more undefeated teams here at Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, as Aurora have fallen to Nouns in a single game. It's only game one. It's a 2-game series. But they have still fallen, thus shattering their undefeated streak of a whole 2 games.
Wow.
And I know, everything's upside down now.
I don't know what to do.
I
Notes
can't-
are thrown out.
The playbook is completely revised now. And part of the things that you might be wanting to add to the playbook is that Templar Assassin still very, very good, even though sometimes it seems like some games she goes ignored. In the right circumstances, she does work. Although, was that Jabs' fault? Did Jabs not itemize the way that you would have wanted him to, Fear? Or were there other circumstances at hand?
Oh, there's definitely other circumstances at hand here, because I think Jabs, he did well in the lane. Like, he was left alone for a large portion. Sure, he did end up getting ganked by the Pango at some point, but he did really well in that lane, just because he did change up his build. Sure, I did mention before that Vanguard makes it even easier to play the lane, but he put extra points in the armor, and that's all I really wanted to see instead of the nukes. So he did pretty well in the laning stage. I think the biggest problem with this game is, like, you pick this Troll Warlord, and you're playing versus a Tusk, Enigma, and a Winter Wyvern, and of course the TA doesn't help either. This is just a incredibly hard troll game. I feel like they picked this hero way too early. He goes into the fight, he has to worry about a snowball save, getting Black Hold, a Winter's Curse, a Cold Embrace. These are like 4 things that are just very critical for him, because kiting a troll is how you beat this hero, and 23, he just got kited like crazy this game.
And 2 of those things they already knew about. They already saw the Tusk before they picked up the Troll, so surely he should have known what he was getting himself into.
Well, I think what happens as a carry is Enigma's an offlaner that tends to psych you out, where you're like, oh man, this lane's going to be really rough. Like, you just have these flashbacks of being level 4 and the Enigma's level 7 taking your tower. And so he sees this Tusk Enigma, very scary lane. Any like melee 4 that protects the offlane Enigma is going to be something that makes the lane really strong and hard to lane against. So they thought, let's pick this unbeatable lane, which out of all the heroes left, like ET with a ranged carry, makes sense.
Yeah.
So I think that was the entirety of the idea that goes into this troll. And we've been talking about in the previous series that, like, CK has such good prowess as a carry, most oftentimes getting early picked because of its laning stage. The difference is, later on in the game, even if CK's dealing with counters, he's got an Orchid, he's got a stun, he can split push with his illusions. It's like, Troll needs to have a game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he needs to be able to hit targets, he needs to be able to build those fervor stacks, play with the shard, and as Fear mentioned, like, they just had so many ways to disrupt it. They had the curse, the cold embrace, the tough snowball, like everything that makes you change targets. Now fervor, like Troll Warlord, just a useless hero, and when you have a carry like that, I don't think there's much 23 could do. And I want to give props to Gunnar for like the cool offlane pick. You know, he's new to the role, so usually you don't get to pull out these like surprise gotcha counter picks in that situation, but the Wyvern, pretty sick, I'd say.
And he did end up valuing the Orchid as one of his options, which continued to make life hard for Troll. Troll ended up dying to a Templar Assassin trap, all of them after killing a Tormentor. Anything that could go wrong seemed to go wrong for Aurora.
Yeah, but the game is just really hard, and that's just kind of how Troll gameplay is. There's a lot of players that just hate on the hero Troll for this reason exactly, where you do have to.
I hate on this guy so much, man. One day, every single patch, I'm like, this will be the patch that Battle Trance is reworked. Now you can control your hero, and it just never happens.
I mean, the problem with the hero is just he's like Sven in a way, but instead of having burst potential, you lock him on a target and you slowly kill him. So he's even easier to kite. He's the easiest hero in Dota to kite. So unless it's like a perfect game where they have no ability to kite you whatsoever, Troll often look bad, and they had so many ways to kite him this game. So obviously he looked bad.
It's also if like the opponent can't threaten you without getting close to you. Like sometimes you'll see troll games where they just get like Battle Fury, SNY, Satanic BKB and just go high ground. Like that's another way. But they had so much long range damage that he's also forced to go in and commit onto you. They have the Wyvern, the TA. That's pretty much enough as is. So yeah, it's just a tough game for him. I really liked the Nouns draft. Like in hindsight, like I thought all the heroes made sense to me when I was watching the draft, but when I watched it play out, it seemed even tougher on paper than what originally seemed like for Aurora. And this is a game where I think it's not going to have a strong indicator for Game 2, because I think just like the previous series, it was a significant strategical outdraft. But like I think Aurora would have had to play far better than to win that game.
Elsewhere, if we want to stop putting Troll under a lens, Copy, mid lane. First few minutes, he was doubling the CS of Lornoff. So another testament to the fact that even on individual skill, individual players, Nouns really seems to have everything going for them.
Yeah, I mean, that mid lane was a massacre. Like, I feel like, I don't know the matchup so much anymore with the double jump, but I recall in the past, Ember would counter the Pango just because every time you would jump, you would dodge it with Slight, right? And then you just like trade with your Flame Guard and it'd be very difficult for you to play that matchup. But I saw Copy was behind the tier 1 tower at one point, just zoning him out. So I think he just won the trade war, or he maybe faked it out potentially, waited till the Slight came, and then he traded very effectively. But I think he just knew the matchup better. And I think he just exploited that. And that was a big advantage they had as well through that mid lane.
That's true. I wonder if you could just, if you don't do the double jump and then they mistime their Slight to dodge it, where you just do, like, because you can change your airtime now.
Yeah.
So
by a little bit, yeah.
There's a lot of high skill. Like, I don't think you can react, though. You'd have to predict that he's going to slide at a certain time.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, there's going to be like I think you're going to do this, so I do this, or I don't think you're going to do this.
Yeah,
so
like if the range creep is about to die,
yeah,
I know you want to slide.
It's
so
pretty
I'll
much
double jump.
predictability, yeah. The thing that I was kind of surprised about me talking about the mid matchup, first off, there was one creep wave like 3 minutes in where I was like, wow, he just outplayed him super hard on the side of Copy, and then I look at the CS and I'm like,
oh, he's been out.
He's been out. That's apparently the story of this lane. I was also thinking, like, does Ember not supposed to take Flame Guard there? Because, like, Pango, both of his spells are physical, so he can't break it. And I saw the 4-4-0 build coming out.
Can't you be aggressive with Flame Guard in theory then? Just like stand next to the Pango and damage him to
No,
death?
that's what I was thinking is I thought like because you can't break the Flame Guard, I thought he would probably max it, but he didn't take any points in it until level like 9 or 10. So that's why I was wondering, I'm like, okay, based on the fact that he lost the matchup, it's easy for me to say, well, maybe his skill build was the problem. But it's just one of those where as somebody who doesn't play a ton of Ember, I would think you take the Flame Guard, but I wonder what his thought process is there. There's a lot of little things that we could talk about, but I really do think that the overall game picture for Nouns, I think it was just a really, I like to see teams when the big picture makes a lot of sense, because that's something we can only try to do so much in the draft when we're analyzing the individual heroes that they picked. But when it all came together, I think they played around each other really nicely. I think they had all their boxes checked, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they give us in Game 2 again.
As am I, because the macro and the micro were on point for Nouns in this game number 1. Let's see if they can make that magic continue in game number 2 when we return from a break.
Two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the night. It's time for game number 2 of Nouns versus Aurora, where our one North American representative is really doing July 4th in style. Hooray
We've got
for
3 of them here.
Nouns. Wait, what?
North American representatives.
That's right, man.
Actually 5.
The
casters.
only ones, because like Southeast Asia got 2, they got Blacklist and they got Aurora.
Yeah.
But North America has been dwindled down to a lone slot for TI and here.
Nah, we claim Gaiman as well as Falcons
That's
because
true.
they've got Snake King and
Quinn.
Quinn, so that's our claim to fame now.
Which they have found great deals of success. And honestly, last year, whenever I saw Noun's performance at TI, my first thought wasn't, oh yeah, now Gunnar will be able to continue this success in North America.
He's going to leave too.
Correct. I was like,
he's good enough to escape.
Some Western European team will now adopt him and be like, good job, you have graduated the ranks of North America, and now you can come play in the big leagues.
Now that you've got top 8,
yeah, and
you're
so
allowed to leave.
That's what I thought, but he stuck around, and it was real touch and go for the first 4 months of this season. They showed up to Bet Boom Dacha Dubai, and I think Elite League. I'm not sure what all Nouns ended up qualifying to, but they didn't qualify to most of the tournaments in here at the EPT. And so I was like, oh boy, it's looking grim for them. But then, hey, they qualify for Riyadh and they qualify for TI.
So the real question I had when I saw them getting off stage after game 1 is, does Laylis have an Estini jersey to pay homage to him?
Maybe.
Or because he forgot to wash his jersey? Which one do you guys think is more likely?
Well, they're not. Did they play against Entity today? They did not play against Entity today. In fact, they won't play against Entity at all because they're in separate groups.
Well said.
So, yeah, that would be the main carrying of the torch.
Yes.
But clearly the man's a good influence, and he left an impression on Nouns, although now we can start giving credit to Milan because that was an exceptional Game 1 draft that he cooked up.
True. And I do like the fact from Aurora here that they ended up banning the Enigma. Because I think the response, I'm looking at 23's numbers in that last game. He went 0-5-2 with 8,000 hero damage.
I can relate to these numbers.
Right? He just couldn't touch a hero. And if that was their answer to Enigma, they need to think of something else. So now they're going to pick up the TA. This is a hero that we have not seen a lot in the first phase, bans or picks. I understand why they picked it last game. They saw something. This has been nerfed several times in a row, and this is why we haven't seen it in the first phase, but they're still feeling confident about it. They're going to overall first pick it here, which I'm not so sure how I feel about this one. Second pick TA, I definitely can get behind because then you can flex it, right? You don't know where it's going on that last pick. Is it going to be carry? Is it going to be mid? You don't necessarily have that option on overall first pick here, and they're just going to pick Shadow Fiend straight into it. This is a matchup that I'm not super familiar with because I don't get to see it a lot, but I figure TA might be one of the better heroes against the Shadow Fiend because you do have that refraction to deal with the raise spam in the laning stage. So interesting pickup there.
I guess my only argument for TA first pick here is they might realize, wow, TA is actually really good against a lot of the heroes Aurora likes to pick. They are pretty reliant on the ETs, the Clockwork supports. They like their vision-based backliners that are also melee. They like the melees too. So I've seen, I remember talking to Blitz from Liquid a bit about drafting, and sometimes you'll just pick heroes first that you wouldn't otherwise pick because it's specifically good against the team you're playing against.
Yeah.
So maybe that was something they just realized in game 1, and they're like, well, let's really put that theory to the test.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that can be true. If you know a team is very limited, or let's just put it this way, if a team is very good playing a certain set of heroes, but if they pivot and go a different direction, sure, they can still play them, but they're significantly worse at those type of heroes, you can put them out of their comfort zone. So that if you do your research and are very confident on that, that could definitely work.
So then on the other side, is there anything that SF rules out for Nouns, that now that you have a mid laner who's highly dominant, high physical damage ranged carry, core, is there anything that you're discouraged about from picking on Nouns now?
You just can't pick any of the melee guy mid, so they might just leave the TA mid, as Fear was saying. Matchup should be pretty decent against SF, but
there's no way you're picking the Pangos, the Embers,
the Void Spirits.
Void Spirits. If you're going to go mid, you're going to pick like a Lina, something like this, which, in all honesty, those heroes don't generally pair well with TA. Like, you'd rather have somebody who goes in.
There's one hero that can lane versus SF that can go in, and that's Batrider. That's one of the few heroes that I see against SF that it's very hit or miss, just like Shadow Fiend. It's either the Batrider destroys the SF or the Batrider gets destroyed, and it really comes down to rotations of the supports, because you want to dive and one support TPs, then all of a sudden you can save the Shadow Fiend. And Spearbreaker has been a hero that's been very good versus Shadow Fiend as well. You can always charge him in the mid lane, chase him down, in team fights, try to make sure he does not get his combo off the best you can.
I feel like I have not seen Batrider mid in a very long time.
We saw it one game at Dream League where Malrine picked it.
Oh, yes.
And it was like a flexed Batrider.
That's
and
right.
I remember Jenkins being like, I think this is core Batrider. And I remember that because that was the one prediction he made that came true.
Yeah, I mean, at TI qualifiers, Shadow Fiend mid was like almost permanent banned, right?
Really?
And I was covering South America region, and they were using bad. I think it was Dark Mago was using bad against SF. And
Okay.
it looked pretty good. And it's an old counter, right? It makes a lot of sense. I've played it as well in my pubs too, and it's very volatile. At the very least, what happens when you put Bat for SF mid, you're not going to get owned because SF is too afraid to play aggressive.
Sure.
And if he missteps at all, he's going to feed. But then you are a Bat mid. It's not as good as it used to be. But we'll see if they do that. That's a small percentage chance. You have to be one of those special Bat mid type of players, which a lot of people were in the past. There was a couple good patches for it. So I'm sure they're discussing whether that's good or not.
The copy doesn't have much of a past, unfortunately. He's a newcomer. Meanwhile,
these kids nowadays,
these young guns. A classic Spirit Breaker counter shows up on the side of Nouns, though. They take the Shadow Demon and pair it up with a Tusk.
The Shadow Demon is nice against Spirit Breaker. Always has been for the Purge, the Dispel. Makes you so you don't have to buy a Yules to lock this guy down when he's split pushing, but also good against the burst damage. Like, theoretically, you have to be on point because oftentimes the Shadow Fiend will have a Yashikaya mid to late game, so the channel time on that ulti is pretty low. But if he gets that disruption off on a key target that gets charged into Requiem, that could turn the tides of the entire game. So we're going to see a large weight to carry on the Shadow Demon, and if I'm a carry in this game and I'm dying, I know exactly who I'm picking.
You guys have any impressions on the Drinking Buddies facet that we saw from Tusk? It's kind of hard to be able to quantify the impact of that. We were theorizing that maybe it was being used as a kind of a ghetto save, just to reposition out of all these roots.
Didn't look like it, though.
Yeah, didn't. I don't really see that happen.
I mean, it does apply a buff instead of a debuff, right?
Yeah, it's a buff.
So I saw him just hooking up with the Wyvern, and just because he's so far range, the Tusk doesn't have to go in.
I was going to say it's so the Tusk doesn't go in, I think.
Yeah, so like he didn't have to go in there, and he was able to get work done there. So that was pretty interesting. So maybe if you have like some ranged carries and you don't want to like sacrifice yourself, definitely it's a lot better in the late game, but maybe a little bit worse in the early game, I want to say.
Yeah, in theory, you'd much rather have the debuff where everyone who's hitting the target is buffed, but in practice, against heroes like Troll, you don't want to go in.
Yeah,
so that's probably, once I saw it play out, I was like, oh, that's pretty smart. Like in lane, you can, as Troll, I used to feel very confident. I have the Whirling Axe mischance, Tusk's in my face, but it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter if you have that, if the Wyvern's just hitting you from 700 range anyway. Yeah, downtown.
I mean, maybe the same case here with the Templar Assassin. He doesn't want to get close to this Shadow Fiend who might just ulti in his face, so maybe give the damage from a distance. Meanwhile, Aurora get their jabs hero. It's Beastmaster for the offlane.
All right.
This hero's annoying.
He's very annoying.
He's like up there with Enigma as like one of the most annoying offlaners. Jabs does love his farming offlaners.
He does.
And Beastmaster's become that, boy. He's become the Ags, BKB Blink most of the time with the Beast Mode facet. You do a ton of damage. And right now, like, I'm sorry for whatever guy on Nouns gets initiated onto, because this is the most damage on like a single guy. You got Beastmaster, Spear Breaker, Sven. I always forget about Sven's innate, but it does, I believe, 17% extra damage.
Yeah, 17.
So these are the 17% squad. We got the Spear Breaker and his best 17% friend here.
But how many people are they going to be able to hit? They already have 2 banishes on the side of
I was going to say,
Nouns.
they're doubling down, like quadrupling down on this. Like, I know Sven has cleave, but I still think of him as a single target because he has to hit the guy.
He does.
So, yeah, with that in mind, it's kind of like when you're do you buy a Lincoln's when they have 8 Lincoln's breaks? It's like, are they eventually going to fight a target because they have 4 guys to hit a target? I think execution and team fights from Aurora is going to have to be crucial because they're going to have like the spear breaker force out the disruption while Sven waits for the disruption and then blinks on the Shadow Demon, something like this. Terrorblade's a pretty sick pick here. Fear, you've been raving about this hero because of Yatoro. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking a couple of heroes they could pick here. First one came to mind was obviously Ursa. Second one was like Clinks versus the Beastmaster. And then I didn't really think too much about the TB because we'll see how it plays out because I think the new TB, the fact that their illusions do a lot more damage helps a lot. And you're not going to split push as well with it. So you are able to fight a lot more. And as mentioned, Yatoro did play this recently at the last tournament, and he was going for early fighting builds for the Falcon Blade and the Dragon Lance, showing up to every single fight. So my initial reaction was like, TA plus his TB? This is too much farm, right? It's too much greed. But it could be played a little bit differently. You can be a bit more aggressive on this. If you do show up to fights on this TB, I like it. If you don't, I don't like it. Because this is going to be a situation where mid-TA, you know what this hero does? Nothing until you get Blink Dragonlance, right? And then you can start playing, and often you want your Shard too. That's when your mid-TA is online. So that takes a long time. TB, another hero that doesn't really make a lot of rotations traditionally. You want to farm it up. That's what I was thinking, like Clinks or something that can run around the map. But if you can make some rotations, maybe take the gate when you know you're getting ganked, use your meta, play more aggressively. Maybe this TA makes a couple of rotations before like the Blink too, could maybe help it out. But if you're winning your lanes, obviously it's pretty good. A little worried about the TB versus SF matchup, just because TB is a hero that traditionally doesn't want to buy an early BKB. And whenever I see an SF in general, I feel like there's one item you have to have versus this hero, and it's a BKB. And TB's not, he'd like to not buy one as much as possible.
Yeah, I think the one thing TB offers, that you mentioned like the potential weaknesses of it, is that he does usually win the lane momentum aspect against Beast. You usually want to boot Beast back to his triangle and like be able to collapse on him there by like taking his tower and then running at him. And heroes like Terrorblade, Weaver come to mind that are able to do this. Very few heroes I feel comfortable actually beating the Beastmaster in lane. You have the reflection of his aura, and overall like the metamorphosis allows you, like heroes without stuns in the off lane usually struggle against TB because as long as he's not threatened to get bursted, then he's like a 90 damage ranged hero when he's meta. So what they did need was a guy that's like active and goes in team fights. They did not have any sort of initiation on Nouns. They didn't have any team fight disruption. So I like the fact that they go for the Pango. I interviewed Gunnar yesterday, and he literally said that he left mid lane because of heroes like Pango, and he hated playing them. And then he's like, now Pango's an offlaner. Yep. Sometimes you just can't escape. And I was like, that's Dota in a nutshell, my friend. And here he is playing Pango right in front of us.
Yeah, but the thing about that is, right, maybe he disliked the style of the mid Pango where you just played around your swash and he just wants to kind of like get in there. And this is kind of what this new Pango does. You go for more of this Echo Saber Manta build and you just get in there. I'm a little worried comparatively to last draft about how Nouns' draft is going to function here. And now there's a Morphling on the table. I'm very curious on who's going to be playing this Sven. Are we going to see a support Sven? Problem I have with this hero is, sure, the lane might be okay. That's great and all, but the only issue is what do you offer to the team later on? And I'm not entirely sure what a support Sven really does for you outside of just spamming the armor, which, to be fair, the armor is really good this game.
It is.
You are playing against a TA and a TB. Now you have a Morph who has a lot of armor too, so Morph could definitely carry this game potentially. It's an interesting pivot, but I don't know if I'm a true believer yet in this support Sven. I need to see it a bit more to actually become a believer in it. But the only issue I do have with like the Nouns draft right now is they have very little control. I feel like Pango's control is very contingent on where you are on the map. Other than that, he's just kind of like chasing heroes down and back by himself. Laylas can go and sure, and you have a Purge, but you got some mobility heroes here that can just blink out of this, and can you lock them down fast enough?
Nouns, now that you mentioned the armor, like they are... If you look at the Dota Plus like damage tab thing at the top left during this game, if you're Radiant, it's probably going to be 90% physical damage. Like even Pango's first two nukes are both physical. TA's like almost all physical. Terrorblade's all physical. Even Tusk, Punch, Tag Team or Drinking Buddies, both physical damage. I actually think this...
But BSJ, you can purge it.
But not when he has Shard.
Exactly.
Yeah, not when Sven gets that 15-minute... Or no, he's going to get the Shard from the Tormentor.
Yeah.
I think Nouns has to snowball the lanes really hard. Like, they have to basically boot the Beastmaster into his triangle, collapse on the SF, hit this like 2-item timing with TA Terrorblade, get Roche, and just take the entire map. If that exact thing does not happen, I think like the conceptual aspect of the game where physical damage against high armor, high like stun, lockdown, burst on the side of Aurora, I think they've got it in the cards if they just survive that first like 15 minutes.
Well, let's see if they can make it happen then. It's 23 Savage on his classic signature Morphling. Let's get into our game number 2 with Cap and SVG.
If you are heavily countered by a support Sven, I believe something went wrong in the draft, Avery.
Or did it?
I don't know. Did it go wrong? They have Terrorblade, Avery.
Or do they?
Would you like to explain to your audience your feelings on Terrorblade in the current meta?
It's a disbander. That's what I think. Unless you're Yotaro.
Unless you are Team Spirit.
Yeah, unless you're Yotaro, it's a disbander hero.
Terrorblade is a sign of something wrong.
Though I will say, there might be like a different way to use this hero than people are used to. Because traditionally, Terrorblade's been this very hard carry, split the lanes, play the map, farm up, and then you hit some push timings or whatever sometimes. This Terrorblade might be more of the fighting Terrorblade that Fear was talking about, where you can have a lot more damage early on and just play for the fights and not so much sending illusions down lanes and doing that. So that style maybe has some more promise, right? Because then you're not as dependent on a very slow game and ratting it out and just scaling into nothing. But I've yet to really see that in competitive. So that's a big question mark. Otherwise, I don't have faith in these Terrorblade picks that are, you know, oh, we're going to pick Terrorblade. He's going to carry the game here. I don't think this hero carries the game.
A little bit of back and forth between former teammates, Gunnar and 23 Savage. You guys remember? Probably, how many years ago was this? When Gunnar went to, played on that team in Southeast Asia, the
5.
Jitterbrew's team? Yeah.
I don't know. I literally just said a random number.
Sure. That sounds around then.
Why would you believe that? Sure.
Because I think it was about that time.
I can just say anything.
It was like 5 or 6
sure,
years ago. It was before COVID. Anyway, he played on that team. Where they had, what, March was March still a player?
I don't know, man. I have a bold prediction.
Okay.
I think Aurora are going to win this game by a 25-minute mark.
Well, the panel was already settled on the Shard of Sven being picked up and being the end of the game for Nouns. So if he
Spear Breaker, broken hero. No answer to Spear Breaker in this game outside of Demonic Purge. But if you're going to Demonic Purge him, well, I mean, too much commitment on Support Breaker. Sorry, already won.
Yeah.
And then 23 Savage, best Morphling player in the world. That's what I always say.
That
best
is true.
Morphling player in the world. You can't do anything. He's going to free farm here. What do you do? Best Morphling in the world, Austin.
So the panel said that Nouns just needed to demolish the lanes.
That's the old pause and a go.
That's what they were taking to.
That's a secret NA tactic right there. So Aurora really busting out all the tricks against Nouns.
An NA tactic that they took from NA,
yeah,
used it back on them.
It's an easy way to tilt NA players.
I see.
The pause and instant go, nothing infuriates NA players more than that.
I mean, it is. If it's really instant like that, then what was the pause for? Why did we pause? Makes no sense.
It was a psyops, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mental edge. He's just letting them know he can. He's just letting them know he's there. He's in their mind. I know what you're thinking about.
That would make a good video series.
No, I'm serious. I don't.
Most famous psyops in Dota 2.
I don't believe in this Nouns draft.
Yeah,
I just don't.
I think everybody has agreed with you on that. You're not saying anything controversial here.
I don't think that's true. I think on paper it could be okay, but in my heart...
I think that's the most hot take you've had so far.
No, I actually think there's a decent chance they win this game, but in my heart...
All right, you don't have to fake it now.
In my heart, I know.
Yeah,
I do think this Aurora draft's kind of greedy, though, because the thing about Beast, all the Beastmasters I've seen is that it's back to the Ags build. You get the Ags, you get the Drum of Slom going. And it's even like Blink Ags, you play hyper-aggressive sometimes. it's a greedier beast, not like Aura. I haven't seen many Helm with Dominator beasts, which doesn't mean you can't play that style. But I have a feeling this might just be the Ag beast for Jabs. Then you're kind of just looking at 3 farming damage cores for Aurora, which is pretty, in theory, pretty greedy. But I do think the Sven armor in this game is going to be insane, and Spear Breaker is pretty good here.
I would be concerned
tanky.
If they didn't have 3 farming cores on Aurora, I would be concerned.
Right, that's the conclusion I came to. Is every time I see a draft for this team where I'm like, there's no way you can play Dota fast. They win the game by 25. Those are the games they roll over.
I see.
You know, you can't base this team on logic. You have to base it on Aurora logic, which is its own classification.
Defying the expectations.
That's right. You know, it's like what happened last year, right? Even 23 thought they won.
Just when you thought the game was unthrowable.
Even he thought that they had won, and Aurora surprised him. So, goes to show you his team's just full of surprises.
He was already waving Liquid goodbye to the airport.
Turns out he was looking in the mirror.
Turns out he was getting ready to board.
Change of water runes, cute charge backs top, secure bounty, but very quiet early game. Everybody's just farming up, and who's really winning here? Well, nobody. It's actually completely even.
Wow.
The Morphline's free farming though, which I guess is a win, because generally if Morph's free farming, you're happy. Like, this is the carry that I think it can go really wrong for, and when it goes really wrong, it's really, really wrong, because this hero's kind of slow now.
What did Gunnar do?
Yeah, I don't know what that play.
What did he just do to himself?
I do not know what that play was. That was an interesting play.
It was a metaphor for their draft. They put themselves in a corner. You know?
You really don't like their draft. Is it because of the Terrorblade? Did I convince you? You know, if I've learned anything, it's if you say something enough, eventually somebody just believes it. It's a mind virus, you know?
No, it's because of what I opened the series with, which is if the panel's talking about how support Sven hard counters this lineup, I feel like you have made a misstep.
Well, Fishman said, Fishman earlier today said that support Sven is the most broken support in the game.
I am not, okay, but those are two different things. The support Sven being good and being broken versus the support Sven being the hardest counter to your lineup. That was so close. Jabs lived with like 5 HP off of TP out in the top lane. Very spooky.
Yeah, he also delayed that TP, so if he had died, that would have been quite bad. But he will survive. Another pause here. Copy saying I can do it too. See, and I'm telling you, man. Telling you, it's such an NA classic right here. Brings a tear to my eye.
What could he even be doing in a second? You're not doing a hotkey binding or something.
No,
that would take longer.
It's like an alpha dog maneuver, you know? It's a sign of dominance. He probably like paused on a CS or something.
You got one deny.
Nice deny, lol.
Got it.
I'm gonna pop out and check out some of the jungle because they have a Shadow Demon. So Shadow Demon,
first blood.
He's gonna want to do some stacking, and that is the second kill of the game.
That's some extra soul for the Shadow Fiend right there, and he's off and popping. Aurora, another very strong defensive early game from them, giving up nothing here. Though it's still fairly even. I don't know if they're pulling ahead how they want to. TA free farming, Morphling free farming, SF mostly free farming. Beastmaster struggling, but I mean, we saw Jabs recover off a bunch of the ancient stacks, and he is pressuring Yuma right now. Charge coming. This Terrorblade's just dead, man.
Yeah, he doesn't really have anywhere to go here. Support is coming in with a late TP.
Ooh. See you later. I mean, that's just a freebie. So the hero that was struggling here in the lane phase for Aurora basically just solo killed your carry.
And got him over, probably will get him over the hump to get level 6.
That's a juicy one right there. And, I mean, yeah, he's got some ancient stacks already up. So Jabs, he's just having a good game now after that kill.
Do you want to give that to Jabs? I mean, I think it's Aurora. They probably will. But I'm just saying, you have Lauren off SF. I mean, don't you usually would just want to give this SF as much farm as early as possible.
We can debate what they want to do, but it's going to Jabs here. So
that's true.
The CEO is going to take his pay cut. the man wants his pay raise here.
It's all the other employees that have to take the cut. Man needs his golden parachute.
This man's getting his stock options one way or another. It's going to the CEO.
He's like, guys, I'm really not getting a salary out of this lane, but stock options.
Q, you better be stacking them ancients.
You don't tax those, you know.
Aggressive watcher take by Lellis. We'll pay the price unless Haste Rune. Oh, they're hesitating. Oh, they're trapped.
They deny it so they can try and get the raise kill, but it's not quite enough damage. A boar, a snowball dodge on the hit. They come back for the kill. Disruption, but no, the SF. He'll claim the life. Ollie is going to take some heavy damage from Copy, though. And looks like he's just going to get run down. Yuma comes over to make sure Copy's okay, that he's not too outnumbered in this little river fight. Nouns get their first kill of the game in exchange for the 4th of Aurora.
Not too bad for Lornoff. Gets another extra soul stack here. Clears through the camps. You also protect your ancients here if you're Aurora. That's the big deal, right? Lellis doesn't really get deep enough to scout there or get a deep board or anything like that. That's a big deal to protect the stacks. And all 3 of your cores are finding farm. That's what Aurora want in this game, ultimately. If they can find farm on all 3 of their cores, they're super happy. Defend the towers, get those ancients cleared through on the Beastmaster. You're going to be in a solid spot here. And again, the biggest fault of this Nouns lineup maybe is the lack of lockdown and initiation power. So there's not much to stop you just triple farming here on all your cores. There's not a lot of moves Nouns can make. They kind of just have to farm the Terrorblade, farm the TA. Maybe you can make a couple plays with Rolling Thunder, but your supports have pretty bad synergy with the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, they are pretty terrible at playing with the Bango.
So again, you're kind of just stuck. You just have to farm if you're Nouns, and you might get out-farmed in this period if the stacks can get cleared through by the Beast and you can make a couple tower push plays. You do have some nice aura synergy here eventually with the Inner Beast plus 2 range right-click cores here in the SF and Morphling with like the attack speed or any other auras you get up. And of course you have the Sven shield to buff them up even more. So Jabs clears through some stacks, back to lane, misses a flag bearer, but he's farming towards that Ags. So you're gonna have 3 carries. I mean, he left the dragon for another day. That dragon can think about what he did.
Prolongs his suffering.
Earned into fast vessel here for Gunner. Anti-morphling technology. Gonna try and give as much to his team early on as possible. Maybe feel like they want to ramp this pace up. They can play fast behind the TA and the Pango. That's one thing they can do if they can get a couple core kills into Roshan. Maybe you can start to pick up some of the map control.
Yeah, once you get Blink Dagger on TA.
For sure, yeah.
It's still going to be a bit.
Dire are scanning.
But I think Aurora can maybe start to put some tower pressure on the map. Next 5 minutes or so. Could be looking at some tier 1 pushes if they want to combine the SF and the Beastmaster. It depends if they feel confident to do that. There is some decent risk there. You push into some traps, and then you give a better setup fight to the Tusk and the Shadow Demon, who don't naturally have gap close that's reliably good here. It'll be the first tower claimed by Gunner, so gonna open up some map. Now, can you defend top? Probably not. Just gonna be a trade here. Which again, I think Jabs should be pretty happy about. It's getting a lot of recovery time off what was a rough start to the laning phase.
Nouns come back to defend the tower a bit more against the Siege Wagon push. I'm also surprised that they're willing to do this just because Q does... He spent a little bit of time mid, got us level 6, he's got phase boots. He is a pretty big threat.
Yeah, he's found a decent amount in this early game for a breaker. He's in a very good position to help deal with the lanes in the mid game and be a threat in the fights.
12-minute Power Rune gets it this time on Lornoff, so an invis for the bottle. We'll see if he tries to make a sneaky Requiem play at some point with that.
Could be. I mean, not a bad rune on this hero.
Dire's top tower is under
Pushing in very deep here.
Dire's top tower
Top tower goes down to Jabs. He will claim that last hit as well. And they're starting to siege it up a bit. Want to ramp up the pressure around mid at least. But there's no real move coming into this play. It's just some chip damage. I don't know, man. These are the games I don't have faith in the Terrorblade. That's how I'll put it. If you were pushing and taking early towers, getting early Roshans and Cyril's involved in some fights, he's getting to use meta off cooldown. Okay, I can kind of buy into that idea. But this type of game where you're just farming a Terrorblade against 3 scaling cores who are all going to be damage dealers, have BKB piercing lockdown, have anti-physical, I don't think that's a race you're winning in the end. I have not seen it be too successful recently. So.
Yes. I feel like that 1v3 of like solo core Terrorblade versus 3 scaling cores was already a bit of Terrorblade's downfall in the previous patch. And on this patch, it's even worse.
Yep. And I don't think TA is enough to make up for it. Maybe? Again, a lot might come down to the Roshans.
Ollie,
oh, that
a lot of
Invis,
purge, but here comes Lornoff with the Requiem threat. He does hit him to kill the Sven. Still, though, they don't really have the damage to burst down copy, especially with Gunnar sitting there. They hit the Primal Roar to stop any further losses, though. Gunnar will just kind of roll around, killing some creeps. Nouns, doubt they really have the presence here to pressure the tier 1 mid tower. They just get a support kill out of it, ultimately force some rotations from Aurora, and try and get the 14-minute power rune, which is an amp damage for copy.
That's not the rune you wanted to give up there.
No.
That's a very decisive rune in this physical on physical mid battle. They do ult him back, though. He's dead.
Yeah. They do manage to catch him as he pushed forward a little bit. They saw the opportunity for another strike, but the Morphling is getting hunted down at bottom lane. Now they have a waveform and an adapter strike to push back Gunnar, so 23 is perfectly fine here. The loss of copy, though, that is going to hurt Nouns quite a bit.
That was a big misstep. He was out of there. He just went back in just enough that that breaker got the ult. And Aurora, I think, were surprised that got given to them. Like, okay. You really want us to kill you? We will. Another quick pause. They're going to instantly go again. Don't worry.
No, you got to shake up the game a little bit.
Oh, this is where you disguise it?
Yeah, you keep them guessing.
No.
See, he's expecting the instant go.
It is an instant go.
That was not instant.
An expensive DD rune.
Just a little bit.
Well, now Aurora starting to take a solid position here. They have the max armor on the Sven. Eventually get that shard. Jab's Ags is done. So his farming speed will pick up a bit. His tank ability in the fight goes up. I mean, I guess your vessel value is pretty good this game, but you can't throw it on everybody here. And this SF he's big, man. We've seen this hero carry games for sure. Maybe one of the more viable SF patches we've seen in the last decade, I want to say.
Yeah. Anytime he's able to get this cast speed amp up, then the SF becomes a lot more viable as the magic damage dealing SF, and that's what he's going to be going for. He's got the SNY Kaya, and then he's going to get the Blink Dagger, and then you're just able to blink near instant Requiem.
It's good. It's one of those things where you can just blink cast it in a fight even without BKB in a lot of situations and get it off.
Yep.
Maybe sometimes before enemies pop BKB, especially if you have like lead off stuns. You know, charge comes through, some guy gets charged, you just blink Requiem him.
Yep.
Decent chance he can't BKB there with another strike coming through on top of it and then just gets feared and he's just gone.
And you don't have an instant disable on the side of Nouns. Like the closest thing I guess you have is Snowball or Disruption save.
Yeah, you have to be very ready with that Disruption state. But again, the cast speed reduction makes it that much harder.
Yeah, I feel like the Disruption actually doesn't save you because you're probably getting hit by the Requiem. And then it's like, okay, maybe that saves you from the fear timing, but the Disruption is still just going to set you up to hit raises afterwards. So unless you have BKB on that hero, you're probably still dying.
So I will say, I played this matchup in some pub against some pro player recently. I forget who it was. Some pro mid. And he
Wait, you?
Yeah.
You were playing a pub.
Yeah, he decimated my mid. Like, this SF destroyed my mid. He was probably 3 or 4K behind, and all I did was sit behind that dude with Shadow Demon, and every time this SF jumped in, I just disrupted him and then purged him and he died. And he did it 4 times in a row until he stopped doing it. Now, we still lost that game because we were still very far behind. But it is a viable strat. That's all I'm saying. Like, you shouldn't underrate defensive plays in Dota where you know the enemy are going to look for things, right? Like, if you know this SF's going this fast, blink, Kai, Yasha, okay. You know, bait a guy on mid. Let him go for that jump. And then just be ready.
What pro player needed 4 iterations to learn from this?
It was somebody, dude, I swear.